Panga's split opened the primordial chaos, cleaving the turbid from the clear, and thus heaven and earth emerged. When the world first unfolded, all creation was still desolate. First came the dragons and phoenixes to plunge the Hongwang into turmoil, and only later did Hongjun preach the Tao to the 3,000 beings. Upon the boundless land of the Hongwang stood a peerless divine mountain named Buzhou, transformed from Panga's spine and revered as the pillar of heaven. At this moment, beside a cliff at the summit of Buzhou Mountain, a fluffy divine beast lay sprawled, lazily basking in the sun. Its fur was half white and half black. 2 dark circles encircled its eyes. Its demeanor was adorably simple and honest, yet sharp claws gleamed at its paws. It was the first iron-eating beast to appear between heaven and earth, taken in by Houtu, one of the 12 ancestral witches, as a war pet, and given the name GunGun. Before it crossed into this world, it had another name, yet that was far too long ago. It could no longer remember, and so simply let it be. The Wu tribe is drilling again. What a waste of time. They will lose anyway. Would it not be better to use that spare effort to help me pick some spiritual fruits? Ha! Hearing the commotion rising from below the cliff, GunGun yawned broadly, muttering inwardly. As a transmigrator, he was acutely aware of the general trajectory this world would follow. In the Lich War, the Wu and Yao races would grievously wound each other, losing the strength to contend for the role of heaven and earth's protagonist. In light of the 3-race war of Dragon Phoenix and Qilin, as well as the coming Lich War, and considering that so long as the destined protagonist did not appear, the Hongwang would know no peace, the heavenly Tao would be stirred. It would formally appoint the frail human race as the protagonist of heaven and earth, and thus the rightful lead of the Hongwang would at last take the stage. Forget it. In any case, the Wu tribe will still have the netherworld as a pure land in the end. Let them fight if they must. At worst, I will just move into the underworld to live when the time comes. With that thought, GunGun rolled over, rested its paws upon its round belly, closed its eyes, and returned to loud, even snoring. While it slept deeply, a mechanical voice it had long since blocked out echoed within its mind. Ding, the host is lazing about sleeping. Salted fish points 1. Ding, the host is lazing about basking in the sun. Mana 1. Ding, while the host was sleeping, he scratched his belly, then turned over and continued lazing as a salted fish. Soul strength 1. Time trickled by, and 300 years passed. A slender figure arrived at the cliff. The newcomer was a woman in a beige long dress, her 3,000 strands of jet black hair cascaded like a waterfall falling to her slim waist. Her beautiful features were serene and pure, untouched by dust. Her steps were light as she walked to GunGun's side, looking down at it from above. Seeing it still sprawled here, snoring, even a bit of drool at the corner of its mouth, her delicate brows knit slightly. Then she lifted her bare jade-like foot and nudged it lightly, her voice clear and cool. "GunGun, wake up. Quit messing around, go away." GunGun waved its bare paw, smacking against the woman's jade-like foot, then rolled over to face away from her. It scratched its rear and continued sleeping. Witnessing this, the woman's already knitted brows tightened even further. Her lips parted slightly as she spoke, her voice as cold as a tenth of sandy-rolled pool. "If you still refuse to get up, I will kill you and roast you for meat." "Ow. Awa." At her words, GunGun first froze, then shuddered from head to toe. It sprang up from the ground, landed on all fours, shook its head vigorously, then lifted its gaze to the beautiful woman before it, and spoke in an honest, simple tone. "Ancestral witch, my lady, you are lazing in bed again. The great witch's blood essence I told you to refine. Have you refined it?" Houtu questioned her war pet. Not yet." GunGun lowered its head, speaking somewhat sheepishly. It was not that it lacked the ability to refine the great witch's blood essence. After transmigrating, it had bound a god-level salted fish system. So long as it remained in a salted fish state, it would continuously grow stronger. As the very first iron-eating beast between heaven and earth, it possessed the divine ability to devour heaven and earth. Refining a single drop of a great witch's blood essence was nothing to it. The problem was that the blood essence was unbearably foul. Houtu had retrieved it from the corpse of a rough and dirty Wu warrior who died in battle. GunGun hated the stench, and thus had no desire to eat such a thing. Hearing GunGun's answer, the hand Houtu kept hidden within her sleeve slowly clenched. Then she continued her questioning. "And the Wu divine canon I passed on to you. How is your cultivation of it progressing?" It's not bad, I suppose." GunGun lowered his head even further. "What do you mean, not bad? To what level have you cultivated it?" "I have barely managed to memorize its contents." "Just that. In other words, after 300 years you have not even begun practicing it." The scene instantly fell silent as a heavy tension enveloped the cliff. GunGun trembled, feeling deeply uneasy in his heart. "I am an iron-eating beast, not a Wu clansman. Why should I refine some great witch's blood essence or cultivate the Wu divine canon? I can grow stronger just by lying here, can I not? Even if I am your war pet and must bear some mark of the Wu tribe, you could simply give me your own blood. The rough warrior's blood smells awful. I truly cannot swallow it." Just as she was about to properly discipline this ungrateful fool, she suddenly seemed to hear a strange voice. The voice sounded exactly like his, yet he had clearly not opened his mouth, nor used any spell to transmit his words. She had not sensed the slightest fluctuation of mana. What in the world was going on? If I told her the truth and asked her for a drop of ancestral witch blood, no, it does not even have to be blood essence, just an adequately pure drop of blood, would she give it to me? I have eaten so many spiritual fruits, but never tasted ancestral witch blood. Milk would do as well. I, an iron-eating beast, love beast milk most. No, that will not do. She would beat me to death. Houtu ancestral, which is terrifyingly fierce. But what if she insists on forcing me to refine that foul great witch blood essence? I truly do not want to eat it. It is far too stinky. As for the Wu Divine Canon, the more I read it, the more my eyes spin. It is nowhere near as pleasant as growing stronger by sleeping. If I say that, I will definitely be beaten again. Ah, this baby beast has it so hard. Bullied by her all the time, without a single right to beastly dignity. Sob sob. The voice identical to GunGun's poured one thought after another into Houtu's ears, and her expression gradually turned odd. Her clenched fist slowly relaxed. Looking down at GunGun at her feet, she thought to herself, so it refuses to refine that great witch blood essence simply because it finds it disgusting. Diao Hui the Great Witch indeed disliked cleanliness. It wants my blood instead. And the Wu Divine Canon makes its eyes blur. Does that mean it cannot understand it? That should not be. Its aptitude is extremely high. There should be no reason it cannot comprehend the Wu Divine Canon. How could that be? It must simply be too lazy to read, too lazy to think. Naturally, that way it will find the text incomprehensible. With that thought, Houtu closed her eyes and took a slow, deep breath. After a long moment, she opened them again. She reached out and made a grasping motion through the air toward GunGun. A jade scroll flew out from its fur and landed in her hand. Then she lightly slid her own fingertip, and a single drop of ancestral, which pure blood welled forth, drifting down to hover before GunGun. She said to it in a faint tone, "Since you have no heart to cultivate the Wu Divine Canon, then do not cultivate it. This droplet is my blood. I give you 500 years to refine it. 500 years from now, I will lead my tribe to attack the Yao race. If by then you have not attained the body of a great witch, and also lack ancestral witch blood as protection, should you die, do not let your soul come crying to me." Having spoken, Houtu turned and departed. Watching the breathtakingly beautiful figure of her back as she left, GunGun blinked, and thought, is she not spanking my backside this time? Has her temperament changed? That voice rang in Houtu's ears once again. Hearing it, she halted mid-step, just as she was about to leave. She turned back to look at GunGun, who was still sprawled on the ground, her eyes narrowing slightly, as a dangerous smile blossomed upon her pretty face. "I almost forgot. The matter I instructed you to handle. You failed to accomplish it. According to the rules, you need to be taught a lesson." Hearing this, GunGun's blinking sped up at once. Its thick arm swung as it hurriedly swept the Zhu Wu blood before it into its grasp. Then it turned around, preparing to ride the clouds and flee. However, whoosh. Before it could rise upon the clouds, an invisible force seized its body. In the next instant, it was flung backward, crashing into a warm embrace. Then it was laid horizontally across someone's lap, its rear subjected to a flurry of ticklish smacks. "This is for not taking my words to heart. Oh, this is for only knowing how to sleep. Oh, and this is for daring to swap my calf and tell me to go away. Oh." On that day, GunGun, who had just slept for 300 years, suffered a so-called inhuman torment. Yet this was merely an ordinary, unremarkable episode in the several 100,000 years of its salted fish bear life after crossing into this world. When dusk was about to fall, Houtu finally departed. GunGun, whose rear was now flushed red from the blows, lay sprawled on the ground, its entire bare face wearing a distinctly human-like expression of helpless resignation. Following Houtu had many advantages. All kinds of spiritual fruits were never lacking. The Wu clan had no primordial spirit, and even the Zhu Wu possessed an incomplete one. Thus, most of the magic treasures accumulated through countless years of war ended up in GunGun's pockets. In the future, when the Wu clan withdrew from the Great Desolation, they would still have the Netherworld as their fundamental base, so it would not be a total defeat. Moving together with Houtu, or rather with the future Pingxin, to the Netherworld would be a fine destination, far better than throwing oneself under the banner of some other power. After all, following the Lich War, the Demon Clan lost both their Demon Emperor and Demon Sovereign. Nuwa no longer involved herself in worldly affairs, seated high within the Wa Emperor Palace, watching the world with cold, detached eyes. Such a demon clan had no future. Such a Nuwa could not serve as a reliable backing. As for Taiching Laozi, at this moment, he, like Nuwa, had not yet attained sainthood. The human teaching, and even the human race, had yet to be born. Moreover, who knew how he chose his disciples? He had accepted only a mere handful. The chances of being selected were far too low. As a self-professed salted fish, GunGun did not even bother to consider him. Yuqing Yuansher Tianzuan would make quite a good teacher. fiercely protective of his disciples. But the problem was that GunGun was a metal-eating beast. Yuanshir would likely be unwilling to take it in as a disciple. Even if he accepted it for the sake of its decent origins, it would probably become a disciple like Huanglong Jinren, one with no treasures, no status, and no respect. As a future national treasure, GunGun was unwilling. Shanqing Tantian was simply too pitiful, friendless with the 6 saints of the Great Desolation, having 4 besiege him while another remained neutral. In the end, his great sect was destroyed, and even his Dao-proving treasure, the Qingping sword, was shattered. To cast one's lot with him to bow and call him master would be nothing short of seeking death. As for the 2 saints of the West, to be fair, GunGun had indeed considered acknowledging them as masters. After all, their Dao lineage would flourish greatly in the future, and if it pledged itself to them, it might even become a Buddha Lord one day. However, that future was far too distant. For now, the 2 were still paupers, unable to afford raising a national treasure like GunGun. Thus, after weighing everything, GunGun had accepted Hutu's invitation back then and become her war pet and mount. GunGun had never regretted that decision to this very day, though there were still a few aspects it found less than satisfactory. If only Hutu would stop forcing it to work hard and stop spanking its rear, at every turn everything would be perfect. Every time Hutu struck its backside for some inexplicable reason, its rump always felt unbearably itchy and awkward. Forget it. When heaven is about to place a great responsibility upon a person, it must first distress his heart and exhaust his limbs. I, the great GunGun, have been so humiliated by that shrew all these years. Surely I am destined for greatness in the future. GunGun shook its head at the thought, then opened its bare paw. A single droplet of blood bead lay in its palm, gleaming brilliantly. This was pure blood of a Zuwu. Although inferior to true essence blood, once refined, it would greatly strengthen its physique. Moreover, GunGun brought its nose close to the blood bead and took a deep, forceful sniff, and at once a look of utter satisfaction spread across its face. This fragrance, sure enough, Hutu's blood, and that shabby fellow called Yu Hui's blood were completely different in scent. Blood like this I, GunGun, love to drink. With a smacking sound, GunGun opened its mouth and popped the bead straight in. Its throat moved, and the blood slid down into its belly. With a soft thump, it flopped onto the ground, one paw rubbing its round belly as it drifted into sleep. Yes, the great GunGun was sleepy again. A crisp chime suddenly rang out in its mind. The system announced that having detected the host consuming a treasure like pure Zuwu blood, and then going straight to sleep, it had magnificently displayed the demeanor of a salted fish. Salted fish points 2,000. It then recommended a limited-time discount item, Inyang grinding bamboo, currently available for only 30,000 salted fish points. Inyang grinding bamboo, a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure containing the power of yin and yang, capable of stirring wind and cloud, grinding all living things to dust. What kind of thing is that? Only high-grade. Forget it, it's not expensive anyway. Buy it. To the system's voice offering the discounted item, GunGun did not block it out. Nearly asleep, it yawned when it heard the offer, then rolled over rump, facing the sky, and muttered its agreement. The moment it finished speaking, its snores sounded out. This time, it was truly asleep. A chime sounded again. The system had received the order, deducted 30,000 salted fish points from the host, and delivered the high-grade, innate spiritual treasure Inyang, grinding bamboo, into the portable small world the host had opened. The host now had 107600 salted fish points remaining. GunGun, already asleep, did not respond to this announcement. However, within the portable small world it had opened atop a mountain of treasures, black and white light suddenly flashed. A half-white, half-black bamboo rod fell from the sky, landing among the multitude of treasures without stirring the slightest ripple. Meanwhile, elsewhere, on the road back to the Pango Hall, the more Hutu walked, the more something felt wrong. How had she suddenly heard what GunGun was thinking just now for no good reason? She had not used any heart-hearing technique. Furthermore, GunGun had broken through to the Luo Golden Immortal a full 100,000 years ago and had grasped the law of silence. Even she would find it difficult to eavesdrop on its inner voice without it noticing. So what on earth was going on? Lost in thought, Hutu came to a halt and stood where she was for a while, pondering. In the end, she decided to retrace her steps and go back to check on that foolish creature once more. Who would have thought that just as she turned around, the earth suddenly shook and mountains swayed? A dragon's roar split the air, and at once a million Zenglong purple divine dragon shot out from the depths beneath Buzhou Mountain, soaring straight into the heavens. A massive gash cleaved its body and torrents of dragon blood sprayed from the wound. Immediately after, a gigantic Kunpeng also soared into the sky, and the two clashed fiercely in midair. Watching them, Hutu's brows knitted together as she thought the dragon clan's AOU and the nine heavens Kunpeng. It was still that cliff, still that panda, or rather it should be called a bamboo-eating beast. GunGun lay on its back, soundly asleep, its stomach digesting the pure blood of the ancestral, which autonomously. Suddenly the ground shook, accompanied by the roar of a dragon, and the calls of birds followed by a torrential downpour of dragon blood. Was that an earthquake? The violent tremors jolted GunGun out of its dream, and it opened its eyes in a dazed murmuring. In the next moment, as it opened its eyes, its vision was obscured by a pool of bright red. Yes, it was drenched by that rain of blood, and the originally black and white creature turned completely red, emitting a strong smell of blood. What the hell is going on? GunGun shook its massive body, splattering the blood away, then looked up at the sky to find a mighty divine dragon and an overbearing giant bird engaged in a fierce battle. GunGun. The voice of Houtu came from behind. GunGun turned around and immediately saw a figure in a beige long dress appear beside it, none other than Houtu, who had just left not long ago. Great ancestral witch, who are those two? GunGun greeted Houtu, seemingly forgetting that this woman had just spanked it a little while ago. The direct son of the ancestral dragon Aoyue and the direct son of the phoenix Kunpeng. Houtu squatted down, her jade hand resting on GunGun's back as she gently stroked its fur, seemingly comforting it not to be afraid while introducing them. Aou and Kunpeng both are important figures. But why are they fighting near Mount Buzhou? GunGun's small eyes widened slightly as it looked at the dragon and Kunpeng clashing in the sky, puzzled. To this, Houtu shook her head and said, "I don't know either." GunGun's voice reached Houtu's ears again, leaving her momentarily stunned. What situation is this? Aren't you clueless too? It's very obvious. After the Dragon Han calamity, the ancestral dragon established 4 dragon kings to manage the dragon race and did not allow Aoyue, the rightful prince, to inherit the dragon emperor's position. Aoyue could no longer stay with the dragons, so he ran away from home, while Kunpeng, this cunning creature, would naturally not let go of the opportunity to attack Aoyue when he was alone. As for why Aoyue is at Mount Buzhou, it is the celestial pillar located at the center of the stars. Aoyue had absorbed half of the ancestral dragon's power during the 9-star alignment due to his supreme destiny. He must have come here to once again harness the power of the stars to thoroughly integrate his internal power. If you can't even figure this out, what are you doing as an ancestral witch? With a caretaker like you, I am deeply ashamed. As Houtu's expression gradually turned grim, there was a loud boom in the sky. The purple divine dragon was once again ripped apart by the giant bird's claws, dragon blood splattering everywhere. Clearly, Aoyue was not a match for Kunpeng. Of course, as a time traveler who has read numerous tales from the primordial era, GunGun knew this was because Aoyue had not yet fully integrated the half of the ancestral dragon's power within him and was caught off guard by Kunpeng at the start. If they were to fight fairly, they would actually be evenly matched. If Aoyue loses, the Dragon Han calamity has already ended, yet the dragon and phoenix clans are still fighting. It seems their enmity can never be resolved. Hearing the commotion, Houtu temporarily halted her intention to teach GunGun a lesson, gazing at the divine dragon starting to fall to the ground. She sighed. What nonsense, how can you witch speak so casually? In the future, the relationship between the dragon and phoenix clans will be very good. They will bring prosperity and harmony, but you haven't even heard of these terms, have you? GunGun, you silly creature, what on earth are you thinking? Hearing GunGun's inner voice again, Houtu was stunned, lowering her head with a confused look. She felt that the battle pet she had raised might have gone mad. Otherwise, how could it think of such nonsensical, impossible things? Wait a minute, if Aoyue is defeated, then next Dong Huang Tai should appear, right? What if Dong Huang saves Aoyue and Aoyue becomes his protector and mount? The strength of the demon clan would greatly increase. After all, once Aoyue integrates the ancestral dragon's power with his own, he could achieve semi-saint status in the future. By the time of the battle between the witches and demons, he could even reach the level of slaying 3 corpses. A single dragon should have no problem dealing with 2 ancestral witches. What should I do? Should I persuade Houtu to intercept and save Aoyue before Dong Huang Tai? Or should I just continue being a lazy fish? Even if the demon clan loses a protector, it won't change the outcome. It's fate, sigh. Bang. Then GunGun lay back down and said to Houtu beside it, great ancestral, which I'll sleep a bit more. Please keep me safe, thank you. Houtu was speechless. How did this lazy creature who only eats and sleeps become a great Luo golden immortal? Also, what about the things it just thought? Are they true? Will Dong Huang Tai appear later? How does it know? Thinking this, Houtu's eyes moved a couple of times, and in the end she held on to the belief of better to believe than not to, and kicked GunGun, who had just laid back down, and commanded, don't sleep, get up. I'm going to battle against Kunpeng to save Aoyue. Huh. Opening its eyes, GunGun was a bit confused upon hearing Houtu's words. At this time, Kunpeng had not yet joined the demon clan's heavenly court to become their demon master. Why would she think of fighting against it? Did you hear me? Get up quickly. Seeing GunGun still lying on the ground, Houtu spoke to it again. After speaking, her jade hand opened, and a spirit fruit appeared in her hand, which she threw towards GunGun. Hey! GunGun's eyes lit up as it immediately waved its 2 chubby hands to catch the spirit fruit. Then with a flip it stood up from the ground, munching away until it had eaten the fruit clean, then patting its big belly it said, "All right, but I can't beat Kunpeng. Great ancestral witch, you must protect me well later." Houtu frowned slightly, took a deep breath, and did not respond to this. She just instructed GunGun again, "Lie down." "Oh." GunGun replied helplessly, then lowered its body, allowing Houtu to straddle its back with her long legs. Then under Houtu's command, GunGun moved all four limbs and flew forward, charging out of the cliff, stepping on clouds and mist, and fiercely collided with Kunpeng, who was about to finish off Aou. Kunpeng is the eldest son of the Phoenix King Yuanxing, and he is the fastest creature in the primordial world without the use of any spells or powers. With one wing spread, he can cover 180,000 miles. With both wings flapping, he can soar 365,000 miles. He can rise to the realm of the nine heavens and transform into a Peng, or descend into the abyss of the nine hells and become a Kun. At the moment of his birth, all birds came to pay their respects, and Yuanxing personally named him Kunpeng. As for Aou, he is the eldest son of the ancestral dragon. Upon his birth, due to his extraordinarily noble fate, he was no less than the ancestral dragon. However, he was also in opposition to the ancestral dragon. Coincidentally, during the alignment of the 9 stars, Aou's bloodline forcefully devoured half of the ancestral dragon's power, causing the ancestral dragon to suffer a disgraceful defeat when ambushed by Kunpeng while battling Yuanxing and the first Qilin. As a result, the ancestral dragon harbored a deep animosity towards Aou. Although under pressure from Zhu Long and other elders of the dragon clan, he reluctantly appointed Aou as the crown prince. He never intended for him to inherit the throne. In fact, he even turned a blind eye to the bullying and exclusion Aou faced from his other children. No matter what, Aou is still the crown prince of the dragon clan and the eldest son of the ancestral dragon. As the eldest son of Yuanxing and the crown prince of the Phoenix clan, Kunpeng is a natural enemy of Aou. Therefore, Kunpeng is determined to eliminate Aou at all costs and will not allow him to survive whenever an opportunity arises. This time, Aou left the dragon clan and ventured to Buzhou Mountain, which presented an opportunity for Kunpeng to ambush him. Kunpeng took advantage of this chance to launch a surprise attack on Aou, injuring him right from the start. Then when they fought, Aou would naturally be no match for him, allowing Kunpeng to vent his anger on behalf of the Phoenix clan. Kunpeng was thinking this when, just as he was about to dive down and eliminate Aou with a thorn in his side, a black and white figure suddenly dashed out from Buzhou Mountain at high speed. Before he could react, it collided forcefully with him, and Kunpeng let out a miserable scream, flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Taking advantage of the momentum from the collision, Houtu did not waste the opportunity and struck Kunpeng with a palm from afar. In an instant, there was another loud bang, and Kunpeng endured another blow, spitting out a large amount of fresh blood. "Oh, it hurts. Truly, the nine heavens Kunpeng is formidable. The recoil from the collision made me dizzy. Great ancestor Wu, I think I might be injured and will need to eat a few spirit fruits to replenish my energy later." Seeing Kunpeng so easily sent flying, GunGun blinked in surprise. The next moment, a pained expression appeared on his face, and in a weak voice he said to Houtu, who was riding on him, "Is that all? I thought the nine heavens Kunpeng was something extraordinary. It was so easy to knock him back. What use is his larger size? You're too vain, unlike me. I am solid." Hearing GunGun's thoughts, Houtu raised an eyebrow and remarked, "So how many spirit fruits have you scammed from me over the years?" Slap. Then Houtu lightly smacked GunGun's rear and instructed, "Stop pretending and go check on Aou." "Oh," GunGun said, surprised that he could not con Houtu into giving him spirit fruits as he usually did. Nevertheless, he nodded and flew down as instructed, feeling a bit puzzled. It's strange, why didn't Houtu fall for it today? Is she feeling merciful and planning to give me a few more spirit fruits when we return to replenish my energy? Moreover, she suddenly came to save Aou. The Witch clan and the Dragon clan have no ties, and doing so would certainly offend the Phoenix clan. What is she doing? Houtu's jade hand gripped GunGun's fur, tightly grinding her teeth as she thought, "It's all because of what you said. Aou could become a quasi-saint capable of slaying the 3 corpses in the future. If I don't save him, Dong Wang Tai will appear to rescue him, and he will join the demon clan, becoming Tai's protector and mount. To prevent the demon clan from gaining another quasi-saint, and to make the Witch clan stronger, I have no choice but to act. As for Kunpeng, what does it matter if I offend him today? Does the current Phoenix clan dare to challenge my Witch clan? He won't join the demon clan and become Tai's protector, will he?" GunGun had no idea what Houtu was thinking. Otherwise, he would have pointed a finger at her and said, "Congratulations, you got it right. Kunpeng will indeed join the demon clan in the future, but not as a protector like Aou. Instead, he will become a demon master for the demon clan." Thinking about it this way, the demon clan not only has the demon emperor and demon king and the 10 great demon saints, but also the eldest sons of the ancestral dragon and Yuanxing. In contrast, the Witch clan is infighting between GunGun and Zhu Rong, leading to mutual destruction. The demon clan really is quite useless. It's all Kunpeng's fault. At the critical moment of battle, he ambushed Diju and stole the He Tu and Luo Shu and broke the Zhou Tian star formation. Otherwise, things shouldn't have come to this. Bang! Soon GunGun landed on all fours beside Aou. At this moment, Aou had transformed from his dragon form into a primordial Dao body, appearing as a young man clad in purple battle armor, with 2 dragon horns on his head, looking fair and handsome, resembling a boy of about 15 or 16 years from a human perspective. At this moment, his battle armor was severely damaged in many places, revealing blood and flesh beneath, with blood continuously flowing out. His face was pale, and he lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Kunpeng's claw strike is no joke. The violent power contained within can continuously erode a person's flesh and even their soul. Aou's injuries are extremely serious. You cough, who are you? Unable to move, Aou looked at Houtu and GunGun, who had knocked Kunpeng away, and landed beside him, asking in a hoarse voice as he coughed up more dragon blood. Seeing this, Houtu frowned slightly and stepped down from GunGun. GunGun then took a few steps forward, extending his bare paw to feel around Aou's body before retracting it and commenting, "His injuries are severe. A very cold and domineering power is continuously destroying his vitality, freezing his soul, while he is basically beyond saving." "Stop talking nonsense," Houtu said irritably, casting a glance at GunGun, who was holding several treasures he had taken from Aou. Then she raised her hands, employing the power of the earth beneath her feet to heal Aou, while gently introducing herself. "I am Houtu, and this is my Mount GunGun." Houtu, ancestor witch. Upon hearing Houtu's words, Aou's eyes widened slightly in surprise. To be honest, encountering an ancestor witch at Buzhou Mountain is not particularly surprising. However, for the ancestor witch to intervene and save him is far beyond Aou's expectations, especially since he has no ties with the witch clan. Hiss! Just as Aou was astonished, a sudden gust of wind howled, and a bird-like cry echoed. GunGun turned to look and saw Kunpeng flying back again, angrily shouting at Houtu beside him. "Houtu, you dare to ambush me and ruin my great plans. Do you wish to be my enemy? What does it matter if I become your enemy? We were destined to be adversaries sooner or later." Hearing the question from Kunpeng, GunGun silently complained in his heart. Then he opened his bare paw, and a set of black divine armor and helmet appeared in his hand. He began to don the armor and helmet without a care, increasing his defensive power, fearing he might get injured later. Having been with GunGun for hundreds of thousands of years, Houtu paid no mind to his actions. She knew he was extremely afraid of death when facing a stronger enemy. However, upon hearing his inner thoughts, Houtu could not help but feel somewhat surprised. "What do you mean by destined to be enemies?" "Oh, you mean that Aou would become the protector of Dong Huang Tai Yi and be an enemy of our witch clan. Then Kunpeng would also be our enemy, along with the heirs of the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan, plus the Demon clan, all opposing us, right? Our witch clan situation can't be that dire, can it?" With that thought, Houtu hesitated for a moment, raised her head, and replied to Kunpeng, "As for the matters between the Dragon and Phoenix clans, I have no intention to interfere, but in Buzhou Mountain, you have no right to act recklessly. Hand Aou over to me, and I can deal with him elsewhere. No, you must immediately withdraw from the area of Buzhou Mountain. This is the station left for us by the Father God," Houtu said firmly. "Houtu, you are bullying me too much." "Oh!" Kunpeng shouted angrily, then flapped his wings and dove straight at Houtu. Due to his size, both GunGun and Aou, who was still lying on the ground, were within his attack range. "Without the consent of the host to recklessly battle within the bounds of my Buzhou Mountain, and yet you say I am bullying you too much. This is simply the villain crying out first. GunGun, stop him." Looking at the incoming Kunpeng, Houtu said coldly. "Huh." GunGun turned his head back, looking bewildered at Houtu, who was treating Aou. "Me stop Kunpeng. Sai, you treat him, and he'll deal with Kunpeng." Seeing GunGun's expression, Houtu sighed helplessly, then changed her words. After saying this, she leaped forward and charged at Kunpeng. Bang! First, she struck Kunpeng back with a punch, then landed on the ground, channeling the power of the earth, colliding with Kunpeng's descending claws, resulting in waves of violent tremors. Watching their fierce battle, GunGun blinked, feeling he had narrowly escaped a disaster. He then turned his head to look at Aou, who was still lying on the ground, and walked towards him. "Hey brother, are you okay?" GunGun asked Aou. "Didn't you say I was beyond saving?" Looking at the large, fat face before him, Aou's complexion darkened after Houtu's brief treatment. His voice was hoarse as he spoke. "What I meant was you were basically unsavable, but you are lucky to have encountered me. Here's the deal: as long as you promise to help me get some spiritual fruits in the future, I will save you. How about it?" "Spiritual fruits?" "Yes, Huang, Zhongli, ginseng fruit, 9,000-year Ren water pan, peach, any of these will do. I have no preferences." GunGun casually stated, completely unaware that Aou's expression was growing darker. "The spiritual fruits you mentioned are things I cannot obtain." Aou gritted his teeth. "Huh, Are you really that useless? GunGun said somewhat disappointedly. Forget it, since you can't get those spiritual fruits, I won't ask for your repayment. GunGun said in a thick-head tone, then took out a small red flag and a golden pearl from his personal space. Seeing them, Aoyu's pupils shrank instantly, surprised. Vermilion bird flag dragon pearl. Where did you get these? The vermilion bird flag fell from the sky and landed in front of me while I was sleeping. The dragon pearl is something I found when I saw a dragon battling a phoenix. The phoenix defeated the true dragon and took its dragon pearl, but soon after the phoenix was heavily injured and died, so I picked it up. GunGun said without changing his expression, his tone soft and cute, making it hard for one to doubt that he was telling a lie. Is that so? Your luck is quite. Just as Aoyu was about to express his admiration, suddenly his expression changed. Under his gaze, he realized that this iron-eating beast not only had a profound cultivation base, but also exuded a faint aura of virtue, indicating he was a person of great fortune. No wonder he could easily acquire these two treasures. The last shred of doubt in Aoyu's heart vanished. Your spirit has been damaged, but the damaged part hasn't completely dissipated. Absorbing the essence of this dragon pearl should restore you. As for the cold power left by Kunping in your body, I will use the vermilion bird flag to help you resolve it. GunGun said, then stood up and sat down next to Aoyu, handing him the dragon pearl. He gently waved the vermilion bird flag, causing a stream of fiery light to fall into Aoyu's body. Feeling his injuries gradually healing and the pain easing, Aoyu took a deep breath. A hint of gratitude flashed in his eyes as he looked at GunGun, then took the dragon pearl and said, "Thank you. I will surely repay today's kindness in the future." After saying this, he began to absorb the essence power within the dragon pearl. As the legitimate eldest son of the ancestor dragon and a true dragon, absorbing the essence of other dragon pearls was easier for him than GunGun refining the pure blood of the ancestral shaman. Thus his injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Of course, although the recovery was visible, he still needed to rest for several hundred years to fully heal, given how terrifying and sinister Kunping's attack was. Boom, boom, boom. On the other side, the battle between Kunping and Houtu was also raging. Kunping repeatedly clawed at Houtu from various directions, only to be knocked back by her punch after punch, spitting out mouthfuls of old blood. At first glance, it truly looked quite tragic. In reality, Kunping's strength was not inferior to Houtu's, but he had previously expended a lot of power during his fight with Aoyu. Later, he was ambushed by GunGun, which resulted in him being struck by Houtu. Naturally, he could not defeat Houtu now. After a dozen exchanges, a flash of black light appeared on Kunping's body, transforming him into a primordial Dao body, a slender young man dressed in a black long robe with a gaunt and sinister appearance. He stood on white clouds, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked down at Houtu, saying, "What a formidable ancestral shaman, Houtu. Today I admit defeat. However, there will be plenty of time in the future. The karma you owe me, I will surely reclaim one day." After saying this, Kunping turned his head to look at GunGun and Aoyu beside him, and with a wave of his hand, both felt a powerful force pulling them towards Kunping, and in the next second, they were uncontrollably flying toward him at high speed. While GunGun flailed his limbs in a hurry, gripping the vermilion bird flag tightly, shouting loudly, "Kunping, how dare you!" Seeing this, Houtu hurriedly mobilized the power of the earth, attempting to raise a towering mountain between Kunping, GunGun, and Aoyu to separate them, while sternly admonishing Kunping. "What can you do?" Clang! Before Kunping could finish his words, suddenly a bell that could sever eternity rang out, freezing the time and space here. Rolling and Aoyu were sent flying towards him by the Kunping spell. In a state of panic, Rolling was about to use his heavy as Mount Tai ability to increase his weight, drastically preventing the Kunping from drawing him in. Suddenly, a thunderous bell tolled through the ages, and at that moment the space and time around them froze. Rolling instantly lost consciousness, and a few seconds later a flash of black and white light illuminated him as he regained awareness, yet he remained unable to move, trapped in this frozen space, just like Aoyu beside him. Dong Huang Tai. The ground beneath her feet remained unaffected despite the frozen time, and Houtu looked up at the golden figure descending from the heavens, her brows furrowing as she spoke gravely. At the same time, she was filled with shock, for it was indeed as she had heard from Rolling's heart. Dong Huang Tai had appeared and saved Aoyu, and now there was also Rolling. How did her Rolling know that such an event would occur in the future? Could it be that he could see the river of time like his brother, the time ancestor, Zhu Jiuyin? Houtu thought to herself. Meanwhile, a handsome young man with flowing yellow and black hair descended from the heavens, landing on a giant rock at the base of Buzhou Mountain. Wearing the crown of chaos and the robes of the sun, moon, and stars, he heard Houtu's voice, glanced at her with his chiseled face devoid of any expression, and said calmly, "Houtu, I didn't expect you to save Aoyu. However, he has a connection with me, and today I shall take him back to the heavenly court." Without giving Houtu a chance to respond, Dong Huang Tai, he turned his gaze towards the Kunpeng and raised his arm. Clang! Instantly, the chaotic bell suspended in the sky resonated again, producing a deafening sound followed by puff. The Kunpeng suffered a severe blow and spat out a mouthful of old blood. This time, it was the chaotic bell that had harmed him, injuring his essence. From Dong Huang Tai's words, it seemed he also intended to save Aou. The Kunpeng, feeling helpless, glared at Tai resentfully, then gathered his magical power, bursting forth with a fierce force, and managed to forcibly break free from the chaotic bell's confinement. Then in a flash, he transformed into a streak of light, heading towards the North Sea. The Kunpeng's speed was incredibly fast. Even Tai could not catch up unless he went all out. Moreover, since he held no deep-seated hatred towards the Kunpeng, why should he exert himself to chase after him? Thus he allowed him to leave. Then Dong Huang Tai vanished from his original position, appearing next to the immobilized Rolling, and Aou, looking at Aou with satisfaction as he nodded before shifting his gaze to Rolling. Tai, what do you want? Seeing this, Houtu became anxious and quickly rushed over, planting her feet firmly on the ground, while waving her arms to create spikes of rock that shot up towards Tai. As the Earth Ancestor, she dared not leave the ground when facing Tai, the Heavenly Emperor wielding the chaotic bell. Otherwise, she might end up like the Kunpeng, instantly immobilized, and even injured. Boom. Dong Huang Tai casually slapped the ground, shattering all the rock spikes, then looked at Rolling, and said, the first iron-eating beast in the world, indeed impressive. Moreover, you have deep blessings and have reached the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Holding the vermilion bird flag, it would be a pity to stay with the Witch Clan as Houtu's mount. Would you like to join the Heavenly Court? I can grant you a position as a demon god. Are you kidding me? How could this baby possibly want to join your demon clan? Upon hearing Tai's question, Rolling felt excited in his heart. On the ground, Houtu heard Rolling's thoughts, and a hint of relief appeared on her delicate face. This silly fellow, though lazy and greedy, did not waste her years of kindness towards him. The next moment, Houtu summoned the ancestral witch power to call the other ancestral witches from Buzhou Mountain. Realizing this, Tai calmly glanced at her and said, forget it. After speaking, he waved his sleeve, taking Aou with him as they transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring into the clouds and departing from this place. Subsequently, the chaotic bell suspended in the sky vanished, and at the moment of its disappearance, the space where Rolling was trapped was released, causing him to fall from the sky. Oh, I'm afraid of heights, ancestor, which catch me. Rolling flailed his limbs in panic, calling out. Upon hearing this, Houtu panicked, quickly leaping into the air to fly towards him. Just as she was about to catch him, she suddenly stopped her movement, allowing him to land with a thud, creating a deep pit. Pretending to be afraid of heights as a great Luo Golden Immortal. How could you say such a thing? Houtu huffed to herself. In the deep pit, Rolling was bewildered that Houtu would suddenly stop just before catching him. He had fallen to the ground, and at that moment the bear was completely dazed. In the past, if he had done this, Houtu would have surely caught him, then to soothe his fright, she would have fed him some spiritual fruits or high-quality spiritual bamboo. Why this time? Moreover, she had suddenly decided to save Aou and even retracted her great witch's blood to give him a drop of her pure blood. Rolling suddenly felt that something significant and unknown had occurred recently, seriously affecting his life. But what exactly happened that made Houtu take such a series of unexpected actions? Rolling was baffled. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Rolling was puzzled, several powerful auras appeared in the area. Di, Jiang, Zhu Mang, Chong Liang, and Xian, Ming, the four ancestral witches, arrived. Di Jiang asked, Houtu, little sister, where is Tai? I sensed his aura. How dare this guy appear in our witch clan's territory? He truly doesn't take us seriously. Elder brother, he has already left, and he took away the direct descendant of the ancestral dragon Aou. Houtu shifted her gaze from Rolling to Di Jiang. Aou. Upon hearing Houtu's words, Di Jiang frowned. He had witnessed the battle between Aou and the Kunpeng, but he thought little of it, even hoping they would perish together. Then the witch clan could benefit from obtaining a dragon corpse and a bird corpse. However, he did not expect Dong Huang Tai to come and rescue Aou. What was he trying to do? Did he intend to subjugate Aou to gain control over the dragon clan? Realizing this possibility, he grew serious and asked Houtu what about the Kunpeng. He was injured by Tai and fled. Di Jiang remained silent for a moment before finally saying, let's go back to Panga Hall to discuss. Understood. Houtu and the other ancestral witches nodded in agreement. Then Houtu called out to Rolling, who was still lying in the deep pit. Rolling, we're leaving, going back. Still unable to comprehend why Houtu had suddenly made so many unexpected decisions, Rolling, being lazy by nature, decided not to think any further. After all, he would never engage in such dangerous actions again, no matter how much Houtu tempted him with spiritual fruits. Being so close to Dong Huang Tai, if he were to casually eliminate him, he would have nowhere to complain. Rolling thought to himself, then lifted his head and answered Houtu dully. Little did he know, just as he replied, the mechanical voice of the system rang out again. However, due to having been suppressed earlier, Rolling did not hear it. Ding detected that the host is too lazy to think about the significant changes regarding the ancestral, which Houtu clearly showcasing what it means to be a lazy fish treasure map. 1 is soul strength, 3 magic power, 3 bull lazy fish points 2000. Outside the Panga Hall on Mount Bujo, GunGun lay basking in the sun, having come back with Houtu and other ancestral witches. As for its vermilion bird flag, it had long been returned to its personal small world. However, upon retrieval, it discovered an additional item in its small world, a treasure map. There was no need to say it was certainly a reward from the system, but GunGun was too lazy to ponder the reason or to ask. Buried within the 10,000 Great Mountains is a divine war axe unparalleled in might. A war axe not suitable for me, GunGun thought as it gazed at the treasure map before it. Being an adorable iron-eater beast, it remained a cherished existence even in the end of the Law era. With claws for fighting bamboo, if necessary, and if all else failed, it could crush its enemies under its robust body. Wielding an axe would severely tarnish its cute image. After pondering for merely 2 seconds, GunGun abandoned the thought of seeking treasure using the map, deciding instead to use it as a pillow, resting its head against the ground and drifting off to sleep. Unexpectedly, not long after it fell asleep, a sound of footsteps approached. A young man, unkempt and not particularly handsome, but with a resolute expression, strode over. Upon seeing GunGun lying there asleep, he paused for a moment before greeting it, "Brother GunGun." "Moi." Hearing the voice, GunGun turned over, shifting from a crouch to lying down, opening its eyes to look at the young man beside it. It casually replied, "Oh, it's the great witch Xing Tian. The ancestral witches just entered not long ago, so you might have to wait a while to see them. The rules of the witch clan are strict. Only the ancestral witches may enter the Panga Hall. Even though Xing Tian is a great witch, he can only wait outside until they emerge. This was also the reason GunGun lay here rather than inside. Thank you for the information." Although Xing Tian was not fond of GunGun's lazy demeanor, the reputation of the ancestral witch's battle pet and the first Iron Eater in the world was quite intimidating, so he was willing to treat GunGun with the respect it deserved. "No need to thank me. Next time you find any spiritual fruit during a battle, just bring some back for me, huh?" GunGun waved its hand and said, yawning as it did. Xing Tian nodded, not refusing. Then out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed the parchment that GunGun was using as a pillow. "What was that?" "Brother GunGun, what is that under your head?" Xing Tian pointed at the treasure map and asked. Oh, it's a treasure map showing the location of a divine war axe. Are you interested?" GunGun blinked and lifted its head, picking up the treasure map from the ground, asking Xing Tian, "Divine war axe? Can I see it?" Xing Tian repeated the name Divine war axe as a glint of light flashed in his eyes, extending his hand toward GunGun. "I'm sure. If you want it, you can have it. It's too far away anyway, and am not planning to go there," GunGun said nonchalantly, then directly handed the treasure map to Xing Tian. Xing Tian took the treasure map, examining the route and the introduction about the divine war axe in the upper right corner, which stated that while the divine war axe was a weapon, it was not a treasure. However, it was incredibly powerful, capable of splitting mountains and cutting seas, and only true heroes could wield it. "Am I not a true hero?" Xing Tian thought to himself, and then his heart began to race. He didn't ask GunGun where it got the treasure map or whether it was real. Instead, he clasped his hands and thanked it, saying, "Thank you, Brother GunGun. Once I obtain this war axe, I will return with spiritual fruits and spiritual wine for us to drink together." Spiritual fruits. Hearing this word, GunGun, who had been sleepy, perked up a bit, and a human-like expression of pain appeared on its face as it weakly said, "Thank you, Great Witch. To be honest, I encountered the Demon Emperor with Houtu today and got injured. I need ginseng fruits, Huangzhong Li, or the Nineth Sandy-year-old Ren water peach to heal. If you can help me." "Brother GunGun, I have something to attend to. Please excuse me. When the ancestral witches come out, could you please relay a message to them? Just tell them that I have completed the task they assigned. Farewell." Seeing GunGun's exaggerated expression and hearing its outrageous words, Xing Tian's face twitched. Before GunGun could finish speaking, he hurriedly said to it. Having said that, he quickly turned and left. Ginseng fruits, Huangzhong Li, and Nineth Sandy-year-old Ren water peaches. This guy really knows how to ask for things. Injured. The lazy, sleepy demeanor you had just now didn't look like someone who was injured at all. Do you think him Houtu that easily fooled? Xing Tian thought to himself. Watching his retreating figure, GunGun was confused. What just happened? He took my treasure map and didn't even give me a chance to finish my sentence. Sai, you are so inconsiderate. No wonder you'll end up losing your head someday. GunGun shook its head, lamenting inwardly. Then it didn't chase after Xing Tian, but instead thudded its head back onto the ground, its paws resting on its big belly, scratching it, and peacefully fell asleep. If it doesn't help, it doesn't help. One day GunGun the Great will surely feast on those 3 types of fruits. Meanwhile, inside the Panga Hall, the ancestral witches had reached a conclusion regarding the matter of Dong Huang Tai seizing AOU from Houtu. that is, Tai's actions were either to subdue Aou or to use Aou to subjugate the dragon clan, or perhaps he wanted both. If Tai truly achieved this ambition, the strength of the demon clan would significantly increase, which would not bode well for their witch clan. Thus, they needed to prepare early, for instance, by forming alliances with other races or preemptively attacking the demon clan. As the discussion progressed, Houtu suddenly thought of something and asked Zhu Juin, "Sixth brother, you are the time ancestral witch. Can you see if Aou will join the demon clan in the future?" Upon hearing my little sister's question, a glint of red light flashed in Zhu Jian's eyes as he gazed into the river of time. After a moment, his eyes returned to normal, shaking his head as he said, "Aou, you possesses a supreme fate that is not inferior to that of the ancestral dragon. I cannot see his future." "Then did you see Tai appearing within the vicinity of Mount Buzhou when you were browsing the river of time earlier?" Houtu continued to ask. "No, if I had known he would come, I would have set an ambush for him long ago. How could I let him leave safely?" "Little sister, why do you ask this?" Zhu Juin questioned Houtu. "I just asked casually, thinking that if we could predict the movements of the demon clan in advance, we could take the initiative against them," Houtu replied. Upon hearing her say this, the ancestral witches nodded in agreement and turned their gazes towards Zhu Juin, questioning how he, as the time ancestral, which could see nothing at all. "Hurry up and exert yourself to see something useful." Under the collective gaze of his brothers and sisters, Zhu Juin felt an immense pressure. It is true that Zhu Juin is the ancestor of time, but he cannot see every future scene. He can foresee some minor movements of the demon race, but those events hold no significance. As for Emperor Jun Tai and the 10 great demon saints, they all possess noble destinies at the quasi-saint level, making it quite a challenge to glimpse their futures. Moreover, the demon race has the chaos bell to suppress fate, which can distort the time and space of the myriad heavens, reflecting all divine weapons and magic. Thus, the time laws he masters have their effectiveness greatly reduced against the demon race. Thinking of this, Zhu Jiuyin, under the gaze of his brothers and sisters, displayed a hint of grievance on his face. It wasn't that he wasn't trying hard, but it was truly beyond his capability. Seeing this expression, the other ancestors understood his message and sighed in unison, except for Houtu, whose eyes twinkled with a glimmer of light, her thoughts unknown. Ding. The host is currently sleeping like a salted fish, gaining 1 salted fish point. Ding. The host is sunbathing like a salted fish, gaining 1 mana. Ding. While the host was sleeping, he subconsciously pulled out a green bamboo, munching on it, while dozing, gaining 3 salted fish points and 1 physical strength. Outside the Pango Hall, the giant creature, unaware of what the ancestors were discussing, was sleeping soundly, and when it was particularly comfortable, it pulled out a green bamboo from its little world, eating, while sleeping, feeling utterly content. After an unknown period, the ancestors walked out of the Pango Hall only to find a large chubby bear with black and white fur lying at the entrance, snoring loudly while munching on something. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Di Jiang and the other male ancestors darkened simultaneously, feeling that this clumsy bear was truly a blemish on their witch clan's reputation. However, Xianming raised a jade hand to lightly cover her red lips, teasing Houtu beside her. "Little sister, your battle pet is truly adorable, quite charming." Houtu looked at the bear lying on the ground and calmly replied to Xianming, "GunGun is just a bit lazy during his free time. When it comes to battle, his ferocity is no less than that of our witch clan's warriors." Hearing this, Xianming chuckled, not refuting her. The expressions of Di Jiang and the other male ancestors also improved slightly. Indeed, while the iron-eating beast may appear clumsy and easy to bully, its combat strength is quite formidable during battles, especially since this particular one is the first iron-eating beast in the world with a cultivation level that has reached the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Even some great witches are not its match, but the problem is that during peaceful times, is it really just a bit lazy? With this gluttonous lifestyle of eating and sleeping, one might think it's a pig. Thinking of this, Di Jiang could not help but say to Houtu, "Little sister, this battle pet of yours really needs proper management. It can't continue like this. Although its cultivation as a Great Luo Golden Immortal is not weak, if it remains this lazy, its path will likely come to a halt." Houtu nodded and replied, "Yes, big brother." Satisfied with his little sister's attitude, Di Jiang continued to address the other ancestors. "Everyone, you can all go about your own matters now." After the elder brothers and sisters left, Houtu strode over to GunGun's side, squatted down, and gently rubbed its belly, asking, "Are you comfortable? Apply a bit more force." GunGun swallowed the last piece of bamboo in its mouth, eyes closed, but unexpectedly smack. Houtu suddenly changed her caress to a slap, hitting its big belly, waking it up. Then she said sternly, "Have you slept enough? I told you to wait for me here, and this is how you wait. Sleeping." GunGun blinked, looking at Houtu, confusion revealed in its dark circles. "Now, are you even managing my sleep?" The heart's voice of GunGun echoed in Houtu's ears. Upon hearing this voice, Houtu gradually withdrew her fierce expression, trying to soften her demeanor. Although GunGun still found her cold and fierce, she said, "GunGun Tai, he has already taken AOU. If AOU allies with the demon race, or the demon race uses him to subdue the dragon clan, our witch clan's position will be perilous. At this moment, you should focus more on cultivation rather than sleeping. The higher your cultivation, the safer you will be when the great battle arrives. I may not be able to protect you, understand?" Hearing Houtu's words, the confusion in GunGun's eyes disappeared. It shook its head to regain some spirit and sat up, saying earnestly, "I understand, but Ancestor, I can also become stronger by sleeping. The speed at which I cultivate while awake might not even match how quickly I get stronger while lying down. I have been your battle pet for over 100,000 years, and it took me only this bit of time to go from a golden immortal to a great Luo golden immortal. I believe my speed is not slow. Plus, as long as you don't ride me into battle against those demon saints, or even against the demon gods, I think my safety should be guaranteed. If I weren't afraid of you hitting me, I would say let me stay behind at Buzhou Mountain to guard the place instead." The corners of Houtu's eyes twitched slightly, and she took a deep breath before asking the chubby bear in front of her, "If you want fight the demon saints, or even the demon gods, what level of enemies do you want me to ride you against in the next battle between witches and demons?" "Tai golden immortals and golden immortals," GunGun answered without hesitation. Smack! Houtu slapped its rear, stood up looking down at it, her chest rising and falling with anger, and said, "Can't you have a bit of courage? Being cautious with your life isn't meant to be like this. I am a dignified ancestor, and you are at least a great Luo golden immortal. You want me to ride you to face a group of Tai golden immortals and golden immortals? Isn't that a guaranteed victory?" GunGun rubbed its sore rear, lowering its head and speaking pitifully. You. Seeing that Houtu seemed truly angry, GunGun panicked, quickly turned and scampered away at an unimaginable speed. Midrun, it suddenly remembered something and called back, "Ancestor, just now Xing Tian the Great Witch came by saying that he has completed the tasks you assigned him. I have to go now." Houtu, hearing GunGun's call and watching it run far away, closed her eyes and gently stroked her chest, thinking to herself, "Don't be angry, don't be angry. This guy, aside from being lazy, is actually quite good in other respects." After a moment of self-comfort, Houtu suddenly opened her eyes, reached towards the direction GunGun fled, and instantly the space where GunGun was located twisted and turned, and the next second it fell into a beige spatial tunnel, disappearing from its original spot. Suddenly the space shook violently, and in an instant everything spun and twirled. Rolling, startled, let out a cry as he was pulled into a space tunnel surrounded by flowing beige divine light, struggling in vain. After an unknown amount of time, the space solidified, and Rolling found himself on all fours, disoriented in a pitch-black forest. After a few seconds, he shook his head vigorously and looked around, and upon seeing the surroundings, confusion enveloped him. The ground beneath him was not the normal red, but a gloomy gray. Above, a sense of resentment shrouded the sky, and countless demonic souls howled past. Further away, the forest had transformed into a ghostly realm filled with numerous ghostly shadows. Rolling blinked his eyes, a black and white glimmer flashing in his gaze, and he realized he was in the Little Yu Mountain of the South Sea. What is happening? Why did Houtu bring him here? Just as Rolling was puzzled, a flash of divine light appeared beside him, revealing the graceful figure of Houtu. Houtu clasped her hands in front of her, gazing into the distance, and said to Rolling, "This is Little Yu Mountain. In the past, a great battle occurred here between the Wu and the Yao. My Wu tribe lacks primordial spirits, and those who fell are completely lost. The Yao, having primordial spirits, saw many powerful beings reincarnate, but some golden immortals, and even Tai golden immortals, had their primordial spirits eroded by the resentment, here losing their minds and remaining to reproduce. After over 100,000 years, they have formed their own clan known as the Ghost Clan, frequently attacking our Wu tribe settlements along the South Sea coast. Rolling, what do you think we should do in this situation?" Hearing Houtu's question, Rolling lifted his head and glanced at her, hesitating. Transcend. He had expected Rolling to say kill or suppress, but was surprised to hear a term he had never heard before. Houtu was taken aback, lowering her head, a trace of confusion flashing in her eyes. What did transcend mean? I forgot that this term hasn't appeared yet. It should be called purification. No, that's not right. Purification refers to cleansing resentment. From her tone, it seemed she wanted to destroy them. Noticing that Houtu's gaze towards him was somewhat off, Rolling quickly reacted and thought to himself, then hurriedly gestured, "Master Ancestor, I mean to eliminate them at super speed, and then purify the resentment here, allowing Little Yu Mountain to pass through these dark times and restore harmony." Hearing Rolling's heartfelt response, and now this Houtu found it amusing. She had not paid much attention before, or perhaps even if she noticed something strange about him, she didn't mind. Now it seemed that her Rolling was indeed quite mysterious. This term hasn't appeared yet, which means it will appear in the future. How does he know this? Could it be that he has mastered a higher level of time laws than sixth brother? Houtu speculated in her heart. Then waving her hand, she continued, just say what you mean clearly without inventing strange new terms. Yes, Master Ancestor. Rolling lowered his large head obediently. I'm good, you go do it now. Houtu nodded in satisfaction at Rolling's sudden obedience and instructed him, all right, you go. Okay, Master Ancestor, Rolling replied instinctively, then moved forward. After taking a few steps, Rolling suddenly stopped, blinked, and turned back looking at Houtu with a confused expression. What do I go do? What am I supposed to do? Exterminate the demonic souls. Purify the resentment. No, wait, I'm a lazy bear, not one of those protagonists who love to sweat in fantasy adventures. Seeing Rolling suddenly stop and turn back with a bewildered look, Houtu couldn't help but smile slightly, explaining, Big Brother said to take good care of you and not let you be so lazy. Since you mentioned you could handle the Tai Golden Immortals and Golden Immortals easily, then handling the Ghost Clan evolved from the Yao's primordial spirits in Little U Mountain will be up to you. Rolling, you can definitely handle it well and not let me down, right? What the heck? I'm a ferocious beast, neither a ghost envoy nor a bodhisattva. I don't have the skills to catch ghosts or purify resentment. Ghost envoy, bodhisattva, what are those? After hearing Rolling's thoughts, Houtu remained composed while feeling puzzled. Besides, when have I been lazy? I just get drowsy easily. I, Rolling the Great, a dignified Deluo Golden Immortal, don't I have the right to sleep a little longer? Houtu, you're really being too much from getting angry. Angry. Hearing Rolling's latest thought, Houtu raised an eyebrow without showing any emotion. Then with a wave of her hand, a baby-like fruit filled with rich spiritual energy appeared in her hand, shaking it at Rolling. Seeing the fruit, Rolling, who was about to throw a tantrum and roll on the ground to avoid doing anything, suddenly widened his eyes, and a strong light burst forth from his bare eyes. He swallowed hard and asked Houtu, Master Ancestor, what is this? Just as you think, it's the ginseng fruit from the great immortal Jin Yuan. He gifted it to me when I visited him some time ago. I was just thinking that if you perform well and satisfy me, I would give you this fruit. But now it seems you are too lazy, not even willing to eat the ginseng fruit. In that case, I guess I'll just have to eat it myself, Houtu said with a smile, then opened her mouth, pretending to bring the ginseng fruit to her mouth. Seeing this scene, Rolling panicked and immediately turned back, rushing toward Houtu with a speed that was hard to capture with the naked eye. He then hugged her thigh and looked up at her with pitiful eyes, saying, please, please give it to me. Rolling has never eaten ginseng fruit before. Master Ancestor, please. Oh. Not minding Rolling hugging her leg, Houtu's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement as she looked down, raising an eyebrow, and asked him with a feigned look of confusion, what are you doing? When I ask you to work, you get lazy, but when it comes to spiritual fruits, you're not too lazy to eat. Do you want the ginseng fruit? Before Rolling could finish his sentence, Houtu interrupted him with a direct question. Yes, Rolling replied without hesitation, rubbing his fluffy head against Houtu's thigh to show closeness. Then what about these ghosts in Little U Mountain? Rolling hesitated, turning to look at the ghostly realm and the shadows within, then glancing back at the ginseng fruit in Houtu's hand. Finally, despite being lazy, he felt an unusual motivation when it came to food. He made up his mind and said pitifully to Houtu, just leave it all to me. I will definitely handle it well. Hearing the answer she had hoped for, Houtu squatted down, handed the ginseng fruit to Rolling, and gently patted his head, a smile appearing on her beautiful face as she said, now, that's a good child. Oh, and don't forget about the pure blood I gave you. You must hurry to refine it. Earlier, I mentioned that 500 years from now, I would lead my tribe to attack the demon clan. Now that Tai has taken Aoyue, if the demon clan seizes this opportunity to recruit the dragon clan, then the timing for our battle will be advanced. You need to prepare early, understand? After praising GunGun, Houtu suddenly thought of something and reminded him. Yes, Ancestor, which I understand. Taking the legendary ginseng fruit that he had never eaten before, GunGun stared at it with bright eyes, casually responding as if he didn't care much about Houtu's previous words. How could the demon clan recruit the dragon clan? The ancestor dragon established the 4 great dragon kings to oversee the dragon clan to prevent them from turning to the demon clan just because Aou was in the hands of the Eastern Emperor Tai. As for the demon clan forcing the dragon clan with military might, isn't that what the witch clan would want to see? The enemy's enemy is a friend. Even if they don't end up mutually destructive, it is always a good thing for the witch clan when their enemies go to war with other races, whether to take the opportunity to attack the demon court or do something else. Hearing GunGun's thoughts, Houtu nodded, agreeing with him, as she had also believed the same when discussing it with her brothers and sisters in the Panga Hall. GunGun, as long as you understand, I'll take my leave now. 500 years later, I will come to fetch you. By then, I hope the witch clan's young men stationed on the southern coast will no longer be attacked by these demon souls, and you will have refined the pure blood of the ancestor which within you. Do you understand? I understand. With that, GunGun brought the ginseng fruit to his mouth and began to chew furiously, his bare body shaking, fur bristling, and an expression of immense satisfaction on his face. No wonder it's a ginseng fruit. This taste is sweet. This feeling is delightful. Seeing the big bear's demeanor and hearing its thoughts, Houtu felt a bit worried. Did it really understand? However, she did not voice this concern as she was not truly leaving, but would hide in the shadows, carefully observing how her GunGun would deal with these demon souls and whether it would really act as violently as it had just claimed exterminating them. Would it honestly refine the pure blood she gave it? And how did it know that the Eastern Emperor Tai would arrive at Buzhou Mountain at that time and rescue Aou? Houtu wanted to make sense of these matters. Gradually, her figure became transparent and disappeared, leaving behind the reminder for GunGun, after you finish eating, hurry up and get to work. Still chewing on the ginseng fruit, GunGun nodded and took another bite of the fruit. After a few seconds, GunGun finished the ginseng fruit, rubbed its big belly, feeling a bit of a surge of spiritual energy within, but it was fine. With its devouring ability, it would feel normal again in no time. Next, it closed its eyes, savoring the lingering taste in its mouth, and this savoring lasted for more than half an hour. After finishing, GunGun turned its gaze toward the distant ghostly realm and the many ghostly figures inside. Let me deal with them. Without the underworld and reincarnation tunnels, how should I handle this? I can't just truly scare them all into oblivion, can I? That would just load me with a lot of karma. Having enjoyed the ginseng fruit, GunGun felt a bit troubled as it was time to get to work. Scratching its head, it suddenly sat cross-legged on the ground, starting to ponder deeply. As a bear who keeps promises, having eaten the ginseng fruit from Houtu, it must find a way to completely eliminate the ghost clan in this small Yushan, but what method could it possibly use? For a moment, GunGun regretted not thinking of a good idea earlier. If it had known, it should have held back and not agreed to such a troublesome request for the sake of the ginseng fruit. Ghosts, the spirits of the deceased, since there is no underworld after being tainted by resentment, they have gained new intelligence, or their past intelligence has been obscured. I could first purify the resentment, and then, if that doesn't work, they are demon souls, and if I help them awaken, they will attack the witch clan even more vigorously. I need to think of another way. Unbeknownst to it, GunGun had crossed its arms, frowning deeper and deeper. It was a bear that disliked thinking, and now being forced to ponder so hard was indeed a challenge for it. In the void, Houtu sat cross-legged, listening to GunGun's thoughts. She raised an eyebrow, realizing her confusion was growing more and more. What are the underworld and reincarnation tunnels? GunGun, if your primordial spirit isn't insane and you haven't mastered the laws of time, then knowing so many strange and wonderful things makes you a truly mysterious existence in the primordial world, ha? Houtu chuckled softly, thinking to herself. Then she continued to observe GunGun. A few minutes later, her expression changed, becoming exceptionally grim as she noticed that this dead fat bear had actually fallen asleep again, in the small Yushan amidst the forest. After pondering for 2 to 3 minutes with too many brain cells lost, GunGun finally couldn't hold on any longer, sitting cross-legged on the ground, head drooping, and once again fell into a deep slumber. Whoosh! Above its head, the demon souls that had whizzed by before, sensing the overwhelming vitality emanating from GunGun, had not dared to approach. Now, seeing it asleep with snoring sounds echoing, they all started to come alive with ideas. After observing for half a day, seeing that GunGun was sleeping particularly soundly, lying down and drooling, finally, a strange-shaped soul with tiger head and dragon claws, possessing the cultivation level of a Tai golden immortal, flew down from the sky toward GunGun. Looking at the relatively large lazy bear before her, she swallowed hard, then raised both hands, taking steps towards GunGun, and then her claws elongated as she fiercely scratched at GunGun's belly. Bang! Suddenly, GunGun raised its right leg, resting it on its left leg. In that instant, its bare paw just kicked the ghost claw, reaching for its belly, and then, in an instant, the demon soul transformed into a beam of light, soaring into the sky, its scream flashing past. This scene terrified the other demon souls who had been itching to move. One kick sent a Tai golden immortal ghost flying. What kind of bear is this? Ding detected that the host is too lazy to wake up even when attacked again, showcasing its lazy character, laziness level 50, primordial spirit strength 1. I got it. Due to being previously muted, GunGun did not hear the system's voice. However, not long after the system's voice faded, it suddenly twitched its eyelashes, opened its eyes wide, sat up, abruptly clenched its right fist, and pounded it against its open left paw, shaking its head excitedly, saying, I figured out how to deal with these demon souls. To think of such a method, I, GunGun, am truly a prodigy. Houtu secretly watching it sleep for half a day. A prodigy of the heavens. Indeed, in just one day you've woken and slept 3 times. Isn't that a wonder? In the void, feeling like a fool watching a bear sleep soundly for half a day, Houtu thought blankly. Meanwhile, on the other side, GunGun woke up with a start, shook its head vigorously to clear its mind, and then with a powerful push of its hindquarters, it leaped off the ground. With a loud thud, its 2 bare paws landed on the ground, and it surprisingly stood up. Then it retrieved a massive black cauldron from its private world. This cauldron named Shieling Ding was a limited-time special item it had purchased from the system 40 or 50,000 years ago. It was classified as a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, and its sole purpose was to wash away the memories of living beings it had absorbed, transforming their magical powers and restoring their primordial souls to their original 3 souls and 7 spirits. I cannot allow myself to be stained by karma. There is no underworld in this world now. I shall perform the duties of the underworld myself, as there are only the souls of demons on one island, and the workload should not be too much. GunGun thought to itself. Then it raised its strong bare arms and shouted at the Shieling Ding before it opened. Boom. Instantly, a dark beam of light shot out from the cauldron's mouth, soaring into the sky and dispersing the resentment lingering in the heavens. GunGun danced around the Shieling Ding, waving its arms, as if performing a divine ritual, simultaneously muttering something. A few moments later, an astonishing scene unfolded, shocking Houtu in the void. The resentment throughout the entire Xiaoyu mountain, along with the souls of the demons within, rushed toward the massive cauldron in front of GunGun at an incredible speed. Wait, they are being sucked in. What terrifying suction. When did GunGun acquire such a treasure? I've never seen it use this before. Houtu's pupils constricted, astonished. No matter how surprised she was, the events unfolding in Xiaoyu mountain continued. GunGun, using its mid-stage de Luo Jin Xian magic power to activate the Shieling Ding, was crazily absorbing the resentment and demon souls here. As for the resentment, the Shieling Ding could only store it. It needed to think of another way to purify it. However, it could directly affect the demon souls. The number of demon souls being absorbed increased rapidly. The sight of them crowding together and surging into the cauldron looked terrifying. But who was GunGun? It was the first iron-eating beast of the heavens and earth, capable of defeating great shamans and trampling demon gods. Having lived for over 100,000 years in this primordial realm, would it be afraid of this scene? How, what a joke. It couldn't be bothered to be afraid. That damned fat bear. I will kill you. No. Many demon souls about to enter the Shieling Ding howled, their cries incredibly piercing. GunGun ignored their screams and continued with its business. After roughly 2 or 3 tea breaks, the resentment and demon souls that had lingered here for over 100,000 years were completely cleared out by GunGun. It could no longer sense any demon souls remaining here. However, the matter was far from over. GunGun halted its divine ritual, its spellcasting, and pointed with its finger at the cauldron's mouth. Instantly, the mouth of the cauldron descended, covering the Shieling Ding. Then GunGun sat down again, with black and white glowing spheres appearing in each hand, gently gesturing as if to perform some action. In an instant, a layer of soft light blossomed on the surface of the Shieling Ding, and the demon souls inside began to have their memories washed away, their magical powers transformed, reverting to their original 3 souls and 7 spirits. In the void, noticing GunGun's actions and sensing that something was occurring within the cauldron, Houtu frowned slightly and thought, no extermination, yet such a grand display. GunGun, what exactly are you planning? With doubts in her mind, Houtu patiently continued to observe. Absorbing living beings is easy, thus it requires little time. However, the subsequent process cannot be completed in an instant, as the number of these demon souls is simply too vast. Therefore, GunGun would need to spend a relatively long time to finish this task. Seasons changed unnoticed, and before one knew it, 90 years had passed. On this day, under the blazing sun, GunGun had a shade set up over its head, holding a popsicle in one hand, using it to cool off, while with the other hand it outputted magical power, manipulating the Shieling Ding and dealing with the demon souls within. It didn't originally need to take this long, but it occasionally took naps, sometimes longer ones, and when it felt like it would jump into the sea to catch a few fish to roast and eat, or climb trees to taste some local fruits. All these various activities required time, thus it had dragged on to the present. The last one. With a popsicle in its mouth, GunGun sensed that only the last demon soul remained in the Shieling Ding. It then increased the output of its magical power, and within a few breaths it scattered its memories and magical powers, restoring its primordial soul to the original 3 souls and 7 spirits. After completing these tasks, GunGun lowered its raised arm, and with a loud thud it lay back on the ground, limbs spread wide, exclaiming, I'm so tired. Finally finished cleansing the spirits. I, GunGun, have worked so hard all these years just for a ginseng fruit. Sigh feels like such a loss. Having stayed in the void for 90 years, GunGun lay there for a while, eating its popsicle and enjoying the breeze. After a few hours, having rested enough, it sat up, calculated with its fingers, and checked which areas had living beings about to give birth so it could deliver some to them. The Dragon Clan. Forget it, too close to them isn't good. The Phoenix Clan, no way. If Kunpeng finds out I'm dead. The Demon Clan won't do either. Their offspring would still be demons and would be adversarial to the Witch Clan. I'm not that kind of fool riding on Kaya's back. How could I endanger Houtu? Wait, the Rugu Rabbit Clan. Suddenly GunGun's finger stopped moving. It blinked and began to activate its clever brain, Rugu rabbits are among the lower-tier beings in the primordial world with low qualifications. Even the demon clan is unwilling to accept them. However, they have a strong reproductive capacity. Female rabbits can give birth over 30 times a year, each time producing hundreds of offspring. Now, many female Rugu rabbits are about to give birth. Although their numbers don't yet reach those of the demon souls, they have more than half. These demon souls carry a lot of karma, and reincarnating as lower-tier beings aligns with the underworld's rules. Yes, let's send them there. With that thought, GunGun dawdled for a moment, then the colossal bear body stood up from the ground. With a wave of its hand, it stored away the shielding ding, and then a flash of white light appeared in its hand, transforming into another popsicle. A cloud of auspiciousness sprouted beneath its feet, carrying it southward to the residence of the Rugu rabbit clan. In the void, gazing at the plump figure soaring southward, Houtu narrowed her eyes slightly, a deep glimmer passing through her gaze. Moments ago, the heart's voice of the figure had fully reached her ears, thus, she understood what it intended to do now. It wanted to inject the 3 souls and 7 spirits of the demon race into the pregnant mother rabbit of the Rugu rabbit clan, allowing them to be reborn. Erasing the memories of the demon souls, dissolving their magical powers, restoring the primordial 3 souls and 7 spirits, and then allowing them to reincarnate into a weaker race. Is this your method of handling it, Rolling? Houtu spoke softly, her lips parting slightly. After speaking, she glanced down at the small Sioux mountain, which had become bright after absorbing all the resentment into the spirit-washing cauldron. She furrowed her brows slightly, and then raised her arm, waving her sleeve. Buzz! Instantly, a vast amount of spiritual energy surged from all corners of the primordial world into the small Sioux mountain, quickly nourishing those spiritual plants that had not grown for years due to resentment. Before long, the place was restored to its vibrant and rich aura from over 100,000 years ago. Seeing this, Houtu nodded in satisfaction, and then walked through the void, chasing after Rolling. The primordial world was vast, far greater than an ordinary star or a universe beyond comparison. Except for saints who could traverse it with a single thought, other beings, even a Deluo golden immortal like Rolling, would not necessarily reach a place in an instant. Of course, some Deluo golden immortals or quasi-saints who mastered special laws could achieve this, but Rolling mastered the law of silence, which had no effect on traveling. Thus, it took half an hour to reach the dwelling of the Rugu rabbit clan. Using an invisibility technique to make itself unseen, Rolling descended from the air. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, causing the ground to tremble a few times, startling the Rugu rabbits resting on the grassland, making them tremble in fear. Rolling shook its head, feeling a bit awkward. However, looking at the densely populated Rugu rabbits on the grassland, its thoughts were soon replaced by another matter. It began to consider whether it should catch a few rabbits to roast, and besides, the spicy rabbit head was said to be quite delicious. Thinking this, Rolling calculated with its fingers and got the result. As long as these rabbits were not newborns, they had a connection to its appetite and could be eaten. Thus, a joyful expression suddenly appeared on its chubby face. It wiped the drool from the corner of its mouth and then began to attend to business. It took out the spirit-washing cauldron, also rendered it invisible, and then began to release the 3 souls and 7 spirits into the Rugu rabbit clan so that they could have plentiful offspring. As it tossed and tossed, for some reason, Rolling was unusually diligent in throwing the 3 souls and 7 spirits, not feeling tired at all. In fact, it found this task quite interesting. Thus, it completed the task suitable for the newborns of the Rugu rabbit clan in just a few moments of tea time. During this time, many mother rabbits on the grassland successfully gave birth to litters of little rabbits. With so many mother rabbits giving birth at nearly the same time, it was indeed a rare, joyous occasion for the Rugu rabbit clan, and soon the grassland was bustling with activity. Seeing this scene, the invisible Rolling, with one hand supporting the spirit-washing cauldron, tilted its body slightly and suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment arise within. "I, the great Rolling, assist the rabbits in their birth, no thanks needed." Buzz. While it was pondering this, suddenly the sky over the entire grassland was filled with purple clouds. Colorful rays appeared, and a cloud of merit circled above its head. Seeing this, Rolling, who had looked up at the sky, suddenly felt a bit dazed. What was happening? Merit. Whoosh. The merit cloud descended 70%, entering Rolling's body, and 30% into the spirit-washing cauldron. Since the spirit-washing cauldron is a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, it does not require postnatal merit, otherwise it would become tarnished. Thus, this 30% of merit quickly flew out from it and entered Rolling's body. With all 10 parts of merit entering its body, in an instant, Rolling fell into a daze with many profound truths that it had never understood suddenly flooding into its mind. It blinked, immediately straightened up, and then sat cross-legged, entering a state of enlightenment. As the great Rolling, it could grow stronger, even while lying down, without the need to consciously pursue enlightenment. However, under the assistance of merit, it found it impossible not to comprehend this speed was much faster than ordinary sleep, and it was particularly refreshing. As for where this merit came from at this moment, Rolling had roughly figured it out, but could not be certain. It was too lazy to verify after all. It certainly could not keep doing this kind of thing. As for replacing Houtu and undergoing reincarnation, that was out of the question. Firstly, it did not have that capability. Secondly, sacrificing freedom for that much merit was not a worthwhile trade in any way. Being a creature of great fortune, the iron-eating beast, why would it need so much merit? To eat, perhaps. The best prison meal would not even tempt the great Rolling. On the other side in the void, disregarding Rolling's invisibility technique, Houtu stared wide-eyed at it, which was now enveloped in merit, sitting on the ground in a meditative state. She was surprised about why her Rolling suddenly received merit, but it was merely surprise. What truly mattered to her was that after the appearance of that merit, her not entirely complete primordial spirit suddenly trembled, as if this matter was somehow connected to her, and it wasn't an ordinary connection. It involved her Tao. My Tao. Houtu murmured, her gaze downcast with some fluctuations in her eyes. The witch clan lacked primordial spirits. Even the 12 ancestors of witches did not possess complete primordial spirits. Could she truly attain the great Tao in such a state? She had once pondered this question, but according to Hongjun Daozu, the ancestor witches lacked complete primordial spirits, and thus could not attain the Tao. Therefore she had somewhat resigned herself to this fate, thinking that it would be fine to look after the witch clan and help them become the main characters of the earth, while the attainment of the Tao could be set aside. However, it seemed that she was not without the opportunity to attain the great Tao. That feeling just now was certainly not wrong. Rolling being able to receive merit must have something to do with my Tao. Houtu lifted her head and spoke earnestly. Then she closed her eyes, beginning to recall the things Rolling had done over the years, pondering what the reason was for it to obtain merit. After a long time, Houtu slowly opened her eyes, having come to an understanding. Her eyes narrowed slightly, a brilliant glint flashing through, and she softly muttered to herself, erasing the memories of the fallen demon souls, dissolving their magical powers, restoring them to the primordial 3 souls and 7 spirits, and then injecting them into the belly of the one about to give birth, allowing them to be reborn. This is a cycle, the cycle of the great Tao. Afterward, Houtu felt a sense of confusion. She had understood the concept of reincarnation and speculated that her path might be the great Tao of reincarnation, but she still could not figure out how to attain enlightenment. Could it be like capturing a fallen primordial spirit like GunGun, then using its treasure cauldron to wash its spirit, and sending it far away to a place where a being is about to give birth to reincarnate? No, it's not that simple. This is absolutely not the method to attain the great Tao of reincarnation. At most, it is just related to it. Houtu shook her head and muttered to herself. So how can one attain enlightenment? Suddenly, Houtu felt a slight headache. It was so hard to think. As day rose and fell, time flowed. 3 years later, on the soft-bone prairie, a tremendous aura erupted from GunGun, stirring the winds and clouds of heaven and earth. In the void, Houtu, who was still pondering the method of attaining enlightenment, saw this scene and immediately waved her hand to shield the aura lest it disturb the demon clan. Quiet, quiet, quiet. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, GunGun opened its mouth and continuously chanted this word. With each utterance, the Tao rhythm around its body increased by 1 degree. Finally, it suddenly opened its eyes, sparkling like stars, raised its head, and shouted to the heavens, "Silence!" Then bang! It closed its eyes again, and the whole bear fell backward, lying on the ground, snoring soundly. Through these 3 years of passive enlightenment, aided by merits, although GunGun was still at the midstage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, its understanding of the law of silence had deepened. Consequently, it had also become lazier. After all, it was perhaps because of its great laziness that it was able to master the law of silence, wanting to sleep in an absolutely quiet environment. Seeing this big fat bear immediately lie down and snore after attaining enlightenment, Houtu expressed that she no longer knew what to say. On the other side at the demon court, several great Luo demon gods were walking out from the South Heaven Gate together, planning to go to a certain immortal mountain on the primal land to drink. Unexpectedly, a shout suddenly came from below. Silence! Suddenly, the voices of the several demon gods choked. At the same time, the boundless power within them became as stagnant as a dead pool, uncontrollable, as if it had vanished. What the hell was happening? Ding! Just as these demon gods and the guards before the South Heaven Gate were shocked and even panicked, a bell rang again from within the South Heaven Gate. The next moment, the several demon gods and these demon soldiers all recovered, able to speak again, and their powers could be mobilized. Immediately, they all breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, and bowed in respect toward the interior of the South Gate, saying in unison, "Thank you, East Emperor." In the East Emperor Palace, Tai, he stood with his hands behind his back on the jade steps, surrounded by endless starlight, accompanied by a young man, wearing purple divine armor, with a pair of dragon horns on his forehead, fair skin, and handsome features. "The law of silence, Houtu, you have indeed found an excellent battle pet," Tai said lightly. Although Houtu's speed in shielding GunGun's aura was quick, it was still noticed by Tai. However, this did not make him feel tense. A great Luo Golden Immortal who mastered the law was still just a great Luo Golden Immortal. Such power could not affect the outcome of the Wu and Yao conflict, nor was it a match for him. Moreover, Tai glanced at Aou beside him, and a fleeting smile appeared on his indifferent face. Now he also had a guardian whose foundation and fate were at the pinnacle of the primal realm, which was definitely superior to that iron-eating beast. Therefore, he had no need to feel nervous or even jealous. However, that iron-eating beast was indeed impressive with deep fortune, decent cultivation, and an adorable appearance. If it could, Tai suddenly thought of something, lowered his gaze, stood still in contemplation for a while, then turned to Aou and said, Aou, the way you interacted with that iron-eating beast 100 years ago, what do you think of it as a bear? Under Tai's treatment, the injuries caused by Kunpeng had now fully healed. To repay Tai for saving him, Aou voluntarily joined the demon clan and took the title Great Sun Heavenly Dragon. Upon hearing Tai's question, he subconsciously recalled that adorable chubby face. Then he slightly bowed his head to Tai and replied, It likes to scare people and take small advantages, but it is very kind. Kind. Houtu, who was fierce and did not blink while slaughtering my demon clan sons, has a battle pet that can be evaluated as kind. How interesting. Aou, I have a task to assign to you. Tai smiled and said to Aou, Please, your majesty, command me. Aou immediately knelt on one knee, speaking to Tai with utmost respect. Get up. I have said you are my guardian, not a mount. There is no need for such restraints. In the entire demon clan, you need not kneel to anyone, including me and my elder brother. Tai helped Aou up, patted his shoulder, and said to him. Although his voice still carried a sense of authority, it was softer compared to how he usually interacted with other demon gods and demon saints. Yes, your majesty, Aou said with his head lowered, still wearing a respectful expression. I want you to go to the Softbone Prairie on my behalf to visit that iron-eating beast and see if you can persuade it to leave the Wu clan and join the Heavenly Court. I once promised that as long as it agrees to come, I will grant it a position as a demon god. This promise still stands. Moreover, if it is willing to become my mount, I will bestow this jade light dual instrument lamp upon it. Saying this, Tai waved his sleeve, and a jade lamp about 2 feet tall appeared beside him and Aou. The jade light dual instrument lamp. Your majesty, this is a congenital spiritual treasure. Upon hearing Tai's words and seeing the lamp, he took out. Aou was startled and said incredulously, It's fine. Although the jade light dual instrument lamp is good, it can only serve as illumination for me. If it can become my mount, wouldn't this lamp still remain in the demon clan? Moreover, there would also be an additional great Luo Golden Immortal. Tai raised a hand to interrupt Aou's words and said to him. Hearing Tai say this, Aou suddenly understood, silently nodded, then slightly moved his arm to place the jade light dual instrument lamp into his sleeve pocket. He took a step back and bowed to Tai, saying, Yes, your majesty, I will handle it right away. Don't forget to bring some spiritual fruits before you set off. That bear likes to eat this. Didn't it help you heal back then? My demon clan sons repay enmity and do not forget kindness, Tai reminded Aou. I understand, your majesty. Go and be careful on the way. In the vast wilderness on the Gentle Bone grassland. The Gentle Bone rabbit clan, which has lived here for generations, was immersed in joy today as many mother rabbits successfully gave birth to a large number of little rabbits. However, suddenly the sky was filled with purple clouds and colorful auspicious lights appeared one after another, leaving this weak race utterly bewildered. Then the auspicious clouds descended towards a nearby uninhabited spot. The purple clouds and colorful lights vanished, followed by a loud bang that shook the ground, and a series of moderate snoring sounds emanated from that location. This bizarre scene filled them with terror, fearing that danger might soon befall them. In fact, the Gentlebone Rabbit clan has survived in this perilous wilderness for so long, even managing to retain a piece of grassland as their territory, largely due to their remarkable breeding capabilities and the excellent quality of their meat. Thus, many powerful factions allow them to live here and even actively protect them, only occasionally coming to take away a batch of rabbits as food. Indeed, they are raised as food and they are aware of this fact, but they have no choice, so life must go on. Now, being not very knowledgeable about cultivation and having a short lifespan, they had never even heard of what the strange phenomena represented. Upon hearing the snoring sound from not far ahead, they looked at each other, too afraid to approach. However, they couldn't just leave it unattended, or after all, this was in their territory. Amidst this dilemma and hesitation, finally a figure emerged from the rabbit group. A girl transformed into a half-innate Dao body who appeared mostly human but retained the erect ears of a rabbit. Her name was Baiyu. A century ago, by chance, she consumed a brilliant golden carrot, greatly enhancing her powers and becoming a mystic immortal, which allowed her to take on this form. She was also the strongest in the Gentle Bone Rabbit clan. They'll go take a look. You all stay back. Yu said to the surrounding clansmen. Upon hearing her words, the nearby rabbits immediately turned and hopped away, making way for her. It's not that they lacked loyalty, they truly did not dare to approach. Sighed. Seeing this, Yu sighed. She felt no disappointment towards her clansmen. After all, their powers were indeed too low to even ensure their own safety. How could they investigate an unknown situation? Yet she still felt sorrow for the gentle bone rabbit clan. Why were other races so powerful while they could only serve as the food for various factions? Yu was unwilling to accept this, but she lacked the ability to change it. The strength of a mystic immortal was indeed considered decent among ordinary races in the wilderness, but in the eyes of those powerful factions it was nothing to speak of. Taking a deep breath to clear her mind of such thoughts, Yu looked towards the source of the mysterious snoring, clenched her fists, and stepped forward, walking towards it. With each step she took, her heart trembled uncontrollably. Yes, she was also afraid of death. But she ultimately approached the sleeping figure. Hoo. In a state of invisibility, the large figure named GunGun was lying on the ground, soundly asleep, seemingly unaware that someone had come close to it. Or perhaps it noticed, but did not care. Sleep was paramount, and a little rabbit was inconsequential. Yu could not see GunGun, but she could hear the snoring. She swallowed hard, crouched down, and reached out towards the source of the sound. Moi. Suddenly she felt something round, fluffy, plump, and soft under her hand. What could this be? Yu touched around in other places, and with one touch she found herself on GunGun's large belly. She gently patted it, and discovered it was quite elastic. How strange! What exactly is this? Having touched it several times without any incident, Yu's tension gradually dissipated, filled with curiosity. In the void, Houtu noticed the actions of this little rabbit, but like GunGun, paid no attention to it. After all, it was just a little rabbit, nothing of significance. Soon she closed her eyes again and continued her path of enlightenment. The sun rose in the east and set in the west day after day, and half a month quickly passed. On this day in the grassland, the space rippled, and then a handsome young man wearing purple divine armor with a pair of dragon horns on his forehead and holding a fruit basket stepped out from the space. It was Aou. Following Tai's advice, he had specially prepared some spirit fruits for GunGun before setting off, which delayed him, and thus he arrived only now. As soon as he arrived, he witnessed a surprising sight. Ignoring GunGun's invisibility, he saw the large plump bear lying not far ahead, sprawled out and snoring. This in itself was not unusual, but a group of little rabbits was bouncing on its belly, treating it as a playground, which left Aou somewhat at a loss for words. However, a dignified Deluo golden immortal was actually being played with by a group of freshly born gentlebone rabbits, without showing any anger. This guy certainly had a good temper. Aou thought to himself as he strode towards them. Squeak. Ah. The little gentlebone rabbits playing on GunGun's belly were startled upon seeing Aou, with their gazes lingering on the dragon horns on his forehead, and they quickly cried out and scampered away towards their homes. Some older gentlebone rabbits nearby also witnessed Aou and were equally terrified. A dragon. Even though they had already lost the qualifications to compete for the title of the Heavenly Land's protagonist, in the eyes of these weaker races, they were still super overlords. Did this dragon come here to catch them for a meal? Thinking this, all the gentlebone rabbits, young and old alike, turned and fled, moving at an astonishing speed. Glancing at them, Aou ignored their panic and walked straight to GunGun's side. He waved his hand, making the grass beneath his feet remarkably clean, then sat down properly and set the fruit basket aside. Moi. As soon as the fruit basket was placed on the ground, GunGun, drawn by the aroma, suddenly twitched its nose and emitted a sound that was quite adorable. Seeing this, Aou was taken aback. He turned to look at the fruit basket beside him, then took out a chingyun fruit from it and held it out towards GunGun's mouth. Woo! GunGun caught the scent of the fruit, instantly opened its mouth, slightly lifted its head, bit down on the spirit fruit, and then let its head fall back to the ground, chewing it while keeping its eyes closed. Yes, eating while sleeping. Observing this scene, the corners of Aou's eyes twitched slightly, inexplicably feeling that this plump bear was much happier than he, the dignified Eastern Emperor's protector, the Dragon Clan's eldest son, and the Dragon Prince. Happiness. Indeed, although in the eyes of others he is a prodigy born with unparalleled prestige as the legitimate son of the primordial overlord, the ancestor dragon. Even now, as the Dragon Clan declines, he can still serve as the protector of the emerging Demon Clan, holding a status second only to the Demon Emperor and the Demon Empress. Even the Golden Crow Prince must treat him with deference. But to be honest, Aou has never felt happy in his heart. Looking at the chubby bear before him, munching and dozing off for a moment, Aou wished he could be like it, carefree and simply lying here enjoying a leisurely sleep and a good meal. However, this was merely a thought. His identity dictated that he could not live as freely as the bear. He bore the responsibilities of both the Demon and Dragon Clans. To repay Tai's kindness, he must do everything in his power to help the Demon Clan seize the position of the celestial protagonist. To repay the nurturing grace, he must also find a way to protect the dragon clan. Not to mention restoring its former glory at the very least, he must not let the clan's territory be lost. With these burdens weighing on him, how could he live as joyfully as the bear? Shaking his head, you felt a fleeting sense of melancholy cross his face before he returned to normal, continuing to take spiritual fruits from the fruit basket to feed the chubby bear. Woo! Sensing the aroma, the bear opened its adorable mouth wide, biting down on the spiritual fruit, chewing noisily before swallowing it whole. Meanwhile, the mechanical voice of the system resonated in its mind, though it was all blocked out. Ding! The host remains as steady as a mountain, while facing the approach of a croissant from the opposing camp, lazily sleeping and fully embracing the demeanor of a slacker. Treasure map 1, slacker points 2000. Ding! The host unhesitatingly devours the offerings from the opposing camp's croissant without even thinking twice. Such a slacker is truly extraordinary. Soul strength 3, physical strength 3, slacker points 1000. Ding! The host eats and sleeps, occasionally scratching its belly and scratching an itch. Magic power 1. In the void, having contemplated for so long, she still could not comprehend anything. Huda shook her head, feeling utterly useless. If this continued when she encountered Tai again in the future, would she not be unable to win? Aoyu. While she was troubled, suddenly Huda's expression changed as she noticed the Dragon Clan youth sitting beside the bear. Wasn't that Aoyu whom they had seen a century ago at Bujo Mountain? He was taken away by Tai back then, and now he appears here looking completely healed. Could it be that just as the bear thought, he is allied with the demon clan and become Tai's protector? Houtu wondered in her heart, her brows slowly knitting together, revealing a sense of gravity on her face. Although Aoyu had been defeated by Kunpeng a century ago, and she had defeated Kunpeng, that battle could not truly serve as a basis for judging the strength of the three of them. Aoyu lost because he was ambushed by Kunpeng at the start and was heavily injured, then faced Kunpeng directly while still wounded. In contrast, when she dealt with Kunpeng, the latter's magical power had already been significantly depleted from the battle with Aoyu, and then he was ambushed by the bear, suffering another blow, which made her victory easy. Now Aoyu seemed to be in his prime state, and honestly Huda did not have the confidence to ensure victory if a fight broke out. Thinking this, Houtu pinched a formula with her fingers and began to secretly contact the other ancestral witches. On the other side in the grassland, as Aoyu fed the bear, it opened its mouth to eat. Eventually the bear ate until it was stuffed, and the spiritual energy within it became difficult to digest. So it closed its mouth and sat up, utilizing its swallowing technique to accelerate the refinement of the spiritual energy within. Soon it finished refining, patted its large belly, and a human-like look of satisfaction appeared on its face as it closed its eyes and smiled, saying, "This meal was truly delightful." "Is that so? I'm glad you liked it," Aoyu replied in a calm voice from the side. Upon hearing this voice, the bear opened its eyes and turned to look at Aoyu, showing no surprise, as if it had known all along that he was there feeding it. Its chubby body turned to face him, slightly leaning back with its front paws resting on the ground, maintaining a comfortable position, asking him, "Hey, it's been a few years since we've last met. How come you're here and brought me delicious food?" "Not a few years, but 100 years. Aoyu corrected the bear, then raised the fruit basket in his hand, which still contained some spiritual fruits, and handed it to it, saying, "Back then you helped me heal with the vermilion bird flag and dragon pearl, preventing damage to my origin. Today I've come to repay your kindness. This is my token of gratitude." Oh. Hearing this, the bear sat up a bit straighter, took the fruit basket with its paw, nodding repeatedly, thinking to itself, as expected of one of the rare true gentlemen of the primordial era. Grateful and considerate, truly no falsehood. "I don't have the Huangzhongli ginseng fruit or the 9,000 year Ren water peach you wanted, but these spiritual fruits are all treasures of heaven and earth, very precious, and even in the witch clan they might not be easily found. Consider this a small token of my intentions. If I have the chance in the future, I will find a way to obtain the Ren water peach and send it to you then." As the bear leaned into the fruit basket, you continued speaking to it. "You're very considerate, very considerate. Indeed, there are some fruits here that the bear has never eaten before, even a bamboo shoot from a bitter bamboo. I don't know where he got it from, but in terms of value, that bamboo shoot is certainly no less than a ginseng fruit, and even more fitting for me." The bear liked it a lot, and raised its head, smiling at Aoyu. Looking at the chubby face full of smiles, Aoyu was momentarily stunned, feeling increasingly envious of this bear. He too wanted to smile so happily, but he just couldn't. Delicious, this must be the mandragora fruit, right? It grows in the Blood Sea. I've wanted to eat it for a long time, but the underworld river Taoist is too fierce, and I can't defeat him. How did you manage to pick it?" The bear, unaware of Aoyu's thoughts after refining the previous spiritual energy, couldn't help but start eating again. A paw reached into the fruit basket and pulled out a strangely shaped red fruit, eating it while asking Aoyu, I traded a treasure with him, and he agreed, but after receiving it he went back on his word, so I forcefully took two. Aou casually replied. How you defeated him? No, it was just a few exchanges. I picked it, and left he couldn't hold me back. Impressive. The bear raised its other paw, and gave Aou a thumbs up. Aou did not understand what this gesture meant, but hearing the bear say he was impressive he could guess a bit, so he didn't ask. Once the bear had finished eating that fruit he gathered his thoughts, and said to it, Bear friend, actually am here today, not only to repay kindness, but also. Friend, I have come today not only to repay my gratitude, but also to offer you an opportunity. Aou said to the rolling figure who was about to cast a spell to conjure 2 ice pops to cool off after finishing the mandala fruit. Upon hearing this, the rolling figure paused its actions, looked at Aou, blinked its eyes, and asked in confusion, opportunity. What opportunity? Are you telling me where I can find exquisite spiritual herbs, or perhaps where I can find innate spiritual treasures? This opportunity you offer is still a form of repayment, right? It wouldn't be that someone else asked you to give it to me, would it? The rolling figure thought to itself. Then resuming its actions, a flash of white light appeared, and it transformed the popsicle, stuffing one into its mouth, and handing the other to Aou, saying, Please, I am all ears. What is this? Aou asked as she received the popsicle, glancing at it. It's a popsicle, something I invented, made from the milk of the Taitsong original cow, mixed with a bit of spiritual fruit juice, then frozen. It's delicious, give it a try. With the popsicle in its mouth, the rolling figure said, with a satisfied expression. Taitsong original cow, Aou softly repeated the name, realizing, so it was that mischievous milk thief from Taitsong Prairie back in the day. Then she took a bite of the popsicle, and upon tasting it her pupils suddenly constricted. How is it? The flavor is acceptable, right? The rolling figure asked Aou with a smile. Aou nodded demurely, emitting a nasal sound. All right, what exactly is the opportunity you wish to offer me? At this moment, the rolling figure continued to inquire of Aou. Although it wasn't particularly interested in the opportunity, Aou mentioned it was still a free offer after all. Hearing the rolling figure's question, Aou took the popsicle out of her mouth using her magic to maintain its coolness, and after a moment of silence, she said seriously to the hefty bear in front of her, Friend, the Eastern Emperor wishes to invite you to ascend to the heavens and take up a divine position. The rolling figure was instantly dumbfounded. After a long moment it blinked its eyes and asked Aou, this opportunity you speak of is this? In the void, Houtu was watching Aou intently, fearing that he might harm her war pet. When Aou was feeding the rolling figure earlier, she had not intervened, because she sensed there was no problem with the spiritual fruits. However, now Aou dared to help Tai undermine her position right before her eyes, which instantly angered Houtu. She almost wanted to rush out and confront Aou before the other ancestral witches arrived to let him know whether the true dragon's body was stronger or the ancestral witch's form was mightier. However, at that moment several voices from the rolling figure reached her ears. Please don't joke with me like this. Going to the demon court to be a deity is considered an opportunity. If I had that thought, I would have gone when the demon court was first established. What good would joining the demon court bring? I'm still a child, not even 200,000 years old. I don't want to die, I refuse to go, absolutely refuse. Upon hearing the rolling figure's thoughts, Houtu abruptly halted her movements to rush into the void. Then a slight smile appeared on her delicate face as she nodded. This hefty bear still had a conscience and knew not to betray her. However, what did it mean by not wanting to die? Did it believe that in the battle between the witch and demon clans the final victor would be the witch clan? If that were the case, the future is indeed promising. Houtu thought to herself. Meanwhile, in the outside world on the Rogu Prairie, the rolling figure was internally complaining, but looking at the serious face of Aou in front of him, he didn't know how to refuse this guy. If he said it directly, he would probably turn hostile and might even act against him. The eldest son of the ancestral dragon absorbed half of the ancestral dragon's power at birth. Given his current state, he should have already fused the ancestral dragon's power with his own with Tai's help, and all his past injuries had healed. There was no way he could win in a fight. However, accepting the invitation was absolutely out of the question. Not to mention that he had joined the demon clan, and whether he would fall among the great Luo demon gods in the future, even if he survived the demon clan, had no future. Moreover, there was Houtu. She would certainly not let him off. After all, she was in charge of the underworld, the 18 layers of hell, and various tortures. She could make him experience them all, even countless times. Besides, apart from occasionally being managed and getting spanked, his life beside Houtu was actually quite good. Many people from the witch clan were already familiar with him, so suddenly changing camps would be inappropriate. Yes, friend, is this not an opportunity? At this moment, hearing the rolling figure's question, Aou retorted. Then, genuinely advising him, she said, I used to think that although the demon clan had a big reputation, in reality its strength might not surpass the current dragon clan by much. But after joining the demon clan, I realized that the demon clan is indeed powerful, especially with the Eastern Emperor wielding the Chaos Bell. Do you think any of the ancestral witches can match him? No. The rolling figure replied, a hint of helplessness in its tone. In this time when the saints are absent, the Eastern Emperor Tai is indeed invincible. But this matter does not concern who is stronger between the Eastern Emperor and the ancestral witches. It involves destiny. No matter how powerful the Eastern Emperor is, he cannot defy heaven. And the Demon Emperor, holding the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the river map and Luo book, do you think any of the ancestral witches can match him? No. The rolling figure continued, still with a hint of helplessness in its tone. And what about the Demon Empress? Who do you think is stronger between her and the ancestral witches? In a Unknown, it should be about even. With the 10 great demon saints together, they should have no problem contending against 2 or 3 ancestral witches, right? No. With the help of the Eastern Emperor, I have already fused the power left in me by my father and dealt with the second corpse, the evil corpse. Do you think I can confront one of the ancestral witches? Yes, that is possible. If more than half of the ancestral witches are held up and cannot deploy the 12 capital heavenly god-slaying formation, can the remaining witch clan withstand the stellar array? No. As AOU and the rolling figure's questions and answers echoed, AOU's mood gradually lightened. Even a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, something he didn't even notice. Meanwhile, Houtu, who was spying on everything from the void, had lost the smile that was originally on her face, which was now replaced by a frosty expression. According to the exchanges between these two, the witch clan was hardly a match for the demon clan, and the demon clan could easily annihilate them now. However, although the rolling figure's answers seemed to pose no issues at first glance and aligned with reality, why did she always feel that something was amiss? So, dear rolling friend, if the witch and demon clans were to battle, the ultimate victor would certainly be the demon clan. The Eastern Emperor craves talent and is willing to offer you a position among the demon gods in heaven. Furthermore, he intends to take you as his mount and entrust you with important tasks. He mentioned that if you are willing, this jade lamp of 2 lights will be bestowed upon you. After finishing her series of inquiries with the rolling figure AO, you continued to speak to it. With a wave of her arm, a 2-foot-tall jade lamp appeared beside them. Mount. Upon hearing AOU's words, the rolling figure's eyes widened immediately, its chubby body standing up, a look of confusion flashing across its face. Then with a bang, it sat back down and shook its head. Although the rolling figure felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the name Jade Lamp of 2 Lights, and genuinely wanted to possess it, becoming the mount of Eastern Emperor Tai, it was out of the question. The great rolling deity did not like being ridden by male creatures. Moreover, shifting its gaze from the Jade Lamp of 2 Lights, the rolling figure looked back at AOU and sighed, saying, "Brother, according to your reasoning, the great witches of the witch clan could also intercept several great Luo demon gods, preventing the demon clan from deploying the stellar array. Thus, facing the 12 capital heavenly god-slaying formation, the remaining demon clan, including the Eastern Emperor and the Demon Emperor, would also be unable to resist." I knew something felt off. Indeed, there is a problem. In the void, upon hearing what GunGun said to AO, Houtu immediately had an epiphany. Indeed, the demon race can hold off their own ancestral witches, preventing the 12 heavenly gods from unleashing the great formation of divine slaughter. Meanwhile, the great witches under my command can also restrain several great Luo demon gods, rendering the great array of celestial constellations unusable for both sides. If both formations cannot be activated, the demon race may not necessarily be stronger than the witch race. Despite AOU's earlier claim that he and his companions could not match Tai or Di Jun, and that they could be hindered by Shihi, the 10 great demon saints, and others, there was still. The demon race only has these quasi-saints. But what about my witch race? The great witches such as Ho Yixing Tian and Jiu Feng are all also quasi-saint powerhouses. In overall strength, how could we be inferior to the demon race? In a war between the two clans, it is not merely a matter of leading warriors in unknown duels. So what if Tai is unmatched in this era? What if he possesses the Chaos Bell? Who fears him? Thinking this, Houtu flicked his sleeve, tilted his head, and emitted a displeased nasal sound. On the soft bone prairie. This, AOU never expected that this seemingly cute lazy bear, whose only activities are sleeping and eating, would suddenly contemplate such questions. Could he say he had not thought of this before? If the demon race restrains several ancestral witches while the witch race also holds back several great Luo demon gods, leading to both sides being unable to unleash their killing formations, then AOU thought for a moment and then shivered suddenly. He did not think the demon race would lose. Rather, he recalled the devastating battle that had just ended a few tens of thousands of years ago, where dragons, phoenixes, and Chilants erupted in a cataclysmic conflict over the position of the protagonist of the world. The war affected the entire Primordial Chaos, yet there were no victors in that battle, as all 3 races suffered defeat. After the battle concluded, the remaining strength of the 3 races no longer qualified to contend for the protagonist position. With no qualifications left, how could there be any winners? Demon race, which race? Although AOU still believed the demon race was stronger, it was undeniable that the witch race could not be underestimated. If they could not leverage the great formation of celestial constellations to achieve victory in one fell swoop, but instead fought earnestly against each other, then AO, you had to worry whether the two races would end up like the dragon Phoenix and Shielan. Thinking of this, sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. Would he have to experience the tragic events of the past once again? Brother, what's wrong with you? Your expression seems off. Is your injury not healed yet? GunGun, with a popsicle in his mouth, noticed AOU's abnormality and asked him. No, it's nothing. AOU came back to his senses, took a deep breath, shook his head, and replied to GunGun. Then with a slight frown he advised, but regardless, the strength of the demon race is indeed greater than that of the witch race. Moreover, the heavenly court has the chaos bell to suppress fate, while the witch race lacks such a treasure. Your Majesty Dong Huang genuinely appreciates you, and is even willing to present you with the Chui Guang Liang lantern, one of the 4 divine lanterns. GunGun, my friend, won't you consider it? Upon hearing this question and seeing AOU's intent to help Dong Huang Tai recruit him into the demon race, GunGun had no choice but to unleash his ultimate move. Sigh. He took out the popsicle from his mouth side, raised his head to gaze at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and displayed a human-like expression of nostalgia, murmuring, I remember back in the iron-eating forest when I was just a little iron-eating beast baby with cultivation only at the golden immortal level. I was often bullied by various great demons. It was the ancestral witch Houtu who picked me up during a rainy night and brought me back to the witch race, raising me to this day. My becoming a great Luo golden immortal is entirely thanks to the diligent teachings of the ancestral witch. The witch race is my home, the ancestral witch and the great witches are my family. So, as he spoke, GunGun squeezed out 2 tears with effort, bowing his head so that AOU could see it. Then with a somewhat sobbing voice he continued, so even if the demon race is stronger and your Majesty Dong Huang has a discerning eye for bears, I absolutely cannot betray the ancestral witch. I, GunGun, am willing to die for the witch race rather than betray it for survival. After hearing GunGun's words and seeing the tears and that incredibly sincere expression on his face, and then witnessing the determination on his face, now AOU was instantly taken aback. He truly did not expect that this lazy, seemingly principled bear would be so loyal and righteous. Since Houtu raised him, he would rather die for the witch race than seek survival by siding with the demon race. Isn't this just like himself? AOU widened his eyes, and a sudden sense of having found a kindred spirit surged within him. Tai saved him from under Kuan Peng's command, expended his source power to heal him, helped him integrate the ancestral dragon's magical power within him, and then used the Chaos Bell to summon the primordial stars, personally forging a divine weapon for him, the Dragon God War Spear. In return for Tai's kindness, he was willing to serve as his mount, and from then on he called himself De Ri Tian Long to correspond with the great sun Golden Crow. Of course, Tai did not regard him as a mount. On the contrary, disregarding the objections of various clans and ministers, he single-handedly decreed at the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, appointing him as the protector of Dong Huang, commanding the strongest army of the demon race, the 6 heavenly guards, and formally establishing his position in the demon race, second only to the demon emperor, the demon empress, and Dong Huang, and surpassing the 10 great demon saints. All of this kindness from Tai Eao you had not forgotten. Therefore, if anyone tried to persuade him to betray Tai, he would definitely refuse. Thinking this way, AOU felt even more that this bear before him was indeed very loyal and righteous. With this in mind, AOU closed his eyes and refrained from saying anything further. Meanwhile, GunGun, seeing that he had not spoken, also chose to remain silent, continuing to sit there, resuming his popsicle, and after finishing it, he would eat the spiritual fruits that AOU had given him. In the void, upon hearing GunGun's words, Houtu was also deeply moved. She knew that apart from being a bit lazy, GunGun was quite good in other respects, but she never expected that he could be so emotionally invested. I wonder if my acting has fooled this fool. Oh, it should be fine, right? GunGun's inner thoughts reached Houtu's ears, and upon hearing them, the expression of moved emotion on Houtu's face suddenly froze. Well, what's going on? Acting. So going to the demon race is like seeking my own death. Do you think I'm like you? You can escape unscathed from the witch demon war, and even Dong Huang Tai protected you and didn't let you take the field in the decisive battle. But what about me? Who will protect me? I, GunGun, have endured countless trials and tribulations, slept through countless nights, and eaten countless spiritual fruits to achieve the great Luo Golden Immortal. I still hope to retire peacefully in the underworld in the future, so there's no way I'm going to face tribulations. Who can tell me what is going on? Why is there such a vast difference between the inner voice I hear and its external manifestation? In the void, Houtu was completely bewildered. Then she recalled that indeed many of the words spoken by that dead fat man were false. What he claimed about being a baby iron-eating beast back then bullied by various great demons in the iron-eating forest was clearly the opposite. It was he who bullied those great demons, snatching their spirit fruits and stealing their milk. Even when he was a golden immortal, he could brutally beat tiny golden immortals. He had once shattered the Ice Phoenix with his fists and trampled the Fire Chelan with his feet, although it seemed he borrowed some magical treasure that was irrelevant. As for the night it rained when she took him back to the witch clan, Houtu vaguely remembered that day the sun was shining brightly, and he was leisurely lying under a big tree, his head resting against the trunk, and ice pop in his mouth, soundly asleep, with a few little demons he had subdued fanning him. How was that a tragic situation? As for cultivating him into a great Luo golden immortal with a clear conscience, Houtu stated, I genuinely wanted to cultivate him, but he simply wouldn't listen. When given the witch god's essence, he refused to practice. When offered the blood of a great witch, he turned his nose up. When asked to comprehend the Tao, he simply fell asleep. When told to fight to temper his heart and gain battle experience, he often pretended to be ill and lazy. Honestly, Houtu didn't understand how this fellow became a great Luo golden immortal. He just relied on those spirit fruits, eating and eating while sleeping. That was impossible, right? A great Luo golden immortal, especially one who has grasped the laws like him, cannot just rely on eating to increase his power. Understanding the Tao and making progress in his realm are essential for a breakthrough. If this condition isn't met, even possessing tens of millions of years of power won't allow one to reach the great Luo. This question had always lingered in Houtu's mind, until she found an answer. She could only attribute it to his exceptional innate talent. Indeed, his roots are exceptional. He is the first iron-eating beast in the world. Though lazy, he has high comprehension. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made him my battle pet back then. He would have just been a cute pet. Returning to the main topic, Houtu gradually realized that his previous words were all a deliberate act to deceive Aou. So what did her earlier emotions even mean? Thinking of this, Houtu clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and said fiercely, GunGun. Just then, while eating a spirit fruit, GunGun suddenly twitched his nose and turned to sneeze. A flash of white light flickered on his left paw, transforming into a handkerchief. He wiped his nose and mumbled, what's going on? Even a great Luo golden immortal can catch a cold. Or is there something wrong with this fruit? Am I poisoned? At that moment, Aou, who had closed her eyes to contemplate, heard GunGun's mumbling. Her lips twitched slightly. Then, opening her eyes, she glanced at the spirit fruit in his hand that he hadn't finished eating and said helplessly, this is the ice dragon fruit from the extreme north of the sea with extreme cold attributes. It's best to eat only one a day or you'll catch a chill. Only those at the croissant level can ignore this cold and enjoy it freely. Fellow Taoist, have you already eaten one of these fruits before? No. What? This is the third one. GunGun replied. Aou sighed, well, there's no helping it. On a hot day, this fruit is cool and refreshing, even better than the mandala fruit. Saying this, GunGun opened his mouth wide and stuffed the remaining half of the ice dragon fruit into his mouth, chewing happily, then using the devouring heaven and earth technique to refine it. After that, it was all fine. Only a croissant can eat freely. I, the great god GunGun, a great Luo golden immortal, surely can eat 3 in one day without issue, right? Seeing GunGun finish off the remaining half of the ice dragon fruit, Aou shook her head and said nothing. After all, this was a minor issue that wouldn't harm him. He looked up at the sun in the sky, feeling somewhat helpless. Your Majesty, this task you entrusted me seems impossible to complete. Then Aou lowered her head, stood up, and bowed politely to GunGun, promising, I understand your intentions. Because I understand, I won't persuade you to join the demon clan anymore. Moreover, you have shown me kindness and Houtu the ancestral, which also helped me when Kunpung wanted to kill me. Therefore, I won't act against the witch clan until the decisive battle. Please rest assured about this. You truly are a principled dragon, much better than our witch clan Xingtian. Hearing Aou's words, GunGun smiled, putting the fruit basket in his small world. His chubby body also stood up, bowing to Aou, praising him. Xingtian. Aou asked in confusion. Isn't Xingtian principled? I have never heard of that. But that was not important, as she wasn't interested in Xingtian's lifestyle. Then, with a wave of her sleeve, Aou put away the green light 2 instruments lamp and continued to GunGun. GunGun, the Eastern Emperor, is still waiting for my return in the heavenly court. I shall take my leave now, and may we meet again in the future. Okay, may we meet again. GunGun replied to Aou with a bright smile. After saying this, Aou was about to leave when suddenly a tremendous flood surged from the north. Seeing this familiar scene, GunGun's pupils constricted, and he was astonished. Aou, who was about to leave beside GunGun, saw this scene. With a slight frown, she turned to look at GunGun and saw the genuine astonishment on his face, which puzzled her. Then her form shifted, and a dragon roar erupted as she transformed into a million-jung divine dragon soaring into the sky. Demon dragon, where are you going? Standing atop the flood was a middle-aged man cloaked in black scales, wielding a trident. He shouted loudly at Aou, and as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, causing countless water pillars to shoot towards Aou. Do you think you can look down on the Dragon Clan just because you are the water ancestral witch using water against me? Aou turned to face the countless towering water pillars shooting towards him and said. As he finished, his eyes glowed red, and in the next moment, all those water pillars froze in place, unable to move. With a loud bang, a mountain rose from the ground, transforming into an immensely huge rock giant that swung at Aou. Seeing this, Aou opened his mouth, unleashing a beam of light to meet the giant, and then a thunderous explosion echoed across a region spanning millions of miles. GunGun's vision instantly became blinding, forcing him to close his eyes. Then an unstoppable force of wind struck, blowing his chubby body away in an instant. Ah! GunGun screamed. What is this, a divine battle where this bear suffers? The powerful wind pressure generated by the explosion instantly blew it away, causing it to scream as it rolled through the air, completely bewildered by the sudden eruption of this fierce conflict. Who can tell it why GunGun and Houtu suddenly appeared here and immediately launched an attack on Aou? Do they not realize that with only the two ancestral witches they cannot hope to defeat Aou, who has already fused half of the ancestral dragon's power? Moreover, aside from the time when Kunping ambushed her, Aou was mostly accompanied by that one as well. Thinking this, it let out a single word, and in the next second a dark light burst forth from its body, immediately halting the explosions and wind pressure within a radius of millions of miles. Aou and the two ancestral witches also paused for a moment. Boom! The sound of the explosion followed, and they continued their fierce battle. Fortunately, although the silence rule of rolling could not bind them, it at least managed to influence some of the residual waves of their fight, stabilizing the wind pressure. Then it circulated its power, dissipated the force that had blown it away, flipped over, and steadied itself on the clouds. Watching Aou, GunGun, and Houtu fiercely battling ahead approximately 10,000 miles away, it honestly felt neither nervous nor worried about them. It only felt a bit helpless. Why are you fighting to the death over a mere position of the Heavenly Land's protagonist? In the end, neither side gains anything good. I do not think so. In the future, when humanity becomes the protagonist of the Heavenly Land, won't they still have to serve this deity well? If they want offerings, they will get offerings. If they want hugs, they will get hugs. Otherwise, if I a bear slapped them on the head, they wouldn't dare retaliate against me. Roar. On the battlefield, Aou swung her dragon tail fiercely, sending GunGun flying. Then she raised her dragon claw and collided with the giant rock hand coming from the rock giant, shattering it. Next, she looked down at Houtu, who was standing on the ground, opened her mouth, and her voice thundered. Ancestral, which Houtu, you have shown me kindness. I do not wish to engage in battle with you. Let us cease this conflict. You ungrateful demon dragon. Knowing that I have shown you kindness, how can you join the demon clan? Do you not know that the demon clan is the mortal enemy of my witch clan? Upon hearing Aou's words, Houtu, who had emerged from the void after GunGun arrived, raised her head and questioned her. After a moment of silence, Aou spoke with a hint of helplessness and guilt in her tone. Yes, Aou owes the ancestral witch a debt of gratitude, but it was the Eastern Emperor who ultimately saved me from Kunping. If it weren't for the Emperor's intervention, perhaps both I and my friend Rolling would have fallen into Kunping's grasp. Moreover, the injuries I sustained were also completely healed by the Emperor. Though Aou did not say the rest, Houtu understood her meaning. Although she had once saved her, the one who ultimately rescued her was the Eastern Emperor who had healed her injuries. In summary, the Emperor's kindness to her far exceeded her own, so knowing full well that the Demon Clan and the Witch Clan were mortal enemies, she still chose to join the Demon Clan. This reasoning was truly irrefutable, yet it filled one with immense rage. Thinking this, Houtu gritted her teeth, glanced back at Rolling, who was observing the fight from 10,000 miles away, unable to hear its thoughts due to the distance, and then turned her gaze back to Aou, coldly stating, "Then there is nothing more to say. The debt you owe me shall be repaid today." Bang! With that, Houtu summoned the power of the earth to restore the giant rock that Aou had shattered and once again attacked her. Boom! At the same time, GunGun, wielding a trident, flew back, swinging his weapon towards Aou. Seeing this scene and hearing Houtu's words, Aou felt a bit of a headache. She had joined the Demon Clan to repay a debt, but she equally did not wish to be enemies with Houtu. Why must the two parties that had shown her kindness be mortal enemies? It truly put her in a difficult position. Roar! At that moment, a blue divine light shot from the east, accompanied by a dragon's roar. Upon seeing this, both GunGun and Houtu's expressions changed dramatically. The blue divine light first shattered the giant rock created by Houtu, then arced, forcing GunGun back, transforming into a young man, wearing a blue long robe, with long black hair reaching his waist, and a detached expression. Mengzhong. GunGun, who was forced back, frowned upon seeing the newcomer and spoke up. What offense has my master committed to provoke both of you ancestral witches into such a violent conflict? Blocking in front of Aou, protecting her behind him, the knot yet divine beast Qinglong Mengzhang bowed to GunGun and Houtu. He has joined the demon clan. Mengzhang, you can't possibly be unaware of this. GunGun rested the trident on his shoulder and asked Mengzhang, the floodwaters beneath him showing no sign of abating. I am aware, but so what? Even if he has joined the demon clan, my master has not attacked the witch clan, has he? Mengzhang retorted. Joining the demon clan means he is our enemy. GunGun shouted loudly. After that, he raised the trident in his hand, preparing to strike both Mengzhang and Aou. So does this mean that the two ancestral witches have no choice but to fight? Mengzhang frowned and asked, Mengzhang, do you think you two will survive today? Enough, fourth brother, let them go. GunGun's words were not yet finished when suddenly Houtu's voice came from the ground. What? Little sister, how can you let them leave just like this? Upon hearing Houtu's words, GunGun was taken aback, looking down at the ground, and asked Houtu. Houtu did not reply, her delicate brows furrowed as she glanced at Aou, then at Mengzhang, internally assessing the current disparity in strength between the two sides. Finally, she turned her gaze to the large bear that was still hiding 10,000 miles away, watching the drama unfold. Buzz, suddenly Rawling's body became uncontrollable, and in the next second the entire bear disappeared from the clouds and appeared beside Hou. Ancestral witch eye. Rolling, tell me, should we continue fighting or cease hostilities? Without waiting for Rolling to finish its words, Houtu asked it. Rolling was taken aback upon hearing this question. What's going on? Why are you asking me? If you want to fight, then fight. If you want to stop, then stop. It's all the same to me. Anyway, in this battle, neither side would die. If you want to practice, then practice. If you're tired, then stop. It's that simple. I, the great deity, Rolling. That's enough, shut up. Houtu commanded Rolling. I hadn't even spoken yet. Fourth brother, let them go. Houtu looked up and then said to GunGun. Although you are the younger sister, you still need to give me a reason. Despite his unwillingness and reluctance, GunGun ultimately heeded Houtu's words, sheathing his trident and allowing Mengzhang and Aou to depart. Seeing Houtu cease her attack, GunGun also withdrew. In the sky, Mengzhang transformed into a primordial Dao body, glanced down at the figure beside Houtu, and then turned to Aou, saying, Your Highness, let us leave. With a flash of purple light, Aou transformed from a 100,000-foot-long divine dragon into a handsome youth clad in purple divine armor. He lowered his head to glance at the figure beside Houtu, and then shifted his gaze to her, bowing respectfully. Ancestor Houtu, I have not forgotten your kindness in saving me back then. I swear here that unless it is the day of battle between the witch and demon races, I shall not take the initiative against any member of the witch clan. Having said that, Aou lowered his arms and instructed Mengzhang, We shall leave. Yes, your highness. With that, the space around them rippled, and the two dragons vanished from the area. Watching this scene, the four-limbed Guagua felt a pang of envy, thinking, This is the Quasi-Saint level. I wonder when I'll be able to sever my mortal ties and achieve Quasi-Saint status. That day should not be too far off. Don't even think about it for less than 500,000 years, Houtu's voice suddenly chimed in. Hearing that, Guagua was momentarily stunned. What 500,000 years? It couldn't be that. Fourth brother Mengzhang is here. Both he and Aou are Quasi-Saints who have severed the second corpse 2 against 2. We want gain an advantage. If we corner them, they might even take us down with them. Houtu did not respond to Guoguo's exclamation. Seeing GunGun descend from the sky, she raised her head and explained to him, Humph. Upon hearing his little sister's reasoning, GunGun snorted lightly, feeling somewhat displeased, thinking she underestimated his strength and overestimated those two dragons. Aou is merely a dragon cub yet to grow its full scales. Even if he is the eldest son of the ancestor dragon, it matters little, since the ancestor dragon has abandoned him. As for Mengzhang, although he has a bit of fame in the primordial world, he is still just a guard. Even if he gets lucky and severs his second corpse, can he truly stand against an ancestor witch? To perish together just based on them. Seeing the lingering dissatisfaction on her fourth brother's face, which he held back out of affection for her Houtu's side. Then she lightly kicked Guagua and instructed, You tell my fourth brother if we continue to fight with Aou and the others, can we keep them? Still pondering the meaning behind Houtu's earlier statement about 500,000 years, Guagua was suddenly kicked a few times and asked such a question, leaving him somewhat speechless. Was this even a question? Any being with normal intelligence would know the answer. Guagua. Hearing Houtu's words, GunGun followed her gaze to look at Guagua, then crossed his arms and spoke gruffly. All right, fatty, you tell me, can my little sister and I together kill Aou and Mengzhang? For over 100,000 years, GunGun has always referred to Guagua as fatty, and it has never changed. Guagua was already immune to it. If he was fatty, at least he was cute and lovable, whereas GunGun was neither handsome nor cute, quite the opposite, ugly beyond measure, and Guagua didn't even know how to express his sympathy for GunGun's appearance. Returning to the topic, seeing GunGun ask him this, Guagua knew he had to answer. So he pondered for a moment and said, I feel that both ancestor witches possess immense powers and boundless magical abilities. Even facing quasi-saints of the dragon race, they would surely. All right, shut your mouth. You slippery bear who lacks the courage to tell the truth. Before Guagua could finish his sentence, Houtu kicked him again, exasperated, saying, Who said I lack the courage to speak the truth? I just can't be bothered to say it. Such an obvious question, even a fool would know the answer. Why do you two come to ask me? If speaking the truth gets me beaten, but not speaking the truth only brings me a scolding if I tell the truth, wouldn't I be even more foolish than GunGun? Hearing Guagua's inner thoughts, Houtu's lips twitched slightly. She did not know whether to praise Guagua for being clever or to continue calling him cowardly and slippery. Little sister, why don't you let this fatty continue? I think what he said is excellent. As siblings, we possess immense powers and boundless magical abilities. Even if Aoyue and Mengzhong joined forces, they would never be our match, GunGun asked Houtu. Fourth brother you. Houtu was momentarily infuriated, not knowing how to make him realize reality. Confidence is good, but too much confidence turns into arrogance. Arrogance is unacceptable. Sai, in any case, let it be you listening to me is correct. Not knowing how else to address him, Houtu rubbed her forehead and closed her eyes. In truth, she too wanted to keep Aoyue. GunGun was brought here by her to sever Taiyi's arm and to vent her anger at someone trying to undermine her, but things did not go as planned. Who would have thought Mengzhong would arrive in time? Thus she had to give up. As she thought, Houtu glanced at the nearby area, which had been devastated, resulting in the deaths of nearly several billion Reborn rabbits, all casualties of the earlier battle with Aoyue. Seeing this, Houtu furrowed her brows, feeling a bit remorseful. Before attacking Aoyue, she had not considered that her actions would harm the innocent. Perhaps it was because the Reborn rabbits were too inconspicuous. Noticing Houtu staring at the corpses of nearly all the Reborn rabbits that had desperately fled but were unable to escape due to their cultivation level, Guagua scratched his head and said earnestly, I just sent some souls to reincarnate, and they died again in just a few days. Humph. GunGun snorted, thinking such trivial matters were not worth worrying about. Just a mere Reborn rabbit. If they were wiped out, so be it. We should continue discussing how my little sister and I can completely annihilate Aoyue and Mengzhong. There are still living Reborn rabbits. GunGun was about to continue speaking to Houtu when suddenly Houtu's expression changed, and she vanished from her spot, reappearing elsewhere. She crouched down and picked up a Reborn rabbit that had been injured by the explosion and reverted to its original form. Is it her? Upon seeing this Reborn rabbit, Houtu felt it was familiar. After a few seconds, she recalled that this was the little rabbit with Xianxian cultivation who had approached to touch Guoguo's head and belly while he was asleep a fortnight ago. Upon recognizing the small rabbit, Houtu pointed at it with her finger and began to heal it. From a distance, GunGun felt a bit tired, so he lay on the ground, quietly waiting for Houtu to finish her task. What? Go see it. What's so interesting about that? It's a waste of energy. Hey fatty, don't you think your master is sometimes too soft-hearted? She actually wasted her magic to save a soft-bone rabbit. What does she want to do? Take it back to eat? He had intended to continue discussing how the two of them could deal with Aoyue and Mengzhong, but unexpectedly, she suddenly ran off to save a rabbit. GunGun was left speechless, and then he sat down next to GunGun and said to him, GunGun hummed in response, continuing to watch Houtu from afar, then closed his eyes and began to sleep. Hey fatty, I'm talking to you. Don't sleep. Seeing that GunGun agreed with his viewpoint, GunGun was pleased and wanted to chat more, but unexpectedly saw him suddenly close his eyes, resting his head on two sturdy bare arms and about to fall asleep. GunGun widened his eyes and immediately scolded him. A great ancestor, do you have any other business? GunGun opened his eyes, slightly lifted his head, and asked him with resignation. You, how are you still so lazy? The last time I saw you, you were also sleeping. This time you're sleeping again. Seeing GunGun's lazy appearance, GunGun pointed at him and questioned, as if he had never seen such a creature before. Ha, great ancestor, I'm not lazy, I'm just suddenly a bit sleepy and want to rest. Saying this, GunGun yawned again. GunGun, this is no different from being lazy. GunGun, come here. At this moment, Houtu's voice came from over there. Just as she finished speaking, GunGun instantly vanished from his spot, his body uncontrollably traversing through space, arriving beside Houtu, and then bang. With a sound, he fell onto the ground, where he was lying, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Ha, great ancestor, what's the matter? After landing, GunGun yawned and asked Houtu. Seeing GunGun looking like he wanted to sleep again, Houtu's breath thickened, her brows furrowing. She handed the still unconscious soft-bone rabbit in her arms to him, saying, I plan to adopt this child, and from now on it will be up to you to take care of it. GunGun's sleepy panda eyes stopped moving for a few seconds, then immediately turned into dead fish eyes. I don't want it, GunGun said, and after finishing, he rested his head back on his bare arms, closed his eyes, and began to sleep. It's not that he had to sleep right now, but he felt a sudden pain in his stomach and his body felt a bit cold, as if he had caught a cold before crossing over. What could this mean? Wait, AO, you said it's best to only eat one ice spirit dragon fruit a day. I ate 3, could it really be a problem? GunGun thought to himself. I ate 3 ice spirit dragon fruits, could it really be a problem? Seeing that this big fat bear actually dared to refuse her and directly lay down to sleep, Houtu's already furrowed brows deepened. She raised her right hand to slap his bottom, but at that moment GunGun's thoughts suddenly entered her ears, and upon hearing this Houtu's actions immediately stopped. Then very naturally, she gently placed her palm on his back, stroked it, and asked him in a tone a bit softer than before, GunGun, are you feeling unwell? No, I'm just a bit sleepy and want to sleep. Ha! GunGun closed his eyes and said, then yawned again. Then he really fell asleep. Because he was asleep, there was no more inner voice. Nothing could be heard anymore. Houtu felt a bit anxious in her heart and quickly checked GunGun's physical condition, carefully discovering that apart from being a bit cold, there was nothing seriously wrong. After consuming 3 ice spirit dragon fruits, it seemed he had completely refined their chilling spiritual energy in one go, so now he had fallen into a dormant state. During this dormancy, his body would gradually receive nourishment. In short, his physique would become a bit stronger. Knowing this, Houtu breathed a sigh of relief. Then she continued to gently stroke GunGun's back, looking at him, then glancing at the soft-boned rabbit in her left hand, pondering. GunGun's dormancy will last at least a year, and I have other matters to attend to, leaving me no time to take care of this child. Who should I entrust it to? Apart from those not on the prairie, this was the only small rabbit left of the soft-boned rabbit clan. The clan had been exterminated, and Houtu felt she had a great responsibility. Although survival of the fittest was common in the wilderness, especially since the soft-boned rabbit clan was very weak and had long become food raised by many large clans, but they were not enemies of her and the witch clan. Their extermination was not due to her. GunGun and AOU wanted to use them as food. They simply had bad luck and were affected. Therefore, the compassion deep within Houtu made her feel that she should adopt this child, providing it a place to stay, so it wouldn't be bullied outside or hunted by other beings. This could also be seen as leaving some bloodline for the soft-boned rabbit clan. Little sister, what's wrong with this fat bear? As Houtu pondered whom to entrust this soft-boned rabbit to, a fluctuation in space occurred and GunGun arrived. He looked at GunGun, who was lying on the ground asleep, noticing something was off, and asked Houtu. He was greedy and ate 3 ice spirit dragon fruits given to him by AOU in one go, refining all their chilling spiritual energy. Now he's cold and asleep, likely won't wake up for about a year. Houtu turned to look at GunGun and replied to him. AOU gave it spirit fruits. Upon hearing Houtu's words, GunGun was somewhat confused. AOU was already the protector of Dong Huang Tai, while GunGun was Houtu's battle pet. Why would he give spirit fruits to it? A century ago, after the battle that occurred at the base of Buzhou Mountain, Houtu only mentioned wanting to save AOU, but was intercepted by Tai. However, she did not mention to them that GunGun had treated AOU with the vermilion bird banner and dragon pearl. It was not that Houtu intended to conceal this, it was simply not the main point. Hearing GunGun's question, Houtu nodded and briefly explained the relationship between GunGun and AOU. After listening, GunGun understood. So that dragon cub wasn't so annoying after all. Fourth brother, I want to take this child back to the witch clan. Who do you think I should entrust it to? After clearing up GunGun's confusion, Houtu looked down at the soft-boned rabbit in her arms and asked GunGun. Upon hearing this question, GunGun first nodded, then began to ponder. But what? You're asking me such a question? Fourth brother. Seeing GunGun not answering and looking a bit dazed, Houtu spoke to him. How about Hui? He thought for a moment, but since he didn't know how to consider such a question, GunGun randomly blurted out a name. Hui. Hearing the suggestion from GunGun, Houtu was momentarily stunned. It wasn't that she was unfamiliar with this person, on the contrary, she was all too familiar with him. He was the strongest shaman of her Houtu tribe, essentially her right-hand man. However, this right-hand man referred to his capabilities in battle, not in daily life. Could she really entrust this child to his care? Houtu felt a hint of unease. Her original thought was to entrust this soft-boned rabbit to a female shaman for care, but he was a man. At the same time, she was uncertain how she had suddenly spoken Hoi's name. After saying it, GunGun's eyes lit up, feeling that this person was indeed quite suitable. That lad Hoi during his idle time enjoyed tending to flowers and growing grass. Perfect. She could have him take care of the rabbit, and once it was whelped, he could be asked to slaughter it for her younger sister to roast and eat. Thinking of this, GunGun spread his large hand, and suddenly the soft-boned rabbit, named by you, disappeared from Houtu's embrace and appeared in his hand. GunGun grasped its ear and said, "This will do, little sister. Just a mere soft-boned rabbit. If you want to raise it, then raise it. Leave it to Hoi to take care of. We should head back now." Suddenly feeling empty in her arms, looking at the soft-boned rabbit dangling in the air by its ear, Houtu opened her mouth, but ultimately shook her head and said nothing. "All right, Hoi it is. With his character, even if he can't take care of this child well, at the very least he can protect her. Houtu thought to herself. Then she glanced down at the large chubby bear that was still sprawled on the ground, sound asleep, her eyes flashing with a hint of helplessness. Originally, she had wanted to teach this big fat bear a lesson for daring to act and making her feel moved for nothing. However, given the current situation, it seemed that wouldn't be possible either. Well, then she would wait until it woke up in a year. With this in mind, Houtu turned her gaze back to GunGun and said, "All right, fourth brother, let's go back." GunGun nodded and then waved his hand. In the next moment, Houtu and the bear and rabbit all disappeared from the spot, leaving the soft-boned grassland. After they left, soon many Xianxian and Jingxian-level great demons arrived here, frantically gathering the corpses of the soft-boned rabbits that had perished from the explosion, preparing to take them back as food. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, within the Eastern Emperor Palace. "Your Majesty, I have returned," Aou said, standing at the bottom of the towering jade steps, bowing to Tai, who sat on the main seat, his expression stern and majestic with the radiance of the sun shining behind him. Long Clan Mengzhong pays respects to the Eastern Emperor. Mengzhong beside Aou also bowed to Tai. Aou, I already know the details of the matter. It is not your fault. This emperor underestimated that iron-eating beast. I didn't expect it to be so deeply rooted in fortune and so devoted to Houtu and the shaman tribe. Such a being cannot be swayed by a mere green light dual instrument and a position of demon god. Before Aou could offer an apology, Tai spoke to him in this manner. "Your Majesty, Upon hearing Tai's words, Aou felt deeply apologetic. The first task entrusted to him by the emperor he had failed to complete. In the end, the emperor even voluntarily stated it was not his fault, taking the responsibility upon himself. This left Aou, who had been neglected by the ancestral dragon for thousands of years, feeling a complex mixture of emotions. Enough, this matter is in the past, so let's not dwell on it any longer. Tai raised a hand, interrupting Aou. Then he turned his gaze to Mengzhong beside him and said, "Dragon Lord, how do you consider it? Are you willing to join my heavenly court? If you are willing, I will immediately request the Heavenly Emperor to confer the title of the head of the 11 major Quasi-Saints of the Demon Clan to you." Hearing Tai's question, Mengzhong glanced at Aou beside him, then slightly bowed, replying, "Thank you, Eastern Emperor, for your consideration. Since the great calamity of Longhen, I have become accustomed to leisure and truly do not wish to be embroiled in the disputes of the wilderness. Currently, I only wish to fulfill the orders of the Elder Zhu Long and protect the prince. As for joining the Demon Clan, I hope your Majesty will understand." Mengzhong. Upon hearing Mengzhong's response, Aou's expression changed slightly as he called out to him softly, "Your Highness, please understand me as well." Mengzhong turned and bowed to Aou. "What understanding? Dragon Lord has the right to choose. Since Dragon Lord is unwilling to join my heavenly court, I will not force you. However, my heavenly court's doors will always be open for Dragon Lord. In the future, Dragon Lord can come and go freely through the southern heaven gate without needing to report." The Eastern Emperor Tai said cheerfully, seemingly unconcerned about Mengzhong rejecting his invitation. Upon hearing this, Mengzhong said to him, "Thank you, Eastern Emperor." "Aou, your Majesty." "It's no trouble at all," Tai said to Aou. "Yes, thank you, your Majesty." Seeing that Tai truly didn't seem angry, Aou's previous nervousness gradually dissipated. He also expressed gratitude to Mengzhong, then with a flick of his sleeve returned the green light dual instrument to him. Tai took the green light dual instrument, then suddenly furrowed his brows, but soon relaxed. He said to Aou and Mengzhong, "All right, you two have worked hard. Go down and rest. I still have some matters to attend to here. Yes, I take my leave." Mengzhong takes his leave. Aou and Mengzhong bowed to Tai, then Aou turned and left, first followed closely by Mengzhong. After they both left beside Tai, a ball of sun, true fire, appeared out of nowhere. Subsequently, a majestic man dressed in the golden robe of the great sun golden crow, wearing the same Hongming Tiandi crown as Tai appeared here. "Big brother." Tai stood up and nodded at the newcomer. Dijun responded with a sound, then turned to look in the direction of the Eastern Emperor Palace's gate, asking Tai, since Mengzhong does not agree, why not directly take action to suppress him and force him to offer a strand of true spirit into the demon banner? Hearing this question, Tai replied, "If I did that, you would hate me. I don't want my protector to harbor resentment against me." You were quite good to him. First, you conferred him as a protector, then gave him command over the 6 guards of all heavens, disregarding the objections of various clans and officials, establishing his position above the demon saints. Do you know how many memorials I have received regarding this matter? Doing this, those who do not know might think he is not the son of the ancestral dragon, but rather your son. Dijun snorted, hands behind his back, speaking somewhat displeased to Tai. Tai opened his mouth wanting to say something, but in the end he lowered his head and simply said, "His strength is worthy of the position I have given him. But he has only been with the demon clan for 100 years and has not achieved any merits. The officials of various clans are unconvinced. And then there is Meng Zhang. Although Meng Zhang is unwilling to join the heavenly court, he is a Yu's guardian. As long as a Yu remains my protector, I can control Meng Zhang through him. As for Merit's big brother, have you not already decided to send troops to Penglai? In this battle, I will recommend a Yu as the commander, Tai Yi said to Di Jun. Him. Hearing Tai Yi's words, Di Jun frowned and said to him, he is too young and is probably not a match for the Eastern Prince. No, I believe he can certainly succeed, Tai Yi said to Di Jun very earnestly. It was the first time Di Jun had seen Tai Yi have such confidence in an outsider. He looked at him, remained silent for a long time, and finally closed his eyes, saying faintly, all right, as you wish. With that, the sun true fire reappeared, and Di Jun's figure vanished in the firelight. The events occurring in the Eastern Emperor Palace, the conversation between Tai Yi and Di Jun remain unknown to outsiders. However, the next day, Tai Yi issued a decree from the Lingxiao Treasure Hall commanding the Eastern Emperor's protector Ao Yue to lead 300,000 demon soldiers to attack Penglai, Immortal Island, and eradicate the Eastern King. Standing at the forefront among the ministers, Ao Yu received this decree with cupped hands. He understood that this was an opportunity given to him by Tai Yi, a chance to prove himself to the demon clans. Therefore, this task must be accomplished smoothly. To think he was entrusted with leading the troops, the Eastern Emperor truly values him. The demon sage Ji Ming, standing in the second row of ministers, transmitted a thought to the nearby Jiaoying. Jiaoying looked at Ao Yu's upright figure, a hint of disdain curved his lips, and he communicated back. A mere boy, thinking that with the identity of a descendant of the ancestral dragon and the Eastern Emperor's favoritism, he can stand above us. Let the Eastern King teach him the harsh realities of the wilderness. He is indeed a young one, but also a formidable one not to be underestimated. Don't forget, he forcefully absorbed half of the ancestral dragon's power at birth. Perhaps in this battle, he truly can defeat the Eastern King. An ancient voice resonated within the minds of Ji Ming and Jiaoying. Brother Baze, what do you mean? The Eastern Emperor has sent him to lead the attack on Penglai, yet has not allowed any of us demon sages to accompany him. This indicates his concern that we may divide the spoils. He wants to build momentum for Ao Yue, but it also shows that the Eastern Emperor has sufficient confidence in Ao Yu. He believes Ao Yu can defeat the Eastern King and eradicate Penglai, Immortal Island. Baze stroked his grizzled beard, conveying leisurely through his spiritual sense. Is that really possible for him? Ji Ming remained unconvinced. We'll see. Baze said no more, merely narrowing his eyes slightly as he glanced at Ao Yue, a deep glimmer passing through his gaze. After the court session, Ao Yu exited the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, preparing to arrange various matters for the attack on Penglai, Immortal Island. Meng Zhang waited for him outside the hall, and upon seeing him come out, immediately approached him, saying nothing, just silently following by his side, fulfilling his duty as a guard. Protector, please hold on. Suddenly a laugh rang out from behind them. Hearing the voice, the two dragons stopped, turned around, and saw it was Baze. Protector, I wish you success in your endeavor. After you return from eradicating the Eastern King, please visit my dojo during your leisure time. Shall we discuss the Tao? Baze approached Ao Yue, performed a bow, then stood up smiling. You flatter me, senior. Since you invited me, I shall certainly go. Baze is the foremost among the 10 demon sages. Although the Eastern Emperor Tai has established his position above Baze, Ao Yu still did not dare to be negligent and quickly returned the bow, responding respectfully. Ha, very well then, I shall always be ready to welcome you. Baze said cheerfully, his face always bearing a kind expression, resembling a pure-hearted elder without any burdens. Ao Yu nodded, indicating that he would definitely visit later. Then the two walked together for a while before parting at the bridge. Your Highness, are you going to attack the Eastern King's Penglai, Immortal Island? As they watched Baze leave, Meng Zhang, who had been silent earlier, suddenly asked Ao Yu. Yes, this is the second task assigned to me by His Majesty. I failed the previous one, this time I cannot afford any mistakes. Looking at Baze's departing figure, Ao Yu clenched his right hand into a fist behind his waist and spoke. The Eastern King is the foremost male immortal of the wilderness, determined by the Tao ancestor. The Eastern Emperor Tai is asking you to attack him. Could he be using you to test the Tao ancestor's attitude towards the demon clan? Meng Zhang thought for a moment, expressing some concern. My. Hearing this, Ao Yu glanced at Meng Zhang. Meeting Ao Yu's gaze, Meng Zhang initially remained unfazed, then slowly lowered his head, saying, I spoke without thinking. Do not overthink it, nor doubt His Majesty. Since His Majesty has given such orders, we shall follow them as instructed. Ao Yu said lightly, then stepped forward, covering miles in a single stride, mobilizing the troops. Hearing Ao Yu's words, Meng Zhang had no choice but to follow. However, he kept this matter in mind, intending to keep a closer watch in the future to prevent Ao Yu from being used by Tai encountering any danger. If that happened, he would be failing the trust of the elder. 100 years ago, he was schemed against by Kuanping, trapped in Kuanping Palace, and unable to provide timely assistance to AOU. The mistakes of that year must not be repeated. On the other side at Mount Bujo, GunGun, who was determined by Houtu to need at least a year of sleep, woke up after just one day. At this moment, it was still one day in heaven and one day on earth. Lying on the earth in Kong, it raised its paw to cover its mouth, and yawned, then sat up slowly, gradually opening its eyes. "You're awake, brother GunGun." A familiar voice reached GunGun's ears. Turning its head, it found Hou-yi, who was feeding a small rabbit in his arms with a radish. A small rabbit. GunGun perked up a bit, turning to look at the rabbit in Hou-yi's arms. After recalling past events, it suddenly remembered. Oh right, it hadn't finished releasing all the demon souls from the spirit-washing cauldron, and the resentment hadn't been purified yet. Furthermore, it had intended to catch a few soft-boned rabbits to roast, but due to the battle with GunGun and Houtu, along with eating too many iceling dragon fruits that caused it to sleep, it had none left now. Wait a minute, soft-boned rabbits. GunGun climbed down from the earth in Kong and rushed towards Hou-yi, then hugged his thigh very adeptly, saying, "Good morning, great witch Hou-yi, I'm hungry. Do you have anything to eat?" Hou-yi laughed heartily, bent down, and patted GunGun's head, saying, "Of course I have some spirit fruits. I happen to have some that the golden-furred monkey clan sent us last year to express their gratitude for our Houtu tribe protecting them." As he spoke, Hou-yi moved his legs, indicating GunGun to let go of him so he could fetch the spirit fruits. GunGun immediately released his arms, following behind Hou-yi, saying, "Thank you, great witch Hou-yi. By the way, great witch, that little rabbit in your arms looks a bit familiar. Is it a soft-boned rabbit?" "Yes, the ancestral witch Houtu delivered you to me yesterday, saying you'd need to sleep for at least a year and asked me to take care of you. At the same time, she entrusted this child to me. It's a soft-boned rabbit named by you." Hou-yi gestured something on a mud wall, then a pattern appeared radiating light. Subsequently, some spirit fruits flew out from the pattern, floating in front of GunGun, while Hou-yi answered him. "By you. That name is too common, or it sounds like a piece of white jade." Seeing so many spirit fruits, GunGun's eyes instantly narrowed, instinctively swallowing, then quickly grabbed a fruit and stuffed it into its mouth, chewing as it spoke. You're right." Hou-yi turned around, smiling at GunGun, saying, "So I gave her a new name, Jade Rabbit. Brother GunGun, what do you think of this name?" GunGun paused its chewing, looked up at Hou-yi, blinked, and asked, "What name?" "Jade Rabbit." Unlike the wild giant, Xingtian, Hou-yi, who possessed muscles yet retained a touch of elegance, continued to feed the soft-boned rabbit in his arms carrots while addressing the rolling bear. Rolling swallowed the fruit flesh in his mouth, gazing at Hou-yi and the rabbit in his embrace, suddenly feeling bewildered. "Jade Rabbit. Is this soft-boned rabbit the Jade Rabbit? Does this mean that change will appear soon? Once change arrives, Hou-yi will be off the market." Bang! With this thought, Rolling plopped down onto the ground, his massive weight causing the earth to tremble violently for a moment. He raised his head, puffing out his cheeks as he looked at Hou-yi. They had clearly agreed to be lifelong brothers and stay single together. How could he do this, especially with change? "Brother Rolling, why are you looking at me like that?" Suddenly being stared at by Rolling with puffed cheeks, Hou-yi felt something was off and asked, "Great Shaman Hou-yi, may I ask you something?" Rolling did not answer Hou-yi's question, but turned to ask him, "Of course. Is brotherhood more important or the fairy more important?" "Of course brotherhood is more important." "Then are we brothers?" "Of course we are sworn brothers who have been through life and death together." "Then if you meet a very beautiful fairy in the future and both of us like her, could you let her go to me?" "Of course, no problem." Hou-yi answered without hesitation. He did not believe he would fall for any fairy in the future. Moreover, even if he did, if Brother Rolling liked her, it wouldn't be a problem to let her go. However, Hou-yi looked at Rolling with curiosity and chuckled. "Brother Rolling has grown up. You're actually interested in fairies now." "I've always been big, but..." As he spoke, Rolling stood up, planted his enormous bare paws on the ground, and opened his mouth wide, inhaling all the spiritual fruits floating around him in one go. Then he placed his hands on his bulging belly, bowed to Hou-yi, and thanked him. "Thank you, great shaman Hou-yi, I will remember your words today. When you meet the fairy you like, I will come to take her away." Hou-yi thought, "I did promise you, but why do I feel something is off with your words? Also, this soft one, the Jade Rabbit, it was entrusted to you by the Earth Mother ancestor to take care of, right?" Rolling straightened his back and continued to speak to Hou-yi. "Yes, that's right." Hou-yi nodded in a daze, still pondering over Rolling's earlier words. What did he mean by coming to take someone away when he meets the fairy he likes? Specifically targeting me. "All right then, great shaman, you can hand it over to me. I will take it to roast, and I will share a rabbit leg with you later." Rolling raised his bare arm and extended his right hand toward Hou-yi. "Hou-yi, Jade Rabbit." Squeak, squeak. The Jade Rabbit let out a shrill cry, trembling in Hou-yi's embrace, her face filled with terror as she gazed at the seemingly clumsy, iron-eating beast in front of her. Unlike her deceased kin, although she was still young, barely 500 years old, and her cultivation was rapidly elevated by consuming that brilliant golden carrot, making her foundation unstable, and her powers superficial, she was nevertheless a Xianxian and had some understanding of certain matters in the primordial world. The Iron-Eating Beast clan was a great clan in the primordial world. Even the Tiger clan did not dare to provoke them easily. Although the Iron-Eating Beast appeared clumsy and silly, lacking much power, and often seeming lazy and unenergetic once they engaged in battle, it was something else entirely. Striking a fierce tiger or trampling a true dragon was not beyond their capabilities. How horrifying to think this creature wants to roast and eat me, or what should I do? The Jade Rabbit was extremely frightened. Brother Rolling, this child was entrusted to me by the Earth Mother Ancestor to take good care of, not for you to make into food. If you want rabbit meat, I can have someone go to the Tianyu Rabbit clan to pick a few good ones for you. How does that sound? After thinking for a moment, feeling that he was probably overthinking it, how could Brother Rolling target him? Surely those earlier words were just a slip of the tongue or a whim. Ho-E soon dismissed the thought, patted the Jade Rabbit in his arms to comfort her, and then spoke to Rolling. The ancestor entrusted me to take good care of her. Upon hearing Ho-E's words, Rolling blinked and confirmed with him. Yes. Ho-E nodded. Fine. Rolling, somewhat disappointed, lowered his arms and hung his head, falling silent. Seeing it in this state, Ho-E's expression shifted slightly. He took a couple of steps forward, patted Rolling's shoulder, and said, All right, Brother Rolling, if you want to eat rabbit, let's go eat Tianyu Rabbit now. It tastes absolutely better than the soft-boned rabbit, trust me. Okay, thank you, Great Shaman Ho-E. Rolling replied helplessly. Then he raised his head, looking at the trembling Jade Rabbit in Ho-E's arms. He opened his bare paws, revealing his sharp teeth, and threatened, Little rabbit, you must behave around Great Shaman Ho-E. Don't do anything bad and don't have any improper thoughts, or I will swallow you whole when the Great Shaman is not around. Squeak. The Jade Rabbit was frightened by Rolling's threat and instantly screamed, nodding repeatedly. Hayu. Seeing this scene, Ho-E shook his head and smiled, thinking to himself that Brother Rolling had just mentioned wanting a fairy, yet he was clearly still immature. After all, although he was the first iron-eating beast in the world, he must be under 200,000 years old. Then Ho-E comforted the Jade Rabbit once more and led Rolling outside, preparing to call someone to help him prepare Tianyu Rabbit so he could enjoy rabbit meat tonight. As they walked out, Ho-E spoke to Rolling. Brother Rolling, the Earth Mother Ancestor, has gone into seclusion. She mentioned you need to sleep for at least a year, and she also wants to meditate for a while to comprehend her own Tao. Tao. Rolling was taken aback. Yes, the Ancestor said she felt something and understood her own Tao. If the Earth Mother Ancestor can truly attain the Tao, then our witch clan will have a better chance in the future war against the demon clan. At this point, a smile appeared on Ho-E's face. Unlike him, Rolling did not smile upon hearing this. Instead, it lowered its head, pondering something in silence. A month later, before the Panga Hall. In an unprecedented turn of events, Rolling had stayed here for a month without seeing the Earth Mother come out. Feeling a bit worried, he thought, can the Earth Mother comprehend the cycle of the Tao and transform into the underworld at this time? Impossible. The time should be after the emergence of the human race and before the war between the witches and demons. There is still a long way to go. However, looking at the Panga Hall, no matter how much he had hoped for a future where he could retire in the underworld, upon hearing Ho-E say that the Earth Mother understood her Tao and needed to enter seclusion to comprehend it, Rolling still wished for her not to succeed. With a heavy heart, GunGun waited for another 3 months, but there was still no sign of movement from the Panga Hall. It seemed that Houtu truly had some insights and was diligently comprehending, preparing to attain the Tao soon and transform into the cycle of reincarnation. Sighing at this thought, GunGun, who had waited for her for 4 months without a single nap, lowered his head and let out a deep sigh. Having spent over 100,000 years with Houtu, GunGun had thought they could coexist for nearly 1,000,000 more years. Unexpectedly, she had begun to comprehend the Tao now. Given the current situation, it seemed she would soon transform into the netherworld, becoming Ping Xian. This sudden turn of events made it hard for GunGun to bear the thought of her departing. Finally, GunGun stood up from the ground, rubbed his slightly numb fat legs, then opened his arms and solemnly bowed in the direction of Panga Hall, sorrowfully saying, Houtu Ancestor, which may your journey be smooth. I will miss you. After speaking, GunGun turned around, took one last look at Panga Hall, then bent down and scampered away on all fours. Inside Panga Hall, Houtu sat on the earthen bed, looking troubled. How can I attain the Tao? I simply cannot figure it out. Or is it that my Tao is not actually reincarnation? The feelings I had when I saw GunGun wash the souls and send them to reincarnate were merely my own delusions. No, that's impossible. How could I be delusional about this? The more I think about it, the deeper the furrows in my brow become. I'm anxious. The monster clan has conquered AOU and indirectly also captured Mengzhong, gaining 2 more Quasi-Saints and significantly increasing their strength. Yet our witch clan remains stagnant. If this continues, our position in the coming decisive battle will be extremely unfavorable. Moreover, that despicable Tai, he actually wants to poach my war pet to be his mount. This is simply outrageous. If I don't quickly attain the Tao, how can I hope to defeat him when we meet again? But how do I attain it? Back to the initial question. Sigh. Houtu sighed. Including the half-month in the void, she had been racking her brain for a full 4.5 months. Yet her understanding of her own Tao still lingered on the name reincarnation and its literal meaning. She had no clue about the specific method to attain the Tao. Surely it couldn't be like GunGun collecting primordial spirits, then washing them, and looking for places to help them reincarnate. That's impossible. Houtu did not believe that the method to attain the Tao could be that simple. So how can I attain the Tao? She said, impatiently, pinching her brow in frustration. If I had a clue, 4.5 months of seclusion would feel like just a moment, but now I have no clues at all. I feel like I've wasted 4.5 months. How can I stand it? At this moment, a voice suddenly reached her ears. Houtu ancestor, which may your journey be smooth. I will miss you. This was not a heart sound, but rather that big fat bear muttering behind her. As a Kwasa saint, she sensed it. GunGun. Has it woken up? It's not what I expected, but hasn't slept for a year. May your journey be smooth. What does that mean? Wherever I go, it will miss me. Is this for real? With a whoosh, Houtu stood up and turned around, vanishing from sight. Seclusion. No more seclusion. If I can't think of anything, what's the point of secluding myself? At the foot of Bujo Mountain, under a large tree, GunGun arrived here and immediately plopped down with a thud. He was feeling very sad after Houtu emerged from seclusion. She might just transform into Ping Xian. Feeling down, he lacked energy and urgently needed sleep to save himself. Munch. Just sleeping wasn't enough. He needed to do something else to distract himself from thinking about Houtu. Thus, he took out a bamboo stick from his little world, closed his eyes, and began to eat while sleeping. But for some reason this time the system did not grant him any rewards, and he could not fall asleep. Suddenly space rippled, and a stunning woman in a beige dress appeared. As soon as she arrived, she spotted the big fat bear lying under the tree, eyes closed and munching on bamboo, and immediately raised an eyebrow. Eating while sleeping again. I toil away in seclusion in Panga Hall, and you're enjoying yourself outside. Is the gap in our lives really that large? With that, Houtu stepped towards GunGun. Suddenly hearing a familiar sound, GunGun, who was munching on bamboo, abruptly stopped chewing, his eyes instantly wide open. With a whoosh, he sat up and looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Houtu. Houtu. Yes, that's right, it's Houtu, not Ping Xian. GunGun, you rascal, what are you? Ancestor witch. Before Houtu could finish her sentence, GunGun dashed towards her, joyfully hugging her legs and exclaiming, "You're still here. This is so great." Houtu, puzzled, then recalled GunGun's foresight from 100 years ago about Tai Yi rescuing Aou and saying that Aou would become Tai Yi's protector. A glint of light flashed in her eyes, and she gently rubbed his head, her voice cold, yet with an almost imperceptible softness, saying, "What's wrong? I was just in seclusion for a while. Why are you worried I wouldn't be here?" Upon hearing this question, GunGun's bare body stiffened. All the previous sadness vanished in an instant. He quickly pondered for 2 seconds, then released his embrace around Houtu's legs, took 2 steps back, his eyes reddening with tears welling up. He wiped his tears with his chubby bare paw and trembling said to Houtu, "Because GunGun just had a nightmare dreaming that ancestor which you were killed by Dong Huang Tai Yi with the Chaos Bell during the War of the Witches and Demons, so. Damn it, I knew it was fake. It's my fault for being too naive. I never imagined you were such a Houtu, boasting about understanding your Tao and wanting to attain the Tao. How could that be possible at this time? You're completely deceiving my feelings. What do you take me, GunGun, for? A monkey? Are you playing with me? You want to attain the Tao? You're a million years too early. Do you even know what your Tao is? Fine, I've thought it through. You go ahead and change it. Change it earlier. I, GunGun, will move to the netherworld so I can escape the War of the Witches and Demons sooner. Also, that Dong Ji Qinghua, the one responsible for guiding the suffering souls to reincarnate, I can do it too. No need to give it to others. I'll take it on myself." After listening to GunGun's tale of a nightmare where it envisioned being beaten to death by Dong Huang Tai, Houtu's expression visibly darkened. Though she had heard the term underworld before, she never truly understood what kind of place it was, or why GunGun was so eager to move there. This big fat bear claimed to be boasting, saying it was still a million years away from attaining enlightenment, yet she could understand him. Thus this fat one was asking for a beating. Bang! In an instant, Houtu appeared behind GunGun and kicked it squarely in the rear. Oh. Poor GunGun didn't even have time to react before being sent flying, transforming into a shooting star that vanished into the sky. That fellow. After kicking the big fat bear, Houtu vented her pent-up anger. A few months ago, she had acted before Aou and ended up deceiving herself regarding her feelings. She hadn't yet settled the score with it, so today was just as well. However, what is Dong Ji Qinghua Emperor? What does it want to do? After lowering her leg, Houtu furrowed her brows, pondering. On the other side, as pain shot through his backside, and he was launched into the air, GunGun screamed in fear. Soon it reacted, realizing it had been kicked away by Houtu. "Oh Houtu, your boasting and deceiving my feelings were not enough. You also kicked me. This is truly too much, and the great deity is getting angry. Immediately GunGun gathered its energy to halt its forward flight. Then it swung its arms, turning in midair as if swimming, intending to return to Bujo Mountain, but suddenly buzz. At that moment, a flash of golden light appeared before its eyes, followed by a handsome young man in white robes sitting atop a golden cloud. Haha, the East truly possesses extraordinary treasures and gifted individuals. I didn't expect to encounter a fated friend so soon after my arrival. The young man gazed at GunGun with a cheerful smile. Moi. The path was suddenly blocked, and upon hearing his words, GunGun frowned and asked, "Who are you, brother?" Brother? What a nice term. It makes us feel closer. I am the Taoist Zuni from the Western Pure Land. Fellow Taoist, you and I are fated. Oh, would you like to accompany me to the West for arduous cultivation? Upon hearing GunGun address him, the young man was momentarily taken aback, then his smile broadened as he extended the invitation. GunGun thought, my goodness, what did I just hear? Did he just say his name is Zuni? Seeing GunGun stunned by his name, Zuni smiled modestly, showing no surprise. Although he wasn't a saint, yet it was said by the Tao ancestor that he and his senior brother, the Taoist Jane, would both reach sainthood in the future. Faced with the invitation of a future saint, no creature in the primordial world could remain unshaken. However, being shocked was one thing. If he wanted to recruit GunGun, he needed to present something valuable to show sincerity, as after all, this iron-eating beast, in its mid-stage of Deluo Golden Immortal, was the first of its kind in the universe, and had such great fortune. A bear like this is something I desperately need in the West. Thus Zuni quickly opened his right hand, revealing a bamboo shoot, which he sent flying towards GunGun, while smiling, fellow Taoist, I have a treasure named the 6 roots pure bamboo, crafted from the innate spiritual root of bitter bamboo. The bamboo shoots it produces should be a perfect match for you. Fellow Taoist, if you don't mind, why not give it a try? Hearing Zunti's words, GunGun snapped back to attention. Looking at the bamboo shoot flying towards it, identical to the one AO you had given it in a fruit basket, GunGun swallowed hard, hesitated for a brief moment, then, with a loud thud, prostrated on the clouds, respectfully saying, Little Bear, GunGun greets Great Sage Zuni. Originally, GunGun wanted to call him a saint, but Zuni wasn't one yet. If it did, it might get struck by lightning. Calling him a Taoist felt a bit disrespectful, so GunGun decided to just call him Great Sage. After all, aren't all those demon saints from the demon clan referred to as great sages? In the future, even the Monkey King could be called the Great Sage, equal to heaven. It was fitting to call Zuni Great Sage, since he was also a quasi-saint. Haha, fellow Taoist, please rise. There is no need for such formalities. Seeing GunGun being so polite and kneeling down, Zuni blinked and waved his hand lightly, saying, though it was a light gesture, GunGun stood up uncontrollably. Thank you, Great Sage Zuni. After rising, GunGun stood on the clouds with its head bowed, showing utmost respect. After all, this individual was not like those powerful beings such as Kunping and Aou. This one was a future saint. Even if he wasn't a saint now, he was a quasi-saint capable of slaying 3 corpses. As a cute little Deluo Golden Immortal, how could GunGun not maintain respect in front of him? As for accepting his invitation to go to the West for arduous cultivation, please, he mentioned it would be arduous, and with his delicate skin, how could he endure hardship? If he had invited GunGun at the start of the journey to the West, it would have been very agreeable, but now, aside from treasures like the 12th grade Merit Golden Lotus and the 6 roots pure bamboo that couldn't be bestowed upon others, what else did they have that was worth it? There weren't any established sects, merely a few cats and dogs. I'm a being of noble fortune. Ooh, I can't just follow you to suffer. Maybe later when your side flourishes and you need a Buddha, call for me then. By then I will definitely come. GunGun, why not try this bamboo shoot? Seeing that GunGun stood up, but did not reach for the bamboo shoot, Zunti's brows subtly furrowed as he smiled and asked. Great Sage Zunti's gift is something the little bear should not decline, but the ancestor Houtu has instructed me not to receive rewards without merit, thus I dare not accept it. GunGun replied earnestly and formally. Ancestor Houtu. Zuni was puzzled. What does this have to do with Houtu? Moreover, could the saying no reward without merit even come from Houtu? Just then she began to calculate with her fingers when suddenly, Brother Zuni. Houtu's voice rang out, and she appeared beside GunGun. Ancestor Shaman. Upon seeing Houtu arrive, GunGun quickly hugged her leg, hiding behind her with a terrified expression. To be honest, GunGun didn't dislike Zuni. In fact, it admired him a little for having thick skin similar to itself. However, this broke individual actually wanted to take it home to keep. This was quite excessive. I am a national treasure. Are you sure you can afford to keep me? It has been over 100,000 years since my arrival in this world. Throughout these years, GunGun has always been very clear about its identity. It is a bear that seeks comfort and will never endure a life of hardship. Indeed, Zhuan-Ti is a top-tier power in the Primordial Chaos, with cultivation even surpassing that of Houtu, but this does not change the fact that he is poor. The harsh reality. Other than the 2 spiritual treasures, the 6 roots pure bamboo, and the 7 treasures meow tree, which are utterly unattainable for him, does he possess any high-quality treasures? The God-enhancing staff. Forget it, I don't care for that thing at all. If I were interested in such a barbaric weapon, I wouldn't have casually given the treasure map indicating the location of the war god axe to Xing Tian. So it's not that I, the great GunGun, have any prejudice against him, but rather that he truly cannot afford to keep me. Moreover, the amount of spiritual fruits I need to consume every year in the Witch clan is astronomical. With my meager influence in the barren West, what can I use to satisfy myself? Thinking of this, GunGun gripped Houtu's thigh a bit tighter, raised its head, and said to her great ancestor, "Which shall we return to the unreturning mountain? If I stay any longer, what if Xuanti Taoist is captivated by my extraordinary talent, towering figure, and supreme wisdom, and wants to take me away without a care? What shall I do then?" Hearing GunGun's words and its heartfelt thoughts, Houtu kicked it away, and when she saw it hadn't returned for a long time, she chased after it only to discover that it had actually encountered Xuanti's Houtu. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of her mouth, then she placed her hand on its head, gently rubbing it, and said, "All right, I will take you back shortly." After saying this, Houtu retracted her arm and performed a bow to Xuanti, who was seated on the golden cloud, saying, "Brother, you are not in the West to enjoy blessings. How come you have the time to come to the East today? You did not inform me beforehand. Could it be that I should host a banquet for you at the unreturning mountain?" With swift movements of his fingers, Xuanti quickly deduced the relationship between GunGun and Houtu, and his mood instantly sank. Ever since the Tao ancestor finished speaking about the third Tao, he has been in seclusion in the West, not concerning himself with Eastern matters. He did not expect Houtu to actually take in such an outstanding war pet blessed with such great fortune. This truly made this poor Taoist envious. With a sigh of amazement in his heart, Xuanti then revealed a friendly smile, nodding at Houtu, and said, "Ha, thank you for your kindness, sister. I have been in seclusion for many years and have not visited the East. I recently exited seclusion and on a whim decided to come to the East to have a look. I did not wish to disturb you, hence did not inform you." "Brother, you are being too polite. By the way, I have not introduced you yet. This is my war pet, named GunGun. GunGun, do not forget to greet the great sage Xuanti." "Oh, greetings to the great sage Xuanti." GunGun greeted Xuanti for the second time, but this time it did not perform the full prostration. "No need for such formality, we are all family here. Sister, I have already acquainted myself with GunGun. I see GunGun has a strong affinity with the West, so I would like to take it as my disciple and go to the West to cultivate together. I wonder if sister would agree." "Brother, this joke is not funny at all." Before Xuanti could finish his sentence, Houtu dropped her polite demeanor and looked at him with displeasure. Xuanti's voice momentarily caught in his throat, but he quickly reacted, raising his head and laughing heartily. "Yes, brother, I was just joking, just joking." After laughing, he looked at GunGun, who was hiding behind Houtu, his eyes flashing with a hint of regret. He then retracted the bamboo shoot and said to Houtu, "Sister, I still have other places to visit. If I have time in the future, I will come to the unreturning mountain again. Please do not take offense. For now, I shall take my leave. Brother, safe travels." Houtu bowed to Xuanti. Xuanti nodded, and then with a flash of golden light, he disappeared. Few, seeing him finally leave, GunGun instantly breathed a sigh of relief, releasing its grip on Houtu's thigh and plopping down on the cloud, wiping the sweat from its forehead and muttering, "Being too excellent as a bear is a kind of curse. Being too self-absorbed as a bear is an even greater curse." Houtu turned around, looking down at GunGun, her voice cold as ice. "GunGun, who is being self-absorbed? I am merely stating a fact. How is that self-absorbed? You must understand I, the great GunGun, am." "Shut up. GunGun, I haven't even spoken yet." Just as I was about to say something, GunGun suddenly recalled something. That moment when Houtu told it to shut up seemed somewhat familiar. Indeed, she had done the same to him on the Softbone Prairie, first asking if she and GongGong should continue fighting with Aou and the Azure Dragon Meng Zhang, and before he could respond, she directly told him to shut up. And then that 500 million years. A hint of unusual color flashed in GunGun's eyes as it muttered, "Could it be that she used heart-listening technique on me? How despicable." Thinking this, GunGun raised its head to look at Houtu's face, trying to glean some clues from her expression. However, although her face was stunningly beautiful, it was expressionless, and GunGun could not discern any clues. Moreover, even though Houtu is a quasi-saint power, I am after all a Deluo golden immortal, and I have mastered the law of silence. Logically speaking, even if I can't last 3 rounds in her hands, there should be no way she could eavesdrop on my thoughts. Taking a step back, even if I were eavesdropped upon, I should have been able to notice, but I didn't sense anything at all. Could it be that Houtu has grown stronger? Impossible. The cultivation of the 12 ancestor witches has stagnated. Unless they attain the Tao, even if they grow stronger, it can only be through weapons like the future demon-slaying sword. How could there be any improvement in other aspects? With this in mind, GunGun felt even more puzzled and hesitated before asking Houtu Great Ancestor, what do you want me to shut up about? After hearing GunGun's previous thoughts and remembering the name Demon-Slaying Sword, Houtu's lips parted slightly, as she said lightly, shut up means shut up. From your earlier demeanor, were you not trying to refute me, saying that you are not self-absorbed? Oh. Hearing Houtu's reply, GunGun nodded, pondering whether it was because of its earlier behavior that she asked it to shut up in advance. However, that 500 million years. GunGun still felt somewhat uneasy, then raised its head to ask, Houtu Great Ancestor, which do you still remember? You once said, don't think about it for another 500 million years. Upon hearing this, Houtu frowned, seemingly unable to recall that she had ever said such a thing. Seeing Houtu's reaction, GunGun felt it had an answer. It seemed that it was truly overthinking. After all, Houtu is a grand ancestor, which how could she possibly engage in such despicable acts as eavesdropping on my thoughts? Just now when I asked her that if she were still eavesdropping on my thoughts, she would definitely have given an immediate answer. But now her frowning and recalling indicates that she was not eavesdropping. Because how could one instantly remember a casually spoken phrase? If I had asked her something very clear, like when AOU and the others had just left the softbone prairie, and she suddenly said something like that, then it would be possible for her to remember instantly. However, I only mentioned something she once said, and what once? Months ago, years ago, thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. Such a long time, so many days, even a Kwasa saint would not be able to determine exactly which day I said it. In conclusion, Houtu did not use the heart listening technique on me. My great GunGun's law of silence is still remarkably powerful. Houtu listened intently to the rolling thoughts, maintaining an impassive expression on her face, though a hint of confusion lingered on her delicate features. It seemed she was recalling when she had said, don't even think about it for less than 500 million years, but deep down, she felt a wave of speechlessness. She was unsure whether to deem her rolling as clever or merely self-deluded. No, it should be acknowledged as clever. After all, its thoughts were not without merit, aligning well with the psychological undertones of a typical powerful being. However, it underestimated itself. I am no ordinary powerful being. How could my psyche be comprehended by a mere hulking bear like you? While you may test me, I can also disguise my true self, but do not underestimate the ancestral witch. Moreover, who is being despicable, and who is eavesdropping on your heart's voice? This ancestral witch did not eavesdrop at all. Oh, I merely stood here, and your thoughts naturally flowed into my ears. Does that count as eavesdropping? It does not. With a snap of her fingers, Houtu caused the clouds beneath the rolling bear's paws to rise swiftly. Caught off guard, it stumbled backwards with a thud, landing on its back with all fours in the air. Oh, what are you doing? This fall caused the rolling bear no pain, but it did not understand why Houtu would make it fall for no reason. Was it amusing to bully it? You could have asked your questions clearly. Oh, when did I ever say not to think about it for less than 500 million years, eh? Houtu said coldly, her expression stern as she addressed the rolling bear. Oh, realizing the reason, the rolling bear executed a flip and bounced back up from the clouds, landing back down. It then said to Houtu, Great Ancestral, which were you speaking of this when AOU and Meng Zhang had just left the soft-bone prairie? Moi. Houtu raised an eyebrow, seemingly recalling the moment, glancing at the rolling bear, and remarked, You actually remembered something I casually said until now. Of course, I am your loyal bear, the rolling bear said earnestly. Houtu thought, loyal bear, yet often critiques me in its heart. How disrespectful. Great ancestral witch. Humph. Houtu huffed lightly, then turned to gaze toward the direction of the sun star, responding to the rolling bear. Did Ao you not say that he vowed never to take action against any witch clan unless it was the day of the battle with the witch zombies? Previously, I had thought that after a few hundred years I would lead my tribe to attack the demon clan, and then after a few thousand years it would be about time for the decisive battle between the witch and demon clans. However, with AOU and Meng Zhang joining forces, the demon clan's strength has significantly increased, making an early battle unfavorable for my witch clan. Therefore, our most important task now should be to recuperate and strengthen ourselves. A decisive battle, in less than 500 million years, I fear, is out of the question. Oh, now I understand. The rolling bear nodded, realizing the meaning behind Houtu's earlier words. That makes sense, as she had a point. However, she miscalculated the time. There is not 500 million years left until the battle between witches and demons, but rather around 1 million years. However, she miscalculated the time. There is not 500 million years until the battle between witches and demons, but rather around 1 million years. The rolling bear's thoughts resonated in Houtu's ears, causing her to sharply narrow her pupils and her heart to tighten. 1 million years. The rolling bear actually knows about such matters. Could it truly have mastered a time law that surpasses that of the sixth brother? Houtu speculated within her heart. Moreover, her heart began to feel a bit uneasy. 1 million years, such a short time. Can the witch clan develop to the point of firmly overcoming the demon clan? It is difficult. However, as Houtu glanced back at the rolling bear, she remembered that previously when Aou had persuaded it to join the demon clan, it had thought that joining the demon clan would not end well. Therefore, analyzing the matter, the war between witches and demons will determine who truly holds the position of the heavenly protagonist. If joining the demon clan leads to a bad outcome, it would imply that the demon clan is destined to be defeated. If the demon clan is defeated, then my witch clan would win, right? Indeed, if the rolling bear can truly see the river of time and glimpse the future, then if my witch clan cannot attain victory, it would not have agreed so readily when I sought to take it as my battle pet back then. Therefore, with this thought, Houtu's anxious heart gradually calmed down, reassuring herself, there is no need for worry, my witch clan will surely triumph. Buzz, 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 buzz. Just as Houtu was thinking this, suddenly the sky in the direction of the east sea darkened, and countless stars above emitted dazzling starlight, collectively outlining a massive star map. Roar. Following that, a dragon's roar echoed across the heavens. This is Aou. The rolling bear's voice came from behind Houtu. She turned to glance at the hefty bear, noticing its puzzled expression. Just then she wanted to hear its thoughts, but before she could, another voice entered her ears. Her elder brother, the head of the ancestral witches Dijiang. Little sister, the demon clan is invading Punlai, Immortal Island. East King Gong is seeking our assistance. You must immediately lead the Houtu tribe to the East Sea for support. Yes, elder brother. Houtu turned her head and bowed to the empty air ahead. Afterward, she lowered her hands, furrowed her brow, and after a moment of contemplation, instructed the rolling bear. Rolling bear, I will head to the East Sea to assist East King Gong. You must return to the non-return mountain immediately and order Ho-E to lead the troops to aid us. Having said that, Houtu suppressed the various thoughts in her heart and was about to traverse space to head to Punlai, but wait. The rolling bear suddenly stepped forward, grasped her thigh, and looked up at her, saying, Great Ancestral Witch, why don't we return to the non-return mountain together first, and then go with the Great Witch Ho-E? If you go alone, what if you encounter Dong Huang Tai-E on the way? What? You think I can't defeat him? Who? Houtu took a deep breath, inwardly telling herself not to get angry, not to get angry. This hefty bear meant well, but it still made her quite furious. Suppressing her anger, Houtu patiently explained to the rolling bear, East King Gong is the head of the primordial male immortals personally appointed by Dao Ancestor. Although we do not have a strong relationship with him, if he is wiped out by the demon clan, the demon clan's prestige will soar. Other tribes that have yet to be subdued will inevitably flock to them, so we must not allow the demon clan to breach Punlai. Do you understand? I understand, the rolling bear nodded. Since you understand, why won't you let go? But Great Ancestral, which even if you are not afraid of Dong Huang Tai-E, what if I encounter him on my way back to the non-return mountain? What then? The rolling bear spoke with a troubled expression, its paws gripping tightly onto her thigh, refusing to let her leave. So in the end, was it truly my own sentimentality? This big fat bear is not worried about me or looking out for my well-being. It's clearly concerned only for itself. Lord Ancestor Wu, as you know, a bear as exceptional as I am is rare to find in the Primordial Chaos. Previously, Ao, you mentioned that Dong Huang Tai-E is eager to recruit me as his steed. He was even willing to offer the Chui Guang Liang E lantern in exchange. What if he takes advantage of your absence, Lord Ancestor Wu, and intercepts me halfway? What will I do then? As he spoke, GunGun affectionately rubbed its round head against the thigh of Houtu, continuing, GunGun does not wish to be ridden by a bird. Moreover, Dong Wang Gong is the foremost male immortal of the primordial world, directly appointed by the Dao Ancestor, a quasi-saint-level powerhouse, wielding the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the Dragon Head Staff. He cannot possibly be so useless as to not even hold out until we return to the Buzhou Mountain, to regroup our forces to rescue him, right? Please, Lord Ancestor Wu, do not make me return to Buzhou Mountain alone. I am still a child, not yet 200,000 years old. I am afraid. Virum, with a wave of her hand, Houtu instantly made GunGun disappear from this place. This foolish bear has become increasingly timid lately. It is getting lazier, unwilling even to fly back on its own. Houtu suddenly realized something, her eyelids twitching slightly as she whispered. Then she vanished in an instant, heading towards Punlai Island to support Dong Wang Gong. Virum, with a fluctuation in space, GunGun returned here. A dizzying sensation made it stumble uncontrollably, and with a thud it plopped down on the ground. Then it simply leaned back, spreading its limbs to comfortably lie there. Immediately afterward, it closed its eyes, intending to take a nap to alleviate the fatigue caused by the intense mental strain of the day. First, it was worried that Houtu would succeed in her path to enlightenment, suddenly becoming calm, and then it encountered poverty. Being forced by Zun Ti, fearing that he would forcibly take it to the west to suffer, which would be an immense torment for it, a national treasure that should be carefree. Not to mention it hadn't slept for a full 4 months. Right now it was truly exhausted. What? Houtu wants itself to notify Ho-E to lead the army to Punlai Island for support. Sai, what's the rush about this? Is support even useful? This battle is destined for Dong Wang Gong to face calamity. There's no other way. Moreover, it seems that the demon race led by Aou is involved. Penglai is within the East Sea, which is the ancestral land of the dragon race. Although the 4 dragon kings appointed by the ancestor dragon are reluctant to relinquish their power and refuse to let Aou inherit the position of dragon emperor, they might still be willing to help out as a courtesy. To put it bluntly, it means sending troops to assist. The demon race is launching a large-scale aerial assault, while the dragon race, as the overlord of the East Sea, is also engaging in battle at sea. What can a mere Penglai island defend against? With just the dragon head staff in Dong Wang Gong's hand. Don't joke around. As a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, that staff is simply not enough. Forget about it, just notify Hou-yi, and then quickly go to sleep. Subsequently, GunGun lazily moved its fingers, forming a hand sign to send a message to Hou-yi. However, suddenly, GunGun, why are you sleeping here? There's trouble in the East Sea, do you know? A sudden sound of footsteps approached, and upon sensing GunGun's presence, Hou-yi hurriedly crouched down, nudging it, and asking, GunGun, you arrived quite opportunely. GunGun grumbled internally, then lazily opened its eyes and spoke softly to Hou-yi. Great Wu Lord Ancestor Wu has commanded you to lead the shamans of the Houtu tribe to assist Penglai. Please be careful on your journey, do not defy in times of crisis, and return promptly. Do not recklessly engage in battle. After saying this, GunGun released its hand gesture, closed its eyes again, and began to snore peacefully. Hou-yi, what does this mean? Such an important matter, you actually don't rush to inform me, but lay here sleeping. What do you mean by do not defy in times of crisis? Do you think we cannot save Dong Wang Gong? While thinking, Hou-yi nudged GunGun again, finding it impossible to wake it up. So he used both hands to pull it up from the ground, saying, since the ancestor Wu has given a command, then GunGun, we shall set off now. You are also a member of the Houtu tribe. Come with us to battle and assist Penglai and eradicate those demons. Great Wu Hou-yi, I am very tired, and I am just a little bear, utterly powerless. Please let me, GunGun said weakly with its eyes closed. Let's go. Having been acquainted for over 100,000 years, Hou-yi knew that GunGun was just pretending to be pitiful. Without waiting for it to finish, he directly hoisted it onto his back and sprinted towards the tribe's base to quickly summon the shamans and organize the army to head to Penglai. Wanting to stay out of it, GunGun felt helpless since Hou-yi was carrying it along. It truly did not want to participate in something that it knew was futile. Couldn't it just let it sleep peacefully? After waking up, it still wanted to find time to deal with the remaining souls and vast resentment in its spirit-washing cauldron. GunGun sighed, then rested its head on Hou-yi's shoulder and realized, this way of sleeping seems not too bad, and it can still fall asleep. Thus a series of snores began to sound beside Hou-yi's ear. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the east, see the Penglai Sea area. Boom. Standing tall in the sky, Aou raised the dragon god, war heaven halberd high, channeling the power of the stars into a massive thunderbolt. Then with a downward swing of its arm, the thunderbolt descended from the heavens, striking fiercely against the protective barrier of Penglai Island. The barrier vibrated violently, ripples spreading across its surface. Observing this, Meng Zhang, standing about half a meter behind Aou, squinted his eyes and calculated, just a bit more, and it will be broken through. Dong Wang Gong, I will ask you one last time, are you willing to submit to the heavenly court? Aou shouted loudly towards the Penglai Island below. You foolish Aou, do not speak so much. I have already sent a message to the Wu tribe, and the reinforcements from the Wu tribe will arrive soon. If you are sensible, you should leave quickly otherwise. The Dong Wang Gong, hiding in the celestial palace, spoke coldly, his voice extremely indifferent. Otherwise what? He did not finish his sentence, allowing the demons to guess for themselves. Find it is not that I do not give you a chance, this is of your own making. After hearing Dong Wang Gong's response, once more Aou finally made up its mind, retracting the dragon god, war heaven halberd, and then leaped into the air, transforming into a purple divine dragon, several million zhang long, flying towards Penglai Island below. Bang! The enormous dragon claw, glowing with divine light, violently struck the already unstable barrier, and with a loud bang the barrier shattered into countless specks of light. All heavenly soldiers, heed my command, the entire army attack. East Sea Dragon Army, heed my command, surround Penglai Island, do not let a single one escape. Yes, Guardian, charge. With a command from Aou, 300,000 demon soldiers surged forward, enveloped in a sea of demonic energy, towards Penglai, Immortal Island. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, tens of thousands of Eastern Sea Dragon Army also let out a war cry, encircling the entire Penglai, Immortal Island, as instructed. Sensing this, the Eastern King's complexion turned ashen in the Immortal Court, cold sweat beading in the palm gripping the dragon head staff. The barrier was broken, the demon clan had landed on the island, and the witch clan had not yet arrived. This was a sign of impending doom. Despite being a quasi-saint and the appointed leader of the primal male immortals by the Tao ancestor, he was likely the weakest quasi-saint in the entire primal world aside from the bottom few demon saints. Even the Western Queen Mother might not be someone he could defeat, let alone the strongest army of the demon clan, the 300,000 demon soldiers from the 6 guardians of heaven. Leading them was none other than the eldest son of the ancestral dragon Aou. Even if he fought desperately, escaping should still be barely possible. However, Aou was accompanied by a green dragon named Meng Zhang. As a fellow quasi-saint, could he really fight against 2 and manage to escape from their clutches? The Eastern King thought for a moment and realized it was difficult. As the Eastern King lamented the hardships of a mortal life, suddenly the earth-shattering roar of dragons echoed once more, growing ever closer. Then a thunderous crash resounded as the immortal court began to collapse. "You impudent child Aou. You are far too overbearing. Your father, the ancestral dragon, was not as ruthless as you." The Eastern King stood up from his seat, glaring at Aou, whose dragon form was partially revealed through the shattered beams of the immortal court. "Nonsense. I am far milder than my father. If it were he would not have asked you so many times about surrendering, but would have annihilated Penglai in one go." Aou's voice boomed in rebuttal. "How can you say such unreasonable things? Is my Penglai so weak that it can be wiped out at any moment?" This truly infuriated the Eastern King. He was the first to achieve the pure yang energy in this world, and his temperament was fiery. Having previously refrained from battle and awaited the support of the Witch clan, was already quite restrained. Now that the barrier was broken and the demon clan had landed on the island, he had no choice but to fight. Coupled with Aou's provocations, he immediately steeled his resolve, gritting his teeth and tightly gripping his dragon-head staff, transforming into a beam of light that shot towards the heavens, charging at Aou. "You impudent child, today I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the ancestral dragon." The Eastern King shouted loudly, and then the dragon-head staff in his hand burst forth with brilliant golden light, striking fiercely at Aou. Originally intending to remain uninvolved in the war between the demon clan, and Penglai merely observing the battle between Aou and the Eastern King, if Aou seemed to be at a disadvantage, he would step in to protect. However, upon hearing the Eastern King audaciously claim he would teach Aou a lesson on behalf of the ancestral dragon, Meng Zhang's eyes flashed with anger. He raised his hand and struck at the Eastern King from afar. At the same time, Aou opened his mouth, lowering his head to unleash a purple flame towards the Eastern King. The explosive sound that shook the entire Eastern Sea erupted, black smoke billowing over Penglai Immortal Island, as the Immortal Court suffered a direct impact, completely collapsing. 36,000 miles beneath the sea in the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Aou, the Eastern Sea Dragon King appointed by the ancestral dragon, heard the explosive sounds from above, gazing at the crystal palace that was slightly shaking due to the disturbances, his brow furrowing as he stroked his beard, expressing dissatisfaction. "Are they planning to demolish my Eastern Sea Dragon Palace as well? That brat Aou really doesn't know how to handle matters." The Eastern Sea Dragon Queen beside him handed him a cup of tea, reminding him, "Husband, be cautious with your words. After all, there is a difference between ruler and subject." Difference between ruler and subject? If it weren't for the protection of Elder Candle Dragonback, then His Majesty the Ancestral Dragon would not have appointed him as the Crown Prince. Now the Eastern Sea is under my command. If he is sensible, he should obediently serve as a guardian for the demon clan. I would still treat him with some respect, occasionally visiting the Eastern Sea to see him, calling him Your Highness when we meet, and letting him take some local specialties when he leaves. But if he dreams of inheriting the Dragon Emperor's position and commanding the entire Dragon clan, then he must not blame me for turning against him without mercy." Taking the cup of tea from the Dragon Queen's hand, Aou coldly huffed. Although he was merely at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal stage, and not as powerful as Aou, the Eastern Sea Dragon clan was firmly under his control. With the Dragon Army's battle formations, he did not believe Aou could do anything to him unless Aou completely disregarded the losses of the Dragon clan or led the Demon clan to attack, which was another matter entirely. However, based on his understanding of Aou, he believed that Aou would not resort to such actions. Furthermore, Meng Zhang would not allow him to do so. Aou then took a sip of the immortal tea in his hand. "How does it taste, husband?" the Eastern Sea Dragon Queen asked Aou. "Not bad. The sweetness that emerges from its fragrance is quite refreshing." "My lady, what tea is this? I have never tasted it before." Aou turned to the Dragon Queen and inquired, taking another sip. A hint of surprise flashed in the Eastern Sea Dragon Queen's eyes as she quietly replied, "This tea is just ordinary rain mist immortal tea, nothing special. It's just that the water I use to brew it is a bit unique." "Oh, unique? Did my lady perhaps find a spring of spiritual water?" Aou asked thoughtfully, a hint of joy appearing on his face. "No," the Eastern Sea Dragon Queen shook her head, gradually stepping back. After taking a few steps back, she replied, I didn't find any spiritual spring. It's just that a guest came yesterday and gifted me a bottle of Tine True water. What a... Upon hearing this, Ao Kai was initially taken aback, then his pupils constricted in shock, quickly standing up and slamming the teacup he held onto the jade brick. Crack! The cup shattered instantly, tea splattering everywhere, and wherever the tea touched the jade bricks were all frozen, the chilling aura spreading. Seeing this, Ao Kai was filled with dread, raising his hand and tremblingly pointing at his wife, Zitongyu. Husband, I'm sorry. The Eastern Emperor Tai Yi promised me that after your death, as long as I lead the Eastern Sea Dragon clan to welcome back His Highness and support him as Emperor, he will ensure that GunGun remains the Eastern Sea Dragon King forever. As long as the Demon Clan exists, no one will harm him or shake his rule over the Eastern Sea. The Demon Clan is powerful and the Demon Emperor is formidable. For GunGun, I had no choice. I hope you will not blame me. As she spoke, the Dragon Queen's voice began to choke, and she knelt down before Ao Kai. You wretched woman. I will kill you. Oh. Ao Kai unleashed his power, and instantly the seal placed by Tai Yi on the Tine True water completely dissipated, unleashing a chilling force capable of freezing the world, completely encasing his dragon form and even his divine soul in ice. On the other side, Mount Bujo. As the most powerful shaman of the Houtu tribe, Ho Yi possessed a charisma second only to Houtu herself. Soon he gathered a large number of elite shamans, approximately 80,000, preparing to rush to the East Sea to aid Punlai. GunGun, wake up, we are setting out. Ho Yi said, nodding in satisfaction at the grand assembly of shamans before him, then addressing the still soundless sleeping GunGun on his back. If we are to set out, let me sleep a little longer, GunGun said lazily and weakly. If you keep sleeping like this, it will affect my battle with the Demon Clan later. Wake up now and you can sleep again after our victory, alright? Ho Yi said with a slight headache. Sighed, realizing that Ho Yi had to go and that he needed to take him along. GunGun sighed. Then slowly opening his eyes, lifting his head from Ho Yi's shoulder, he yawned, patted Ho Yi's shoulder, and said, Great Shaman, saving the East King is not as easy as it seems. It won't help if we go too early. Trust me, let's wait a while. It's best to go after the Demon Clan has destroyed Punlai, when they are feeling triumphant. That way we might catch them off guard. No way. Ho Yi firmly refused. The East King is the foremost of the primordial male immortals conferred by the Tao ancestor. If he falls at the hands of the Demon Clan, their prestige will soar, and conversely our shaman tribe's reputation will plummet. I cannot allow such a thing to happen. GunGun replied. Why are you saying the same thing as Houtu? Your reasoning is sound, but this event is destined to happen, and it's not something you can prevent by just wishing it away. Sigh. GunGun had no choice but to sigh again, then vigorously shook his bare body to muster some energy. He then jumped down from Ho Yi's back, snapped his fingers, and said helplessly, All right, since you great shaman have already decided you are the boss here, and he'll follow your lead. After saying that, 2 shaman soldiers brought a sedan chair to him and set it down. GunGun clenched his fists, rubbed his still drowsy eyes, walked towards the sedan chair, sat down heavily, leaned back, and rested his chin on his hand, waiting for departure. When accompanying Houtu on trips, he mostly acted as her mount, but when traveling with other shamans, he would prepare a sedan chair for himself to avoid the fatigue of the journey. After all, he was a precious bear, easily exhausted from travel. GunGun, you jest. I know you recommend I wait to go for the sake of the shaman tribe, not wanting to sacrifice so many of our kin. However, regardless of our differing opinions, the great ancestor has already issued the order. We must obey, mustn't we? Ho Yi approached GunGun's sedan chair, lowered his head, and explained. Yes, the great ancestor is paramount. Great shaman Ho Yi, I'm hungry. Do you have any spirit fruits? GunGun did not want to discuss this topic further and turned to ask Ho Yi. Ho Yi was taken aback for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. He opened his hand, and a divine light flashed, revealing a Baizhunqing fruit, which he handed to GunGun, replying, Of course I do, here you go. GunGun took the fruit and began to eat it immediately. Seeing this, Ho Yi smiled and rubbed his head. Then he turned back to the assembled shamans, his smile fading, replaced by an expression of utmost seriousness. He raised his right hand, closed his fist, and shouted loudly, All troops advance and support Punlai. Shamans, 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 shamans. The 80,000 shamans shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the sky. Meanwhile, at the East Sea on Punlai Island. Boom! A beam of golden light descended from the heavens, crashing into the ruins of the celestial court, transforming into a middle-aged man in a golden robe, pale-faced, kneeling on one knee. This was the East King. Is this the supreme, innate spirit treasure, the dragon head staff? This treasure, shaped like a dragon's head, rightfully belongs to my dragon clan, said Ao Yuan, now in human form, as he looked at the dragon head staff in his grasp with indifference. This is a treasure bestowed upon me by the Tao ancestor. You Ao Yuan dare to claim it as your own, you will surely incur the wrath of the saints. The East King stood up, lifted his head, and shouted angrily at Aou. Are you trying to intimidate me with the Tao Ancestor? You cannot even protect a treasure given to you by the Tao Ancestor, East King. I think you are the one who should fear the saints. Aou retorted to the East King. No more of this back and forth. I do not wish to destroy Penglai. If you submit now and willingly offer a strand of your true spirit to the demon banner, I might still spare your life. Aou put away the dragon head staff, and then pointed his dragon god war spear at the East King, issuing his final ultimatum. The East King felt a sharp pain in his chest and raged. He was the foremost of the primordial male immortals conferred by the Tao Ancestor, and Aou, a mere junior, dared to be so arrogant in front of him. This was truly excessive arrogance. What do you say, East King? Old man, As the East King was about to respond, suddenly the ground beneath him violently shook and countless rocks surged from the earth, hurtling towards Aou and the demon clan. Do not panic, friend East King, I am here to assist you. After Aou and Meng Zhang, who stood behind him, were pushed back a bit, a clear and cold voice rang out, followed by Houtu appearing beside the East King. Houtu, the great ancestor. Upon seeing her, the East King immediately displayed an excited expression. You finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, I would have had to surrender to the demon clan. I encountered some issues on the way that delayed my arrival. Please do not hold it against me, Houtu said to the East King. What are you saying, great ancestor? I am deeply grateful for your assistance. Once we repel these demon clan members, Penglai Island is willing to ally with the shaman tribe to jointly resist the demon clan. The East King bowed to Houtu, speaking earnestly. Hearing this, Aou's brows furrowed in the sky. Though Penglai Island had been mostly devastated by him, as long as the East King was still alive, Penglai could not be considered a weak force. Moreover, he bore the title of the foremost primordial male immortal conferred by the Tao Ancestor. If he truly allied with the shaman tribe. Considering this, Aou, who had been reluctant to completely annihilate Penglai and aimed to minimize the slaughter, felt a resolution forming in his heart. He looked at Houtu and said, Great ancestor Houtu, you should not have come. But I must come, Houtu replied steadfastly, meeting his gaze without addressing the East King's proposal for an alliance. Jade Rabbit. Unlike the wild giant, Xingtian Hou-yi, who possessed muscles yet retained a touch of elegance, continued to feed the soft-boned rabbit in his arms carrots while addressing the rolling bear. Rolling swallowed the fruit flesh in his mouth, gazing at Hou-yi and the rabbit in his embrace, suddenly feeling bewildered. Jade Rabbit. Is this soft-boned rabbit the Jade Rabbit? Does this mean that change will appear soon? Once change arrives, Hou-yi will be off the market. Bang! With this thought, Rolling plopped down onto the ground, his massive weight causing the earth to tremble violently for a moment. He raised his head, puffing out his cheeks as he looked at Hou-yi. They had clearly agreed to be lifelong brothers and stay single together. How could he do this, especially with change? Brother Rolling, why are you looking at me like that? Suddenly being stared at by Rolling with puffed cheeks, Hou-yi felt something was off and asked. Great Shaman Hou-yi, may I ask you something? Rolling did not answer Hou-yi's question, but turned to ask him. Of course. Is brotherhood more important or the fairy more important? Of course brotherhood is more important. Then are we brothers? Of course we are sworn brothers who have been through life and death together. Then if you meet a very beautiful fairy in the future and both of us like her, could you let her go to me? Of course, no problem. Hou-yi answered without hesitation. He did not believe he would fall for any fairy in the future. Moreover, even if he did, if Brother Rolling liked her, it wouldn't be a problem to let her go. However, Hou-yi looked at Rolling with curiosity and chuckled. Brother Rolling has grown up. You're actually interested in fairies now. I've always been big, but... As he spoke, Rolling stood up, planted his enormous bare paws on the ground, and opened his mouth wide, inhaling all the spiritual fruits floating around him in one go. Then he placed his hands on his bulging belly, bowed to Hou-yi, and thanked him. Thank you, great shaman Hou-yi, I will remember your words today. When you meet the fairy you like, I will come to take her away. Hou-yi thought I did promise you, but why do I feel something is off with your words? Also this soft one, the Jade Rabbit, it was entrusted to you by the Earth Mother Ancestor to take care of, right? Rolling straightened his back and continued to speak to Hou-yi. Yes, that's right. Hou-yi nodded in a daze, still pondering over Rolling's earlier words. What did he mean by coming to take someone away when he meets the fairy he likes? Specifically targeting me. All right then, great shaman, you can hand it over to me. I will take it to roast, and I will share a rabbit leg with you later. Rolling raised his bare arm and extended his right hand toward Hou-yi. Hou-yi, Jade Rabbit. Squeak, squeak. The Jade Rabbit let out a shrill cry, trembling in Hou-yi's embrace, her face filled with terror as she gazed at the seemingly clumsy, iron-eating beast in front of her. Unlike her deceased kin, although she was still young, barely 500 years old, and her cultivation was rapidly elevated by consuming that brilliant golden carrot, making her foundation unstable and her powers superficial, she was nevertheless a Xianxian and had some understanding of certain matters in the primordial world. The Iron-Eating Beast clan was a great clan in the primordial world. Even the Tiger clan did not dare to provoke them easily. Although the Iron-Eating Beast appeared clumsy and silly, lacking much power, and often seeming lazy and unenergetic once they engaged in battle, it was something else entirely. Striking a fierce tiger or trampling a true dragon was not beyond their capabilities. How horrifying to think this creature wants to roast and eat me, or what should I do? The Jade Rabbit was extremely frightened. Brother Rolling, this child was entrusted to me by the Earth Mother Ancestor to take good care of, not for you to make into food. If you want rabbit meat, I can have someone go to the Tianyu Rabbit clan to pick a few good ones for you. How does that sound? After thinking for a moment, feeling that he was probably overthinking it, how could Brother Rolling target him? Surely those earlier words were just a slip of the tongue or a whim. Ho-E soon dismissed the thought, patted the Jade Rabbit in his arms to comfort her, and then spoke to Rolling. The ancestor entrusted me to take good care of her. Upon hearing Ho-E's words, Rolling blinked and confirmed with him. Yes. Ho-E nodded. Fine. Rolling, somewhat disappointed, lowered his arms and hung his head, falling silent. Seeing it in this state, Ho-E's expression shifted slightly. He took a couple of steps forward, patted Rolling's shoulder, and said, All right, Brother Rolling, if you want to eat rabbit, let's go eat Tianyu Rabbit now. It tastes absolutely better than the soft-boned rabbit, trust me. Okay, thank you, Great Shaman Ho-E. Rolling replied helplessly. Then he raised his head, looking at the trembling Jade Rabbit in Ho-E's arms. He opened his bare paws, revealing his sharp teeth, and threatened, Little rabbit, you must behave around Great Shaman Ho-E. Don't do anything bad and don't have any improper thoughts, or I will swallow you whole when the Great Shaman is not around. Squeak. The Jade Rabbit was frightened by Rolling's threat and instantly screamed, nodding repeatedly. Hayu. Seeing this scene, Ho-E shook his head and smiled, thinking to himself that Brother Rolling had just mentioned wanting a fairy, yet he was clearly still immature. After all, although he was the first iron-eating beast in the world, he must be under 200,000 years old. Then Ho-E comforted the Jade Rabbit once more and led Rolling outside, preparing to call someone to help him prepare Tianyu Rabbit so he could enjoy rabbit meat tonight. As they walked out, Ho-E spoke to Rolling. Brother Rolling, the Earth Mother Ancestor has gone into seclusion. She mentioned you need to sleep for at least a year, and she also wants to meditate for a while to comprehend her own Tao. Tao. Rolling was taken aback. Yes, the Ancestor said she felt something and understood her own Tao. If the Earth Mother Ancestor can truly attain the Tao, then our witch clan will have a better chance in the future war against the demon clan. At this point, a smile appeared on Ho-E's face. Unlike him, Rolling did not smile upon hearing this. Instead, it lowered its head, pondering something in silence. A month later, before the Panga Hall. In an unprecedented turn of events, Rolling had stayed here for a month without seeing the Earth Mother come out. Feeling a bit worried, he thought, can the Earth Mother comprehend the cycle of the Tao and transform into the underworld at this time? Impossible. The time should be after the emergence of the human race and before the war between the witches and demons. There is still a long way to go. However, looking at the Panga Hall, no matter how much he had hoped for a future where he could retire in the underworld, upon hearing Ho-E say that the Earth Mother understood her Tao and needed to enter seclusion to comprehend it, Rolling still wished for her not to succeed. It's agreed that in reality this is already the fastest speed of the Witch Clan's army. If they were any faster, Ho-E would have to abandon the army and rush to Penglai alone with GunGun, but that is clearly unrealistic. Don't think that these witches are pushovers. This time they have brought the elite of the Houtu tribe. Besides Ho-E, there are also many grand witch level figures, all of whom are formidable. Together their combat power is definitely stronger than that of Ho-E and GunGun combined. Half an hour later. Why haven't we arrived yet? Isn't Mount Buzhou far from Penglai? GunGun sat on the transport carriage holding a folding fan, fanning itself impatiently. It hadn't thought of this before, but now prompted by Ho-E, it has completely realized. It's fine if the Witch Clan cannot save the Eastern Prince. It is fate, and the trend of the times cannot be defied. Old Dong is destined to die. However, the treasures on Penglai Island cannot be taken or destroyed by the Demon Clan. Ho-E had just promised that after they acquired the treasures, he would let it pick first. This is something Ho-E can decide. Moreover, for spiritual fruits and spirit beasts, other witches will also come to share, but for magical treasures, needless to say, 90 will belong to it. Mount Buzhou is approximately 1.7 billion miles from Penglai. At our current speed, we should arrive in about half an hour. GunGun, didn't you go to the East Sea before? How could you forget? Ho-E turned to GunGun and said, Oh well, there's still half an hour left. I hope we can make it in time. The Demon Clan mustn't take everything away. GunGun said with great concern, then it opened its left paw, revealing a treasure map, a reward from the system that it didn't know when it had received. It had discovered it appearing in its personal world the last time it picked spiritual fruits. The treasure map marked the location of a golden dragon pearl, which just so happens to be in the East Sea. Honestly, GunGun was reluctant to come all the way here for a dragon pearl. After all, it doesn't like eating dragon pearls. They are hard and tasteless. But Since they have to go to the East Sea anyway, it might as well bring it back. Even if it doesn't eat it, it can give it away or exchange it for spiritual fruits or beast milk. Let me see, the dragon pearl is here. There are 2 golden flood dragons guarding it. No problem, I GunGun am not afraid of flood dragons. GunGun recalled the reminder it had previously been too lazy to look at. Then, after confirming the exact location, it put the treasure map away. Then it kept waiting, hoping that time would pass quickly and they could reach Penglai soon, but as time went by they still had not reached Penglai. Instead, a group of uninvited guests had arrived. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous war drum sounds echoed as a vast cloud of demons swept in from the front. On the cloud, Baizé, the leader of the 10 demon saints, stroked his grizzled beard, smiling as he looked this way. Behind him stood demon gods, such as Baifeng Zhang, Huilang Yue, and Jun Yuan lined up, and behind them stood an endless sea of demon soldiers. They are here to block the way. No, it could also be that they are here to ambush, wanting to eliminate them here. GunGun thought to itself, and its fan-fanning action subconsciously paused upon seeing this scene. Baizé, Hou said with a frown, raising his arm to command the Witch Clan army to stop. Then, looking at the demon army that had also halted in front of them, he shouted at the leading Baizé demon saint. Why is it that only you have come among the 10 demon saints? Hou, the Grand Witch, do you think one old man is not enough to deal with you? Baizé asked with a smile. If I say it's not enough. Hou snorted coldly, and as soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the 8 directions sun arrow bow in his hand and drew an arrow from behind, aiming at Baizé. Then whoosh. The sun-shooting arrow transformed into a beam of extreme light and shot towards Baizé. Roar, roar. Seeing this, Baizé waved his hand, and the scroll of 10,000 beasts unfurled. Instantly, countless ferocious beasts leaped out to meet the sun-shooting arrow. Although they were ultimately annihilated by the arrow's light, they also managed to block this arrow for Baizé. Hou, the Grand Witch, I did not come here today to fight you to the death. I only wish for the Grand Witch to wait here for a while. Once the matter of Penglai is settled, you may go to the East Sea or return to Mount Buzhou as you wish. Baizé said as he put away the scroll of 10,000 beasts, looking at Hou, whose expression had turned somewhat ugly. Do you think I would agree to that? Hou asked Baizé. I hope you can agree after all. Although I am not afraid of you, I would still prefer not to engage in combat if possible, Baizé said calmly. You are a demon saint, and I am a Grand Witch. How could we possibly meet without fighting? Hou said coldly. Then he waved his arm and ordered sternly, Sons of the Witch Clan, listen up. Defeat these demon clans and rush to Penglai. Yes, kill. As soon as he finished speaking, the Witch Clan army behind Hou sprang into action, charging towards the blocking demon army ahead, while he and several other Grand Witches transformed into light and flew towards Baizé and the demon gods behind him. Even the 2 witches carrying GunGun's transport carriage joined in. GunGun blinked at the sudden turn of events, somewhat stunned, and then looked down at the folding fan in its hand. I don't want to fight the demon clan here. I want to go to Penglai to rescue the Eastern Prince. Sigh. The heavenly army, heed my command. Engage the Witch Clan. Seeing that Hou had indeed chosen to fight, Baizé sighed, and then waved his hand, giving the order. Kill. Immediately, the demon army also began to charge forward. Soon the 2 sides clashed, engaging in intense battle. Various spells dazzled bodies engaged in melee weapons, clashed back and forth, and the scene was exceptionally bloody. It's you. Well, back then you ambushed me from behind. Today I will make you pay the price by stripping your bearskin to make a garment. The demon god Baifeng waved his hand, sending a Grand Witch of the early Golden Immortal stage flying, then struck down a Witch of Golden Immortal cultivation. His gaze swept across, landing on GunGun, who remained seated in the carriage, not participating in the battle. His pupils constricted, and the demon became extremely furious, shouting at it. Chirp. After speaking, a red light flashed from Baifeng's body, transforming into a giant bird and flying towards GunGun. When did I ever ambush you? Gazing at the revealed form of the Baifeng demon god charging at him in the most violent manner, the bear, named Rolling, was taken aback. When did I ever ambush him? This illustrious bear born extraordinary shines wherever it goes. How could a bear like me ever stoop to such a despicable act? The bird must have mistaken me for another bear. Immediately, Rolling shook its massive body, crouched down, and with a surge of strength in its legs sprang up from the carriage. The next second, Baifeng landed on the carriage, crushing it, then lifted its head to glare at Rolling, who had jumped up to the clouds thousands of meters above. It bellowed angrily, What's the matter? Do you lack the courage to fight me? Is this the extent of the courage of the battle pet of the Earth Mother ancestor? Hearing Baifeng's challenge, Rolling blinked its eyes. It wasn't angry, rather, if this bird recognized it, that meant it wasn't mistaken, but when did it ever ambush him? It really had no memory of such a thing. You. Seeing that the fat bear didn't respond, and instead wore a bewildered expression, Baifeng's anger flared even more. It recalled that over 9,000 years ago, during the battlefield of the first large-scale war between the witch and the zombie, the 4 ancestors, Gong Gong Chong Liang Xianming, and Earth Mother, were battling the Eastern Emperor, while he, the demon god Bai Fong, showcased his skills in that war fighting against the two great witches Zheng Hui and Ji Hua. At that time he had the upper hand, but then something suddenly slammed violently into his waist, sending him flying into the air, tumbling over 70 or 80 times, spitting out a mouthful of blood. That was not all. After finishing his flips, he was punched by the sharp-eyed Xing Tian, resulting in serious injuries. If it weren't for his good luck in being rescued by Bai Zhe, he would have perished in that battle. Afterward, he asked the demon god Fei Yu to use the Tai Wei mirror to investigate what had hit him, and discovered that it was actually an iron-eating beast. Indeed, it was the very one that the Earth Mother rode upon, now appearing before him. An ambush. It struck his waist. It caused him to be injured, and then punched by Xing Tian, nearly leading to his demise. Such a deep-seated grudge, how could Bai Fong not seek vengeance? Dear bird brother, I just recalled carefully, I really didn't ambush you. Moreover, this should be our first meeting. Have you mistaken the bear? At this moment, Rolling flashed with light, appearing at the same level as Bai Fong, holding a folding fan in one hand, scratching its head with the other, and asked. It still couldn't remember when it had ever ambushed this bird. No, Rolling had never engaged in such acts. Mistaken. Hearing Rolling's words, Bai Fong let out a cold laugh, then with a glint of coldness in its eyes, spread its wings as violent flames erupted from its body, scolding Rolling loudly. With your black and white fat and plump, foolish and clumsy appearance, how could this god possibly mistake you? There's no point in talking more. Today, I shall flay your skin and break your bones, striking terror into your soul to ease my heart's grievance. With that, it flapped its wings and charged at Rolling again. Fat and plump, foolish and clumsy. Upon hearing these words, Rolling's chubby face twitched, lowering its paw that was scratching its head, and gripped the fan tightly. Someone has called it fat before, but never has anyone scolded it so harshly. It had already claimed to not have ambushed him, yet this bird still insulted it so openly. Did it really think that Rolling would let such slights pass? Damn you and your bird family. Rolling cursed at the incoming Bai Fong demon god, then its two chubby bare legs moved swiftly, charging at it, shaking the clouds beneath with every step. Yeah. Just as Rolling was about to collide with Bai Fong, it leaped up, clenching its left paw into a fist, a ball of white divine light emerging from its fist, then shouted loudly as it struck down. Die you! Bai Fong also shouted loudly, and then its single bird claw ignited with fierce flames, forcefully grasping at Rolling, followed by boom. A deafening explosion echoed as the immense force of magic sent countless demon and witch tribes flying, flames scattering the spectacle grand beyond measure. Brother Rolling. In the distance, Ho-E, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Bai Zhe, heard the commotion behind him, turned around, and immediately furrowed his brow. The demon god Bai Fong is among the top-ranked of the 365 demon gods, having reached the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm over 100,000 years ago, while Rolling had only entered the mid-stage of the great Luo a mere 10,000 years ago. Facing such an enemy, Rolling, are you really okay? Ho-E felt a bit worried. Ho-E, the great witch, while fighting with me, you still have the distraction to look elsewhere. That's not good. Bai Zhe, who also noticed the battle between Bai Fong and Rolling, chuckled. Shut up. Ho-E turned back, sweeping his 8 directions sun shooting bow horizontally, pushing Bai Zhe back, then swiftly moved to resolve the threat of Bai Fong to prevent any mishaps for Rolling. Buzz, the scroll of 10,000 beasts appeared, wrapping around the space where Ho-E was as Bai Zhe returned, stroking his grizzled beard, and said, Great witch, your opponent is me now. You should focus on that. Suddenly halting mid-sentence, Bai Zhe's pupils constricted as he turned back, staring in disbelief at the clash between Rolling and Bai Fong. There the scattered flames had vanished, and the black mist from the explosion had cleared, revealing Rolling's fist colliding with Bai Fang's claw, the bear, and the bird frozen in place, as if under a stasis spell. However, in this battlefield of only 2 Quasi-Saints who could simultaneously immobilize 2 great Luo golden immortals, Bai Zhe narrowed his eyes, seeing through the illusion. In his vision, he perceived something different from what ordinary eyes could see. Lines of Tao patterns emanated from Rolling's body, completely enveloping Bai Fong. This was the law. Quasi-Saint. No, not a Quasi-Saint. Bai Zhe thought. Whoosh. At that moment, a sound of breaking air came from behind him. Hearing this, Bai Zhe was startled and quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding the sun-shooting arrow. He then turned back, stowing the scroll of 10,000 beasts, only to unfold it again, unleashing countless fierce beasts toward Ho-E. On the other side, after pulling Bai Fang's primordial spirit into the silent world with the silent law, Rolling began to unleash its power. Yeah. It opened its mouth, shouting loudly, pushing its fist against the claw of Bai Fong, which was nearly 1,000,000 times larger than itself, and moved its chubby legs forward, actually managing to push Bai Fong along. Faster, even faster, Rolling ran increasingly swiftly, and finally it suddenly retracted its fist and swung it again at Bai Fong. Boom. This time, in an instant, Bai Fang's towering demon form was sent flying by a single punch. Not only that, but 2 seconds later the demon form began to explode. Bang, bang, bang. A series of white light beams shot out from the body of Bai Fong, followed by continuous explosions. Then, amidst the horrified gazes of countless beings on the entire Wuliao battlefield, with one final bang, his body completely shattered, and the sky was filled with demon blood raining down to the ground, truly a scene of utter devastation. Bai Fong. Seeing this, Bai Zhe could no longer hold back, wanting to go and eliminate that fat bear to save Bai Fong. Although Bai Fang's demon body was destroyed, fortunately his primordial spirit was still intact. As long as he could rescue him and bring him back to the heavenly court for recovery, given time, he would surely be able to rebuild his body and continue to be a great Luo demon god for the demon race. Bai Zhe's thoughts were lofty, but then whoosh. The sun-shooting arrow came, forcing him to retreat. Demon Saint, your opponent now is me. Do not meddle in other matters. Hui blocked Bai Zhe's path, speaking to him indifferently. You. Hearing this familiar phrase, Bai Zhe felt a bit angry, but the good cultivation habits he had kept him from cursing on the spot. Moreover, although the Wu clan's physical bodies were strong, they had no specific means to deal with demon souls. The fat bear had restrained Bai Fong with its laws, but their cultivations were comparable, and Bai Fong was even slightly superior. By now, Bai Fang's primordial spirit should be able to break free from that law's constraints. With his primordial spirit power, even if he couldn't defeat that bear, retreating unscathed should be possible. Bang! Just as Bai Zhe was thinking this, suddenly a deafening collision sound erupted, and he saw that GunGun had conjured an enormous black cauldron out of thin air, placing it on the clouds. Then open. GunGun put away the folding fan, raised its 2 stout bare arms, and immediately the cauldron lid flew open by itself. Following this, it began to dance in front of the cauldron, bouncing around, as if performing a ritual, mumbling something. A few seconds later, an eye-popping scene appeared before Bai Zhe. A pitch-black beam of light shot out from the black cauldron, then an immense suction force erupted, drawing in Bai Fang's primordial spirit. No, not just Bai Fang's, but the primordial spirits of all the sacrificed demon race on the battlefield. How is this possible? Bai Zhe displayed an expression of disbelief, exclaiming in shock. Haha, I never expected GunGun actually had such a treasure cauldron. Great. Now let's see how your demon race can still rely on having primordial spirits without fearing death. Warriors of the Wu clan, listen up, kill them, wipe out these demons. Having witnessed GunGun frantically collecting demon souls with the cleansing cauldron, He was also taken aback, then threw his head back and laughed, commanding all the Wu warriors present. Yes, kill them. Hearing Hoi's words, the Wu clan members snapped back to their senses, becoming exceptionally excited, and immediately their ferocity in battling the demon race intensified. In contrast, on the demon race's side, they had previously relied on having primordial spirits relatively having an extra life compared to the Wu clan. As long as they were careful not to let resentment corrode their intelligence, to be honest, there was not much pressure in this battle. However, damn it, who can tell us what the situation is with that iron-eating beast? Where did it get that cauldron? It can actually collect demon souls. What happens if one gets sucked in? Will they suffer endless torment, or will they just disintegrate into nothingness? With these thoughts, the morale of the demon army gradually dwindled. Bai Zhe, who was in a fierce battle with Hou, sensed this change, gritted his teeth, then gripped the scroll of all beasts tightly, and with a forceful fling, he unleashed countless demon beasts charging towards Hou. While shouting loudly, "Heavenly army, heed my command," formed the formation set. Bang! Before Bai Zhe could finish his words, suddenly a shooting star streaked across the sky, landing on the battlefield. A burly man wielding a black iron battle axe appeared. As soon as he touched down on the clouds, he raised his battle axe and swung it powerfully. Bang! Instantly, a large number of demon soldiers were slain by the axe light. He swung their primordial spirits, floating towards GunGun's cleansing cauldron. Xing Tian. Seeing the newcomer, Bai Zhe's pupils constricted, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Unknown, he was not afraid of Xing Tian, but looking at Hou, who was relentlessly pursuing him and about to shoot arrows at him again, and then glancing at Xing Tian, he thought to himself, how could he say he couldn't take on 2 opponents? Moreover, the troops he brought this time were all his personal guards, not the 6 heavenly guardians, and he couldn't arrange formations such as the Little Star Array. Even if he set up a formation himself, at most he could defeat 1 Kwasa Saint and several great Luos, but having another Kwasa Saint would be absolutely useless. If it came to a fight to the death, he might have a 3 or 4% chance of winning, but could he really fight to the death with Hou and Xing Tian here? Considering this, Bai Zhe quickly made a decision. Forget it, time is long to Wu, let us settle this another day. Bai Zhe retreated violently, putting away the scroll of all beasts, addressing Hou before him. Then raising his hand, he ordered the remaining demon army retreat. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately the sound of retreat drums echoed from the demon army's rear. Heavenly Court, Yaoqi. Bang. Di Jun slammed his palm on the nearby white jade table, standing up from the main seat, furrowing his brows, a stern expression on his face, and an extremely heavy atmosphere enveloped the Yaoqi celestial realm. Elder brother, that iron-eating beast is Houtu's battle pet, and it is the first iron-eating beast born from the nurturing of heaven and earth. 100 years ago I had dealings with it. Its cultivation is impressive, its foundation deep, and one can faintly see merit around it, indicating a being of great fortune. Tai turned and said to Dijun, "Great fortune. Indeed, a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. The cleansing cauldron is actually in its hands. Isn't that great fortune? Iron-eating beast Houtu HM." As he spoke, Dijun closed his eyes and snorted coldly. After a long while, he opened his eyes, sat back down, and said to Tai, "Bai Feng is gone. You go and select another great Luo Jingxian to take the position of demon god and teach him the formation method of the Zhou Star Do Great Formation." "All right." Tai nodded. Furthermore, after this battle, the strength of the Houtu tribe has clearly surpassed that of the past. Xing Tian seems to have obtained another divine weapon from somewhere, which cannot be underestimated. Our demon race needs to replenish fresh blood. Only then can we ensure victory over the Wu clan in the future decisive battle. Dijun continued. Hearing this, Tai couldn't help but remind him, "Elder brother Au is already my protector. He is a quasi-saint capable of slaying 2 corpses, very useful. Moreover, I have already found a way to help him regain the power of the Dragon Clan. Although currently it is only the Eastern Sea, it won't be long before I will bring the entire Dragon Clan into our demon race." Dijun nodded, speaking to his brother. This matter has been handled well, but having only the Dragon Clan is not enough. What does elder brother mean? During the Dragon Han Great Calamity, the Dragon Clan was revered for their scales and armor, while the Phoenix Clan was esteemed as the noble birds. If our demon race can wait for the Phoenix Clan to aid us, it will be even more assured when facing the Wu clan in the future. Not only that, but the Heavenly Court's prestige will also rise significantly. Dijun said with Tai replying, "Phoenix Clan. Elder brother means the 9 heavens Kuanpeng. Indeed, Kuanpeng is the eldest son of the Yuan Phoenix, the leader of all birds. In the past, he once listened to the Tao with us in the Zixiao Palace, achieving remarkable cultivation. If he could lead the Feng clan to submit to the Heavenly Court, it would greatly benefit our demon race's ambitions. Tai, this matter will require your effort. Remember to bring the summoning flag." Dijun said to Tai. "All right," Tai replied, then hesitated for a moment and asked him, "Elder brother, if I do everything, what will you do?" Hearing this question, Dijun glanced at his foolish younger brother and replied irritably, "Your sister-in-law is about to give birth. At this time, what else can I do but accompany her in the Heavenly Court?" As for the matter of Hui breaking through the Baizhe defense line, ignoring Tai's suddenly stiffened expression, a golden flame flickered in Dijun's eyes, and he continued, "It depends on the abilities of your protector. If he cannot eliminate Dong Wanggong before Hui and his group arrive at Peng Lai, then I will summon the 10 great demon saints. In any case, Dong Wanggong must die." On the other side, at the Wuyao battlefield, Hui did not stop Baize's withdrawal, nor did he pursue the victory. He clearly remembered that the purpose of his journey was not to destroy a legion of the demon race or to slay Baize, but to save Dong Wanggong, which was the most important matter at hand. Immediately after the demon army retreated, Hui waved his hand to gather the fallen blood of the Wu clan on the battlefield, then turned to the remaining Wu crowd and shouted, "Continue forward, rush to Peng Lai." "Yes, Wu, 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 Wu." Hearing Hui's words, the Wu crowd waved their weapons and shouted in unison. After their recent victory, their morale was exceptionally high. Meanwhile, after defeating the Bifong bird and collecting the souls of the demons, GunGun had almost vented all of his anger. At this moment, he sat on a cloud, gazing at the spirit-washing cauldron before him, a hint of distress visible on his chubby face. But it was too much. The demon souls he had collected from Xiaoyu Mountain last time had yet to be dealt with, and now there were so many more, which truly left GunGun, the great god, feeling helpless. However, there was no way around it. After all, that Bifong demon god was too despicable, not only slandering him for attacking him, but also insulting him, saying he was fat and foolish. He felt that he couldn't vent his anger without collecting his yuan shun. "Fat? What's wrong with being fat? Did I eat your family's spiritual fruits? I, GunGun, the great god, am inherently extraordinary. I would rather be a refined fat than be like you, thin and ordinary, foolish and clumsy. You can't even defeat me, a fool, and you still have the nerve to say that to me, home." Then GunGun raised his bare paw, collected the spirit-washing cauldron, took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and said to himself, "No more thinking about these things, they are matters for the future. For now, what I need to do is hurry to Peng Lai to rescue Dong Wanggong. GunGun brother, I have returned." At that moment, Xingtian flew to GunGun's side and greeted him. "Oh, is this iron axe in your hand the one?" GunGun looked up at Xingtian and asked. "Yes, it is the war axe of the god of war marked on the treasure map you gave me, GunGun brother. It was sealed in the abyssal spirit marsh of the 10,000 great mountains. I spent 100 years finally grasping it." As he spoke, there was a hint of pride on Xingqian's face. Only true warriors can wield this battle axe, and the fact that he could wield it meant that he was indeed a true warrior. Oh, very good. It suits you, great mage. Looking at Xingqian holding the god of war's battle axe GunGun was taken aback and nodded. Initially, he just casually gave him the treasure map, but now it felt a bit strange. Wasn't Xingqian's original weapon an axe? Xingqian wields the axe and shield. This is a coincidence, or is it fate in the dark? Forget it, I can't be bothered to think, but it's not important. I'm not planning to go against the heavens. Just as he was about to contemplate deeply, GunGun suddenly felt a bit of a headache, and he scratched his head thinking to himself. Brother Xingqian, welcome back. Brothers, we should set off. Ancestor Houtu must have already arrived in Penglai and is waiting for us. At this moment, Ho Yi, who had reorganized the team and was still standing at the forefront, shouted to the two. Hearing this, GunGun blinked and thought to himself, yes, Penglai. Then he quickly spread his bare paws, took out the folding fan from his little world, and started moving his chubby legs, running towards Ho Yi while fanning himself, shouting, okay, let's go quickly. Depart, move at full speed. We must not let the demon race harm Dong Wangong. Xingqian, is it my illusion, or is GunGun brother unusually eager today, not sleeping in, but instead rushing to go to Penglai to fight? He wasn't like this before. Ho Yi and Xingqian are about to arrive in Penglai. You must resolve Dong Wangong before they get here. Otherwise, the demon emperor will summon the 10 great demon saints to act. At that time, you won't be able to establish authority in front of the heavenly court officials, and your position as protector will be questioned again. Let Mengzhong assist you. Remember, this battle is your first since joining the demon race, and it is a very important one. You must not fail. Aoyu was presiding over the little star formation, stalemated with Houtu and Dong Wangong, when suddenly Taiyi's voice reached his ears. Upon hearing this, Aoyu furrowed his sword brow. He looked at the demon soldiers around him who were setting up the formation with him and noticed their expressions had not changed, meaning Taiyi had only sent a message to him. Ho Yi and Xingqian. Aoyu murmured in his heart, feeling somewhat hesitant as his brow furrowed deeper. But in the end, he made a decision and ordered Mengzhong behind him. Mengzhong, hold Houtu ancestor for me. All demons follow orders. Gather the little star formation to full power and attack Dong Wangong. Yes, protector, the demons shouted in unison. Mengzhong, standing behind Aoyu, frowned upon hearing Ai's command. To be honest, he was not willing to get overly involved in demon affairs, especially against the Wu clan. However, Zhulong had instructed him to protect Aoyu at all costs. Listening to Ai's words, he sighed. In the end, he chose to obey the command, and then leaped into the air, transforming into a green dragon, several 100,000 Zhonglong charging into the little star formation to attack Houtu. Seeing this, Houtu could only let go and withdraw his rock shield to deal with Mengzhong. Meanwhile, Aoyu, with the cooperation of the demon soldiers, outlined the star map, controlling the formation's full power to pressure the isolated Dong Wangong. Dong Wangong. My name is Dong Wangong, the first to attain the purest yang energy in the world. My lineage is extraordinary and my foundation is solid. I am a renowned quasi-saint powerhouse. Moreover, I was personally bestowed by the Tao ancestor as the foremost male immortal of the primordial era, a status of supreme nobility. But who can tell me why such an outstanding individual as myself has fallen to such a fate, humiliated by the demon clan, being bested by a mere dragon cub? I refuse to accept this. After a stick of incense, having lost the support of the Earth Mother, Dong Wangong, already severely injured, could no longer withstand the full power of the minor star formation. His eyes widened in horror as he let out a wretched scream, and soon his physical body began to transform into golden light, dissipating between heaven and earth. Outside the 33 heavens, in the Zixiao Palace. Sighed. An elderly voice sighed, and then an old man raised 2 fingers and pointed forward. Buzz, at that moment Dong Wangong's primordial spirit inexplicably vanished from the formation, while Ao, Yue, being a quasi-saint powerhouse, remained completely unaware, thinking his primordial spirit was still here and dissipating along with his physical body. Below, the sage causality is cyclical. As for the future, you shall gauge it yourself. The old man spoke indifferently, then closed his eyes, continuing to sit cross-legged on the auspicious cloud. In the East Sea on Penglai Fairy Island, Dong Wangong, the Earth Mother still battling Mengzhong, frowned as she witnessed Dong Wangong beginning to fade away and called out to him. She immediately rushed over, attempting to save him. However, the revealed form of Mengzhong blocked her path, refusing to let her pass. Strictly speaking, the Earth Mother's strength should be slightly above Mengzhong's, but not by much. Defeating him in a short time was no easy task, so she had no choice but to watch Dong Wangong completely disintegrate before her eyes. Who? In the sky just before Ho Yi and Xingqian arrived, Dong Wangong was finally eliminated, and Ao Yu let out a heavy sigh of relief. He then looked at the Earth Mother, who was still engaged in battle with Mengzhong, wanting to assist Mengzhong, but suddenly recalled how Kuan Peng had once trapped Mengzhong and then ambushed him. The Earth Mother had intervened at that time, although Dong Huang Tai ultimately saved him. The Earth Mother had indeed acted, so he thought, forget it. After a long while, Aou muttered to himself, then commanded Meng Zhang, come back. Upon hearing this, Meng Zhang, who had long wanted to end this battle, immediately let out a dragon roar that soared into the sky before transforming into his innate Dao body, landing behind Aou. His eyes were slightly bruised from being hit by the Earth Mother earlier. Earth Mother Dong Wang Gong is dead. Your mission has thus failed. The Heavenly Court currently holds no intention of engaging in a decisive battle with the Wu clan, so please return to Mount Buzhou. Aou called out to the Earth Mother after Meng Zhang returned. Hearing this, a hint of anger flickered across the Earth Mother's delicate face. Her palm clenched into a fist. Damn it! Why are Hou-yi and the others moving so slowly? GunGun, did you fail to notify them in time? The Earth Mother thought to herself. Meanwhile, on the other side, the sea, I can finally see the sea. I am almost there. Sitting in a palanquin transformed by magical power, GunGun suddenly twitched his nose, sneezed, and felt someone was murmuring about him behind. Then, calculating with his fingers, he realized he couldn't figure anything out. Who dares to speak of this deity behind my back? I can't calculate it. Could it be that great sage? Given his character, it is quite normal for him to murmur about how outstanding I am. Sigh, I must be cautious in the future. In any case, I will never engage in hard cultivation. GunGun released his bare paw, thinking to himself. He then continued to gaze ahead, eagerly hoping to reach Penlai sooner, so he could. While lost in thought, GunGun suddenly froze, blinked his eyes, then turned to Hou-yi beside him and asked, Great Witch, what is that cluster of golden light ahead? Golden light. Upon hearing GunGun's question, Hou-yi frowned. He looked ahead carefully, but saw no golden light. It's right there. Isn't it some treasure? GunGun pointed to a certain direction ahead and said to Hou-yi, Brother GunGun, I don't see anything. Perhaps you misread it, but it is possible there really is some treasure. Hou-yi thought of saying that GunGun might have misseen it, but he suddenly recalled that although GunGun seemed to have no abilities and was lazy and cute, he possessed strength that was completely inconsistent with his appearance. He was a De Luo Jinxian. Would such a bear make a mistake? No, unless a powerful being cast an illusion on him or something special that only he could see was present. Thinking of this, Hou-yi hesitated for a moment, then said to GunGun, Brother GunGun, let Xing Tian accompany you to take a look. We need to hurry. No need. GunGun interrupted Hou-yi, raising a bare paw. He then jumped off the palanquin, stepping onto the cloud that was hastily drifting towards Penlai. Next, he took out a green bamboo fishing rod from his small world. This was a limited-time special item purchased from the system 70 or 80,000 years ago. The treasure fishing rod classified as a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Great Witch, there's no need to go through so much trouble. We can fish it while heading to Penlai. GunGun said to Hou-yi, then spat on his two bare paws, flexed his arms, and forcefully swung the fishing rod, shooting the hook towards the location of the golden light. Hooked. Come to me, GunGun exclaimed excitedly as he began to reel in the line, but suddenly. Buzz! The golden light trembled violently and began to struggle fiercely. Wow, what a huge commotion. This treasure must be something extraordinary. It's mine, GunGun joyfully shouted, his round face beaming with delight. He never anticipated that he would encounter an incredible treasure just as he set eyes on the sea, even before entering the East Sea. Indeed, all the anxious waiting on the way had paid off. This time GunGun the Great would strike it rich. At once GunGun pulled even harder, desperately tugging backward, finally managing to pull the golden light closer bit by bit. At that moment, with the violent struggle of the golden light, the concealment spell on its surface passively disappeared, revealing its true appearance to Hou-yi, Xing Tian, and all the Wu clan members on the cloud. It was indeed a cluster of golden light, possibly a remarkable treasure. Brother GunGun, I will assist you. Immediately Xing Tian swung his hand, inserting the divine battle axe into the cloud, then strode to GunGun's side, bending down to grab his two bare arms and pulling forcefully backward. Treasure, it's so hard to pull. This must be an extraordinary treasure, definitely a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. With Xing Tian's help, GunGun pulled the golden light over much faster, but it was still very laborious. He excitedly shouted. Despite having the spirit-refining cauldron and the vermilion bird banner, he only possessed 5 top-grade, innate spiritual treasures in total. Today, to gain another one would certainly make the bear very happy. Top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Upon hearing GunGun's words, Hou-yi's expression shifted. He immediately stowed away the 8 directions sun-shooting bow in his hand and stepped over to stand behind Xing Tian, saying to GunGun, Brother GunGun, I will help you too. Then Hou-yi grasped Xing Tian's arms, and the two great witches combined their strength to pull the golden light toward them. With Hou-yi's assistance, the speed at which GunGun pulled the golden light here suddenly increased, and the entire bear grew increasingly excited. The fishing rod was a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Previously, when I used it on the grassland, I adeptly employed it to catch treasures in an instant. Never before had it been this exhausting, so undoubtedly this must be a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, there is no mistake. GunGun was about to obtain the 6th top-grade spiritual treasure, and a broad grin spread across its face, shining with brilliant delight. About a quarter of an hour later, the golden light was finally pulled up to the clouds right before the three of them. Mine, this is mine. GunGun instantly released the fishing rod, leaped forward, landing less than 30 centimeters from the golden light. Its massive weight caused the clouds beneath to tremble violently, yet it paid no mind, directly extending its paws towards the golden light to grab it. Then buzzed, the golden light trembled again. Bang! In an instant, a figure of black and white was sent flying. GunGun let out a cry of agony. GunGun, brother. Seeing this, Ho-E and Xing Tian's expressions changed drastically. Ho-E hurriedly turned and chased after GunGun, while Xing Tian stared wide-eyed at the golden light and exclaimed, unbelievable. Next moment, Xing Tian stepped forward, rushing towards the golden light, opening his large hand to seize it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The golden light trembled violently. However, unlike GunGun, Xing Tian was a quasi-saint powerhouse and had witnessed GunGun being knocked away. With this in mind, he unleashed all his strength at once, and thus the golden light could not send him flying, instead fiercely contending with him. Bang! On the other side, GunGun crashed heavily behind the army, its rear facing the sky, its hind leg raised and trembling slightly, as it exclaimed, treasure, this treasure is so powerful. GunGun, brother, are you alright? Ho-E rushed over, helping GunGun up from the clouds, expressing his concern. I'm fine, I was just careless for a moment. After getting up, GunGun said to Ho-E, then instinctively exclaimed ouch as it reached back to touch its waist, wincing, not good, I've hurt my waist. Waist. Hearing GunGun's words, Ho-E looked down at its round body. GunGun, do you even have a waist? Ho-E wanted to raise this question, but felt it inappropriate, so he chose to remain silent, quietly extending his hand to offer it a spirit fruit, saying, GunGun, this is a blood pasture fruit for healing. You should be fine after eating it. Oh, a spirit fruit, thank you, great shaman. Upon hearing Ho-E's words and seeing the red spirit fruit handed to him, GunGun instantly brightened up, eagerly taking the fruit and thanking Ho-E. Soon GunGun finished eating the fruit, and just as Ho-E said, felt fine. In truth, with its physical strength and recovery ability, even without the fruit, a few minutes of rubbing its waist would have alleviated the pain. But could it let Ho-E know this? Absolutely not. If it did, how would it later pretend to be pitiful to ask him for spirit fruits? Then GunGun moved its waist a bit and said to Ho-E, great shaman, let's quickly see that treasure. It must be a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Ho-E nodded, then waved his hand. The two vanished from their spot and appeared beside Xing Tian. At this moment, the golden light was still struggling violently in Xing Tian's grasp. GunGun, brother, are you okay? Seeing Ho-E and GunGun return, Xing Tian asked GunGun. I'm fine, great shaman, how about you? GunGun quickly replied. This thing is not simple, it has been resisting my touch, and its sparkling golden light obscures its true form. Ho-E, lend me a hand. Alright. Ho-E nodded, then extended his hands, using his power to suppress the golden light alongside Xing Tian. Under the pressure from the two top shamans, the golden light gradually dimmed. Seeing this scene, excitement sparkled in GunGun's small eyes. Its paws clenched into fists, it was about to see the true form of this treasure. What could this top-grade innate spiritual treasure be? The God-smiting whip. No, that's impossible. The golden dragon scissors. That's not right. Could it be? At the moment, the golden light completely vanished, seeing the object in Xing Tian and Ho-E's hands. GunGun's excitement froze on its face. Not just at Xing Tian and Ho-E were also stunned. The bear and two shamans never expected that this treasure would turn out to be a massive chi. Is there chi among top-grade innate spiritual treasures? Or rather, besides the Hongmeng purple chi, is there any other chi that counts as a significant treasure? It seems there isn't. Silence fell. The scene became quiet. After several seconds, GunGun's bear roar echoed through the skies as it charged forward, seizing the mass of chi from Xing Tian and Ho-E's hands, gripping it tightly and shaking it, shouting, treasure, where is my treasure? Give me back my treasure. The chi responded, not talking. He'll kill you. GunGun tightened its grip even more while opening its massive maw, its fangs reflecting silver light, appearing incredibly fierce. At this moment, it truly looked somewhat terrifying. The chi cough, GunGun, brother, calm down. This seems to be a mass of pure yang chi. Seeing GunGun so agitated, Ho-E came back to his senses, clenched his fists in front of his mouth, coughed lightly, and reminded him. Pure yang chi. GunGun's ears perked up, feeling this name was somewhat familiar, but it couldn't recall why. Slowly, it closed its massive jaw, stared at the mass of chi in its hand for a few seconds, then turned back to Ho-E and asked, great shaman, is it a treasure? Strictly speaking, yes, but if you have to ask what use it has, it seems to have none. Moreover, this mass of pure yang chi seems to possess intelligence, etc. Pure yang qi can rival the powers of a quasi-saint. It is. Suddenly realizing something, Hou-yi fell silent, his face filled with intense shock. GunGun blinked, puzzled. What's wrong? Isn't it just pure yang qi? To send him flying, it took the combined effort of Hou-yi and Xing Tian to suppress it. This pure yang qi, could it be Dong Wang Gong? GunGun turned its head, looking at the mass of qi it was gripping in astonishment. The qi asked, so are you scared? The next moment, Dong Wang Gong even dares to collide with me and comes shining with golden light to deceive me. Top grade innate spiritual treasure, you return my top grade innate spiritual treasure. GunGun cried out again, continuing to squeeze the pure yang qi tightly, simultaneously freeing one hand to clench a fist and pummel it repeatedly. The qi responded. At this moment, GunGun was not afraid of the so-called East King. It only desired its supreme innate spiritual treasure. This stinky aura, which had previously glimmered with golden light, had led it to believe it was some extraordinary treasure. After exerting so much effort to haul it over, it was even knocked back, causing its hefty waist to wobble, and this was the result. The East King. Can the dead East King frighten me, the great GunGun? You will only ever be a Lu Dongbin, while I GunGun, the great Luo Golden Immortal, the ancestral witch's battle pet, and the future East Emperor of the extreme Qinghua, how could I fear you? Bang, bang, bang. Immediately GunGun unleashed one punch after another onto this pure yang energy, mercilessly causing it to weaken further. Seeing this scene, Hou-yi and Xing Tian did not intervene, but began whispering to each other. Xing Tian, the East King has fallen. The demon clan's actions this time have succeeded, which is extremely unfavorable for our witch clan. Hou-yi said, indeed, what should we do now? Should we still go to Penglai? Xing Tian nodded and asked, this? Upon hearing this question, Hou-yi furrowed his brow, stroking his chin, feeling somewhat hesitant. At this moment, GunGun's ears perked up. After hearing their conversation, it quickly turned around, rushed to them, and said excitedly, why not go? Although the East King is dead, his spirit lives on. He was the foremost male immortal of the wilderness bestowed by the Dao ancestor, and also a good friend of our witch clan. He has passed away, and we should help organize his belongings. We cannot allow the demon clan to disturb his home after his death. Moi. Hearing GunGun's righteous words, Hou-yi and Xing Tian simultaneously expressed their confusion, lowering their heads to look at GunGun's chubby face, then shifting their gaze to the pure yang energy that was firmly held and repeatedly punched by it. GunGun, while pummeling the East King's primordial spirit, is saying such things. Is this really okay? Suddenly, this pure yang energy stirred violently. Bang! With another punch, it immediately fell silent once more. You deceive this great deity's sincere feelings. This great deity will not forgive you. GunGun raised its massive arm, glaring at the pure yang energy in its hand, speaking angrily, and then under the wide-eyed expressions of Hou-yi and Xing Tian leaned closer, taking a deep sniff. Whoosh! Immediately, this pure yang energy was inhaled through its nostrils into its body. I have absorbed you. After inhaling the energy, GunGun shouted loudly. Hou-yi, Xing Tian. Both great witches were stunned by this sudden turn of events. The first strand of pure yang energy in the world was just absorbed by brother GunGun like ordinary spiritual energy. Oh no! Just as they were taken aback, suddenly GunGun, who had absorbed the pure yang energy, changed color, clutching its belly and crying out in pain. Brother GunGun, what's wrong? Hearing the voice and seeing GunGun's painful expression, Hou-yi and Xing Tian regained their senses, quickly bending down to support its two hefty arms, asking it. This pure yang energy is toxic, GunGun said with a strange expression. Toxic? The two were taken aback. How could pure yang energy be toxic? Impossible. Oh no. GunGun had no time to explain to them, forcefully breaking free, one paw clutching its belly while the other covered its rear, flying toward the back of the army. Seeing this scene, Hou-yi and Xing Tian's expressions suddenly became somewhat subtle, exchanging glances before both bursting into laughter. Initially feeling heavy-hearted about the demons breaching Penglai and killing the East King, brother GunGun's antics unexpectedly made them feel much happier. Hou-yi shook his head, then restrained his smile, saying to Xing Tian, enough, the ancestral, which should still be in Penglai. We will continue to Penglai and meet her before discussing further. Moreover, the East King's primordial spirit is with us. As long as we can reclaim Penglai, we can to some extent suppress the rise of the demon clan's prestige. Xing Tian nodded, showing no objection. Meanwhile, at the back of the witch army, after GunGun flew here, it immediately took off its burlap shorts and squatted down, its bare face expressionless. Damn, East King, I can't digest this. You deceived me, knocked me back, and now made me have a stomachache. Just wait, I GunGun will settle this score with you, oh no. Muttering to itself, suddenly GunGun's belly ached again, and after a while it let out a bear fart, finally expelling that detestable pure yang energy. Instantly, the entire bear felt as if it had come back to life. Beyond the 33 heavens in the purple cloud palace, an elderly man sitting cross-legged on a cloud suddenly frowned, then made a hand gesture, shaking his head softly, saying, "This is fate." "Master, what fate?" a curious young attendant beside him asked. The East King was once pure yang energy. When pure yang is no longer pure, it is no longer an immortal of pure yang. The old man kept his eyes closed, speaking faintly. "Off." The young attendant scratched his head, looking puzzled. "What does this mean?" A few minutes later, at the front of the witch army, GunGun returned empty-handed. "Brother GunGun, are you all right?" Ho-E asked GunGun. The East King's primordial spirit had already been jointly suppressed by him and Xing Tian, and the remaining magical power was definitely no match for GunGun. Moreover, pure yang energy could not possibly be toxic. This chubby bear must have had indigestion and had just gone to relieve itself. After understanding this, Ho-E wasn't overly concerned about its safety, but still asked when he saw it returning. GunGun shook its head, remaining silent, simply bending down to pick up the fishing rod that had fallen on the cloud, then walked toward the step train, its steps slightly unsteady. "Hey, brother GunGun, where is the East King's primordial spirit? Where did you put it?" Xing Tian asked GunGun. Upon hearing this question, GunGun's bare face immediately darkened, stopping in its tracks, then turned to Xing Tian, asking him, "Do you want it, Great Witch?" "What do I want it for?" "However, if we can help him rebuild his physical body and reclaim Punlai Immortal Island, then the Demon Clan's actions this time would not be deemed a complete success. In a sense, we would have thwarted their scheme." "Well, then I will give it to you," GunGun said, waving its hand, summoning the Spirit Purification Cauldron, controlling the strand of pure yang energy inside, to fly towards Xing Tian. Seeing the pure yang energy flying towards him, Xing Tian smiled, reaching out to catch it, but upon receiving it, he found, "Why does this pure yang energy feel a bit impure?" Looking at the energy in his hand, Xing Tian said in confusion. Hearing this, GunGun stroked its ample belly, not wanting to say anything. At this moment, Ho-E approached, glancing at the pure yang energy in Xing Tian's hand, then looking at the plump figure of GunGun with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This guy actually tainted the essence of the Eastern Sovereign. Great Witch, today I have realized that encountering a supreme innate spiritual treasure is not so easy, and some things should not be consumed recklessly. Hearing Ho-E speaking to him, GunGun paused in his action of rubbing his large belly, hesitated for a moment, and then uttered a reply. Then he continued forward, plopping down onto the palanquin, spreading his bare paws, and pulled out a spirit fruit from his personal world, devouring it voraciously. Seeing this scene, Ho-E was not just twitching at the corner of his mouth, his whole face was twitching. Was that bear serious just now? Ho-E, the essence of the Eastern Sovereign has been slightly tainted by GunGun. Is that a problem? Xing Tian quietly asked Ho-E. How could it not be a problem? The pure yang is no longer pure. From now on, the Eastern Sovereign is likely to. At this point, Ho-E suddenly stopped, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and continued, "However, this does not hinder us. Let it be considered as him repaying our Wu clan for assisting Punlai." After speaking, Ho-E turned around, gazing towards the direction of Punlai Island, where they could already see some outlines of Punlai from afar. Ding. The host, upon seeing the treasure-laden Punlai Island, still lacked interest, remaining seated on the palanquin and unwilling to rise, greatly showcasing the essence of a lazy fish. Lazy fish points 200, bloodline 1, primordial spirit, strength 1. The system's voice echoed in GunGun's mind. However, due to being blocked out long ago, GunGun's consciousness did not receive it. But the system was right. He indeed felt disinterested in Punlai. A bear, having just disturbed its stomach, had even unsteady steps. How could it possibly be interested in anything? Punlai Sai, forget it. Anyway, this great deity is currently too lazy to fight against the demon clan for it. GunGun thought to himself, and after finishing the fruit, he took out a cup of Tide Song milk from his small world to replenish his hydration. On the other side at Punlai Island, Aou instructed Houtu to return to Buzhou Mountain, but after some contemplation, Houtu decided to stay here. Punlai Island is one of the top blessed lands in the primordial era. Now that the Eastern Sovereign is dead, she must not allow this blessed land to fall into the hands of the demon clan, hence both sides resumed their fierce battle. Dong, dong, dong. While fighting, suddenly a sound of war drums echoed from the distant sky. Aou paused her movements with the Dragon God War Spear, turned back to glance, frowned, and thought, have they arrived? Then looking at Houtu before her, she said, Ancestor, which Punlai lies in the East Sea, and the East Sea is within the territory of my Dragon clan. Even if your Wu clan obtains it, you will not be able to defend it. Today Aou will take my leave first. I hope the Ancestor which considers this, we may meet again if fate allows. After speaking, Aou raised the Dragon God War Spear high and commanded retreat. Yes, the demons replied in unison, then flew into the sky with the spoils they had gathered during this time. Do you think you can leave? Seeing this scene, Houtu snorted coldly and was about to intercept them, but roar. Around Penglai, tens of thousands of Eastern Sea Dragon troops shouted in unison, stirring up monstrous waves that surged towards the immortal island. Seeing this, Houtu had no choice but to cast a spell to resist the tsunami. After she blocked the tsunami, Aou and Meng Zhang had already led the demons far away, and the demon army reorganized its formation in the air. Then the Eastern Sea Dragon army began to dive into the sea. Houtu lowered her arm, furrowing her brows tightly, feeling quite displeased. The Eastern Sovereign is dead. Although Penglai Island has not yet been occupied by the Demon Clan, the accumulations of the Celestial Court have been plundered by the Demon Clan for the most part. In this battle, the Demon Clan can be said to have achieved a great victory, while they, the Wu Clan. Thinking this, Houtu raised her head, directing her gaze towards the white clouds descending from the sky, which were filled with her clan sons led by Hou-Yi and Xing-Tian. They arrived too late. Ancestor Witch. After the clouds landed, Hou-Yi and Xing-Tian vanished from their original positions, appearing before Houtu, bowing and paying their respects. Why are you late? Houtu nodded and asked Hou-Yi, reporting to the Ancestor Witch we encountered Bai Zhe on the way, which delayed our time. Bai Zhe. I will definitely deal with him in the future. Houtu said angrily, then noticed the less pure yang energy in Xing-Tian's hand. Her expression changed, and she asked, what is this? Ancestor Witch, this was discovered by GunGun, the essence of the Eastern Sovereign. Xing-Tian replied respectfully, handing the pure yang energy to Houtu. Discovered by GunGun. Upon hearing this, Houtu was taken aback, reached out to accept the pure yang energy, and sensed it, discovering that it truly belonged to the Eastern Sovereign, whose primordial spirit surprisingly still existed, not destroyed in the small star formation. But why is it no longer pure? Houtu asked the two great witches in front of her. Upon hearing this question, both Hou-Yi and Xing-Tian felt a bit awkward and found it difficult to answer. Seeing this, Houtu waved her sleeves, and in an instant GunGun disappeared from the palanquin, falling to the ground beside Houtu with a thud. GunGun, what happened to the Eastern Sovereign's primordial spirit you discovered? As Houtu was about to question GunGun, she suddenly noticed that his complexion was somewhat off, appearing a bit weak, and quickly squatted down, gently touching his head and asking him, Ancestor Witch, I ate something wrong. GunGun replied pitifully, what did you eat wrong this time? The ice spirit dragon fruit given by Aou. No, it was that pure yang energy you were holding. Ancestor Witch, this guy first pretended to be a supreme innate spiritual treasure to deceive me, then blasted me away, causing me to strain my back, and then he made me have a stomachache. Truly he is no good immortal, you must help me. As he spoke, GunGun grabbed Houtu's clothing and gently shook it. Oh, is that so? After listening to GunGun's words, she sensed him and found that he was indeed not in serious trouble. Houtu's worries gradually faded, and raising an eyebrow, she asked why she felt that this matter was not the Eastern Sovereign's fault. Indeed, this is absolutely true. This guy is too wicked, actually deceiving my sincere feelings. I've made my decision. If he becomes Donghua, I'll go and snatch by Fengjiu. If he becomes Lu Dongbin, I'll go and snatch the Peony Fairy. In any case, I won't let him have it easy. Houtu. Hearing the thunderous heartbeat, Houtu's expression remained unchanged, yet she couldn't help but murmur internally, Donghua, by Fengjiu, Lu Dongbin, and the Peony Fairy. From the meaning behind the thunderous voice, the East King would eventually become Donghua and Lu Dongbin. But why would the East King suddenly change his name? And with Bai Fengjiu and the Peony Fairy, their names clearly belonged to female immortals. Could it be that the East King would have relationships with female immortals in the future? How could that be possible? He is pure. Halfway through her thought, Houtu suddenly halted, lowering her gaze to the pure yang energy in her hand. It is indeed the East King's primordial spirit, but it is no longer as pure. With such a cause, there must be an effect. Perhaps the East King will indeed. Thinking of this, Houtu looked at the rolling energy before her and truly didn't know what to say. The rolling energy just mentioned it had eaten something bad, and that something was precisely this pure yang energy. So without it needing to continue, Houtu could guess why this pure yang energy had become somewhat tainted. It was all defiled by this big fat bear. It ruined the East King's origin, and if he were not already dead, with his primordial spirit severely injured this fat bear, even if it were a great Luo golden immortal, would surely not escape a calamity today. Forget it, our witch clan has traveled countless miles from the Buzhou mountain to aid Penglai. He already owes us a debt of karma. Now this way it can be seen as repaying that debt. Houtu shook her head, thinking to herself. Then she stood up and said to the rolling energy, if that is the case, after I assist the East King in resurrecting, let him bring out the remaining treasures from the immortal court and divide half with you as compensation. How does that sound? Off. Hearing Houtu's words, the rolling energy loosened its grip on her clothing and looked around, surrounded by ruins. Are there still treasures in this so-called immortal court? Seeing the rolling energy's confusion, Houtu spoke to it in an exasperated tone. After the demon clan destroyed the immortal court, although they plundered most of the treasures, they were too hasty. Beneath this ruin, some of the East King's accumulations are still buried. Oh. Upon hearing this, the rolling energy let out a somewhat surprised sound, thought for a moment, climbed up from the ground, and said to Houtu, Lord Ancestor, which I feel this is not quite appropriate. What? Houtu was taken aback. Not quite appropriate. Could it be that this big fat bear has reflected on itself, realizing it also had its faults and shouldn't treat the East King as food, thus feeling embarrassed to ask for treasures as compensation? That shouldn't be the case. With its character, it wouldn't. Lord Ancestor, which the East King is already dead. Now this Panlai Island has become a masterless object. Whoever seizes it is theirs. Therefore, all the treasures here originally belonged to our witch clan. How can they be given to him as compensation once he is revived? Moreover, to save him, we had a fierce battle with Baizé along the way. What kind of demon is Baizé? He is the top among the 10 great demon saints. To save him, our Houtu tribe risked our lives, enduring numerous hardships to reach Panlai and Lord Ancestor, which you must have fought bloodily as well. Therefore, from any angle, the remaining treasures on Panlai should be given to our Houtu tribe as a reward. As for the East King's deception of me, striking me away and causing me to have a stomachache, etc. As she spoke, the rolling energy, which was counting with its bare paw, suddenly reacted to something, blinked its eyes, and became even more excited, raising its head to continue speaking to Houtu. We came to save him, yet he treated me this way. It's simply repaying kindness with enmity. Lord Ancestor, which I believe we must punish such a bad immortal severely, so he knows the means of our witch clan. Houtu's mouth twitched slightly without revealing any emotion, then asked it, What do you want? Bang! The rolling energy opened its arms, took out the cleansing spirit cauldron, and as the cleansing spirit cauldron landed, the ground trembled violently. Let me dispel all his magical power. The rolling energy said, while supporting the cleansing spirit cauldron, responding to Houtu. Houtu, pure yang energy. Fatty, you are ruthless. Brother Rolling, let's talk it over. At that moment, Hou-Yi and Xing Tian ran to the side of the rolling energy, each grabbing one of its bare arms, lifting it off the ground, and turning to leave while Hou-Yi spoke to it. Yes, Brother Rolling, the East King is our ally against the Demon Clan. The Panlai Immortal Court is also the greatest obstacle to the Demon Clan. If he loses his magical power, what use is it to resurrect him? Just endure it, just endure it. Xing Tian also advised the rolling energy. You? Let me go. The rolling energy, being carried away, looked at Hou-Yi and Xing Tian struggling with all its might and shouted at them. Unfortunately, how could a cute little iron-eating beast break free from the grasp of two Quasi-Saint great witches? Thus, while shouting, it was carried farther and farther away. This fat bear is quite vengeful. Watching the rolling energy being taken away by Hou-Yi and Xing Tian, Houtu supported her forehead with her hand and said somewhat helplessly. Then, shaking her head, she looked at the pure yang energy before her, closed her eyes, and began to cast a spell. Buzz, the soil beneath her feet loosened, rising up to form a flesh body of earth looking just like the East King when he transformed into the innate Tao body. Then Houtu released the suppression force that Hou-Yi and Xing Tian had placed on the pure yang energy, and in an instant the pure yang energy shone brilliantly. Then Houtu infused a strand of earth power into it, allowing it to merge with that flesh body and gently pushed forward. Buzz, immediately the pure yang energy merged into the flesh body. The traces of soil on the surface gradually disappeared, replaced by slightly yellowish flesh skin. Of course, this is only on the surface. In essence, it still remains a body of earth. Yes, just like how the future Tai Jinren uses lotus roots to reshape Nez's body, the body can be remade, but it is still not a flesh body. To create a flesh body, one must possess the power of creation, and neither Houtu nor Tai has that power. East King, you should awaken now. Houtu pointed with her finger, a divine light flashing from her fingertip, addressing the East King, who had regained his body and radiated golden light. At this moment, the East King, with his eyes tightly closed upon hearing Houtu's words, shook his head, opened his mouth, and said hoarsely, The East King has fallen. There is no longer an East King in the wasteland. What do you mean, my friend? Upon hearing the East King's words, Houtu frowned slightly and asked, Thanks to that noble food-eating beast, my origin has already become tainted, and the East King is transformed from the first trace of pure yang energy, between heaven and earth, the utmost purity and utmost yang. How can a tainted person like me still call myself the East King? Moreover, Panlai has been destroyed, and the immortal court has been ruined. If the East King were still alive and saw the demon clan growing stronger, he would feel nothing but shame. Therefore, as he spoke, the golden light radiating from the East King's body suddenly became even more dazzling, then vanished. The original golden immortal robe transformed into a purple long robe. His black hair turned white, and he slowly opened his eyes, saying to Houtu, From today onward there shall be no East King in the wasteland, only Emperor Donghua. Houtu, Donghua. Upon hearing the title of Dong Wang Gong, oh no, now it should be called Donghua Emperor. Houtu the entire which was momentarily taken aback, then her pupils contracted as she thought. It's just as GunGun said, he has truly changed his name to Donghua. Houtu ancestor which I have heard your previous conversation with the noble iron-eating beast. The witch clan has traveled thousands of miles to support Penglai and the ancestor which has assisted me in battling Aou and Mengzhong. This kindness I shall remember. If there is anything on Penglai Island that the witch clan desires, feel free to take it. As for that iron-eating beast harming my origin, Donghua clenched his fists, recalling Houtu's previous affectionate attitude toward it and the strength of the witch clan, as well as his own current weakened state and severely injured spirit. He took a deep breath and reluctantly said, the ancestor which helped me to be reborn, therefore this matter can be considered resolved in terms of karma. Good. Houtu nodded, not refusing. However, after a moment of hesitation, she asked Donghua, do you know a friend named Bai Fengjiu? Bai Fengjiu. I do not know her, but from the name, she seems to be a female immortal of the Feng clan, Donghua replied. What are your plans next? Will you rebuild the celestial court in the name of Donghua Emperor? Previously you mentioned willingness to ally with our witch clan. I considered it, and concluded. There is no need for that. Donghua raised his hand, interrupting Houtu. My spirit is severely injured and my cultivation has declined. I currently possess only the strength of a great Luo golden immortal. How can I talk about rebuilding the celestial court or forming an alliance with the witch clan to fight against the demon clan? Now I only wish to live a carefree life and do not want to get involved in the disputes among the primitive tribes anymore. Sighing, Donghua looked up at the sun in the sky and deeply exhaled. In truth, it wasn't that he did not want to intervene, he simply lacked the ability. In the past, even when he was weak, he was still a Quasi-Saint powerhouse. Now with only the strength of a great Luo golden immortal, what could he do? Continuing to be enemies with the demon clan would be courting death, wouldn't it? As someone who has died once, he cherished his life greatly and did not wish to die again. Upon hearing Donghua's words, Houtu lowered her head and fell silent for a moment before saying to him, since your wish is thus, I will not force you. I am truly sorry for not being able to help you protect the celestial court this time. Having spoken, Houtu bowed to Donghua. Your words are too heavy, this is all fate. Donghua helped Houtu up and sighed. Meanwhile, GunGun was set down after being carried a little farther away by Hou-Yi and Xingtian. Brother GunGun, the demon army is still in the sky and has not completely retreated. If the ancestor which orders a battle, we might still need Dong Wangong's help. At this moment, let's just let him go and settle the score later. Indeed, it's not just Brother GunGun. I am also very angry. I truly thought it would be something magnificent, but it turned out to be him. Brother GunGun, let's prioritize the greater situation. Once this matter is resolved, I will accompany you to teach him a lesson. How about that? Xingtian also persuaded GunGun. Is what you said true? GunGun looked left and right at Hou-Yi and Xingtian, asking them. It's true. Absolutely true. Hou-Yi and Xingtian said. Good. Upon hearing the reply, GunGun plopped down with a thud, and then his expression changed, feeling a bit of pain in his rear. Damn it, that Dong Wangong really caused him trouble. He, GunGun, the great god, was born extraordinary, possessing the ability to devour the heavens and the earth. How could he have encountered such a hard-toddigest Dong Wangong? Huff. Closing his eyes, GunGun took a deep breath to calm himself. Then he opened his eyes and said to Hou-Yi and Xingtian, all right, since both of you great witches say so, I will temporarily let that annoying Dong Wangong off the hook. Good brother GunGun indeed knows the greater picture. Indeed. But, GunGun continued, I have thought about how to teach him a lesson. I would like to do it myself, and I am willing now, but I fear that I may become lazy or not have time later. Therefore, I hope both great witches can do it for me. Do what? Seduce the woman that Dong Wangong likes. GunGun said with a serious face. Hou-Yi Xingtian, the expressions on the faces of the two great witches instantly froze. Do what kind of business? Ignoring their reactions, GunGun continued, that immortal Dong Wangong is said to be pure and young and has no interest in women, but who is I, GunGun, the great god? Ancestor Bear. I could tell at a glance that he is not that type of immortal. I dare say he will definitely fall for female immortals in the future, and many beautiful ones at that. When the time comes, it will be your turn, both great witches. You must go in front of the female immortals he likes and showcase your strengths to the best of your ability. For example, great witch Hou-Yi, don't you love to tend to flowers? You could give flowers to those immortals. Hou-Yi and great witch Xingtian, don't you have to cultivate your physique every day? You can show your abs to those immortals then. If it doesn't work, just let them touch for free. Xingtian, finally, you can reveal your identities as great witches of the witch clan Quasi-Saint powerhouses. This way, I believe you will definitely be able to attract those immortals, making Dong Wangong taste the bitterness of heartbreak. What do you say? How does this method of teaching him sound? As he spoke, GunGun unexpectedly began to laugh happily, turning his head back and forth, asking Hou-Yi and Xingtian on either side. Well, Ho-E and Xing Tian wiped the sweat from their foreheads, simultaneously unsure of how to respond to this question. Setting aside whether it is good to teach Dong Wang Gong this way, or not, whether Dong Wang Gong will, like many beautiful female immortals in the future, is not the main point. The key is, how could the two of us pull off such a thing as seducing immortals? We have our dignity too. You must be thinking that you care about your dignity, right? GunGun continued to say to them. Moi. What? Ho-E and Xing Tian were taken aback. How did Brother GunGun know what we were thinking? Did he use a mind-reading technique on us? Impossible. We had no idea. I didn't use mind-reading, but it's just that what you are thinking is clearly written on your faces. Great witches, I tell you, the face is an external matter. It can be taken or left, but beautiful immortals are a necessity, and you must have them. GunGun educated Ho-E and Xing Tian. Really? Suddenly, Houtu's voice sounded from behind GunGun. Upon hearing the sudden voice of Houtu, behind him the hefty figure of GunGun froze momentarily. He swallowed hard and turned to look up at her, explaining, My lady ancestor, I was merely thinking of the happiness of the two great shamans. They are not young anymore, and after hundreds of thousands of years of solitude, I believe it is time they found a companion. Ho-E, Xing Tian, weren't we meant to teach Dong Wang Gong a lesson? How did this turn into thinking of their interests? Houtu asked indifferently. This serves a dual purpose. It can cause Dong Wang Gong to suffer heartbreak, while allowing the two great shamans to gain beautiful fairies as partners. Isn't that beneficial? Be quiet. Houtu scolded GunGun. Oh, GunGun said, lowering his head, his panda ears drooping listlessly, making the whole bear look quite dejected. Seeing this, Houtu's expression changed slightly. After 2 seconds, she raised her hand, wanting to pat his head to comfort him. Then she patiently thought about how to explain. You are still young, not yet 200,000 years old. Matters of beautiful fairies and partners are not something for a bear of your age to be concerned about. However, it seems you'll have to find someone else to lure the fairies and take Bai Feng Jiu and Mu Dan away. If I find the right person, it should be AOU. Isn't it said that dragons are inherently lecherous? She would certainly be delighted to do such things, especially since Dong Wang Gong was also killed by her. Let her mentally kill Dong Wang Gong a few more times. Houtu, suddenly hearing GunGun's thoughts, Houtu instantly halted this idea. This fat bear, how much grudges does it hold? At this moment, still thinking about how to deal with Dong Wang Gong and Aoiwe, who is a protector of Dong Huang Tai, I have every reason to suspect that you might have sided with the demon clan. Do you understand? Sighed. Houtu sighed inwardly, and then said to the bear and the two shamans before her, I have helped Dong Wang Gong to be reborn, but he is unwilling to rebuild the heavenly court and continue to oppose the demon clan. He has changed his title to Dong Hua Dijun. What? Dong Hua Dijun. Upon hearing this, both Ho-E and Xing Tian's expressions changed simultaneously, astonished. As for GunGun, he mumbled, How shameless. Isn't being a king enough? After being killed, he resurrects and changes his title to emperor. If one didn't know better, they might think he defeated the demon clan. Houtu Ho-E Xing Tian. Yan, somewhere on Penlai Island, Dong Hua, dressed in a purple long robe and with a head full of white hair, suddenly sneezed. Then, upon calculating with his fingers, his expression immediately turned grim. You dead bear, how dare you slander this emperor behind his back? Be careful. Just as he was about to speak harshly, he suddenly remembered that he was currently only at the level of a great Luo golden immortal, on par with that iron-eating beast. Dong Hua gritted his teeth and after a long while forcefully flicked his sleeve, saying, Forget it, this emperor will not stoop to the level of a bear. Yan, in front of Houtu, GunGun suddenly sneezed, and then he calculated with his bare fingers, causing his entire face to darken. Dead bear, not stooping to the level of a bear. You are merely a fart released by this great deity. What qualifications do you have to look down upon us bears? Dong Hua Dijun. Is he really that impressive? Once you become Lu Dong Bin, this great deity will beat you every day. Seeing GunGun calculating with his fingers, Houtu squinted her eyes, placing her right hand behind her waist, and calculated as well. Then she truly did not know what to say. The enmity between GunGun and Dong Wang Gong, oh no, Dong Hua, was such that even with her mediation the karma had been resolved. However, the resentment they held in their hearts far exceeded her expectations. It seemed many future troubles would arise. Fortunately, Dong Hua's primordial spirit was severely injured, his cultivation damaged, and his origin was taken by GunGun. Therefore, he should not be able to trouble GunGun in the future. Considering this, and out of a sense of camaraderie from today's battle, along with Dong Hua's previous identity as the foremost male immortal as conferred by Dao Zhu, Houtu suppressed the thought of letting him fall again and said to GunGun, All right, GunGun, don't feel wronged anymore. Dong Hua Daoyu said that anything on Penlai Island that our witch clan finds appealing can be taken. You can go look for yourself and take whatever you like. Upon hearing this, GunGun's ears perked up as he lifted his head and asked Houtu, My lady ancestor, can I take Dong Hua away? Hearing this, Houtu closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and coldly replied, Do you think you can, oi? All right, I understand. GunGun nodded in response, and then got up from the ground. To be honest, GunGun was not disappointed with Houtu's answer at all, as he had merely asked out of curiosity. If it truly came to fighting Donghua, he wouldn't bother. If it were Lu Dongbin, he might have a bit more interest. After standing up, GunGun spread his arms and took out his fishing rod from his small world. Then resting it on his shoulder, he said to Houtu, "Then, my lady ancestor, I will go look for treasures now." Houtu made a nasal sound. Hearing the response, GunGun turned around to clear out the remaining treasures from Penglai. However, at that moment, Houtu suddenly called out to him, "GunGun, wait." Moi. GunGun stopped and looked back at her, a hint of confusion on his big face. Was there anything else? "GunGun, what do you think we should do about the demon army that has not retreated?" Houtu pointed to the sky above and asked GunGun. GunGun followed her finger and saw that the demon army attacking Penglai was still stationed high up in the sky, not retreating. They must be waiting for us to leave so they can completely occupy Penglai. After all, Penglai is one of the top blessed lands of the primordial world. GunGun raised his head and blinked. "That's right. What do you think we should do?" Houtu inquired. "This should be something Donghua should consider, right? Mount Buzhou is too far from Penglai, and this place is within the Dragon Clan's sphere of influence. Unless the Demon Clan doesn't cause trouble, our Witch Clan cannot control this. Lady Ancestor, you need not worry for him." GunGun scratched his head as he spoke to Houtu in a very naive tone. "So shall we just watch the Demon Clan occupy Penglai?" Houtu frowned and pressed further. "Is there really no other way? Otherwise, would that emperor complain to Dao Zhu saying the Demon Clan bullied him, and after being killed once he still wants to occupy his home?" GunGun thought for a moment and suggested, Hearing this casual suggestion from GunGun, Houtu's eyes lit up. This plan could work. GonGong did not know how Houtu felt about his suggestion. After he finished speaking and saw her deep in thought, he made no further requests to stay and turned to leave carrying his fishing rod. Regarding the treasures on Penglai, he had no interest when he was suffering from a stomachache earlier, but now, aside from a bit of pain in his backside, his stomach had almost completely healed. The treasures on this island should be taken without hesitation. Daring to deceive my feelings, the great GonGong, and sending me flying, causing my stomachache, while cursing me behind my back. Today I shall make you lose everything. GonGong's plump figure gradually receded, humming lightly. Half a day later, beyond the 33 heavens in the Zixiao Palace, Houtu brought Donghua here. Disciple Donghua, greeting the Dao Ancestor, I earnestly request the Dao Ancestor to take charge for me. Donghua bowed deeply before Hongjuan, who was seated on a cloud, eyes closed, and wept. Dao Ancestor, the demon tribe is ruthless, bloodily washing Penglai. Although our Wu tribe has exerted all efforts to assist, we still fell short. If this matter is ignored, the arrogance of the demon tribe will only grow and various clans in the wilderness will be increasingly fearful. Houtu, standing beside, also bowed to Hongjun and spoke. Although the Wu tribe only worships Pango, Hongjun is a sage and possesses the virtue of teaching. She had once come to Zixiao Palace to listen to the teachings, so Houtu still held a degree of respect for Hongjun. Sigh. After listening to Donghua and Houtu's grievances, Hongjun sighed, then slowly opened his eyes, looking at the two before him, and said, In the past, Dong Wang led the immortals. Today, the demon court seizes brilliance. Unknown is how many times the wilderness has intertwined, yet I once spoke of 1,000,000 years. A Dao Ancestor, I am foolish. What does this mean? Donghua slightly raised his head and inquired of Hongjun. Hongjun did not respond, but pondered deeply for a while. After some time, he raised his head and said, The celestial court is destroyed, and Penglai returns to Donghua. No clan shall invade. From this day forth in the wilderness, the demons shall control the heavens, the Wu shall control the earth, and no great war shall occur within 1,000,000 years. The grand voice echoed throughout the wilderness and continued to resonate. In the heavenly court in the Yaoqi celestial realm, Dijuan, waiting for his child to be born, upon hearing this voice, furrowed his brows, then relaxed, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, Very well, at this time of decisive battle my demon tribe has no assurance of victory, but 1,000,000 years later my demon tribe will surely prevail. In the Buzhou mountain within the Pango Hall, Dijiao, seated at the main seat, narrowed his eyes upon hearing this, thinking, Demons control the heavens, Wu control the earth, 1,000,000 years, huh? Very well, once my Wu tribe has fully grasped the earth, we will surely win the decisive battle in 1,000,000 years. On a small round table, several plates of spiritual fruits and delicacies were laid out as three immortals were seated discussing. Upon hearing the sudden grand decree, their expressions changed drastically. Elder brother, second brother, the master has spoken, or it seems there shall be at least 1,000,000 years of peace in the wilderness, allowing each clan to recuperate. The young Tongtian Daoist smiled at Laozi and Yuan Shi before him. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi Tianzuan furrowed his brows, remaining silent for a moment before saying, Although there will be peace in the wilderness for 1,000,000 years, this repressed peace will provoke greater ambitions. In a million years the Wu and demons will surely erupt into a world-shattering war, and the calamity will likely not be less than the Dragon Han catastrophe. Laozi nodded, stroking his gray beard, and said leisurely, "Each clan has their own destiny, who let everything follow its natural course." In the Western Pure Land, a fluctuation in space occurred as Zhuanti returned from the east, speaking to the Jain Taoist who was seated in meditation on a 12-petal golden lotus. "Senior brother, the Tao ancestor has spoken. For a million years the Wu and demons must not engage in battle. Therefore those prodigies born in the east during this million years should have an affinity with our west. Indeed, junior brother, this matter will trouble you to handle. Bring my Great Dream Sutra. Those who study this scripture diligently will surely become protectors of our west in the future." Saying this, Jain waved his sleeve, and a golden scripture flew out, landing in Zuni's hands. "All right, I will take care of this. Senior brother can rest assured. With you, junior brother, I am very relieved. Our west will surely prosper because of you." Jain smiled at Zhuanti. By the banks of the Yellow River, a woman was wielding a long whip, using the soil beneath her feet to exert divine power of creation, conjuring one bizarre life form after another, such as wolves with monkey heads, rabbits with wings, and even grapes with limbs. Not far from her, a man was sitting on the ground, playing the zither, the celestial sounds swirling around, exceptionally enchanting. Suddenly, the grand decree resonated throughout the wilderness. Upon hearing this, the woman lowered her arms, raised her head to look in the direction of Zixiao Palace, and softly said, "A million years, huh? Very well, a peaceful wilderness is more conducive for me to comprehend the path of creation. Sister, this kind of peace is only temporary. After a million years, the wilderness will surely erupt into a world-shattering war." Fushi paused his zither playing, expressing his concern. "I know, but elder brother, that is not something we can stop right now. If we want the wilderness to be permanently peaceful, the only thing I can do now is to comprehend the Tao. Once I achieve completion in creation and attain sainthood, then whether it be the demon tribe or the Wu tribe, they shall not harm the living." Saying this, the woman raised her arms again, continuing to wield her whip. Hearing the woman's words, Fushi felt somewhat comforted, looking at her with a smile and saying, "Good Nuwa, elder brother trusts you." By the East Sea on Penglai Island, with a wave of his hand, GunGun obliterated a piece of ruins, then went fishing everywhere with his rod. Upon hearing the grand decree, the entire bear paused in surprise, then continued to lower its head and fish for treasures. The Tao ancestor has spoken of. From now on, the great GunGun will no longer need to fight in bloodshed. How wonderful. What? The peace period is only a million years. Yes, only a million years. However, Houtu will reincarnate before the decisive battle between the Wu and the demons, so the great GunGun can move to the underworld in advance to avoid the battle. Nothing to fear. Thinking this, GunGun fished even harder. At first his speed increased a bit, but then it gradually slowed down until he completely stopped his fishing actions, raised his head, and scanned the surroundings. Not seeing Houtu's figure, he lowered his head and murmured, "Is it really just under a million years? Once I become tranquil, will I still be myself?" GunGun did not know the answer. He stood in place motionless for a long time, then suddenly with a thud sat down on the ground, holding his head in his hands, not knowing what thoughts were running through his mind. A few hours later, Houtu and Donghua returned to Penglai. "Donghua, my friend, with the Tao ancestor speaking, you can now safely cultivate in Penglai. The demon tribe shouldn't dare invade anymore. Thanks to the method proposed by the ancestral, which otherwise this poor Taoist would truly be." As he spoke halfway, Donghua's expression suddenly froze. He turned around, scanning the surroundings, then trembled, asking, "Is this my Penglai?" At this moment, the land around him and Houtu for 1,000 miles was empty. The ruins destroyed by the demon tribe were gone. The treasures buried beneath were gone. Not a single spirit tree or even spiritual grass remained. The only thing left was the soil. Hearing Donghua's trembling words, Houtu glanced around, her expression turning slightly awkward. Needless to say, this must be the handiwork of the young men from her tribe. Although Donghua mentioned that they could take anything they found appealing, they shouldn't take everything except for the land itself. This kind of behavior, akin to plucking feathers from passing geese or stripping skins from beasts, would make outsiders think that our witch tribe is like the fox demons of Tushan. "Come you few over here, start digging." At that moment, a group of witch soldiers arrived not far from them, all holding shovels, and the leader instructed the others. Yes, the witches responded in unison and began to dig with their shovels. Houtu and Donghua, both of them, were taken aback. After a few seconds, Donghua stiffly turned his neck towards Houtu and asked her, "Houtu ancestor, what are they doing?" Houtu opened her mouth, but couldn't speak immediately, mainly because she couldn't figure out what her tribe's young men were actually doing. Could there be treasures hidden underground? Impossible, right? "Friend'll go ask them," Houtu said to Donghua, and then with a flash she appeared before the group of witch soldiers. Seeing this, Donghua's purple light flickered, and he followed her. "We greet the ancestor." The witches digging the ground were startled at Houtu's sudden appearance and quickly knelt on one knee, paying their respects. As for Donghua, "Sorry, we don't know him." Get up, what are you doing? Houtu raised a hand and asked the witches before her. Thank you, ancestor. Reporting to the ancestor, the great deity GunGun has ordered us to excavate 300 feet after removing all the spiritual plants from Penglai Island. The spiritual soil must be transported away as it is needed to build an orchard on Mount Buzhou, and the soil needed will be the spiritual soil from Penglai. The leader of the witch squad respectfully said to Houtu. Houtu Donghua, upon hearing this answer, both immortals fell silent. After a long while, Donghua clenched his fists, his lips trembling, and said to Houtu, Houtu ancestor, the noble's iron-eating beast really has quite the appetite. Ahem. Houtu placed her fist in front of her mouth and coughed softly. Ancestor, what are we to do now? Seeing that the atmosphere seemed off, the witch squad leader glanced at Donghua beside Houtu, and then quietly asked Hu, if we must dig, let's dig. There's nothing left anyway, though I am currently in a state of having nothing, so I don't mind losing a bit more soil. Donghua replied, then turned to leave. Friend. Houtu turned around and raised an arm towards Donghua. Houtu ancestor, there's no need to say anything. If it weren't for you, I would have needed at least 10,000 years to reshape my body, and during that time, I wouldn't be able to avoid being found by the demon tribe. Besides, I cannot protect Penglai, so it's no trouble at all. Donghua paused for a moment, his voice hoarse, and then continued to walk away. Looking at Donghua's departing figure, for some reason Houtu suddenly felt he was pitiful. To be honest, he should have perished in the starry array, yet he is still alive now and can continue to use Penglai Island as his Dao field. He should be very fortunate, but still she felt he was quite pitiful. Ancestor. Seeing that Houtu had not responded to his inquiry, the squad leader asked her quietly again. Do Houtu and Xing Tian know about the digging of the Penglai spiritual soil? Yes, the two great witches agreed. They said since the East King does not wish to be in conflict with the demon tribe anymore, we should not be polite about what we are entitled to. After all, we sacrificed many brothers in the battle with Bai Zhe. Hearing this, Houtu frowned, standing still in silence for a long time. Finally, the space around her fluctuated, and she vanished from the spot, leaving behind a sentence, then dig. Yes, ancestor. The witches remaining there lowered their heads in response, and then continued to dig. Meanwhile, at the spiritual spring waterfall of Penglai. Huff, huff, huff. A black and white iron-eating beast was floating on the water's surface, its large belly protruding, fast asleep. Regarding whether Houtu, after transforming into reincarnation, is still Houtu, GunGun has never been able to come up with a definite answer. In the end, it decided not to think about it anymore. No matter what, life must go on. Since the future cannot be changed, one should live well in the present and not let those troubling matters affect one's happiness. As for Houtu, she will definitely find a way. Why does GunGun brother always sleep so soundly every time, and I only sleep once every 1,000 years? I've seen him 100 times, and 99 of those he was sleeping. On the shore, Hao Yi and Xing Tian were roasting spiritual deer to eat. Xing Tian looked at GunGun floating on the water and smiled at Hao Yi. Hearing this question, Hao Yi cut himself a piece of deer meat, turned to glance at GunGun. A hint of a smile flashed across his face as he said, GunGun brother can grasp the law of silence at the Deluo level, indicating that his great path is undoubtedly the path of silence. It's normal for him to be a bit slothful, eating well and sleeping well, yet still becoming a Deluo golden immortal. In some ways, GunGun brother is quite formidable as well. Xing Tian sighed. Come on. After we eat, let's go take a bath, Hao Yi said, shaking his head and lifting the large bowl in his hand towards Xing Tian. All right, Xing Tian replied, then also picked up the large bowl and clinked it with Hao Yi's before both of them drank the fine wine that GunGun had fished out with his treasure rod, which had been stored by the East King for hundreds of thousands of years. Buzz, suddenly the space rippled and Houtu arrived here. Ancestor. After finishing their drinks, seeing Houtu come, Hao Yi and Xing Tian both stood up, bowing their heads to greet her. Please sit, Houtu said softly, and then sat down first. Seeing this, Hao Yi and Xing Tian also sat down again. Looking at GunGun, who was drifting on the water, Houtu asked Hao Yi, is GunGun's belly feeling better? Ancestor, rest assured. Although the East King's primordial spirit is indeed powerful, GunGun brother's physical body is not inferior either, and he is already fine now, Hao Yi replied. Houtu nodded, then with a tone of resignation said, he has a grudge. Clearly he has his own faults, yet he always thinks about teaching the East King a lesson, and even comes up with bad ideas wanting to get you involved. GunGun brother was just talking at that time. He was having a stomach upset and was naturally angry. Now that he is fine with his usual lazy nature, plus the fact that he has gained quite a bit from Penglai this time, I believe he will forget about this matter in a few days and won't really go find Donghua for trouble. Let's not speak of this anymore. The Dao ancestor has spoken. The witch and demon tribes must not engage in war for 1,000,000 years. Hao Yi, Xing Tian, you must train your soldiers vigorously during this 1,000,000 years. After 1,000,000 years, the two tribes will surely erupt in a decisive battle, and that battle will determine who is the true protagonist of the primordial world. Houtu instructed Hao Yi and Xing Tian. Yes, ancestor. The two great witches bowed their heads in unison with serious expressions. As the sun rose and fell, 3 days passed. The host was sleeping in the water while munching on bamboo, occasionally splashing some water with its feet, gaining 3 for the salty fish and 1 for mana. Without hearing the incessant sound of the system, it snored and suddenly rolled up from the water, raised its arms, and opened its mouth, roaring like a ferocious beast released from its cage. Then with a splash it fell backward and landed directly at the bottom of the waterfall lake. Suddenly a rush of spiritual water surged into its nostrils, causing bubbles to erupt from its nose. A few seconds later, with a whoosh, it opened its eyes wide. An explosion occurred at the lake's bottom as a plump black and white bear bounced out, landing steadily on the shore, shaking the ground beneath its feet. Then standing up, it shook off the water from its fur and looked up at Ho-E, who was directing the Wu clan army to arrange their spoils. Rubbing its eyes, it said, "Good morning, great Wu Ho-E." Having heard the earlier roar, Ho-E turned and smiled at it, saying, "Brother GunGun, you've slept for a full 3 days, but you woke up just in time. We should head back to Buzhou Mountain." 3 days? No wonder I'm still a bit sleepy. I should have slept for 3 years, huh? As it spoke, GunGun walked towards Ho-E while yawning. "Ho-E, 3 years? Then I would have to have someone carry you back. Where are Ancestor Wu and Great Wu Xingtian?" GunGun looked around and asked Ho-E. Ancestor Dijiang urgently summoned Ancestor Houtu back, saying there were important matters to discuss. As for Xingtian, he led a portion of the Wu people back. "First, my group will be delayed a bit," Ho-E replied. "Oh," GunGun nodded, then opened its hand to conjure an ice pop, putting it in its mouth. It then took out a treasure map from its small world. "We're going back, but first let's retrieve that golden dragon pearl." "Brother GunGun, what are you looking at?" Ho-E asked curiously when he saw GunGun examining a beast skin-like item. "Great Wu Ho-E, I have a treasure map here that marks the location of a golden dragon pearl. Can you help me find it? It's located over 9,000 sea miles southeast of Penglai." "Treasure map? Is it the same one that Xingtian mentioned, the one that marks the location of treasures like the divine war axe?" Ho-E asked as he took the treasure map. "Yes," GunGun nodded. Unfolding the treasure map, Ho-E looked at it seriously, first surprised, then furrowing his brow as he said, "Golden Flood Dragon GunGun, you should have only been to the East Sea once before. You haven't heard of the Golden Flood Dragon, have you?" "No, I haven't." "Are they very powerful?" GunGun asked. In the primordial world, the Dragon Clan was once the ruler and is still a top-tier force. But what was so special about flood dragons? GunGun, the great deity, had once shattered the Ice Phoenix with a punch and trampled the Fire Qilin. How could it fear 2 flood dragons? If it was not afraid, what was there for Ho-E to fear unless it was about getting tired? They are very powerful. The golden flood dragons are different from ordinary flood dragons. They absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. Their physical forms are even stronger than most true dragons. Moreover, as far as I know, there are currently only 2 golden flood dragons in the East Sea. They were born from the same source and are inseparable. If they join forces, they can fight against a Saint. As he spoke, a serious expression flashed across Ho-E's face. "Off." GunGun opened its mouth wide, astonished that flood dragons could fight against Saints. It seemed unbelievable, being capable of fighting against a Saint, 2 flood dragons. How could this resemble something like the golden flood scissors? GunGun blinked, suddenly recalling a magical treasure. "Brother GunGun, the golden flood dragons are not to be trifled with. If Xingtian were here, the 2 of us could team up to retrieve the dragon pearl without issue. But relying solely on me, to be honest, I have little confidence." Hearing Ho-E's words, GunGun blinked and couldn't help but say to him, "Great Wu, you are second only to the Ancestor Wu in our Wu clan. Even so, I truly have no guarantee of victory on my own," Ho-E said, feeling a bit troubled. "What if I were to join in?" A voice suddenly sounded, and then with a flash of divine light, Aou appeared, clad in purple divine armor and sporting a pair of dragon horns on its forehead. A demon dragon. Upon seeing Aou, Ho-E was taken aback and quickly drew his 8-direction sunshot, about pulling out a 4-symbol sunshot arrow from behind, aiming it at Aou. "Great Wu Ho-E, there is no need to be nervous. The Tao Ancestor has decreed that the Wu and demon clans must not engage in large-scale battles for 1,000,000 years, so I am not here to cause trouble for your clan." Looking at Ho-E aiming his arrow at her, Aou frowned and said, "What are you doing here? If you're not here to cause us trouble, are you here to kill Dong Wanggong?" Ho-E did not lower his bow. He coldly snorted at Aou and asked, "What is your purpose here then?" Hearing this question, Aou shook her head. "Dong Wanggong is dead. Now on Penglai Immortal Island, there is only one Dong Hua Emperor. I have no interest in him." "Then what is your purpose here?" Aou shifted her gaze from Ho-E to GunGun. "Moi." GunGun, taken aback, quickly ran behind Ho-E, hugging his thigh, and cautiously poked its head out to look at Aou. It was not afraid that Aou would suddenly attack it. It was more concerned that Dong Huang Tai still harbored treacherous intentions and wanted to take it as a mount. As a great deity, GunGun was destined to live through countless calamities. How could it join the demon clan and fall in this minor calamity of the Wu and demon conflict? Brother GunGun, there is no need to be nervous. You have done me a favor, I will not harm you. Aoyu said, noticing GunGun's behavior. Her lips parted as if to say something, but hesitated, eventually saying this after a long pause. Brother, what do you want then? GunGun asked Aoyu. Last time at the Rogu grassland I mentioned that I would bring you the 9,000-year Rin water peaches when I had the chance. I'm here today to fulfill my promise. Aoyu said, then raised her arm. With a flash of purple light, a fruit basket filled with peaches appeared in her hand. Oh, 9,000-year Rin water peaches. Hearing Aoyu's words, GunGun immediately drooled upon seeing the fruit basket she was holding. It raised its paw and moved to step out from behind Hou. Brother GunGun, be careful of a trap. He is a protector of Dong Huang Tai. Hou quickly raised his leg to block GunGun's path, speaking to it in an annoyed tone. Just a mere basket, the 9,000-year Rin water peaches are indeed very precious, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots unique to the West Queen Mother. I haven't even tasted one, but you can't just eat fruit sent by the enemy so casually, can you? Great Wu, although he is a protector of the demon clan, I think he said something very reasonable just now. Blocked in its path, GunGun raised its head to speak to Hou. What did he say? Hou asked. The Tao ancestor said that the Wu and demon clans must not engage in large-scale battles for 1,000,000 years. If he were not here with good intentions or poisoned the fruit, causing a war later, the responsibility would fall on the demon clan and they would bear the wrath of the saints. He wouldn't dare to do so. Saying this, GunGun jumped out and with a bang landed in front of Aoyu, snatching the fruit basket from her hand and running off into the distance at an incredible speed, shouting loudly, "This fruit is edible. Hou, just because it's edible doesn't mean you should run away. Ha ha, the 9,000-year Rin Shui Pan Tao is finally mine, all mine." Holding the fruit basket, GunGun ran joyfully, drooling with excitement. In the primordial realm, countless spiritual roots exist, with the highest quality being the 10 innate spiritual roots, among which the Rin Shui Pan Tao is one. It once belonged to Hongjun Daozu, who bestowed it upon the West Queen Mother when establishing her as the foremost female immortal of the primordial realm. Of course, this spiritual root will eventually fall into the hands of the Golden Mother of Yaoqi, becoming a treasure to suppress the fate of the new heavenly court, but that is a tale for another time. The Ren Shui Pan Tao matures once every 3,000 years, granting immortality to those who consume it. Once every 6,000 years it allows for ascension and eternal youth, and once every 9,000 years it bestows longevity equal to that of heaven and earth and the sun and moon. As a formidable iron-eating beast of the world, GunGun's lineage is extraordinary and deeply rooted. In terms of lifespan, it has little to worry about as long as it avoids tribulations. Living until the end of the era is basically assured. However, the powerful spiritual energy contained in this peach is greatly beneficial, and most importantly, this peach has a magnificent reputation. How could GunGun not love such a high-grade spiritual fruit? Awu immediately GunGun took a pan tao from the basket, its eyes sparkling with delight. Then with a gulp it swallowed the ice pop and opened its mouth wide to take a bite. Chomp chomp, as it chewed the sweet juice of the peach burst forth the delightful flavor and fragrant spiritual energy, filling its senses. It was beautiful, truly beautiful. No wonder it was the 9,000-year Ren Shui Pan Tao. I want to eat more. After finishing the peach flesh, GunGun murmured, then took another pan tao and devoured it, exclaiming, "I want to eat more." GunGun began to enjoy the third peach, having eaten a total of 9 pan taos. Finally, it felt a slight fullness in its belly. The 9,000-year Ren Shui Pan Tao is indeed extraordinary. Just 9 peaches have provided such abundant spiritual energy that even this divine beast feels a bit stuffed. Not bad, but wait. How did that Sun Wukong manage to eat so many in one go without feeling full? Suddenly GunGun thought of something, looked up at the sky, mouth slightly agape, feeling puzzled. Was at that moment the space before it shook violently, and Hou and Aoyu appeared in front of it, with Hou holding his bow drawn, aimed at Aoyu. Noticing the sudden appearance of a shaman and a dragon, GunGun snapped back to reality, quickly leaning back, slamming on the brakes, while reaching into the fruit basket to grab another pan tao, then storing the basket into its personal realm. Stop! 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 After repeatedly shouting to stop, the huge claws left a long scratch on the ground. Just before colliding with Hou, GunGun finally halted its round body side in relief and raised its hand, offering the pan tao to him with a beaming smile, saying, "Hou, the great shaman, this is for you." Hearing GunGun's words, Hou glanced at the peach in its hand, feeling tempted. After all, this was the 9,000-year Ren Shui Pan Tao, and even though he was a Kwasa saint, he had never tasted one. However, since the West Queen Mother had not offered it willingly, he felt embarrassed to ask her for it. Attacking West Kunlun for this peach was also unrealistic. Now with the peach handed to him, it would be a shame not to taste it, but... Hui shifted his gaze back to Aou. The Pantao was brought by this guy who served as the protector of the Eastern Emperor Tai. If he ate something given by him, it would be too embarrassing for the dignity of the great shamans of the Wu clan. Thinking of this, Hui frowned, hesitated for a moment, then exerted a bit more strength in his hand, holding the sun-shooting bow, and with a reluctant smile at GunGun, he said, "Thank you, brother GunGun, but you keep it for yourself. I am not interested in Pantaos." "Oh, you're not interested in a 9,000-year Rinshui Pantao. Your standards are truly high, great shaman." GunGun looked at Hui in astonishment, then instinctively opened its mouth to eat the peach. Just as it was about to put it in its mouth, it realized it was still stuffed, so it stopped, and instead stored it in its personal realm. "I'll eat it tomorrow. Friend GunGun, many years ago you gifted me a dragon pearl to heal my wounds. Today I present you with the 9,000-year Rinshui Pantao in return, thus our karma is resolved, right?" At this moment Aou turned to ask him. Yes, it is resolved." GunGun nodded repeatedly at Aou. Exchanging such a number of 9,000-year Rinshui Pantaos for a dragon pearl of the true dragon's cultivation along with those spiritual fruits, Aou, you had given on the rigid bone plains, I really made a huge profit. Since you have come to settle the karma, now that it is resolved, you can leave," Hui said coldly to Aou. Upon hearing this, Aou frowned, but did not leave immediately. Instead, she continued to look at GunGun and said, "Earlier, I heard that you wanted to obtain the dragon pearls of those 2 golden flood dragons." Yes, but I don't want it anymore. Great Shaman Hui said he couldn't defeat those 2 flood dragons. GunGun replied, "Hui, when did I say I couldn't defeat them? I clearly said I had no certainty of victory." "Heh." Aou chuckled lightly, then glanced at Hui and continued, "Then I wonder if I can offer my assistance to you. Could you persuade Great Shaman Hui to join forces with me against the flood dragons?" "Oh, you also want the golden dragon pearls?" Hearing Aou's question, GunGun was taken aback, blinking at her in surprise. "No." Aou shook her head. "I am not interested in the dragon pearls. What I am interested in are those 2 flood dragons. If we work together to subdue them, upon success, the dragon pearls will belong to you and the flood dragons to me. How does that sound?" "Well," GunGun scratched its head looking around and asked Aou, "Well, what about the great god Mengzhang? If you're interested in those 2 flood dragons, can't you team up with him?" Upon hearing this question, a glint of unusual light flashed in Aou's eyes. After a moment of silence, she replied, "I sent him on another task, and besides, I don't want to trouble him with everything." "Oh, I see." GunGun nodded, then looked up at Hui and said, "Great Shaman, what do you think?" "There is absolutely no possibility of allying with the demon clan," Hui replied firmly. "This matter is also beneficial for the Wu clan. Each gets what they need, so why care about identity? Since identity is unimportant, why not you disassociate from the demon clan? If you are merely the son of the ancestral dragon, joining forces with you is also not out of the question." "You." Seeing that the 2 Quasi Saints were about to argue, GunGun raised its paw, wanting to mediate. "Otherwise, if you don't join forces and end up fighting each other, I'll have to go take the dragon pearls." However, just as it was about to speak, 2 thunderous dragon roars suddenly echoed from afar. Upon hearing this sound, GunGun quickly covered its ears and scampered behind Hui, while Hui and Aou frowned, both thinking golden flood dragons. Boom. At this moment, over 9,000 miles southeast of Penglai Island, the sea water spun rapidly, forming a massive whirlpool. Dark clouds rolled above the whirlpool and bolts of lightning struck down into the water. Suddenly, 4 beams of colorful light shot out from the whirlpool, racing towards the distance. Roar, roar. Following closely, 2 ferocious golden flood dragons surged up from beneath the sea, crossing each other in midair. With a crack, the space around them was torn apart, creating 2 pitch-black rifts. Powerful gusts of air erupted from within, stirring up chaos in the surrounding sea for hundreds of miles. Damn it! The last beam of light among the 4 glanced back at the golden flood dragons pursuing them relentlessly. Then it transformed into a middle-aged man holding a celestial sword, shouting to the other 3 beams of light, "Sisters, you must flee. They'll hold them off." "Oh." Saying this, the man turned and charged towards the golden flood dragons. He knew that if he didn't act, none of the 4 siblings would escape at the speed of those 2 dragons. "Big brother." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the 3 beams of light immediately halted, transforming into 3 ethereal and exquisite fairies, and shouted back at him, "You must go. I can't hold them off for long. Don't waste any more time. No, we live together or die together. Yes, big brother, we can't leave you behind. Big brother, we will help you." Saying this, the 3 fairies turned back and joined the man to confront the 2 golden flood dragons. "Why are you doing this?" Seeing his sisters flying back, the man cried out in despair. "While it's admirable to have siblings united, we simply cannot win." Sigh. Meanwhile, on Penglai Island, GunGun lowered his paw from his ear and peered out from behind Hou-yi, looking towards the direction of the sudden dragon's roar. He asked Hou-yi, "Great shaman, the owner of this voice must be a Quasa saint, right?" "Yes, and this is the roar of a flood dragon. There are only those 2 golden flood dragons of Quasa saint level in the East Sea." "Oh, it's them." Hearing Hou-yi's response, GunGun nodded, then his little eyes darted around as if he was thinking of something. He tugged at Hou-yi's clothing and suggested, "Great shaman, judging by this roar, it seems the dragon is fighting someone. Why not take this opportunity to quickly steal the dragon pearl and bring it back?" This. Hearing GunGun's suggestion, Hou-yi furrowed his brows, hesitating. To be honest, Hou-yi was reluctant to engage in a direct battle with the 2 golden flood dragons. The risk of facing them for a dragon pearl was not worth it. However, if someone was indeed battling the flood dragons, taking the chance to seize the dragon pearl was worth considering. But to engage in a stealthy manner rather than a direct confrontation seemed a bit contrary to the spirit of the Wu clan, known for their courage and valor. "Fine, since the great shaman is unwilling to cooperate, then I shall excuse myself. GunGun, may we meet again?" At this moment, looking southeast with a frown, Hou-yi suddenly turned to GunGun and said. After speaking, the entire dragon disappeared from its place. Blinking at where he had stood, GunGun then tugged harder at Hou-yi's clothing, saying, "Great shaman, Hou-yi, you must have gone to deal with those 2 flood dragons. Do you think he wants to subdue them for the demon clan?" "Moi." Hearing GunGun's words, Hou-yi's expression changed. "The demon clan has the demon summoning banner. As long as they obtain a trace of true spirit, they can enslave beings. If Hou-yi truly helps the demon clan to subdue those 2 flood dragons, wouldn't the demon clan gain a force to rival Quasa saints? Great shaman, I feel that this matter. GunGun, we must go. We cannot allow Hou-yi to succeed." Before GunGun could finish speaking, Hou-yi's frown deepened, and he suddenly waved his hand, carrying him to chase after Hou-yi. "Hey, you could go alone, why bring me along?" As they traversed the void, GunGun, who was being held by Hou-yi, was stunned at first, then began to struggle with all his limbs. What was he giving the treasure map to Hou-yi for if not to obtain the dragon pearl, while being too lazy to go himself? Now it turned out well. Hou-yi was willing to help him seek treasure, but instead he was dragged along. "I really want to scold the Wu clan. GunGun, Hou-yi's cultivation is stronger than mine. If he really intends to subdue those 2 golden flood dragons, lend me a hand. Use the large cauldron you previously captured the Baifeng with to seize those 2 flood dragons before Hou-yi can, and then we can take them back to Buzhou Mountain as mounts for the ancestors. Use the spirit cleansing cauldron to capture golden flood dragons." "That's impossible. Great shaman, my spirit cleansing cauldron can only capture resentful spirits and souls. It can't capture physical bodies." Seeing that struggling was futile, GunGun simply gave up and looked up at Hou-yi, saying, "I remember 100,000 years ago when we embarked on an expedition against the sky-swallowing sparrow clan, we obtained their ancestral treasure, the sky-swallowing bottle. Since our Wu clan lacks a primordial spirit, we cannot activate this treasure, so it was ultimately bestowed upon you by the ancestors. GunGun, you could use the sky-swallowing bottle to capture those 2 flood dragons." "The sky-swallowing bottle?" GunGun twitched his mouth and replied, "Great shaman, the name sounds quite imposing, but it's just a mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. How could it possibly capture a Quasa saint? It can't even capture me. Then do you have any other treasures that could be of use?" Hou-yi asked. "None." Hou-yi fell silent. After a few seconds, he said, "I remember when the phoenix and the ancestral dragon battled, the vermilion bird banner fell west of Buzhou Mountain, and you picked it up. How do you remember that so clearly? Also, the Qilin seal of the primordial Qilin fell in the iron-eating forest and was obtained by the iron-eating beast clan. It must have ended up in your hands by now, right? By the way, the world destruction Black Lotus. I really don't have it." "Who told you that?" GunGun exclaimed excitedly. "Really not. Alright, I must have guessed wrong." Hearing GunGun's words, Hou-yi spoke in a calm tone. "You." GunGun pointed his bare paw at Hou-yi, feeling that he had suddenly turned villainous and wanted to scratch him. "Sai GunGun, I know you don't want to participate in a battle at the Quasa saint level. However, for the sake of the Wu clan, if you truly have any treasure that could be of use, please bring it out, okay?" Hou-yi sighed, looking down at GunGun in his grasp, and spoke earnestly to him. Looking up into Hou-yi's eyes, GunGun remained silent, and Hou-yi continued to gaze at him without diverting his attention. After a dozen seconds, GunGun lowered his head. "Alright, I have a Qinquan bag, which is my prized possession." Reluctantly, GunGun opened his personal little world, took out a beautiful box from the treasure mountain inside, and then opened the box to reveal a golden bag quietly resting inside. The Qinquan bag, a limited-time promotional item purchased by the entity known as GunGun from the system around 100,000 years ago, is regarded as a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, just like the Shilingding. Its function is simple confinement and absorption. However, it cannot dissipate the opponent's memories and magical power like the Shilingding. It can only confine them, leaving the subsequent handling as an additional consideration. GunGun bag. Brother GunGun, can this artifact subdue those two golden flood dragons before you can react? Upon hearing GunGun's words and seeing it take out the golden bag from the box, Hoi's eyes brightened as he asked it eagerly. It should be fine, right? GunGun replied, then returned the box to its little world. The box is no ordinary storage box. It is also a spiritual treasure, a medium-grade, innate spiritual treasure known as the Forbidden Treasure Box, capable of sealing any artifact of lower quality. Well, Brother GunGun, you truly are full of surprises. Besides that cauldron capable of absorbing demon souls, you hide yet another treasure that I had no knowledge of. What is the use of this artifact? It emits light to freeze a person in place, then absorbs them. Isn't that the same as your cauldron? Not quite. The Shiling Ding can only absorb resentment and primordial spirits, dissipating their memories and magical power to restore them to their original 3 souls and 7 spirits. The GunGun bag can absorb anything, but cannot further harm the beings drawn into it, GunGun explained. So that's how it is. All right, Brother GunGun, I'll distract Aoyue, and you can subdue those 2 golden flood dragons before he can act, crushing his ambition to seek a general for the demon race. Then I'll accompany you to find the dragon pearl. After hearing GunGun's explanation, Hoi nodded and said happily, great, which I'm having a bit of regret. GunGun did not respond to Hoi's words, but looked down at the GunGun bag in its hand. Regret? Yes, if I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have given you the treasure map or mentioned the golden dragon pearl. I feel I am at a loss for fighting a Quasi Saint over a dragon pearl. As it spoke, GunGun's panda ears drooped down. Seeing this, Hoi's eyelids twitched slightly as he said, this is no longer just about a dragon pearl. It concerns the decisive battle between the Wu and Yao tribes 1,000,000 years later. If you really. Alright, I understand. No need to say anything more, I'll go. Upon hearing that Hoi was about to lecture him again, GunGun interrupted him. Then it raised its head, gazing at the suddenly brightening void ahead, and sighed heavily, meanwhile on the surface of the East Sea. Roar. The 2 golden flood dragons emitted a thunderous roar simultaneously, then intertwined with each other. In an instant, brilliant golden light erupted, and the 4 loose immortals battling them had their immortal swords shatter simultaneously, followed by being sent flying away. Puff. As they were sent flying, the 4 immortals simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood, their faces turning pale, and then with several splashes they all fell into the sea, no longer able to fight. All 4 of them were at the Tai realm, and to be honest, it was already a miracle that they had lasted until now. As the saying goes, when siblings unite, their strength can cut through metal, but they could cut through metal, yet not the dragons. Roar. After defeating these 4 loose immortals, the golden flood dragon opened its massive maw, ready to dive into the sea and crush them. However, at that moment, a beam of spear light shot toward them, and the next instant, boom. The dragon god battle spear struck the golden scales on one of the flood dragons. Although its powerful force could not break its scales, it sent the dragon flying, and the struck dragon collided with another, causing both dragons to soar away together. A purple divine light flashed from the void as Aou appeared, standing in midair and beckoning. The dragon god battle spear flew back to him automatically. Whooshed. Then at the moment the dragon god battle spear returned to his hand, Hoi emerged from the void, holding GunGun. Hoi glanced around and fixed his gaze on the 2 golden flood dragons that had flipped over in the sea, transmitting to GunGun. Brother GunGun, I'll hold Aou off. The golden flood dragons are up to you. Great, which wait a moment, give me a bit more time to prepare mentally. GunGun raised its hand and said to Hoi, alright, are you ready now? GunGun swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and tightly gripped the GunGun bag, saying, I'm ready now. Then go for it, Brother GunGun. Immediately Hoi flexed his biceps, turned around, and hurled GunGun toward the location of the 2 golden flood dragons with such force that GunGun flew 3 times faster than when it rode the clouds. This flying speed was unprecedented in its life. GunGun screamed in terror, its chubby face twitching violently, but it did not forget what it had to do. After all, if it did not capture those 2 flood dragons in the GunGun bag, it might be crushed by them on the spot. The golden flood dragons must be the legendary golden flood cut from the future, there is no mistake. Even Randang was frightened and turned to flee upon seeing them, while it, as a cute little iron-eating beast, was charging forward despite its fears. It must be out of its mind. Oh no. Seeing Hoi suddenly throw GunGun toward the 2 flood dragons, Aou frowned, then raised the dragon god battle spear, preparing to intervene. But Hoi blocked his path and asked, you are a dragon, and those 2 flood dragons are also dragons. Why do you want to attack them? Can true dragons and flood dragons be compared? Hoi, why did you throw your friend GunGun at the golden flood dragons? Do you not know that those 2 flood dragons can fight against Quasi Saints when they join forces? Aou questioned Hoi. Of course I know, but I trust Brother GunGun. Although it is not trustworthy in small matters, often falling asleep halfway through or forgetting entirely, I believe it won't mess up this crucial task. Hoey spoke with utmost seriousness. After speaking, he glanced back and saw GunGun had already flown to about 800 feet away from the two golden flood dragons. Then it raised its panda-like arms and shouted loudly, "Hey monsters, look here, what is this? Let me go." Just as it was about to utter the word treasure, suddenly a cloud of mist appeared out of nowhere and enveloped it, startling it. Following that, a pulling force acted upon GunGun, causing it to fly back along the same path even faster than before. GunGun's chubby face twitched even more violently. Mighty East Sea imposing flood dragon ascend to the domain of the upper clear, binding monsters freely. As GunGun was sent flying back, a great voice suddenly echoed from all directions, startling both Aou and Hoey, causing their expressions to change simultaneously. Upper clear. Rolling did not have the mood to listen to any poetry. At this moment, it was flying backward at an incredibly fast speed, its chubby face twitching violently while still screaming. Seeing this, Hoey snapped back to reality from his surprise at the sudden appearance of the Shangqing, immediately turning around and flying towards Rolling, catching it with great force. Who am alive? After being caught by Hoey, Rolling took a few deep breaths of spiritual energy, relieved. "Brother Rolling, are you alright?" Hoey asked him. "Alright. I'm not okay at all, and my heart is about to give out," Rolling replied. Without letting Hoey finish his words, Rolling shook off his arm and flew forward, lifting its head, looking left and right, gripping the bag tightly, and shouted loudly, "Who was just sneak attacking this great deity? Step out and battle our great shaman Hoey for 300 rounds. Hoey, haha, interesting, truly an interesting bear." A hearty laugh sounded, and then a ray of divine light descended from the sky, transforming into a young man dressed in gray and black, who was smiling at Rolling. "I pay my respects to the Shangqing Tianzuan. Hoey of the Shaman clan has met the Tianzuan." Upon seeing the young man, Aou and Hoey immediately turned around and bowed to him. The direct descendant of the ancestor dragon and the head of the shamans, I didn't expect to see so many celestial beings that shake the primal chaos in one visit today. The young man nodded at the two, gesturing with his hand, and said, "You flatter me in front of the Tianzuan, I am not worth mentioning." Aou and Hoey rose involuntarily, Aou's pupils constricting, and then respectfully said to the young man, "If you can make Dong Wang Gong fall, then, if you are not worth mentioning, there are very few beings in the primal chaos that deserve to be mentioned." The young man smiled. At the same time, whoosh. Rolling quickly turned and flew back behind Hoey, hugging his leg, looking up at him, and whispering, "Great shaman, is the Shangqing Tianzuan, is he the Tongtian Dao Ren?" "Shoo." Hoey raised a finger to remind Rolling. "Oh." Rolling nodded quickly, tightly closing its mouth. Although the three Qing are not yet saints, they are already quasi-saints who have severed their three corpses and all hold precious treasures. If a fight were to break out, not to mention Hoey, even Houtu wouldn't be a match here. Of course, Rolling was so nervous not only because Tongtian was formidable, but mainly because this guy was a jinx. In the future, the 6 saints of the primal chaos will face 1 against 4, suffering a truly catastrophic defeat. With such a jinx, it would rather deal with the shameless beauty than approach him. Otherwise, if some karma arises, how would it handle being pulled into the myriad immortal formations in the future? It is Rolling, a deity born extraordinary, destined to manage the underworld and become the Eastern Emperor Qinghua. How could it ascend the divine list? After chatting a bit with Aou, Tongtian suddenly frowned, feeling someone behind him slandering him. He turned his gaze and finally landed on Rolling. A thread of Tao rhythm overflowed from Rolling's body, enveloping its entire bare frame. "Oh, the law of silence." Tongtian became slightly interested, his eyes lighting up, and he smiled, saying, "You've comprehended the law at midstage de Luo. This bear is quite impressive. Great shaman." Rolling retracted its head and tugged at Hoey's clothing, calling out to him, "Tianzuan brother Rolling is a bit shy. If there is any lack of courtesy, please do not hold it against him." Looking down at the timid Rolling hiding behind him, Hoey raised his head to look at Tongtian and bowed to him, saying, "Ada Luo Golden Immortal is shy. Who are you trying to fool here?" "I roar." "Roar." At this moment, 2 dragon roars sounded, and the 2 golden flood dragons flipped over on the sea surface, then opened their massive mouths, aiming to bite the 4 loose immortals who had just flown out of the sea and were trying to escape. Seeing this, Tongtian raised his hand and pointed. Whoosh. In an instant, a beam of azure light shot out, forcing the golden flood dragons back and saving the 4 loose immortals. Then Tongtian flicked his sleeve and 24 beams of light shot out, bang, 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 continuously striking the 2 golden flood dragons, causing them to spurt blood. This scene truly frightened Rolling. What a violent Tongtian! I was just a bit fierce with him, asking who sneak attacked me, even calling for him to battle Hoey for 300 rounds. There wouldn't be any consequences, right? A look of worry appeared on Rolling's chubby face, gripping the bag with its paw even tighter. "Receive." After using the Dinghai Pearl to nearly kill the two flood dragons, Tongtian opened his hand, and an invisible force acted upon them. Subsequently, the bodies of the two golden flood dragons gradually shrank, eventually transforming into a beam of extreme light that flew to him, landing in his palm. I calculated the heavenly secrets and sensed a connection with these two dragons, hence I came to subdue them. If you do not believe, you can calculate too. Tongtian put the two dragons into his sleeve and then said to Aou and Hou-yi. Aou lowered her head, not calculating, while Hou-yi said, I can't calculate. Brother Rolling, you can calculate when we get back. Hou-yi lowered his head and secretly transmitted to Rolling. Great Shaman, no need to calculate. If he says he has a connection with them, then he has a connection. Who can we fight against him? Rolling replied to Hou-yi. Hou-yi, your words are indeed both timid and realistic. Tongtian, who overheard their conversation, this bear thinks in beauty. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just as Tongtian was about to say something to Rolling, suddenly the four loose immortals who had narrowly escaped flew over, kneeling on one knee in front of Tongtian respectfully, saying, Thank you, Tianzuan, for saving our lives. Looking at the four loose immortals before him, Tongshan's eyes flashed with divine light. Then with some delight, he asked them, What are your names? The leading middle-aged man quickly replied, I am the little immortal Zhao Gongming who attained Tao from a wisp of clear wind. Behind him, an elegant female immortal lowered her head respectfully and said, I am the little immortal Yunxiao who attained Tao from a white cloud. I am the little immortal Qiongxiao who attained Tao from a red cloud. I am the little immortal Bixiao who attained Tao from a green cloud. The other two female immortals also quickly said. Hearing their responses, Tongtian nodded, a satisfied expression flashing across his face, and then said to them, You four immortals have a fateful connection with me. Do you wish to worship me as your master? Hearing Tongshan's question, the four immortals were overjoyed, simultaneously kneeling from one knee to both knees, bowing their heads to Tongtian, performing the master-disciple ceremony, saying, Disciples, pay their respects to the master. Ha, good. Tongtian laughed heartily, then turned his gaze to the chubby bear hiding behind Hou-yi, asking it, Hey bear, do you wish to worship me as your master too? Rolling, I would rather not. Hearing the question from Tongtian, the bear GunGun immediately cursed in his heart. To take you as my master, do you think this baby wants to live too comfortably? At this moment, the calamity of the witch and the demon had not yet ended. If I were to be prematurely caught in the future calamity of the deification, then I would really be in trouble. With this thought, GunGun pulled at Hou-yi's clothing more forcefully and called out to him, Great Witch. Heavenly Sovereign, my brother GunGun is the battle pet of our ancestral witch Houtu, and it may not be suitable for him to take you as his master. On his behalf, I thank you for your kindness, Heavenly Sovereign. Hou-yi saluted Tongtian. GunGun nodded repeatedly, expressing his agreement with Hou-yi's words. Upon hearing Hou-yi's words and seeing the fat bear nodding continuously, Tongshan's face twitched slightly. Ignoring Hou-yi, he directly asked GunGun, Why do I feel like you are looking down on me? No, absolutely not, GunGun exclaimed excitedly. You are Houtu's battle pet, and becoming my disciple does not conflict, just like Aou, who is both the prince of the dragon clan and the protector of the monster clan. Isn't that all good? Saying this, Tongtian pointed at Aou. I am the great witch. GunGun tugged at Hou-yi's clothing again. Hou-yi thought, You can say what you want to, I can't be the one to speak for you all the time. Hou-yi helplessly thought in his heart. Then he explained to Tongtian, Heavenly Sovereign, the ancestral, which values brother GunGun very much and probably does not wish for him to take on a master. Previously, the great Saint Junti also mentioned wanting to take him to the west to cultivate, but was rejected by the ancestral witch. Junti. He actually came to the east. Upon hearing Hou-yi's words, Tongtian frowned, then lowered his head and fell silent for a moment. After about 10 seconds, he raised his head and looked at GunGun, saying, Forget it, if you are unwilling to take me as your master, I do not wish to take a foolish bear as my disciple either. After speaking, he waved his hand, and a beam of light shot out, landing in front of GunGun and transforming into a peach. This is a Nineth, a sandy-year-old Ren water peach. Considering you previously wielded a treasure to battle the golden flood dragon, you must have had some confidence. Your attempt to subdue the dragon was thwarted by me, so I will compensate you with this peach to settle the matter. Hearing Tongshan's words, GunGun's eyes twirled a few times. Settling the matter, I can accept it. Quickly, he stretched out his bare paw to catch the peach and bowed to Tongtian, saying, Thank you, Heavenly Sovereign. A foolish bear that does not understand how to seize opportunities. In response to GunGun's gratitude, Tongtian snorted and raised his head, visibly displeased. Then he addressed the four immortals of Zhao Gongming, saying, Since you have taken me as your master, let us return to Kunlun Mountain. Yes, master, the four immortals of Zhao Gongming replied respectfully. Tongtian made a nasal sound, then waved his hand, causing them to vanish. We respectfully send off the upper clear, Heavenly Sovereign. We respectfully send off the Heavenly Sovereign. Aou and Hou-yi simultaneously bowed. Seeing this, GunGun slowly walked out from behind Ho. He looked around, then imitated them, and bowed to the air in front of him. Then whoosh. He plopped down, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. Facing Tongtian, he was even more nervous than when he faced Junti. Although Junti was somewhat poor, being with him at least posed no threat to life. But Tongtian, not to mention the low-level disciples, even his direct disciples aside from Daobao Daoist, who was fortunate enough to become a Buddha, who else had a good ending? The Holy Mother of No Retreat. She could only be described as mediocre, and it was certainly inferior to when Jie Jiao was still around. Brother GunGun, why are you so nervous? Hou turned around to look at GunGun, saying, although Upper Clear has little friendship with our witch clan, he is not the kind of celestial who enjoys killing, so there is no need to be afraid. I do not kill Bo Run, yet Bo Rin dies because of me. Such a me is also quite frightening. GunGun said, what Bo Rin? Who died because of you? Hou frowned in confusion. GunGun shook his head, not explaining to him. Friend GunGun, the Golden Flood Dragon has already been subdued by Upper Clear Heavenly Sovereign. You can now go find the dragon pearls you desire. Aoyu's voice came from the side. Hearing this, GunGun and Hou turned to look at him. Aoyu, the Golden Flood Dragon you wanted has already been taken by Upper Clear. Do you not want to go and take it back? Great Witch, you do not need to provoke me with words. I am not that foolish to offend the Sanqing for 2 flood dragons. As he spoke, Aoyu's figure gradually faded away, ultimately disappearing, leaving behind a phrase, friends great, which we shall meet again. Humph. Hou snorted, ignoring him. Then he said to GunGun, brother GunGun, the Golden Flood Dragon that guarded the dragon pearls is gone. Shall I accompany you to find the dragon pearls now? Bang. GunGun leaned back, lying on the clouds, while taking out the forbidden treasure box from his small world, which he used as a storage box. He opened it, and carefully placed his Chinquan bag inside, then collected it back into the small world. Then he weakly said to Hou, great, which the Golden Flood Dragon is gone now. There is no danger. Could you please help me retrieve the dragon pearls? I am so tired, my heart bears great pressure, and I do not want to move. Hou thought you were under great pressure. I see you are just being lazy. Alas, brother GunGun, you really cannot keep this up. Look at you, you are fatter than you were 10,000 years ago. Hou did not mind running errands for GunGun, but seeing him lying there like this, he felt it necessary to say something to him. Great Witch, it is normal for me to be fat. If I were thin, it would definitely mean I was starved. Besides, I am so cute being fat. If I lose weight, what would happen? GunGun said. You Great Witch, I invite you to eat a peach. Without waiting for Hou to finish, GunGun raised his bare arm and handed him the Nineth Sandy-year-old Ren water peach that Tongtian had just given him, smiling at him. Seeing GunGun's smiling face, Hou's intended words got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't express them. Finally, he looked up at the sky and sighed, saying, brother GunGun, you should be thankful that you are already a Daluo Golden Immortal. Otherwise, with your temperament, I would really worry about you encountering danger in the wilderness. Great Witch, you can rest assured. The witch and demon will not have a great war for 1,000,000 years. My temperament is just right for this time. GunGun yawned. After saying this, he closed his eyes, placed his bare paw on his big belly, and began to fall into a deep sleep. Having eaten 9 Ren water peaches before he was stuffed, and now that he has digested a bit, it is time to sleep. Seeing this big fat bear sleep as he pleased, Hou felt speechless. He stood there watching for a while, then bent down, took the peach from his bare paw, took a bite, and then turned around to unfold the treasure map, thinking, forget it, it's rare for the witch and demon to have 1,000,000 years of peace. If he wants to sleep, let him sleep. Sigh, what a bear that knows how to enjoy life. Soon, in less than a cup of tea's time, Hou returned to the still snoring GunGun, holding a glittering golden dragon pearl. The golden dragon guarding the dragon pearl was taken away by Tongtian, and with a treasure map marking its exact location in hand, it would be extremely easy for the Kwasa Saint Hou to obtain it. In fact, not to mention Hou, even GunGun could have done it in no time, at most within 2 cups of tea's effort, but would this bear be able to understand the reasoning behind it? Brother GunGun, the dragon pearl is in hand. Let's go back, Hou, he said to GunGun, who was lying on the clouds and snoring. Hoo. GunGun's snoring continued without pause, showing no reaction. Seeing this, Hou helplessly shook his head, bent down, and gave him a hard push. The beautiful dream was interrupted by external force. GunGun's snoring stopped making a cute sound, and then opened his eyes slightly to see Hou. Brother GunGun, wake up, we should head back. Oh, okay, GunGun yawned, and replied softly. Then he rolled over on the clouds, changed from lying down to sprawled out, scratched his belly, and raised his bare paw, stretching it out. Hou, you really are a stubborn bear. Sigh. Hou sighed and placed the golden dragon pearl in the palm of his paw. After receiving the dragon pearl, GunGun closed his paw and groggily sat up from the clouds. Meanwhile, at Mount Bujo inside the Panga Hall, the 12 ancestors of Wu gathered together. While browsing the River of Time, I saw a huge change occurring in the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. The East Sea Dragon King Ao Kai was killed by the Dragon Queen Zitong, who claimed that it was Tai who instructed her to do so, with the aim of helping Ao unify the Dragon Clan and succeed to the throne of the Dragon Emperor. Zhu Jioyin said to his brothers and sisters with a serious face. Dragon Emperor. Tai he wants to use AOU to control the entire dragon clan. Hearing Zhu Jioyin's words, Zhu Rong frowned and snorted coldly. Although the dragon clan's strength has greatly declined after the Dragon Han calamity, there are still many Deluo Jin Xian among them who still dominate the foresees. If they ally with the demon clan, it would be somewhat unfavorable for our Wu clan. Xian Ming stroked his chin and pondered. Indeed, we cannot let this happen. Gong Gong slammed his hand on the table in agreement with Xian Ming's words. The one sitting in the lead Di Jiang closed his eyes, producing a nasal sound, then said to Zhu Jioyin, what else did you see? Share it with them as well. Yes, big brother. Zhu Jioyin glanced at the other ancestors present and continued, it was a stroke of luck. Not long ago, I saw Meng Zhang's figure in the river of time. He went to the bottom of the East Sea, seemingly to meet someone. Who was he meeting? Gong Gong inquired. I couldn't see clearly. Meng Zhang is a quasi saint who can sever the two corpses. I only caught a glimpse of his image for a moment. However, before the image vanished, I heard him say 3 words while standing in front of a door. Grand Elder. What? Upon hearing Zhu Jioyin's words, everyone present except for Di Jiang, who already knew, was astonished, especially Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, who both stood up instantly. Gong Gong clenched his fists, his brows furrowing, and asked Zhu Jioyin, is Zhu Long still alive? I don't know, but back then when Di Jun and Tai Yi ruled over the 10,000 clans and established the demon clan, they surprisingly did not attack the dragon clan. Now, even when they do strike, it is only under the pretext of supporting AOU as the emperor. In reality, they haven't sent troops against the dragon clan. There must be something amiss here. Zhu Jioyin said. So it seems Zhu Long is very likely still alive. Di Jun and Tai Yi didn't attack the dragon clan back, then likely because they already knew Zhu Long was not dead and had their concerns. Now with AOU as an excuse based on Zhu Long's affection for AO, they would probably not pursue the matter of Tai Yi using Zi Tong to kill Ao Kai. If Zhu Long is still alive, then the strength of the dragon clan needs to be reassessed. Houtu said coldly. Suddenly Jimong, who had been silent, spoke up. Indeed, Zhu Long is the brother of the ancestral dragon and was once formidable in the primordial world. He should not be underestimated. Houtu agreed. In that case, we absolutely cannot allow Tai Yi to succeed. We must not let AOU smoothly unify the dragon clan. Gong Gong slammed the table again, shouting. Houtu glanced at him, then turned his gaze to Di Jiang, asking, big brother, what do you think? Hearing Houtu's question, Di Jiang slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing across his gaze, and said, regardless of whether Zhu Long is alive, we cannot let the demon clan completely subdue the dragon clan. That is the first point. Big brother is right. Gong Gong shouted. Secondly, even if Zhu Long is alive, he has not shown himself for many years, and he must have been seriously injured in the battle back, then still not recovered. AOU is already allied with the demon clan, becoming Tai Yi's protector. Now that there has been a huge change in the East Sea, if we allow this to go on, he will sooner or later unify the dragon clan. Therefore, we must act quickly to stop him. Big brother is right. Gong Gong shouted again. Does big brother mean to send troops against the dragon clan? Houtu frowned slightly and asked Di Jiang. Yes, but not to attack the entire dragon clan, nor can it be solely our clan's troops. The overall strength of the dragon clan is not weak, plus AOU and Meng Zhang are both quasi-saints. If it is only our clan attacking, the casualties will certainly be significant. Thus, I intend to send someone to Baiming to contact Kunpeng to temporarily collaborate with the Feng clan to jointly attack the East Sea Dragon clan, while also having Dong Wanggong, oh no Dong, Hua have him respond to us in Penglai. When the demon clan destroyed the immortal court, didn't the East Sea Dragon army also intervene? It's a good opportunity to let him take revenge. After listening to Di Jiang's words, Houtu lowered his head in thought for a moment, then asked him, and then how far does big brother intend to go with this? To the point where the East Sea Dragon clan submits to our Wu clan or establishes a great vow declaring a severance of ties with AOU. Or AO, you can establish a great vow swearing to forever sever ties with the demon clan and resign from that so-called protector of the Eastern Emperor's position. Di Jiang said with a cold smile. Big brother, our Wu clan has always fought independently. Isn't it inappropriate to cooperate with the Feng clan? Chang Liang said with some hesitation. Independent. In the past 10,000 years of the Houtu tribe's 10 campaigns, 3 of them involved the Iron Eater clan, and I haven't heard you say anything then. The Iron Eater clan is a subordinate race of our Wu clan. How can it be compared to the Feng clan? Anyway, it's just a temporary collaboration to minimize sacrifices. Oh, let's do it this way. Who among you is willing to go to Baiming in my place to see Kun? Ding. Di Jiang's words were not finished when suddenly a bell rang through the entire primordial world. It was the Chaos Bell. The sound came from the north. Upon hearing the sudden chime that resonated throughout the primordial wilderness, Di Jiang, who had been calmly discussing the strategies of the Wu clan, was momentarily taken aback. He then turned to face the north, his pupils dilating sharply as he sprang to his feet, exclaiming angrily, "I had just devised a strategy, you scoundrel Tai. Kunpeng is in trouble. Zhu Meng, Zhu Rong Gong, Gong Chong Liang, come with me to the North Sea. The rest stay here to guard the Zhodian mountain." Di Jiang urgently instructed the ancestral Wu. "Yes, elder brother." With that, Di Jiang's aura surged with the laws of space and speed, and he vanished with Zhu Meng and the other 4 ancestral Wu speeding towards the North Sea. Watching Di Jiang and the other Wu leave, Houtu furrowed her brows tightly, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease in her heart. Logically, the sound of the chaos bell in the north would indicate that Tai had gone to confront Kunpeng. However, even if Kunpeng were to be killed by Tai, it wouldn't be too significant. At most, the Wu clan's offensive against the Dragon clan of the East Sea would lose a bit of assistance. Why would it matter? What does it matter to be your enemy? Ultimately, one must become an enemy in the future anyway. Suddenly, a cute and casual voice echoed in her mind. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Houtu's eyes as she remembered, yes, when Kunpeng had tried to kill Aou beneath the Zhodian mountain, Rolling had once muttered something similar. Back then, she hadn't taken the matter seriously. After all, it was still uncertain whether Rolling's heart voice was true or not, and the strength of the Phoenix clan wasn't enough to threaten the Wu clan. However, many of the things she heard from Rolling had now become reality, so it seemed that Kunpeng would indeed become an enemy of their Wu clan. But why? Just because she had intervened to stop him from killing Aou? Was he not afraid that such actions would implicate the entire Phoenix clan? No, it definitely won't be that simple, Houtu thought to herself. Tai the Demon clan. Kunpeng the Phoenix clan. Lowering her head, her gaze shifted slightly, and soon after she suddenly raised her head and exclaimed, "Not good." "Little sister, what's wrong?" Zhu Jiuyin asked her. "Sixth brother, I suspect Tai wants to force Kunpeng to join the Demon clan. We must be on guard." Houtu hurriedly responded to Zhu Jiuyin. "What?" Hearing this, Zhu Jiuyin and the remaining ancestral Wu furrowed their brows. It can't be wrong, otherwise why would he go to the North Sea? The Demon clan possesses the summoning banner. As long as he can defeat Kunpeng and force Kunpeng to yield a trace of true spirit, he would have Kunpeng completely under his control. The Tao ancestor has decreed that the Wu and Demon clans must not engage in a great battle for 1,000,000 years, so Tai surely intends to strengthen the Demon clan's power as much as possible during this time. He has already secured Aou as a guardian. If he also tames Kunpeng, then the Demon clan would gain another Kwasa saint. Saying this, Houtu felt a chill run down her back. With Dijun Tai, Ishihi Aou and the 10 great demon saints, if another Kunpeng were added, the strength of the Demon clan would be overwhelming. This doesn't even account for Meng Zhang, whose allegiance to the Demon clan is still uncertain. After hearing Houtu's words, Zhu Jiuyin and the other ancestral Wu exchanged glances, clearly able to see the worry in each other's eyes. What little sister said makes sense. Although Kunpeng and the Phoenix clan pose no threat to their Wu clan, if he joins the Demon clan, the strength of the Demon clan would indeed increase. Such a thing must not be allowed to happen. Little sister, I will also head to the North Sea to assist elder brother. You all stay here to prevent being taken advantage of by the Demon clan, Zhu Jiuyin told Houtu and the other ancestral Wu. All right, sixth brother. Zhu Jiuyin nodded and then vanished into thin air, speeding towards the North Sea. After Zhu Jiuyin left, Houtu stood up and paced a few steps before transmitting a message to Xing Tian, who was guarding outside the hall. Xing Tian hurried to Peng Lai and retrieve Hou and Rolling, instruct them to return immediately. Yes, ancestral Wu. Outside Pango Hall, Xing Tian turned and bowed towards the hall before picking up his battle axe and shooting off like a beam of light. On the other side, on Peng Lai Island, Hou and Rolling had just returned when suddenly a bell sounded from the north, causing both the Wu and the bear to change their expressions dramatically. Rolling tugged at Hou's clothing and said, "Great Wu, something has happened in the North Sea." The only one who could make Dong Huang Tai use the chaos bell in the north is the Nine Heavens Kunpeng. It seems the Demon clan has made a move against the Phoenix clan. Kunpeng is in danger. Hou said seriously as he gazed towards the north. "I think it's the Demon clan that might be in danger," Rolling replied. "What?" Hou was taken aback by these words. "Oh no, it's nothing." Rolling quickly realized and shut his mouth. He then looked down at the golden dragon pearl in his hand, thinking to himself, "This thing should be great for refining treasures, or I could use it to smash people like the Dinghai pearl." With that thought, Rolling weighed it in his hand and then stored it in his small world. Next, he plopped down, conjuring a folding fan in his hand, fanning himself, while leisurely saying to Hou, "Great Wu, don't be so tense. What is a blessing is not a curse, and what is a curse cannot be avoided. Just stay calm like me." Moi. Hearing Rolling's words, Hou looked down at the hefty bear, noticing that its previously alarmed expression had returned to normal, sporting a relaxed demeanor, as usual, seemingly unfazed. "Has it no sense of urgency at all?" Hou felt a bit frustrated and said to Rolling, "Brother Rolling, this is no trivial matter. The demon clan has already destroyed the celestial court, forcing the reborn Dong Wang Gong to change his name to Dong Hua. If they also annihilate the Phoenix clan then? Rolling interrupted. The Phoenix clan is the original overlord of the primordial world. They naturally have their own means of survival. It won't be so easy to eliminate them. Moreover, Great Wu worrying won't help. When Peng Lai was attacked by Ao Yue, we could rush over to assist, but if Dong Huang Tai attacks the Phoenix clan, can we still aid them? Saying this, Rolling looked down at his chubby body and remarked, I can't withstand the true fire of the sun and the power of the chaos bell. But, Rolling turned around facing away from Ho Yi and said, don't ask me if I have any treasures that can be useful. Dong Huang Tai has the chaos bell. Apart from the Tao ancestor, no one can surpass him with treasures. Upon hearing Rolling's words, Ho Yi gradually calmed down. Indeed, Dong Huang Tai is not AOU. If he attacks the Phoenix clan, there's not much he can do even if he is anxious. Now all he can do is hope that the ancestral Wu will take measures early. Sigh. With this thought, Ho Yi sighed. Don't sigh, this is a good thing. Rolling comforted him upon hearing the sigh behind him. Brother Rolling, have you gone mad from the sound of the chaos bell? Rolling replied, you're the mad one. Meanwhile at the North Sea, using all his power to resist, Kunpeng ultimately could not withstand the suppressive force of the chaos bell and coughed up blood as he fell from the sky towards the sea of the underworld. Elder brother. On the surface of the sea at the forefront of the countless flying beast army, a peacock and a giant roc were both startled at the sight and flapped their wings, flying towards Kunpeng, wanting to catch him. Oh, a mere two Tai golden immortals dare to interfere in the battle of the Quasi Saints. What audacity! In the sky, a great sun radiated countless divine lights. Among the divine lights, the primordial Tao body of Dong Wang Tai looked down at the peacock and the roc flying towards Kunpeng, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes before he waved his hand. Boom! Instantly, two balls of true solar fire surged towards them. Not good. Seeing this scene, both the peacock and the roc were greatly alarmed and attempted to evade, but the speed at which the two balls of true solar fire approached them was simply too fast, making it impossible for them to escape with their current cultivation. Your Highnesses, on the sea, the countless avian army standing in orderly ranks was also filled with anxiety. Yet without orders, they dared not act rashly. After all, behind Dong Wang Tai stood hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers. If they were to find an opportunity to deploy formations and trap their kin, the remaining elite of the Feng clan might very well face utter annihilation today. As the two balls of true solar fire drew nearer to the peacock and the roc about to collide with them, the hearts of the countless birds present were filled with tension and fury. The demon race is bullying my Feng clan too much. Suddenly, at the critical moment, a piercing cry shattered the sky and a massive figure flashed before the peacock and the roc, followed by a loud bang. A loud explosion resonated. The revealed Kunpeng spat out a mouthful of fresh blood which splattered over the peacock and the roc, leaving them both dumbfounded. Big brother. Tai, you scoundrel. Having first been suppressed in the battle with Tai and then severely injured by the chaos bell, Kunpeng was now also enduring the impact of the two balls of true solar fire, leaving him grievously wounded. If his injuries worsened, even as a Quasi Saint, he could not escape the danger of demise. Nevertheless, he still exerted all his strength to spread his wings wide, shielding the peacock and the roc within while hoarsely cursing. Big brother. Big brother. Seeing this scene, both the peacock and the roc couldn't help but cry out, calling for Kunpeng. You two get back. Hearing the cries of the two mothers left behind before their demise, Kunpeng scolded them. Then a strong wind surged towards them, sending them flying back. Next, Kunpeng turned to the great sun above and roared, Tai, you are bullying me too much. Kunpeng, when you devised a plan to trap Mengzhong and launched a sneak attack on Ao Yue, perhaps he also thought you were bullying him too much, Tai said indifferently. Ao Yue, what he thinks is none of my business. All I know is that you led your troops to burn Wudong Forest, destroying my Feng clan's ancestral land, and now you come to invade my Baiming. As he spoke, Kunpeng's eyes filled with bloodshot fury. He was filled with hatred. His ancestral land was destroyed, and he had been severely wounded twice at Tai's hands. This made him wish to skin Tai alive and shatter his soul. The Feng clan has done such things countless times in the past. Why should you be angry? Facing Kunpeng's rage, Tai remained calm and unperturbed. Kunpeng, my brother remembers that you once listened to the Tao with me in Zishao Palace. I am willing to give you a chance. If you are willing to lead the Feng clan to submit to the heavenly court, then. Tai raised his arm, pointing at Kunpeng and the avian army behind him, and said lightly, I can spare your lives and theirs. Ha, submit. Do you think I am someone who would bow down? Dream on. Kunpeng sneered, then flapped his wings and surged towards Tai, sweeping up the endless icy waters of Baiming as he shouted, Tai, I will perish together with you today. Stubborn and unyielding. Hearing Kunpeng's words, Tai frowned, and was about to transform into his true form, the great sun golden crow, to completely obliterate Kunpeng. However, suddenly from behind Kunpeng's avian army, a powerful aura erupted, causing many birds to be obliterated or sent flying. This sudden occurrence startled Kunpeng, and he abruptly halted his advance. "Kunpeng, my friend, please think twice." An elderly voice resounded. "Baize." Kunpeng hurriedly turned around only to see Baize with both hands grasping the peacock, and the rock hovering in midair looking at him helplessly, and saying, "Kunpeng, the demon emperor, has commanded me to assist Dong Wang in his endeavors. Please submit to the heavenly court. This is a request I cannot refuse, I hope you do not hold it against me. Baize, I will kill you." Kunpeng shouted in anger, then was about to turn and attack Baize. "My friend, do not act rashly lest you mistakenly injure these two young friends." Baize called out to Kunpeng. "You." Upon hearing this, Kunpeng hurriedly stopped his movements. Caught in a dilemma, he was at a loss for what to do. Originally, he had already decided to perish together with Tai, but now. "My friend, the demon emperor appreciates that you once listened to the Tao with him in Zixiao Palace, and since you are the prince of the Feng clan, the leader of the primordial birds, he greatly hopes you will join the heavenly court. In that case, the demon race and the Feng clan would become one family, and the heavenly court would protect the Feng clan. The fortune of the demon race could also be shared with the Feng clan, helping them alleviate the immense karma accumulated from the Dragon Han calamity." Seeing that Kunpeng had paused, Baize spoke to him in a friendly tone. "Humph. In the end, you still want me to bow to you. I would rather die than submit to your demon race." Kunpeng replied angrily. "Alas, why must it be so? The two emperors govern myriad races, which is how the demon race was established. If you join the heavenly court, it would be an addition, not a submission. Moreover, the emperor said that when you join the heavenly court, he will personally lead the leaders of the myriad races to welcome you at the southern heaven gate and honor you as the protector of our demon race, placing you above us demon saints. My friend, the emperor has a heart that values talent. I sincerely hope you will not let him down." A black light flashed from Kunpeng, transforming into a pale, sinister-looking young man covered in bloodstains. He looked at Baize and asked, "What if I refuse?" "Alas, then I can only sacrifice these two young friends." Baize sighed. "You dare? Big brother, do not worry about us." The peacock and the rock, subdued by Baize, shouted at him. Hearing this, Kunpeng clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. He then loosened his fists only to clench them again, and after repeating this several times, he finally closed his eyes, sighed heavily, and like a bird that had lost all hope, whispered, "Fine, fine, let them go. You can do whatever you want." After saying this, Kunpeng directly sat cross-legged on the clouds, lowering his head, remaining silent. "Big brother." Upon hearing this, both the peacock and the rock cried out to him, their hearts filled with self-loathing for being useless and dragging down their brother. In the sky, the divine light of Tai gradually converged, shifting its gaze from Kunpeng to Baize. He was unaware that his elder brother had sent this old fellow over. However, it was fortunate that Kunpeng was willing to submit. This was a blessing for the demon race, although there were some troubles on Ayuan's side. As he contemplated, Tai shook his head and then opened his hands. A flash of white light appeared, and a large banner about 30 to 50 feet in size, radiating 5 colors and reflecting myriad auspicious images, manifested in his grasp. It was the demon race's sacred treasure, the summoning banner. "Kunpeng, offer a thread of your true spirit. I will grant you half a year to settle the Phoenix clan, after which you shall accompany me to the heavenly court," Tai proclaimed to Kunpeng in a booming voice. "Umph." Hearing these words, Kunpeng, with eyes closed and head bowed, emitted a grunt. He did not act immediately. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the peacock and rock, subdued by Baize, then looked at the countless avian forces surrounding Baize, who did not dare to attack rashly. Ultimately, with a stern expression, he raised his hand and split off a thread of his true spirit, sending it flying towards Tai. Swish! With a movement of his arm, Tai waved the summoning banner, causing this thread of true spirit to merge into the banner, then a faint smile flickered across his face. Thus, Kunpeng would become a general of the demon race from now on. What? Wouldn't he fear Kunpeng's rebellion for doing so today? His thread of true spirit was already on the summoning banner. As long as he wished, he could obliterate Kunpeng's form and spirit at any time. How could he dare to rebel? From now on, he would only serve the demon race, honestly acting as the protector of the demon clan. That was his fate. "I will await you at the southern heavenly gate in half a year. Retreat." Tai stored the summoning banner and spoke to Kunpeng, then raised his hand, commanding the demon soldiers behind him to withdraw. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of heavenly drums resounded. "Kunpeng, my friend, I apologize for today's offenses. When you ascend in half a year, I shall host a banquet to solemnly apologize to you." Seeing Tai preparing to leave, Baize was also unwilling to linger. He spoke to Kunpeng, then released the peacock and rock, transforming into a beam of light, chasing after Tai. Elder brother, Released by Baze, the peacock and roc immediately flew towards Kunping, each shimmering with light, transforming into a handsome young man in a blue long robe and a cold proud youth in a black feathered coat landing before Kunping. Kong Xian Jinpeng. Kunping head bowed, spoke hoarsely to the two immortals. Elder brother. The two brothers knelt simultaneously, crying out to Kunping. Do not cry. It is not your fault. It is my inadequacy that I could not compete with Tai. As he spoke, Kunping once again clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and continued. In half a year, I must go to the demon court. After that, the Phoenix clan will be entrusted to you. But do not interrupt, let me finish my words. Understood. Kong Xian, your mother encountered the 5 elements spiritual energy on her way back from the indestructible volcano, giving birth to you from her essence. However, you were born deficient. Without opportunities, it will be difficult for you to achieve great success in the future. Here I have a drop of 5-colored dew and a 5-element divine ability that I have comprehended over the years. Today I will pass them on to you, hoping you can refine the 5 elements spiritual energy within you and break through your shackles. As he spoke, Kunping opened his hand, and a drop of dew radiating 5-colored light and a jade talisman fell before Kong Xian. Yes, thank you, elder brother. Hearing Kunping's words, Kong Xian sobbed and bowed his head to Kunping, then reached out to take these 2 items. And you, Jinpeng, you were initially an ordinary eagle, but unintentionally swallowed a drop of your mother's essence blood, evolving into the golden-winged roc, bearing the bloodline of your mother. However, your temperament is impulsive and quick to anger. You love to scheme, but lack the skill. In my absence, you must consult Kong Xian more. When faced with issues, listen to his advice, and do not act recklessly. Do you understand? Yes, elder brother. I have a weapon and a treasure here, named the painting rod, and Yin-Yang Qi bottle, which align with your attributes. Today I will pass them on to you, hoping they can protect you in my stead. Kunping continued, then waved his hand, and 2 beams of light fell before Jinpeng. Yes, thank you, elder brother. Jinpeng's eyes turned red, tears streaming down his face as he spoke with a trembling voice. Alas, seeing his 2 younger brothers so sorrowful, Kunping sighed, feeling a wave of sadness in his heart. However, he could not cry like them. He was the prince of the Phoenix clan, and thus he would never shed tears. With that, Kunping bore the pain in his body and stood up from the clouds. Elder brother, elder brother. Upon seeing this, Kong Xian and Jinpeng hurriedly got up to support him. Get away, I am fine. Kunping shouted at them, then looked up at the direction of the sun star, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, thinking, Tai, just you wait. Do not let me find an opportunity, or I will make you regret it. Buzz, at that moment the space suddenly trembled violently, and 5 burly figures appeared here. Seeing them, Kunping's expression changed as he spoke, Di Jiang. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ho Yi set out with the remaining witch army, flying from Penglai to Buzhou Mountain. Brother Gun, since you are not mad, then let us have a proper discussion. Why is it that when Dong Huang Tai attacked Baiming, it was the demon race that faced danger and not Kunping? Do you really think Kunping can defeat Dong Huang Tai with his strength? Great Witch, I think you might be the one going mad for asking such a question. Unknown, aside from Dao Ancestor, how could anyone in the primordial world defeat Dong Huang Tai? GunGun lazily leaned against the back of his chair, sucking on a popsicle, holding a folding fan in his hand, fanning himself, while speaking to Ho Yi in a disgruntled tone. Then why did you say that earlier? Very simple. Kunping carries great fortune. Dong Huang Tai cannot possibly kill him. Since Dong Huang cannot kill him, but still insists on targeting him, Kunping will definitely retaliate in the future. Even though in the short term the demon race benefited, in the long run the demon race would surely suffer. GunGun thought for a moment, believing that this reasoning posed no problems. Analyzing issues was merely casual chatter, not revealing secrets. Indeed, after GunGun finished speaking, there was no change in the celestial phenomena. Ho Yi, however, displayed a speechless expression and said, Kunping carries great fortune. Can his fortune compare to Dong Huang Tai? If Dong Huang Tai wants to kill him, he will undoubtedly die right. Alas, Great Witch, it is pointless for us to discuss this now. Let it be as it is. GunGun said helplessly, then continued to eat his popsicle, falling silent. Seeing GunGun's lazy demeanor, Ho Yi truly felt a bit foolish for asking such questions. Aside from looking adorable, GunGun possessed decent combat power when fighting and had a plethora of treasures. However, in terms of the grand scheme of the witch demon war, he truly understood nothing, merely appearing as a foolish bear. Alas, Ho Yi sighed, shook his head, and stopped questioning, his gaze shifting back to the front where he saw Xing Tian flying toward them. Ho Yi, GunGun, the Grand Witch Houtu has ordered you to immediately return to Mount Buzhou with me. Xing Tian landed in front of Ho Yi and spoke to him and GunGun, who was sitting beside him in a palanquin. Hearing this, GunGun took out the ice pop from his mouth and replied to Xing Tian, Great Witch, we are indeed on our way back. Originally, I wanted to stay a few more days in Penglai to see if there was anything I could take with me, but Great Witch Ho Yi insisted on hurrying back. Hui did nothing wrong as something has happened in Biming, and we must prepare for battle. If the Grand Witches summon us to aid Biming, we should be ready. Before Xingtian could finish his sentence, GunGun turned around facing away from him, too lazy to listen to his rambling. Prepare for battle and assist Biming. This is simply unrealistic. The Grand Witches might have a chance to assist, but we wouldn't make it in time. By the time we arrive, Kunpeng would probably have already surrendered to the demon clan. GunGun, now is not the time for you to be lazy. This matter is extremely urgent. Calculate the situation in Biming. Is Kunpeng still alive? After finishing some words with Ho, Xingtian noticed that the fat bear had actually turned his back to him. Immediately his face twitched a few times, but he still patiently spoke to it. Sigh. Although too lazy to listen to nonsense, Xingtian's voice still reached GunGun's ears. Hearing this, GunGun sighed, glanced back at him, said nothing, but raised his bare paw and calculated with his fingers. Then the entire bear suddenly froze. GunGun, what did you find out? Seeing GunGun's expression, Xingtian hurriedly asked him, while Ho, though silent, also looked at him nervously. Kunpeng is still alive, and the demon clan has retreated. Great. A look of joy appeared simultaneously on the faces of Xingtian and Hui. A trace of Kunpeng's true spirit has ascended to the demon summoning banner, GunGun continued. Xingtian, Ho, can't you just say everything in one breath? This is bad. Kunpeng is under the control of the demon summoning banner and will likely become our enemy in the future, Ho said, frowning and feeling heavy-hearted. Then let's destroy him first. Xingtian moved his hands, gripping the God of War battle axe, and declared forcefully, Don't be impulsive. Let's wait until we return to Mount Buzhou and report to the Grand Witches before deciding. GunGun, what are you calculating? Suddenly Ho noticed GunGun still fiddling with his bare paw, looking somewhat serious, and asked him, Great Witch, I just accidentally calculated a treasure that is connected to me. GunGun paused his calculations, raised his head, and spoke to Hui. What treasure is connected to you? The Yin-Yang Qi bottle, GunGun replied, then swiftly pulled out a half-black, half-white bamboo from his small world. This is my treasure, the Yin-Yang grinding bamboo. I just calculated that the Yin-Yang Qi bottle in the hands of the golden-winged rock shares the same origin as it. If the two are combined, they can extract Yin and Yang Qi. Yin-Yang Qi. And then, what use does it have for you? Hui asked. GunGun rubbed his nose, raised his head, looked at the sky, thought for a moment, then uncertainly said, It should allow me to evolve into a Yin-Yang giant panda. Hui. Xingtian. Meanwhile, in the northern seas of Biming, the faces of several Grand Witches who learned of the earlier events from Kunpeng were grim. They arrived late. Several Grand Witches, I still have clan affairs to handle, and cannot entertain you all. Oh, please return. Kunpeng gestured, saying this after recounting the previous events. Hearing this, Emperor Jiang frowned, and coldly said, Kunpeng, you have now allied with the demon clan. In 100,000 years you will surely become our Wu clan's great enemy. Do you think it possible for us to simply return like this? Possible. I was compelled to ally with the demon clan, although it is a disgrace, I am now a celestial of the demon clan. The Feng clan is also connected to the demon clan's fortune. The Dao ancestor has decreed that the Wu and demon clans must not engage in war for 100,000 years. Do the Grand Witches mean to openly challenge the authority of the sage? Kunpeng calmly asked Emperor Jiang. You. Hearing this, Emperor Jiang instantly became furious, his imposing aura crashing down upon Kunpeng like an immeasurable sea. Cough, cough. Kunpeng staggered back a few steps, coughing out some blood. Big brother, let me take him out. Zhurong raised his right hand, flames erupting from it, and addressed Emperor Jiang. Big brother, kill him. GongGong also shouted at Emperor Jiang. The Wu clan had always only worshipped Pangu. Now this useless Kunpeng dared to use Hongjun to pressure them. This was simply outrageous. Hearing his two brothers behind him, a glimmer of killing intent flashed in Emperor Jiang's eyes, but he commanded, the Wu clan must return to Mount Buzhou immediately. For 100,000 years we must not invade Biming. Suddenly a grand voice echoed from the 33 heavens. It was Hongjun. Emperor Jiang and the other Grand Witches all looked up at the sky, gritting their teeth, filled with rage. The Dao ancestor, the sage. Oomph. Emperor Jiang snorted angrily at the sky, then viciously glared at Kunpeng and waved his hand, saying, Let's go. Buzz. Suddenly the laws of space fluctuated, and Emperor Jiang and the other Grand Witches vanished. Thank you, Dao ancestor. Seeing this, Kunpeng breathed a sigh of relief and bowed in gratitude towards the direction of Zixiao Palace. Kunpeng, endure what ordinary immortals cannot endure, and you will be able to achieve what ordinary immortals cannot. Be careful from now on. Upon hearing this, Kunpeng felt some emotion stirring within him, lowering his head further, and respectfully said, Yes, I am grateful for the Dao ancestor's guidance. A few seconds later, Kunpeng stood up. Big brother, Kong Xian called out to Kunpeng. It's nothing, don't worry. Kunpeng replied to Kong Xian, then squinted his eyes, thinking, Demon clan, Wu clan, one day, I will make you pay the price. Who dares to disturb me? Get out. Suddenly Kunpeng sensed something and shouted sharply. "Ah!" Just as the Wu clan's army was flying towards Mount Buzhou, GunGun, sitting in the palanquin, suddenly hugged his head and let out a cry of despair. Seeing this, Hou Yi and Xingtian quickly flashed to his side and asked GunGun what's wrong. "It's nothing. I just got pecked on the head by a bird." "What?" Hearing this, Hou Yi and Xingtian exchanged glances, both able to see the confusion in each other's eyes. "Pecked on the head by a bird." I only took a distant glance, and it was so brutal. GunGun's body emitted a black and white glow, shimmering, healing the damage caused by Kunpeng's shout while feeling wronged inside. After a cup of tea, the injury healed. GunGun lowered his bare paw that had been holding his head, raised his head, and murmured towards the north. "But that golden-winged rock doesn't seem able to defeat me now." On a cloud flying towards Kunlun, Hou Yi heard a shout coming from the direction of the heavenly court. Looking at the massive golden cloud of merit drifting towards the North Sea, his expression instantly turned grim. Demonic script demon master, with such a great golden cloud of merit, the demon race has indeed grown stronger. "Brother GunGun, things are getting worse." Hou Yi clenched his fists and said to GunGun, who was sitting beside him on the cloud munching on bamboo. "No, things are getting better." GunGun glanced at the golden cloud of merit and then shifted his gaze to the glowing demonic script floating in the sky, casually replying, "Brother GunGun, this is really not the time for jokes. Kunpeng was originally a quasi-saint capable of slaying 2 corpses. Now that he has gained immeasurable merit, his power will surely increase greatly. Even if he still cannot slay the 3rd corpse, he will possess strength far beyond that of an ordinary quasi-saint. In the future, during the decisive battle, he will undoubtedly be a great enemy of our witch clan." Hou Yi said anxiously to GunGun. After speaking, his eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of something. He grabbed GunGun's bare arm, which was about to shove bamboo into its mouth, and excitedly said, "Brother GunGun, you are also spiritually aware, and among the beings affiliated with our witch clan, you are the one with the highest cultivation. With your powerful primordial spirit, could you, like Kunpeng, create characters for our witch clan?" "Huh?" Just as GunGun was about to ask why Hou Yi was hindering his bamboo eating, he suddenly heard the question and was completely stunned. "Create characters for the witch clan? No, where did you get the idea that I am a cultured bear? How could I possibly have the ability to create characters?" "Great Witch Hou Yi, please don't make things difficult for the bear." GunGun snapped back to his senses and forcefully pushed Hou Yi's hand away. "Brother GunGun, you really can't do it. If you can create characters for our witch clan, then you would truly be a shaman." Hou Yi asked GunGun, somewhat unwilling to give up. "Our witch clan has no primordial spirits. Even the ancestral witches do not possess complete primordial spirits. To create characters is difficult, and even before the incident with Kunpeng, they had never considered creating characters." Shaman. Hearing this title, an image involuntarily appeared in GunGun's mind of himself, wearing a wizard hat, dressed in a wizard robe, and holding a staff. Instantly, his chubby face twitched violently as he shook his head vigorously, continuing to eat bamboo, and replied, "I really can't do it. Besides, the witch clan cultivates the physical body and does not practice Tao arts, so characters have little use anyway." "But there is merit," Hou Yi corrected. "Merit is good, but that's just an excuse." However, GunGun chewed a few bites of bamboo, thought for a moment, and then said to Hou Yi, "This matter is not so easily accomplished. Give me some time to think about it, all right?" "Okay, Brother GunGun, how much time do you think you need? Is 1,000 years enough?" Hearing GunGun's words, Hou Yi smiled, squatted down, and placed his arm on GunGun's bare back, asking, "Not enough? Then how much time do you need?" "About 500,000 years, I suppose." Hou Yi on the other side at Buzhou Mountain. Damn it. The 12 ancestral witches stood in front of the Pango Hall, all looking grim, with the ancestral, which Zhu Rong even opening his mouth and shouting loudly, venting his anger. "The demon race has already destroyed the Penlai Immortal Court, subdued the direct descendants of the ancestral dragon and the East Sea Dragon clan, and then attacked the North Sea, forcing Kunpeng to submit. Now Kunpeng has created characters for the demon race, attracting the Tao to bestow immeasurable merit. In contrast, our witch clan has gained nothing, which truly makes the hearts of the witches feel unfair. Kunpeng, that spineless creature, the demon race, treats him this way, yet he still creates characters for them. Has he forgotten how Tai Yi burned the Wutong forest? Oh, what a disloyal son of the Yuanshan." Xianming looked towards the North Sea, arms crossed, and said coldly, "Big brother, our witch clan should also have characters of our own." At this moment, GongGong shouted to Emperor Jiang, "Indeed, big brother, if they demon race can have demonic script, our witch clan can naturally have our own witch script. We cannot allow the demon race to continue being so rampant." Jumong also said to Emperor Jiang. Upon hearing the words of his 2 brothers, Emperor Jiang nodded, and then said to Zhu Jioyin, "Take a look, where are our witch clan's shamans now?" "Yes," Zhu Jioyin replied, then his eyes glowed with red divine light as he began to browse the river of time, "But I can't see clearly." The river of time was a blur, and he could not see the images of the shamans at all. Immediately Zhu Jiuyin gritted his teeth, the laws of time spinning even faster, and his powerful magical power surged forth wildly. Finally, a somewhat chaotic image appeared on the river of time. In the image, a chubby figure was bouncing in front of a large cauldron, occasionally slapping the drum with his palms. This was Buzz. The river of time closed, and the divine light in Zhu Jiuyin's eyes dissipated. Huh. Suddenly Zhu Jiuyin let out a heavy sigh, not expecting that browsing the images of the shamans would be so difficult. It really exhausted him. So did you see anything? Emperor Jiang asked Zhu Jiuyin, while the other ancestral witches also turned their gazes towards him. I saw something. Zhu Jiuyin replied, panting heavily. Who was he? Which tribe's lad? I don't know. What? This caused all the ancestral witches present to exclaim in unison. I couldn't see his appearance, but I saw his figure. It was a fat guy. Zhu Jiuyin hurriedly explained. Fat guy. The ancestral witches looked at each other. The witch clan cultivates the physical body, and most of its members are quite robust. But where is there a fat one among our witch clan? Sixth brother, did you take a wrong look? Houtu asked Zhu Jiuyin. There can be no mistake. That chubby body was bouncing around in front of a large cauldron. How could I possibly be mistaken? It's definitely a fat guy, and not just any fat. Zhu Jiuyin said without hesitation. But our witch clan has no fat ones. Wait. Zhu Rong was about to say something, when suddenly Houtu raised a hand interrupting him, and said to Zhu Jiuyin firmly, Sixth brother, did you say that the shaman you saw was a fat guy bouncing around in front of a large cauldron? Indeed. Are there any other features? That fat guy was beating a drum. Beating a drum? Yes, he had a cylindrical drum hanging in front of him and was bouncing around while beating it. After hearing this, Houtu furrowed his brows, and an adorable chubby face flashed in his mind. However, GunGun did not use a drum last time. It absorbed resentment and demon souls at Xiaoyu Mountain. It seems it also doesn't have any drum-type treasures. Could it be that it does, but I just don't know about it? Houtu thought to himself. Then turning around to look in the direction of Kunlun, he fell silent for a moment before saying to the other ancestral witches, Perhaps I know who the future shaman is. Who is it? GunGun asked anxiously. Houtu turned back to look at him and said with slightly parted lips, GunGun. What, that fat guy? Moi. Instantly Emperor Jiang and the other ancestral witches turned their gazes towards GunGun, causing him to suddenly feel startled. A fat guy? Very good, it's a match. Humph. Having confirmed the truth, GunGun gave a heavy humph directed at Ho. He then shook his bare body to tidy up his messy fur and turned his gaze towards Houtu, who was walking out of the Panga Hall. He rushed over on all fours and hugged her thigh, complaining, Ancestor Witch Ho-E the Great, which is bullying me. Hearing GunGun's words, Houtu shot a glare at Ho-E, saying, You gave him a soft-boned rabbit, didn't you? Why not just play with her instead of bothering my GunGun? Don't you know that if he gets angry, he'll bite? Do you want to experience the bite force of a steel-eating beast? Ancestor Witch Eye. No need to say anything. All the spiritual fruits that GunGun will need over the next 1,000 years will be your responsibility to gather. Before Ho-E could finish speaking, Houtu interrupted him coldly. Yes, Ancestor Witch, Ho-E replied respectfully, lowering his head, feeling a twitch in his face. Being responsible for the spiritual fruit diet of this big fat bear for 1,000 years is quite a burden. Fortunately, as a great witch of the witch clan and a Kwasa saint, he had accumulated some savings over the past hundreds of thousands of years. It shouldn't be too overwhelming, right? Perhaps. Yes, Ancestor Witch, you are fair and just. Rest assured, I won't go easy on Ho-E the Great Witch. Not just the spiritual fruits, I won't let go of anything he has that is edible, including that soft-boned rabbit. GunGun lifted his head happily, saying to Houtu, GunGun, don't target that child. Upon hearing this, Houtu patted his head and said sternly, Oh. GunGun's happy expression faded, and he lowered his head. Don't act pitiful here. I called you here for a serious matter to discuss with you. Seeing GunGun's pitiful expression, Houtu raised an eyebrow and said, Ancestor Witch, are you referring to the invasion of the demon clan in the northern abyss? Ho-E inquired respectfully of Houtu. Yes. Houtu nodded, and then turned to glance inside the Panga Hall before continuing. Just now several brothers returned from the northern abyss and brought back news that Kuan Peng has been subdued by Tai Yi and has contributed a strand of true spirit to the demon banner. From now on, he will be the protector of the demon clan. Protector? GunGun suddenly raised his head and asked, Yes, what's wrong? Houtu replied, Oh no, it's nothing. GunGun said, lowering his head again. Protector? Shouldn't it be a demon master? Oh right, he first established the demon script before being honored as a demon master by Dijun. Now that the celestial phenomena are normal, the demon civilization has clearly not manifested yet, so he is not a demon master yet. GunGun thought to himself. Moi. Hearing GunGun's thoughts, Houtu's pupils constricted. Demon script. Demon master. Is this referring to Kuan Peng? Ho-E GunGun, now that Kuan Peng has allied with the demon clan, and with the assistance of the Phoenix clan, their strength has greatly increased. What do you think our witch clan should do to respond? Houtu noted GunGun's thoughts and asked them calmly. Returning to Ancestor, which I believe that we should quickly infuse the essence blood of our fallen sons from these years into the beings of the Zhoutian to nurture the new generation of our witch clan. Hou-Yi said seriously to Houtu. That's right. What else? Houtu agreed with Hou-Yi's words and asked further. The initial overlords of the primordial era, the Ancestor Dragon, and the primordial Phoenix, their direct descendants, have successively allied with the Demon Clan. For the long-term strategy of our witch clan, I believe we need to subdue the Qilin clan before the Demon Clan does to ensure their loyalty to us. This way we can both enhance our strength and raise the prestige of our witch clan. After all, since AOU allied with the Demon Clan to the destruction of the Celestial Court, and then to Kuan Peng being bound, the Demon Clan has indeed done a lot of shocking things in the primordial era, instilling fear among the myriad clans. In comparison, our witch clan has been somewhat quiet. As he spoke, a trace of unwillingness flashed across Hou-Yi's face. After listening to Hou-Yi's words, Houtu nodded again, making a nasal sound. Hou-Yi's words truly struck a chord with her. Subduing the Qilin clan is imperative. This time they cannot let the Demon Clan get ahead. She then looked down at GunGun, who was beginning to loosen his grip on her thigh, intending to sit down on the ground, and asked him, GunGun, why have you been so quiet? What should I say? GunGun replied in confusion, then bang. He sat down on the ground, opened his bare paw, and conjured a bamboo shoot to start eating. Seeing this scene, Houtu truly wanted to give him a good beating. I was asking you all a question, not just Hou-Yi alone. You really are. Sigh. Sighing inwardly, Houtu patiently said to him, tell me what you think our witch clan should do next. Rest and recuperate, do good deeds, govern the land well, and let the countless beings on earth enjoy our blessings. GunGun thought for a moment and replied, That's it. Don't hit me. Seeing Houtu raise her hand, GunGun hurriedly stood up, covering his backside, and ran off into the distance. Buzz, an invisible force acted on him, lifting him from the ground as his two legs moved quickly, then he flew back to Houtu's side. Don't think you can run away. You're just too lazy, unwilling to fight, and not willing to think, only knowing how to eat and sleep. Just look at how fat you are now with all that meat. Aren't you afraid of being caught and eaten by the Demon Clan one day? Houtu educated GunGun while rubbing his belly. Indeed, he had gotten fatter. I'm not afraid. The Dao ancestor said that the witch and demon clans will cease hostilities for 1,000,000 years, and they wouldn't dare to catch me. Besides, I'm not afraid of anyone but a Kwasa saint. GunGun struggled hard in midair, calling out, Stop talking nonsense, and think quickly. What do you think we should do now, so that our witch clan can gain the upper hand in the decisive battle against the demon clan in 1,000,000 years? Upper hand. Yes. I can't think of anything. Houtu, I really can't think of anything, and besides, what upper hand is there? The strongest formation of the witch clan is the 12 capital heavenly gods and demons formation, but it can only match the Zhoutian starry sky formation. In terms of ultimate moves, they are evenly matched, and no matter what else is done, it won't have much effect. Finally, hearing the thoughts of this lazy bear, Houtu first breathed a sigh of relief, then her expression became serious. GunGun can't think of an upper hand. However, when he previously discussed the matters of the witch and demon clans with Ao, he clearly thought that the demon clan could not win. Since the demon clan cannot win, then the one who will definitely win in the end must be our witch clan. If that's the case, why can't he think of any advantage? Houtu was puzzled. Bang! Then she released the restraints on GunGun, causing him to fall with a bang from midair. Then, after thinking for a moment, she opened her hand, revealing several baby-like fruits, and handed them to him, while gently rubbing his head, saying, I got a few ginseng fruits from the great immortal Jin Yuan. GunGun, the matter of subduing the Qilin clan will be left to you and Hou-Yi together. What do you think about that? GunGun. Ginseng fruit. Hearing the words of Houtu, GunGun, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly froze for a moment, then raised his head to look at the palm she extended towards him, where 3 baby-like spirit fruits, glowing with green spiritual light, floated. Gulyalu. At that moment, GunGun's eyes went wide, unable to suppress a gulp. The ginseng fruit, renowned alongside the 9,000-year Rin water peach as a primal spiritual root, was something GunGun had tasted a century ago, and its flavor was truly unforgettable. However, after eating that ginseng fruit back, then he had to exert great effort to clear the entire Xiaoyu mountain of the ghost clan and their resentment. The resentment still hadn't been purified and remained stored in the spirit cleansing cauldron, and the 3 souls and 7 spirits that had returned to their original forms had not all been released. Moreover, after the last battle with the Baizé army, he had collected many demon souls into the cauldron, and it was uncertain when he would be able to resolve it all. After all, he easily got sleepy and couldn't continuously focus on one task. If he took these 3 ginseng fruits and agreed to help the Wu clan subdue the Qilin tribe, he would definitely have his hands full. The Qilin, although considered the weakest among the initial tribulation's 3 clans, had no Quasi-Saints left after the fall of the first Qilin. Unlike the Dragon clan, which still had Aou and Mingzhong, or the Phoenix clan, with Kunpeng their clan. Sai the first Qilin only had its true son the 4 Naxiang appear right before the decisive battle. GunGun had met that ugly creature a few times and found that he hadn't inherited much of the first Qilin's bloodline. His talent could barely be considered above average, not exceptional, and he couldn't be compared to Aou or Kunpeng, even falling short of GunGun himself. Moreover, he was born relatively late, and had yet to mature his cultivation still at the Tai Golden Immortal level. However, even so, the Qilin tribe was still a great clan of the primordial era. There were still many elders within the clan at the Deluo level, and making them submit would not be a simple task. Well, even if Hui was to accompany him, he could overpower them with force, but what about the Primordial Supreme? It should be noted that before the first Qilin fell, he had gone to Kunlun Mount and ordered the 4 Naxiang to become the mount of the Primordial Supreme and asked the Primordial Supreme to ensure his safety. Only after the Primordial Supreme agreed did he leave with satisfaction his body, transforming into Qilin Cliff. With the connection to the Primordial Supreme, subduing the Qilin tribe would undoubtedly be more challenging than Dong Huang Tai subduing Kunpeng. Although GunGun the great deity was greedy, he wasn't a fool. 3 ginseng fruits, and he was expected to take such a huge risk and do such a difficult task. Sorry, you've misjudged this bear. With that thought, GunGun leaned closer to the 3 ginseng fruits, deeply inhaling the fragrant spiritual energy. A look of ecstasy flashed across his chubby face, then he turned his gaze to the side, straightening his face, and said to Houtu, "Great Ancestor Wu, I think it's sufficient to leave this matter to Great Wu Hui. I'm just a lazy and chubby Deluo Golden Immortal with no skills other than sleeping, so I won't meddle." What? GunGun's response greatly surprised Houtu. How could this bear withstand the temptation of the ginseng fruit? How is that possible? As for the initiative, I really can't think of anything. However, our Wu clan has the 12 capital Heavenly God Fiend formation. As long as the formation remains, no matter how many Kunpeng the demon clan captures, I believe we need not fear them. GunGun continued. Regarding his subsequent words, Houtu did not respond, as what GunGun said was not wrong. The decisive battle would depend on overall strength. Even if the demon clan had more Kunpeng, their scattered strength would be somewhat stronger than the Wu clan. However, when combined in front of the 12 capital Heavenly God Fiend formation, having one more Kunpeng or not made little difference. However, this was not a reason for the Wu clan to be indifferent. After all, once the Kunpeng was subdued, the strength of the demon clan would indeed grow stronger. That was a fact. Moreover, how could this bear not be willing to accept the ginseng fruit? Subduing the Qilin tribe shouldn't be difficult, right? Could it be that he was considering the relationship between 4 Naxiang and Yu Qing? Houtu thought to herself. Great Ancestor Wu brother GunGun previously calculated that Kunpeng's younger brother, the golden-winged Great Peng, possesses a treasure related to it named the Yinyang Tu Qi bottle. Before we returned, he proactively proposed to go retrieve this treasure himself, so he might not have the time to assist me in dealing with the Qilin tribe's matters. At this moment, He said to Houtu. Oh. Upon hearing this, Houtu raised an eyebrow and asked GunGun with concern, "You actually proposed to do something on your own instead of letting He or Xing Tian do it for you? GunGun, are you feeling unwell?" GunGun, you guys, why are you so shocked that I would be willing to do something myself? What kind of bear do you think I am in your eyes? GunGun's chubby face twitched a few times, then he snorted softly and mumbled, "I'm not willing, because Kunpeng has sided with the demon clan. The Dao ancestor said that the Wu and demon clans must not fight for 1,000,000 years, and I'm afraid that if the great Wu goes, it could cause some trouble." Hearing this, Houtu's expression shifted slightly. She hadn't expected GunGun to be willing to personally retrieve that treasure related to him, and the reason turned out to be this. This chubby bear really is quite sensible. With that thought, Houtu hesitated for a moment, then withdrew her hand, allowing the 3 ginseng fruits to continue floating there. She continued to rub GunGun's head and said to him, "All right, I take back what I said before. My GunGun can sometimes be quite diligent." "Sometimes? What does that mean?" GunGun mumbled. "Sometimes means sometimes. GunGun, all right." Saying this, Houtu stood up, glanced at Hui, and continued, "Since you wish to retrieve that treasure related to you, then the matter of subduing the Qilin tribe will be left to Hui to handle alone. Don't disappoint me." "Yes, please rest assured, Great Ancestor Wu." Upon hearing this, Hui immediately bowed to Houtu. "A Great Ancestor Wu, about these 3 ginseng fruits." Hearing Houtu's words, GunGun also glanced at Hui, then looked at the 3 spirit fruits floating before him, which had not been taken back by Houtu, and asked her, They are for you. I have no use for them. They were originally gathered for you." Houtu chuckled lightly. Off. GunGun's mouth fell open in surprise, and the entire bear blinked, suddenly feeling a bit dazed. "Originally gathered for me." GunGun closed his mouth, staring at the 3 ginseng fruits before him, and for a moment didn't know what to say. All right, there's no time to waste. Hou-yi, go quickly. Houtu looked at Hou-yi and instructed him. Yes, subordinate will report. Wait. As Hou-yi was about to report and set off, GunGun suddenly came back to his senses and called out to him. Brother GunGun. Hou-yi looked at the chubby bear with some confusion. GunGun, what is it? Houtu also looked down and asked GunGun. Facing the gazes of Houtu and Hou-yi, GunGun pressed his lips together and after a few seconds stood up from the ground, extending his paw to embrace the 3 ginseng fruits. He then lowered his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said to Houtu, the matter of the Innate chi bottle isn't urgent. I can accompany the Great Wu instead. It's just that the Qilin seal I have, that foresees young fellow has always wanted. If he is willing to lead the Qilin tribe to submit to us, then I can return the Qilin seal to him. After all, that thing is of no use to me. Brother GunGun. Upon hearing GunGun's words, Hou-yi was shocked. How could the Qilin seal be of no use? That was a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. GunGun, I want you to accompany Hou-yi to subdue the Qilin tribe, not because I want you to exchange your spiritual treasure for their submission, but to offer him advice. Not only was Hou-yi astonished, but Houtu also furrowed his brow and said to it, aha, I was just saying that offhandedly. How could I truly part with the Qilin seal and give it back to that guy Sibu Xiang? You are too easy to deceive, great ancestor. GunGun lifted its head and laughed heartily. While speaking, it grabbed a ginseng fruit and stuffed it into its mouth, chewing happily. Delicious, thank you, great ancestor. Houtu's frown did not ease as she opened her hand and said to GunGun, give me the Qilin seal. Huh. GunGun paused its chewing. Give it to me, Houtu repeated. GunGun dazedly nodded, then took out a delicate jade box from its small world, opened it, and handed the golden seal inside to Hou. As Houtu received the Qilin seal, she glanced at Hou-yi and said to GunGun, since you are willing to assist, Hou-yi, I am also pleased. It is good for you to get some exercise. However, the Qilin seal is extremely precious. Using it to obtain the current submission of the Qilin tribe is not worth it. But GunGun still wanted to say something, but Houtu did not let it finish. With a flash of divine light in her hand, she stored the Qilin seal and said, all right, no need to say more. I will temporarily keep the Qilin seal for you. When you and Hou-yi return, I will return it to you to prevent you from doing something foolish. Am not foolish, GunGun muttered softly. Houtu did not respond to this, but thought for a moment and confirmed to it, are you really not in a hurry to obtain that fateful treasure, the Innate chi bottle? Really not in a hurry, GunGun replied. This was the truth. The Innate chi bottle would ultimately be destroyed under the 3 life-saving hairs given to Sun Wukong by Guanyin Bodhisattva, but that was still far off. Moreover, Kunpeng should not have left Biming yet. GunGun could faintly sense a powerful aura still lingering in Biming, so it was clear that it could not dream of seizing the Innate chi bottle now, though it had to wait until Kunpeng left. Upon hearing GunGun's response and seeing that it did not seem to be lying, Houtu nodded, then closed her eyes and said, all right, since that's the case, you can go with Hou-yi. Do your best, success would be best, but if it cannot be achieved, do not force it. Your safety comes first. Hou-yi, great ancestor, you didn't say this to me just now. Yes, I understand. Don't worry, great ancestor. GunGun returned the jade box to its small world, glanced at Houtu's empty hand, and nodded. On the way down the mountain, GunGun brother, is the ginseng fruit delicious? Hou-yi asked GunGun, who was walking beside him and munching on the ginseng fruit. Delicious, GunGun replied, chewing on the fruit flesh. Compared to the peaches of immortality, which is better? They each have their merits. If I had to choose, I prefer the peaches of immortality a bit more. They are sweeter, GunGun pondered and said. Oh. Hou-yi nodded. Suddenly GunGun turned its head towards Hou-yi and asked, great mage, do you also want to try the ginseng fruit? How could that be? I'm not like you who loves eating spiritual fruits so much. For a brief moment, Hou-yi's expression froze, then he quickly regained his composure and calmly replied. But this is a ginseng fruit, not an ordinary spiritual fruit. Even those who usually do not like spiritual fruits would want to try it, wouldn't they? GunGun said. That's the mo I don't want to. Really? Alright, I was going to share one with you, but now it seems I will just eat it myself. Delicious. Saying this, GunGun took another bite. Hearing GunGun's words and the crunching sound beside him, Hou-yi's face twitched slightly, his palm gradually clenched, and his throat unconsciously moved. What GunGun said was indeed correct. Even those who usually do not like eating spiritual fruits would be tempted to try a ginseng fruit, and he was no exception. After all, although they were all spiritual fruits, the ginseng fruit came from the ginseng fruit tree, one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots, and was completely different from other spiritual fruits. In the past, Hou-yi often took the initiative to share spiritual fruits with GunGun, not because he disliked them, but because he found them average, something to occasionally taste. However, when he saw Aou bringing peaches of immortality to GunGun, and GunGun passing one to him, he could not help but feel a bit greedy. That was the reason. Not bad. Eat some more, maybe I can quickly break through to the croissant level. GunGun continued to eat, mumbling happily with its mouth full. Upon hearing this, he reminded it, GunGun brother, you need to slay corpses to become a quasi saint. Just eating spiritual fruits won't suffice. I know, but by eating it I can surely become a bit stronger. GunGun replied. He was at a loss for words. All right, great mage, stop being coy. Here, take this. Seeing that moment as he was about to finish his second ginseng fruit, he still had not asked him for one. GunGun truly admired him. Then rolling its eyes, it raised its hand and handed over the last ginseng fruit given by Houtu, saying, if you want to eat, just say so. I'm not that stingy of a bear. GunGun brother, you. Upon hearing GunGun's words and seeing the ginseng fruit being offered, Hou's eyes widened slightly. Take it. The great ancestor asked us to subdue the Qilin tribe together, not just me alone. So this ginseng fruit is also for you. However, I have a bigger appetite, so I will take two, and this last one is yours. GunGun said in a somewhat cute voice, then jumped up and stuffed the ginseng fruit into Hou's hand. Then bang. The ground shook violently. Hou, unconcerned about the tremor beneath his feet, stared blankly at the ginseng fruit in his hand. Then he looked down at the bear's smiling face, unable to help but gradually reveal a smile of his own as he tightened his grip on the spiritual fruit and said, all right, you take two, I take one. Let's go, GunGun brother. We are off to the Linwang forest. As he spoke, he brought the ginseng fruit to his mouth and took a hearty bite, placing his hand on GunGun's head and gently ruffling its fur. No, we are not going to the Linwang forest first. The elders of the Qilin tribe are relatively easy to deal with, but the key is Sibu Xiang. It is the direct descendant of the primordial Qilin, and most of the Qilin tribe's fortune lies with it. Therefore, if we want to subdue the Qilin tribe, we must first subdue Sibu Xiang. Hence we will head to Kunlun Mountain. GunGun said, then gazed towards the west of Buzhou Mountain, where far in the distance there was a mountain second only to Buzhou Mountain in the wilderness named Kunlun. At the peak of Kunlun, within the Jade Clear Palace, Moi, the primordial celestial venerable seated in the main position suddenly opened his eyes, calculated with his fingers, and then said lightly, Tanger summoned Sibu Xiang to see me. Yes, master, replied the white crane boy beside him with a bow. Soon the Baiha boy returned to the Yuqing palace leading a divine beast with a cow's body, a deer's head, a horse's tail, and dragon scales. The Baiha boy and the divine beast bowed to Yuanshi, Tianzuan simultaneously. Yuanshi let out a nasal sound, and then spoke to the divine beast. In the past, during the Dragon Han Great Calamity, your father witnessed the endless bloodshed caused by the conflict among the three clans. The Qilin clan was tainted with boundless karma, thus he sacrificed his own cultivation to vow to the Tao of Heaven, declaring that whenever the Qilin appeared, it would bring auspicious signs. As a result, the Tao of Heaven granted merit, allowing the Qilin clan to regain vitality, and even to this day, they can still dwell peacefully in the Qilin Emperor Forest, enjoying the blessings of the auspicious beast. Hearing Yuanshi Tianzhen's words, a hint of human-like sadness appeared on the divine beast's face, tears welling up in its eyes as it sobbed, yes, my father thought of our clan, even in his last moments. He is forever our emperor. The Qilin indeed possesses the demeanor of a leader, but now the Qilin clan will once again be drawn into the great calamity, Yuanshi, Tianzuan said indifferently. What? Upon hearing Yuanshi's words, the divine beast was suddenly alarmed. A calamity again? How could this be? It hasn't been long since we have not yet recovered from the Dragon Han Great Calamity. The Demon Clan has burned down the Wutong Forest, and the Feng Clan fled to the North Sea. Later, Tai defeated Kunpeng, coercing it to hand over a trace of true spirit to summon the Demon Banner. The Feng Clan is already caught in the calamity. Seeing the divine beast, so shocked, Yuanshi fell silent for a moment before continuing on. Upon hearing this, the divine beast's mouth fell open. It knew about the Demon Clan attacking the North Sea, but it was unaware that Kunpeng had already been defeated. This. Aoyue had allied with the Demon Clan 100 years ago and became Tai's guardian. Now that Kunpeng has fallen, a trace of true spirit is on the Demon Banner, and in the future it will be bound by the Demon Clan. Thus both the Dragon and Feng clans are caught up in the battle between the Witch and Demon, and the three clans that once dominated the wilderness are now left with only their own clan. Master, I implore you to save us, save our Qilin clan. Mistaking that the Demon Clan was about to strike their Qilin clan, the divine beast quickly bent its limbs to the ground, repeatedly bowing to Yuanshi, Tianzuan, crying out. Although all were the direct descendants of the three great overlords, it was different for him compared to Aoyue and Kunpeng. Those two were now quasi saints while he was merely a Tai golden immortal. If even Kunpeng, as strong as it was, could not withstand the Demon Clan, how could he have any chance? If the Demon Clan were to launch a large-scale attack on the Qilin Emperor Forest, the Qilin clan's current strength would be utterly unable to resist, so the only one he could rely on now was Yuanshi. Upon hearing the divine beast's plea, Yuanshi, Tianzuan raised his hand and said, calm down, there's no need to panic. I promised your father years ago that I would protect you, and I will not go back on my word. Thank you, master, thank you, master. Hearing Yuanshi say this, the divine beast felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Yuanshi present, even if Tai came in person, he wouldn't have much to fear. Well, probably. Divine beast, remember this, soon a messenger from the witch clan will come to Kunlun to see you. When the time comes, you must first refuse their solicitation, then propose to return the Qilin seal, claiming that all the blessed lands west of Buzhou Mountain in the wilderness will be under the jurisdiction of your Qilin clan in exchange for your allegiance to the witch clan. Yuanshi continued, which clan? Aren't they the demon clan? The divine beast was taken aback and asked, Oh yes, I will remember, master. This condition the witch clan will surely not agree to. At that time you should compromise and ask them to return the Qilin seal, promising that although the Qilin clan has the responsibility to assist the witch clan in battles against other clans, they need not participate in the final battle between the witch and demon clans. Additionally, the Qilin clan's luck need not be connected to that of the witch clan. Master, if our Qilin clan agrees to submit to the witch clan, then the luck will automatically become intertwined with theirs. This matter is under my control. As long as the witch clan agrees, I will find a way to separate the luck between your two clans, Yuanshi Tianzuan said calmly. Understood. The divine beast replied with its head lowered. You must remember my words. Go now and prepare. The messenger from the witch clan will arrive soon. As he spoke, Yuanshi waved his hand at the divine beast. Yes, master, I take my leave. The divine beast respectfully replied, and then slowly exited the Yuqing palace. After he left, an ancient voice suddenly echoed in the hall. The master said the witch and demon must not wage war for millions of years. Now that the demon clan has subdued the Feng clan and is striving to support Aoyue as the dragon emperor, the witch clan has turned its attention to the Qilin. All of this is preparing for that decisive battle. Elder brother is right. Back in the day, the dragon phoenix and Qilin waged a great battle, leading to immense suffering for the beings of the wilderness, their grievances soaring to the heavens. Now the witch and demon are at a standoff, which is remarkably similar to the situation back then. As he spoke, Yuanshi felt a touch of melancholy. He seemed indifferent and emotionless, but seeing the countless innocent beings in the wilderness facing disaster, his heart would still inevitably stir with some compassion. Brothers, since it is like this, how about we step in 1,000,000 years later to stop the witch and demon from fighting to maintain peace in the wilderness? A voice filled with battle intent suddenly rang out. It was Tontian. Yuanshi shook his head and said, We brothers have not yet attained sainthood, and we lack the power to stop the two clans. When did second brother become so modest? You have the Panga banner, elder brother has the Taiji diagram, and with my Juxian sword array, who among the witch and demon clans can stand against us? In the upper clear palace, Tontian snorted in dissatisfaction. Individually, I am not a saint, but the Zhoutian star array and the 12 capital heavenly god-killing array can barely rival a saint. Ultimately, we are not saints. But second brother is right, third brother, do not be willful. Laozi's voice interrupted Tongshan's words. Tontian snorted and then fell silent. Elder brother, I had the divine beast use the Qilin seal and the condition of not participating in the final battle of the witch and demon clans, as well as not connecting our luck with the witch clan. Do you think the witch clan will agree? Seeing that Tontian was scolded into silence, Yuanshi no longer needed to address him. He then turned to Laozi and asked. Upon hearing this question in the Taiji palace, Laozi fell silent for a moment, calculating with his fingers. Then his pupil shrank as he answered, They will, but not entirely. Why not entirely? You do not know, and I do not know either. Then I will calculate. Tontian spoke again, then fell silent once more. Clearly he could not figure it out. Yuanshi could not be bothered with this foolish younger brother and turned his gaze forward. His deep-set eyes seemed to cross countless rivers and mountains, seeing a young man draped in animal skins, holding a bow and arrow alongside a black and white cute and adorable iron eater. They were currently riding clouds flying toward Kunlun. Brother GunGun Si Buxiang is the steed of the primordial supreme being. What should we do if he refuses to submit to us, relying on his backing? In my opinion, we should first go to the Linwang forest to subdue the elders of the Qilin clan and then visit Kunlun. Even if Si Buxiang is unwilling to submit, we will still gain something. On a cloud, Ho-E flew westward with GunGun, when suddenly Ho-E turned to him and spoke. Hearing this, GunGun shook his head and replied, No, doing so would disrespect the primordial supreme being. The current leader of the Qilin clan is his steed. If we invade the Qilin clan, without his permission, with the primordial supreme being's protection, it would not end well. There could be trouble. All right, I will follow your advice, but do you have confidence in making Si Buxiang submit to us? Hearing GunGun's words, and recalling the words of the Dao ancestor that the three pure ones could all become saints in the future, Ho-E hesitated for a moment, nodded, and then asked GunGun. I have some confidence, but to be honest, it's not much. After all, I no longer possess the Qilin seal. As he said this, GunGun spread out his paw, making a helpless expression. Brother GunGun, let's not discuss the matter of the Qilin seal anymore. Although the Qilin seal is a companion treasure of the first Qilin after the great calamity of Longhin, that treasure fell onto Buzhou Mountain, and you found it, which means it is destined for you. You are its newly appointed master. Moreover, using a top-grade innate spirit treasure to subdue the current Qilin clan Hum, the ancestor Wu Hua, is right, it is not worth it. Whether it is worth it does not only depend on their current strength, but should be viewed from a long-term perspective. I hadn't thought of it before, but now it suddenly occurs to me that perhaps using the Qilin seal to exchange for the submission of the Qilin clan is a worthwhile deal. GunGun stroked his chin and said. Then he opened his right hand, and a half-black, half-white bamboo appeared in his paw, which he grasped, and then began to chew. Crunch! Suddenly the sound of the bamboo breaking echoed, followed by the sound of the large bear chewing, which made the corners of Ho-Yi's mouth twitch involuntarily. You just finished eating 2 ginseng fruits, and now you're eating again. Aren't you afraid of getting stuffed? Hey wait, Brother GunGun, isn't that your innate spirit treasure, the yin-yang, grinding bamboo? Are you using it to eat food? Ho-Yi pointed at the bamboo in GunGun's hand, astonished. Oh great shaman, you don't know this spirit treasure can self-repair. I eat half, and then the remaining half will grow back in no time. GunGun was taken aback for a moment, then shook the yin-yang grinding bamboo in his hand and explained to Ho-Yi. I see now. Hearing this explanation, Ho-Yi nodded and then asked, why did you say that using the Qilin seal to exchange for the submission of the Qilin clan is worthwhile? Looking at their role from a long-term perspective, besides fighting alongside us, what else are they useful for? To swear an oath. Swear an oath. Yes, to swear an oath. Saying this, GunGun sat down heavily, crossed his chubby legs, chewed on the bamboo, and gazed into the distance, thinking. The 4 extreme sacred beasts mostly refer to the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. But if memory serves me right, there is also a legend of 5 sacred beasts, the last one being the Qilin of the central land. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the northern underworld, Si Kunping sat cross-legged on a 1,000-year-old ice rock, eyes closed, healing his injuries. In the past, after the great calamity of Longhin, the 3 clans fell into decline, and the witch and demon clans took advantage of their misfortune. 100 years ago, I ambushed Ao Yue, and Houtu and Tai Yi appeared one after another to stop me. Especially Tai Yi, who severely injured me with the chaos bell, wounding my very essence. 100 years later, Tai Yi led an army to burn the Wutong forest, then invaded the northern underworld, forcing me to hand over a trace of my true spirit to ascend the demon banner, making me a slave to him and Emperor Jun forever. Then Di Jiang came to kill me. If not for the Dao ancestors' intervention, I would have perished by now. I have not forgotten these events. One day, I will make Tai Yi, the demon clan, and the witch clan pay for this. To have me enter the demon clan and become their protector, fine Tai Yi, I will certainly do my duty as a protector, making the demon clan stronger and gaining a higher status and more power among them. In the future, just wait and see. I don't believe your luck, as the golden crow of the great sun can suppress me, the Kunping of the 9 heavens, forever. Kunping thought coldly in his heart. Then he opened his eyes, a flash of dark light passing through, then raised his arm and extended a finger, waving it in the air a few times. Buzz! Suddenly a strange-looking rune appeared before him. Originally prepared for the Phoenix clan, now, due to me, the fortunes of the Phoenix clan are bound to the demon clan. There is currently no way to separate the fortunes, so it must be this way. Mother Empress, can you forgive me, right? Kunping thought apologetically in his heart. Then he closed his eyes, bit his lip, and suddenly stood up from the ice rock. Using his finger infused with magical power, he wrote one rune after another and declared to the wilderness, Heavenly Tao above, I Kunping today create the script of the demon clan, educating the beings of the demon clan. From now on, beings of the demon clan can record their lives' spells and transmit teachings to future generations in demon script. Demon script appear. After speaking the words written by Kunping, flew out of the underworld, soaring into the sky, radiating brilliant light, presenting themselves to the beings of the wilderness. The characters he was writing also followed closely behind as they flew out. Boom! The moment Kunping finished speaking, suddenly the sky of the wilderness shook violently, clouds rolled, and a massive cloud of merit gold descended upon the northern underworld. In the heavenly court, in the Lingxiao treasure hall. Moi! What? Both Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, seated in the main seat, stood up simultaneously, gazing at the demon script suspended in the sky and the massive cloud of merit descending toward the northern underworld. Both brothers couldn't help but widen their eyes, astonishment filling their expressions. They never expected Kunping to possess such abilities, actually creating the script of the demon clan. Elder brother. Tai Yi snapped back to reality and called out to Emperor Jun. No need to say more. The heavenly Tao has recognized the script created by Kunping, so what he created is indeed the demon script. Emperor Jun raised his hand to Tai Yi. Alas! Upon hearing this, Tai Yi wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Helplessly, he only shrugged his sleeves and closed his mouth. Seeing that Tai had nothing to say, Emperor Jun looked down at the various clans and ministers below, narrowed his eyes slightly, and announced, Protector Kunpeng has created the script of the demon clan today, educating the beings of our demon clan, and shall be regarded as our demon clan's first teacher. Understood. Below on the jade steps, Aou's face looked grim, remaining silent, while Bai Zhe and other demon saints, as well as all the great deities of the demon clan, bowed to Emperor Jun in response. Then they all turned around, bowed toward the northern underworld, and loudly proclaimed, We celebrate the demon teacher. On a cloud flying towards Kunlun Ho, he heard a shout coming from the direction of the heavenly court. Looking at the massive golden cloud of merit drifting towards the North Sea, his expression instantly turned grim. Demonic script demon master, with such a great golden cloud of merit, the demon race has indeed grown stronger. Brother GunGun, things are getting worse. Hoi clenched his fists and said to GunGun, who was sitting beside him on the cloud munching on bamboo. No, things are getting better. GunGun glanced at the golden cloud of merit and then shifted his gaze to the glowing demonic script floating in the sky, casually replying, Brother GunGun, this is really not the time for jokes. Kunpeng was originally a quasi-saint capable of slaying 2 corpses. Now that he has gained immeasurable merit, his power will surely increase greatly. Even if he still cannot slay the 3rd corpse, he will possess strength far beyond that of an ordinary quasi-saint. In the future, during the decisive battle, he will undoubtedly be a great enemy of our witch clan. Hoi said anxiously to GunGun. After speaking, his eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of something. He grabbed GunGun's bare arm, which was about to shove bamboo into its mouth, and excitedly said, Brother GunGun, you are also spiritually aware, and among the beings affiliated with our witch clan, you are the one with the highest cultivation. With your powerful primordial spirit, could you, like Kunpeng, create characters for our witch clan? Huh. Just as GunGun was about to ask why Hoi was hindering his bamboo eating, he suddenly heard the question and was completely stunned. Create characters for the witch clan. Now, where did you get the idea that I am a cultured bear? How could I possibly have the ability to create characters? Great Witch Hoi, please don't make things difficult for the bear. GunGun snapped back to his senses and forcefully pushed Hoi's hand away. Brother GunGun, you really can't do it. If you can create characters for our witch clan, then you would truly be a shaman. Hoi asked GunGun, somewhat unwilling to give up. Our witch clan has no primordial spirits. Even the ancestral witches do not possess complete primordial spirits. To create characters is difficult, and even before the incident with Kunpeng, they had never considered creating characters. Shaman. Hearing this title, an image involuntarily appeared in GunGun's mind of himself, wearing a wizard hat, dressed in a wizard robe, and holding a staff. Instantly, his chubby face twitched violently as he shook his head vigorously, continuing to eat bamboo, and replied, I really can't do it. Besides, the witch clan cultivates the physical body and does not practice Tao arts, so characters have little use anyway. But there is merit, Hoi corrected. Merit is good, but that's just an excuse. However, GunGun chewed a few bites of bamboo, thought for a moment, and then said to Hoi, this matter is not so easily accomplished. Give me some time to think about it, all right? Okay, Brother GunGun, how much time do you think you need? Is 1,000 years enough? Hearing GunGun's words, Hoi smiled, squatted down, and placed his arm on GunGun's bare back, asking, Not enough. Then how much time do you need? About 500,000 years, I suppose. Hoi on the other side at Buzhou Mountain. Damn it. The 12 ancestral witches stood in front of the Pango Hall, all looking grim, with the ancestral, with Zhu Rong even opening his mouth and shouting loudly, venting his anger. The demon race has already destroyed the Penlai Immortal Court, subdued the direct descendants of the ancestral dragon and the East Sea Dragon clan, and then attacked the North Sea, forcing Kunpeng to submit. Now Kunpeng has created characters for the demon race, attracting the Tao to bestow immeasurable merit. In contrast, our witch clan has gained nothing, which truly makes the hearts of the witches feel unfair. Kunpeng, that spineless creature the demon race, treats him this way, yet he still creates characters for them. Has he forgotten how Tai burned the Wutong forest? Oh, what a disloyal son of the Yuanshan. Xianming looked towards the North Sea, arms crossed, and said coldly, Big brother, our witch clan should also have characters of our own. At this moment, GongGong shouted to Emperor Jiang. Indeed, big brother, if they demon race can have demonic script, our witch clan can naturally have our own witch script. We cannot allow the demon race to continue being so rampant. Jumong also said to Emperor Jiang. Upon hearing the words of his 2 brothers, Emperor Jiang nodded, and then said to Zhu Jioyin, Take a look, where are our witch clan's shamans now? Yes. Zhu Jioyin replied, then his eyes glowed with red divine light as he began to browse the river of time, but I can't see clearly. The river of time was a blur, and he could not see the images of the shamans at all. Immediately, Zhu Jioyin gritted his teeth, the laws of time spinning even faster, and his powerful magical power surged forth wildly. Finally, a somewhat chaotic image appeared on the river of time. In the image, a chubby figure was bouncing in front of a large cauldron, occasionally slapping the drum with his palms. This was Buzz. The river of time closed, and the divine light in Zhu Jiuyin's eyes dissipated. Huh. Suddenly Zhu Jiuyin let out a heavy sigh, not expecting that browsing the images of the shamans would be so difficult. It really exhausted him. So did you see anything? Emperor Jiang asked Zhu Jiuyin, while the other ancestral witches also turned their gazes towards him. I saw something. Zhu Jiuyin replied, panting heavily. Who was he? Which tribe's lad? I don't know. What? This caused all the ancestral witches present to exclaim in unison. I couldn't see his appearance, but I saw his figure. It was a fat guy. Zhu Jiuyin hurriedly explained. Fat guy. The ancestral witches looked at each other. The witch clan cultivates the physical body, and most of its members are quite robust. But where is there a fat one among our witch clan? Sixth brother, did you take a wrong look? Houtu asked Zhu Jiuyin. There can be no mistake. That chubby body was bouncing around in front of a large cauldron. How could I possibly be mistaken? It's definitely a fat guy, and not just any fat. Zhu Jiuyin said without hesitation. But our witch clan has no fat ones. Wait. Zhu Rong was about to say something, when suddenly Houtu raised a hand interrupting him, and said to Zhu Jiuyin firmly, Sixth brother, did you say that the shaman you saw was a fat guy bouncing around in front of a large cauldron? Indeed. Are there any other features? That fat guy was beating a drum. Beating a drum? Yes, he had a cylindrical drum hanging in front of him and was bouncing around while beating it. After hearing this, Houtu furrowed his brows, and an adorable chubby face flashed in his mind. However, GunGun did not use a drum last time. It absorbed resentment and demon souls at Xiaoyu Mountain. It seems it also doesn't have any drum-type treasures. Could it be that it does, but I just don't know about it? Houtu thought to himself. Then turning around to look in the direction of Kunlun, he fell silent for a moment before saying to the other ancestral witches, Perhaps I know who the future shaman is. Who is it? GunGun asked anxiously. Houtu turned back to look at him, and said with slightly parted lips, GunGun. What, that fat guy? Moi. Instantly Emperor Jiang and the other ancestral witches turned their gazes towards GunGun, causing him to suddenly feel startled. A fat guy? Very good, it's a match. Little sister, where has that fat creature you raised, the iron-eating beast, gone? Di Jiang retracted his gaze from GunGun and turned to ask Houtu. I sent it with Ho-Yi to try to subdue the Qilan tribe. According to Ho-Yi's message, they are on their way to Kunlun to meet the 404. Houtu replied. Kunlun, Di Jiang murmured, then stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. He continued, speaking to Houtu. When it returns, bring it to see me. Perhaps it truly is the future shaman capable of creating characters for our witch clan. Yes, elder brother, but what? Houtu frowned, slightly hesitating. I have been with GunGun for over 100,000 years and understand its character and abilities quite well. If you say it can defeat an ordinary quasi-saint relying on its treasures, I wouldn't be too surprised. However, if it can create characters, unless Sixth brother said that a shaman is a fat creature bouncing around in front of a large cauldron, I wouldn't have thought of it at all. As soon as these words were spoken, all the ancestral witches turned their gazes back to Zhu Jiuyin. Why are you all looking at me? I did not misceive, but is indeed a fat creature dancing and beating drums in front of the large cauldron. As for whether it is little sister's battle pet, I cannot say, the image is too vague. Zhu Jiuyin exclaimed. All right, enough talk. When that iron-eating beast returns, little sister, bring it to see me. Di Jiang shook his head and said, Yes, elder brother. Achoo. On the other side, GunGun, who was flying towards Kunlun with Ho-Yi, suddenly moved its nose and sneezed. Someone is talking about me behind my back. What rudeness. It wouldn't be that wicked fairy Dong Wang Gong, would it? GunGun conjured a handkerchief to wipe its nose, then opened its bare paw and calculated, only to find it couldn't figure it out. Strange, that guy is currently a great Luo golden immortal with cultivation comparable to mine, and his primordial spirit is even weaker than mine. It shouldn't be impossible to calculate. GunGun muttered, then continued to calculate, but still couldn't figure it out. GunGun brother, perhaps the ancestral, which mentioned you too. Still troubled by the emergence of demonic script in the demon clan, upon hearing GunGun's mumbling and seeing its actions, Ho-Yi helplessly said to it. Hearing this, GunGun was taken aback. It could indeed be. It then set its bare paw down and rubbed its slightly protruding belly, saying, Then I won't calculate anymore. Penglai Immortal Island. The Eastern Emperor, who was actively planting trees, had a somewhat unpleasant expression. That dead bear so rude, I will make it pay for this in the future. About 2 hours later. GunGun brother, wake up. We are approaching Kunlun Mountain. Ho-Yi pushed the dozing GunGun, gazing at the towering divine mountain not far ahead. With a pair of fluffy ears twitching, GunGun yawned, then sat up from the clouds, rubbed its somewhat drowsy eyes, and said to Ho-Yi in a daze, We have arrived so soon. Great witch, let's descend at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, and then walk up the mountain. Why, oi. The 3 pure ones are future saints. This is basic respect, GunGun explained. My witch clan has always only revered Pangu, moreover your attitude of respect is excessive. Just land directly in front of the Yuqing Palace, and after we meet we can bow and greet properly. Hui frowned. The more the merrier, my spirits are not offended. I am willing to walk up from the foot of the mountain. Why are you being so lazy? Saying this, GunGun shook its bare body to become more spirited, then waved its paw controlling the auspicious clouds down towards the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Hearing GunGun's words, he was speechless. Being called lazy by a lazy bear, he asked who else. Sigh. Meanwhile, in the Yuqing Palace. This bear is not bad. The primordial heavenly venerable seated at the main position nodded, a hint of satisfaction flashing across his face. Not bad. Wrong. It is a foolish bear that doesn't even understand how to seize opportunities. Tong Tian's voice rang out in the hall, extremely displeased. Oh, Tong Tian, do you recognize that iron-eating beast? It is the first iron-eating beast in the world, right? It has a good pedigree. The primordial one asked Tong Tian in surprise. I saw it once when I went to the East Sea. Though its pedigree is good, the bear is foolish. I wanted to take it as my disciple, but it actually refused. How outrageous. Refused. Haha, interesting. In that case, I must have a good chat with it later and ask it why it rejected you. Does it think you can't teach it well? Hearing Tong Tian's words, the primordial one couldn't help but chuckle and said loudly, Hey primordial one, what do you mean by that? The literal meaning. All right, both of you stop arguing, it's giving me a headache. An elderly voice suddenly rang out addressing the primordial one and Tong Tian. Upon hearing this, both the primordial one and Tong Tian shut their mouths, but Tong Tian still felt a bit indignant. This detestable primordial one always bullies me with his age. How detestable, truly detestable. Buzz, unaware of what had happened in the Yuqing Palace outside the auspicious clouds, carrying GunGun and Hui landed at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Then GunGun stood up, and together with Hui walked down from the clouds. Looking up at the divine mountain before them, even having stayed long in the Buzhou Mountain, it couldn't help but exclaim, What a magnificent mountain, a superb blessed land. Can it compare to our Buzhou Mountain? Still pondering GunGun's 500,000 years response, Hui said somewhat absent-mindedly, Oh great, which be happier. I told you it's no big deal. The emergence of demon masters in the demon clan is not a bad thing. Trust me. As for Kunlun Mountain and Buzhou Mountain, their innate styles and postnatal environments are different. They cannot be compared. GunGun said to Hui, Sigh, in any case, put more effort into the matter of which scripts. When the heavenly Tao bestows merits, it will greatly benefit you. Hui sighed. I understand. Don't worry. GunGun nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Hui didn't know what else to say to it, so he shook his head, standing together with it, bowing respectfully towards the peak of Kunlun Mountain, saying, Which clan? Hui GunGun, seeking an audience with the Yuqing Heavenly Venerable. Chirp. Moments later, a bird call sounded, and a white crane flew down from Kunlun Mountain, landing before Hui and GunGun. A flash of white light enveloped it, transforming into a little boy bowing to the witch and the bear, saying, The Lord knows that distinguished guests are coming and specially sent me to greet you. Please, both of you. Thank you, celestial boy. Hui and GunGun said to the white crane boy, then followed him up the mountain. Along the way, the white crane boy would occasionally glance back at the still untransformed GunGun, seemingly worried it might suddenly open its bloody maw and devour him. Noticing this, GunGun's face twitched slightly. Soon the group arrived at the front of the Yuqing Palace. The white crane boy stopped, turned to the two immortals, and said, Great witch ancestral bear, please enter. Thank you. Hui and GunGun said to him, then stepped together into the palace. Within the Yuqing Palace, the primordial heavenly venerable sat majestically in the main seat, exuding an air of immense authority. Even before approaching the jade steps, just a distant glance made the heart of the giant bear tremble uncontrollably. It had encountered the Tongtian Taoist who once attempted to harm it and took it as a disciple in the Eastern Sea. However, to be honest, in terms of appearance, the difference between the Tongtian Taoist and the primordial heavenly venerable before it was indeed striking. Having roamed the vast wilderness for many years, it had seen the 12 ancestors of sorcery: Dong, Huang Tai, the Kuanping demon master, and the dragon god Aou. Although it was quite knowledgeable in terms of majesty besides Dong Huang Tai, there was truly no other great being who could rival the primordial heavenly venerable. Faced with such a dignified being, the heart of the giant bear suddenly felt a bit anxious. It thought to itself. Then it and Hui arrived at the foot of the jade steps, bowing in respect to the primordial heavenly venerable, saying, Hui of the witch clan GunGun pays homage to the heavenly venerable. No need for formalities. Thank you, heavenly venerable. I already know the purpose of your visit. The four-not being will arrive shortly. You may wait for a moment. As for the matters between the witch clan and the Qilin clan, you may discuss them yourselves. Understood, heavenly venerable. The primordial heavenly venerable nodded, then looked at the giant bear and said, I have heard that you refused Tongshan's proposal to take you as a disciple. Yes. The giant bear was taken aback and quickly lowered its head, saying, Tontian is one of the 3 pure ones transformed from the essence of Pangu, just like myself. Why do you not wish to take him as your master? Do you look down upon us, the true lineage of Pangu? The primordial heavenly venerable said indifferently. As the words fell, a powerful pressure descended upon Ho-E and the giant bear, causing their expressions to change dramatically, as if the primordial heavenly venerable was seeking retribution for Tontian. I know the little bear has no such intentions. I merely believe that there is no destined bond between me and the upper pure heavenly venerable. Although feeling extremely frightened, having promised Houtu to help the witch clan subdue the Qilin clan, and suggesting to Ho-E that they first come to Kunlun, the giant bear had mentally prepared itself for the upcoming fright. It then gave a deep bow to the primordial heavenly venerable, expressing sincere fear and respect. No destined bond. How do you say that? Can you predict our fates? Of course not. I just believe that bears should act in accordance with heavens while following the natural laws. Since the little bear emerged from the earth and sky, it had lived in the iron-eating forest, never venturing out, until one day Houtu, the ancestor, which came and took it to the witch clan. Thus the little bear believed that it was heaven's will for it to follow the ancestor witch. Though it had no formal master-disciple relationship with the ancestor witch, there was still a bond of education, the ancestor which had often guided it in the ways of body refinement, making the ancestor witch its actual teacher. So how could it take the upper pure heavenly venerable as its master? The little bear absolutely did not mean to look down on the upper pure heavenly venerable. All 3 heavenly venerables were transformed from the essence of the great Pangu, sacred and noble. The little bear held only admiration for the 3 heavenly venerables with no hint of disrespect, and humbly requested the heavenly venerable to see this clearly. Bang! As it spoke, the giant bear raised its paw, and its entire body suddenly prostrated before the jade steps, giving a full prostration to the primordial heavenly venerable. Seeing this rather adorable bear suddenly perform such a grand gesture, feeling the seat beneath it shake slightly, the primordial heavenly venerable's expression shifted. He wanted to smile, but felt it inappropriate, so he deliberately maintained a stiff expression, looking somewhat peculiar. 2 seconds later, his expression returned to indifference. He raised his head, looking through the palace's ceiling at countless primordial stars, murmuring, bears should act in accordance with heavens while following the natural laws. Indeed, a good bear acts in accordance with heaven's will. As he spoke, the primordial heavenly venerable nodded, dissipated the pressure, and extended 2 fingers, slightly raising them towards the giant bear. Instantly, the giant bear's body uncontrollably stood up from the glazed celestial bricks. You bear have good comprehension, having already understood the concept of acting in accordance with heaven's will. Very good indeed. After the giant bear stood up, the primordial heavenly venerable lowered his head and looked at it again, saying, Oh. The giant bear blinked, seeming still dazed from the fright. Brother GunGun. At that moment, Ho-E called out to it from the side. Hearing this, the giant bear immediately nodded as if regaining its senses and hurriedly bowed to the primordial heavenly venerable, saying anxiously, I dare not receive the heavenly venerable's praise. I do not praise you, I merely speak the truth. Tontian once said, although you are the first iron-eating beast in the world with remarkable origins, you lacked understanding of the greater picture and missed opportunities. However, it seems now that Tontian misunderstood you. You do not fail to grasp opportunities, but rather understand that some opportunities do not belong to you, so you do not force them. Very good, truly good. As he spoke, a hint of appreciation flashed in the depths of the primordial heavenly venerable's eyes. Thank you, heavenly venerable. No need. My lord, the 4 not being have arrived. At this moment, the white crane boy walked in and bowed to the primordial heavenly venerable. Let him in. Yes. As he spoke, the white crane boy walked out again, and before long he returned leading a divine beast with the body of an ox, a deer's head, a horse's tail, and dragon scales. I pay my respects to my lord. The 4 not being arrived at the jade steps and bowed to the primordial heavenly venerable. The messenger from the witch clan has arrived. You should understand your intentions. Discuss among yourselves. Regardless of the outcome, I promised your father that I would protect you well and will not go back on my word. Thank you, my lord. The 4 not being expressed gratitude to the primordial heavenly venerable, then turned to Ho-E and the giant bear, especially the giant bear. Brother Si Buxiang, long time no see. The giant bear smiled and bowed to Si Buxiang. Ancestor bear GunGun have returned my Qilin seal. Si Buxiang said angrily to the giant bear. I neither stole nor robbed. I found it when it fell from the sky. I believe this is heaven's intention for me to be the second owner of the Qilin seal. Otherwise, why didn't the Qilin emperor come to find me when he was still around? If he had come to find me, I would definitely not have been able to keep the Qilin seal. So it is not that I am unwilling to part with this treasure, but rather that I cannot go against heaven's will. The giant bear said with a troubled expression. You are talking nonsense. Hearing such shameless words again, Si Buxiang couldn't help but curse at the giant bear. Hearing this, the primordial heavenly venerable frowned, feeling that Si Buxiang was somewhat embarrassing him. Although this fellow was an orphan with no upbringing, how could he as the mount of the primordial heavenly venerable be so rude? Hey you brother, we are both beasts of burden, why must we be so adversarial? If there are any issues, we can sit down and discuss them. I GunGun am not an unreasonable bear. If you can give me a reasonable reason, then I would naturally be willing to give you the Qilin seal. Although the supreme innate spiritual treasure is precious, it is far less important to me than the principle of reason. The giant bear said sincerely to Si Buxiang. Hearing this, the primordial heavenly venerable nodded from his seat, feeling that he had truly made a mistake in choosing his mount back then. Compared to Si Buxiang, the iron-eating beast was clearly more suited to him. GunGun was unaware of what Yuan Shi Tianzun was thinking at that moment, nor did it have the courage to use the heart-listening technique on the Kwasa St. John Sanshur. However, upon hearing Yuan Shi's approving him, it felt reassured. Indeed, speaking words that aligned with the will of heaven and discussing profound truths was quite effective in front of Yuan Shi. Although these words might provoke his anger if they conflicted with his interests, what GunGun faced now was merely an ugly creature, Si Buxiang, not the Yuqing lineage. What interests could there possibly be? Moreover, this was still in the discussion phase, and the atmosphere was barely acceptable. Thus, when he spoke like this, Yuan Shi would surely agree. It seemed that GunGun's thoughts were not amiss. At that moment, the smile on GunGun's face grew warmer as it took a couple of steps forward, bowed to Si Buxiang, and said, Brother Si Buxiang, the heavenly sovereign just mentioned that you already know our intentions. So I shall speak plainly and not beat around the bush. Just say what you have to say directly. Si Buxiang was about to retort GunGun's earlier self-deceiving claim of being a reasonable bear, but hearing him say this again, it huffed heavily, swallowing the words that had risen to its throat, and expressed its dissatisfaction. All right, GunGun replied, then took a deep breath, suppressing the smile on its face to let a heavy expression appear on its round face. It pointed in the direction of the heavenly court and addressed Si Buxiang. Since the calamity of Long Han, the three clans of Dragon Phoenix and Qilin have declined. The Demon Emperor Di Jun and Dong Huangtai seized the opportunity to subdue all clans and established the heavenly court, intending to dominate the entire wilderness and make all beings bow beneath their brother's feet. I am not mistaken in saying this, right? That is correct, but what of it? Indeed, it is nothing, but that was merely how it was in the past. Although the demon clan was powerful in the past and ruled over the myriad clans, many of our walking beasts were not bound by them and could live freely in their own territories. However, recently the situation has changed drastically. The direct descendant of the ancestral dragon Ao, Yue, joined the heavenly court and became a protector of Donghuang. Not long after, the demon clan sent someone to kill the dragon king Ao Kai of the East Sea, intending to annex the dragon clan in Ao Yu's name. Later, the Eastern Sovereign, who was personally conferred the title of the foremost male immortal of the wilderness by the Dao ancestor, perished, and the Penlai immortal court was destroyed. The reborn Eastern Sovereign was so terrified by the demon clan that to avoid further trouble, he even changed his name to Donghua. Then Dong Huangtai personally led troops to burn the Wutong forest, intimidating the underworld sea and forcefully making Kuan Peng surrender a strand of true spirit to restrain the Feng clan. Brother, among the three clans of Dragon Phoenix and Qilin, only your Qilin clan remains. How long do you think it will be before the demon clan attacks the Lin Huang forest? GunGun asked gravely, is the current strength of the Qilin clan stronger or weaker compared to the Dragon and Phoenix clans? Are you trying to scare me? Whether I am scaring you or not, you should be well aware of it yourself. Even a powerhouse like Kuan Peng is no match for Dong Huangtai. Do you really think you can defeat the Demon Emperor? My lord, do not look at the Heavenly Sovereign. The Sovereign is a paragon of virtue in the wilderness and has promised the first Qilin Sovereign to protect you. Thus he will naturally keep his word. However, if I remember correctly, the Sovereign promised to protect you alone, not your entire clan, right? Could it be that you still want the Sovereign to battle Dong Huangtai for your sake? Seeing Si Buxiang turn to look at Yuan Shi Tianzun, GunGun immediately quickened its pace of speech. I did not. Since you did not, then why are you looking at the Heavenly Sovereign? Brother, I admit that I came this time to help the Wu clan persuade the Qilin clan to surrender. I do not deny this, but I am also sincerely thinking of your well-being. The Qilin clan once led the walking beasts and ruled the land. Our relationship is very close. I do not want to see the Qilin, who once commanded our iron-eating beast clan, subjected to the constraints of the demon-summoning banner, like the Phoenix clan, with their lives no longer in their own hands. I do not want to see our peaceful land suffer the ravages of the heavenly court in the future. I do not want to see you, as the direct descendant of the first Qilin Sovereign, having to bow and scrape before Aou and Kuan Peng in the heavenly court. As he spoke, GunGun raised its bare paw, clenched its fist, and solemnly addressed Si Buxiang, brother, this absolutely cannot happen, or else our walking beasts will lose all face. Even if I am forced to join the demon clan and have a strand of true spirit on the demon summoning banner, why must I bow and scrape when I see Aou and Kuan Peng in the heavenly court? Si Buxiang said angrily, although it never voiced it despised Aou and Kuan Peng immensely. Why did it despise them? Because of jealousy. Because you cannot defeat them. GunGun replied. Si Buxiang, before joining the demon clan, Aou and Kuan Peng were all direct descendants of the three overlords with equal status. But if you join the demon clan, what then? Aou, relying on his croissant cultivation and the favor of Dong Huang Tai, he became a protector above the demon saints. Kuan Peng, with his croissant cultivation and achievements in creating demon scripts, was revered as a demon master by the demon emperor Dijun. And you? What position do you think you would hold after joining the demon clan? Si Buxiang's anger instantly turned into guilt. GunGun did not give it time to adjust its mood and continued, demon saint. Impossible. That is a position granted to croissant powerhouses by the demon clan. Demon god. Impossible. That is a position granted to the Luo Jin Xian by the demon clan. Brother, you carry the bloodline of the first Qilin sovereign and may in the future. Oh no, definitely. Be very powerful. But for now you only have the cultivation of Tai Yi. If you enter the heavenly court, I think the position of gatekeeper at the southern heaven gate would be yours. You are talking nonsense. Si Buxiang could no longer hold back and once again cursed GunGun. Hey, why are you cursing the bear again? I am speaking to you kindly. Although you may not like to hear it, as the saying goes, honest words may be unpleasant to the ear, but they are beneficial for action. You cannot curse me for that. GunGun took a step back, covered its ears, and said aggrievedly. Si Buxiang apologized. Having been listening to GunGun, it was undeniable that there was some truth in its words. Seeing Si Buxiang embarrass itself again, Yuan Shi's expression darkened, and he ordered, My lord, yes, I apologize. Si Buxiang said quietly to GunGun, lowering its head. It's all right, it's all right. I also have my shortcomings. I was too anxious, fearing that the demon clan would take advantage of us while we were still discussing matters and launch a large-scale attack on the Lin Huang forest. So I momentarily neglected your feelings in my words. I apologize to you here. GunGun waved its hand and said, then bowed to Si Buxiang. Seeing GunGun's words and its large bent body, Yuan Shi Tianzu nodded. At that moment he had already made up his mind. He would take not one but two iron-eating beasts as mounts, one fierce and one docile. To replace this embarrassment, Si Buxiang. He still did not know that seeing GunGun again reminded him of the time he had demanded the Qilin seal from it only to be beaten up in return. The anger from GunGun's words made him lose his composure momentarily, leading him to curse, which caused him to be looked down upon by Yuan Shi Tianzu. After apologizing, when he heard GunGun mention that the demon clan might attack the Lin Huang forest, Si Buxiang became anxious. In a state of chaos, without any preamble, he shouted at GunGun according to Yuan Shi's earlier instructions. Enough already, you didn't come here just to have me lead the Qilin clan to pledge allegiance to the which clan, did you? I tell you that's not going to happen. Hearing this, he stepped forward, placing his hand on the 8-directional bow behind him. Hey, great witch, let me speak. GunGun stood up, jumped to Ho-Yi's side, and firmly grabbed his clothing, speaking to him. Upon hearing this, Ho-Yi, who had staggered slightly, looked down at the large plump bear. Their eyes met, and then he said, All right, GunGun, brother, I leave him to you. Ho-Yi said, then loosened his grip on the bow and lowered his hand. Yes, brother, I'm here not just for the witch clan, but truly for your sake. You must trust me. GunGun nodded to Ho-Yi, then sincerely said to Si Buxiang, I believe you, then I might as well die. Si Buxiang cursed inwardly, took a deep breath, and continued to speak to GunGun. All right, since that's the case, you must agree to one condition of mine. If you agree, then I, the Qilin clan, will have no problem allying with the witch clan. Si Buxiang thought that GunGun would say, feel free to state your conditions, but unexpectedly GunGun shook his head and said with a troubled expression, conditions are not allowed. Before I came the ancestor, which did not grant me the authority to agree to your conditions. Moreover, the demons control the skies while the witches govern the earth. This is the command of Dao ancestor, and the Qilin clan, as a walking beast, should naturally submit to the witch clan. Si Buxiang exclaimed, Brother Si Buxiang, the Dao ancestor has spoken. Oh, is it proper for you to propose conditions? Si Buxiang cough. At the main seat, Yuan Shi Tianzu couldn't help but cough, momentarily taken aback by the words of this plump bear. The demons control the skies, and the witches govern the earth. The Qilin clan lives on the ground, and strictly speaking it is indeed. You. Si Buxiang's deer-like face flushed with anger, unsure of how to respond to this statement, and then shouted at GunGun. Brother, don't be angry. All right, if you have any conditions, state them first. If it's not too difficult, I will agree on behalf of the ancestor witch. However, if your conditions are too harsh, I can only report back to the ancestor witch, truthfully persuading your actions to fail. At that time you will either lead the Qilin clan out of the Lin Huang forest and away from the wilderness, or face the Witch clan's punitive expedition as commanded by the Tao ancestor. After all, the Witch clan governs the earth, and that is the sacred word of the Tao ancestor. You and I. Don't get agitated or take your time to speak. Rest assured, no matter the outcome, I will patiently listen to you finish speaking. GunGun said in a very considerate manner with a very cute expression on his face. Si Buxiang, how rude. What kind of behavior is this? At this moment, Yuan Shi's grand voice resonated in the Yuqing palace. Upon hearing this, Si Buxiang suddenly calmed down, the red anger fading from his face, and turned to bow to Yuan Shi, saying, "Yes, my lord." Then raising his head, he gritted his teeth at GunGun and said, "Return the Qilin seal to me, and let all the caves and blessed lands west of the Buzhou mountain be governed by my Qilin clan. If you do this, I will agree to submit to the Witch clan. Brother, I treat you with sincerity, so please don't joke with me about this," GunGun said with a helpless expression, seemingly taking Si Buxiang's words as a joke. Si Buxiang twitched the corners of his mouth, but Yuan Shi had said before that the Witch clan would definitely not agree to this condition. So he did not argue further and replied, "Then return the Qilin seal to me. After that, our Qilin clan can submit to the Witch clan and fight for them against other clans, but the fortunes of both clans must not be connected, and my Qilin clan will not participate in the battle between the witches and the demons." Then what use would the Witch clan have for the Qilin clan? Not participating in the decisive battle, not binding fortunes, only fighting against the other races. Such matters the Witch clan can accomplish on their own. GunGun spread his hands and said, "What?" He did not expect that GunGun would not agree to even this condition, and Si Buxiang immediately did not know what to do, turning to Yuan Shi. Originally planning to stay out of it and let them negotiate, but seeing Si Buxiang's foolish demeanor completely lacking initiative in the face of a major issue, Yuan Shi sighed, inwardly knowing that he could not ignore it. He then cleared his throat and said to GunGun, "The Qilin clan can participate in the battle between the witches and the demons, but the Witch clan must return the Qilin seal, and the fortunes of both clans must not be connected. Is that acceptable?" GunGun turned around and bowed deeply to Yuan Shi, respectfully saying, "Tianzun, the Witch clan governs the earth. This is the Tao ancestors' command. If we engage in battle with the demon clan in 100,000 years, it will not just be a matter for the Witch clan, but for all races on the earth. Therefore, I think it is better for the fortunes of both clans to remain connected." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi frowned. What if the Witch clan is defeated? Wouldn't our Qilin clan perish alongside you? Si Buxiang could no longer hold back and shouted, "In 100,000 years, the victor of the decisive battle will definitely be our Witch clan." Hou glared at Si Buxiang. Startled by Hou's glare, Si Buxiang was instantly pushed back several steps. At the main seat, Yuan Shi frowned slightly, still contemplating what to do. He would protect Si Buxiang, but the Qilin clan, truthfully speaking, the Tao ancestor has decreed that the Witch clan governs the earth, so he couldn't protect them too much. How about this? The Qilin clan may choose not to participate in the battle between the witches and the demons. We can return the Qilin seal, and even when fighting against other races, we do not need the Qilin clan to raise a single soldier. However, the fortunes of both clans must be connected. Is that acceptable? Secretly lifting his head a bit, seeing that Yuan Shi was still lost in thought, GunGun slowly turned around and suddenly suggested to Si Buxiang in a low voice, "What? Are you serious?" Si Buxiang, feeling both angry and anxious, suddenly heard GunGun's words and was taken aback, asking GunGun, "Really? But the Qilin clan still needs to pledge allegiance to the Witch clan. That is non-negotiable." Of course, conversely, the Witch clan will also ensure the safety of the Qilin clan. If the demon clan dares to invade the Lin Huang forest, the Witch clan will do everything possible to protect the Qilin clan. GunGun nodded and said, "Can you make that decision?" "I cannot, but I am willing to plead with the Ancestor Witch for approval. To show my sincerity, I can now connect the fortunes of the Iron-Eating Beast clan with those of the Qilin clan. If the Qilin clan faces difficulties in the future, my Iron-Eating Beast clan will also not escape misfortune. How does that sound?" GunGun said to Si Buxiang with a sincere expression. Looking at this large plump bear with an incredibly sincere expression, Si Buxiang was momentarily taken aback. Could this really be the same GunGun who had refused to return the Qilin seal and had once beaten him up? "Brother, as fellow clan leaders, you should understand my feelings for my race. I am even willing to use the entire Iron-Eating Beast clan as a guarantee. What is there for you to hesitate about?" Fearing that after the fortunes are connected, if the Witch clan fails in the future, the Qilin clan would also be implicated. But the current situation for the Qilin clan is such that they must either submit to the Demon clan or connect their fortunes with the Witch clan. If you join the Demon clan, will the treatment be this good? Have you considered how you would feel when you meet Aou and Kuan Peng in the heavenly court and bow to them? And don't you see? Hou the Great Witch frowned. He might be trying to stop me. If he really stops me later and vetoes my proposal, then. All right, I agree. Feeling anxious from GunGun's words, he turned to look at Hou-yi and indeed saw him frowning and opening his mouth as if to say something to GunGun. In a rush, Si Buxiang shouted at GunGun without taking the time to ponder further. Upon hearing this, GunGun immediately revealed a cute smile, while Yuan Shitian Zun's expression darkened. Si Buxiang, you foolish fool who has overstepped your bounds. Seeing that Si Buxiang was actually fooled by the rolling waves and agreed, Yuan Shi felt a surge of anger inside. To be honest, he didn't care about the future of the Qilin clan. His inquiry was merely out of regard for the fact that the first Qilin transformed into Qilin Cliff and allowed Si Buxiang to be his mount. However, Si Buxiang, this useless fool, truly embarrassed him. I have already told you roughly how to negotiate, but don't you know the specific details and how to set the stage? Other than repeating my words, you haven't said anything at all. Oh no, you did say something. That is your own statement, truly. Sighing inwardly, Yuan Shi acknowledged that although he already knew Si Buxiang was not very smart and had low comprehension, he did not expect that during such an important matter as a racial negotiation this fellow would be so useless. Indeed, his decision to accept him as a mount back then was a mistake. Thinking this, Yuan Shi shifted his gaze away from Si Buxiang and looked towards the chubby bear with a smiling face. With a sturdy build, fierce fangs, and sharp claws, the bear was simply black and white, unlike the disheveled appearance of Si Buxiang, who looked neither like a dragon, nor a horse, nor a cow, or a deer. Indeed, the Iron Eater is more suitable to be my mount. Thinking this, Yuan Shi began to consider when he would visit the Iron Eater forest to select one, or rather 2 Iron Eaters would be better. At the same time, the moment Si Buxiang agreed, the rolling waves sensed that the fate of the Iron Eater clan and the Qilin clan began to intertwine. The Iron Eater clan suppresses fate with the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus. I cannot be mistaken, very good, the purpose of this trip has been achieved. At that moment, the smile on the face of the rolling waves became even happier. With his plump body, he bowed to Si Buxiang and said, okay, I will go back to report to the ancestor which now retrieve the Qilin seal and offer it to my brother. I also invite my brother to accompany me to Buzhou Mountain to pay respects to the ancestor which. Si Buxiang immediately became frightened. While he was naturally willing to retrieve the Qilin seal, he dared not go to Buzhou Mountain. Since you have agreed, then let's go. Once there you can stay a little longer, Yuan Shi said lightly. Upon hearing Yuan Shi's words, Si Buxiang was first shocked, and after seeing Yuan Shi's indifferent expression, he lowered his head and said pitifully. Having heard this from Yuan Shi, and seeing that he seemed unwilling to intervene, further acknowledging the transaction between himself and Si Buxiang, the rolling waves felt delighted and quickly turned around, bowing again, respectfully, saying, thank you, Celestial Master. This time the little bear and the great, which have caused many disturbances, please forgive me, Celestial Master. It's nothing, you may go. Knowing that the rolling waves intended to leave, Yuan Shi nodded at him. The rolling waves pressed their head against the Lioli immortal brick, raised their rear, and loudly proclaimed. Then they extended a paw to scratch at Hou-yi's clothing. Feeling the paw of the rolling waves, Hou-yi temporarily suppressed what he wanted to say, cast an unhappy glance at Si Buxiang, and then bowed to Yuan Shi, saying, Hou-yi bids farewell to the Celestial Master. Yuan Shi emitted a faint nasal sound. Subsequently, the rolling waves and Hou-yi stood up and walked out of the Yuling Palace with Si Buxiang. Watching them leave, a deep look flashed in Yuan Shi's eyes. After they exited the palace door, he finally spoke, Tongtian, this bear is indeed good. No wonder you want to take it as your disciple, but it has no fate with you as a master and disciple. If it's because I no longer want to take it as my disciple, that would be best to avoid delaying it. What? You? Alright, can't you all be quiet for a few years, allowing me a moment of peace? An old voice sounded, filled with helplessness. He was truly bothered to the point of a headache by the noise. Big brother, you need to manage Yuan Shi. He only bullies the weak. Tongtian complained to Laozi. Sai, second brother, don't provoke third brother anymore. But third brother, what your second brother said is not wrong. That bear indeed has no fate with you as a master and disciple. I feel that it has a bit of fate with me. What? Big brother, you. Alright, it was just a casual remark. Let's all go into seclusion and comprehend the Tao. Before Tongtian could finish speaking in the Taching Palace, Laozi waved his dust and directly blocked the spiritual sound transmission of the three. In the Shangqing Palace, wanting to say something, but finding it impossible, Tongshan's face turned pale as he stood up and paced a few steps on the jade stairs. Then he said to a female immortal at the bottom of the stairs, Jin Ling, go and summoned that Iron Eater for me. A master, that is the ancestor bear. So what? Bring it to me, Tongtian commanded. Yes, master. Mother Jin Ling replied helplessly, and then a golden light flashed, disappearing from the spot. No fate with me as a master and disciple. Then I'll insist on taking it as my disciple. After Mother Jin Ling left, Tongtian returned to his main seat, snorted, and muttered to himself. After the main door closed, Hou-yi immediately turned around, pointing at Si Buxiang and asking the rolling waves, "Brother rolling waves, what were you doing just now, trading the Qilin seal for such a useless fellow's verbal submission? Si Buxiang great, which do not insult brother Si Buxiang. He also has dignity." The rolling waves said to Hou-yi. "The dignified son of the Qilin emperor has only Tai-e cultivation. Does he even deserve dignity?" Hou-yi retorted. "Give him some face at least." The rolling waves pinched out a tiny gap with a bare paw to speak to Hou-yi. "Humph." Hou-yi snorted, then closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and after opening his eyes again, squatted down, placing his hand on the rolling wave's shoulder, speaking to it in a much gentler tone. "Brother rolling waves, why did you do this? According to what you just said, our Wu clan not only gained no benefits, but also has to take responsibility for protecting the Qilin clan. Moreover, you also have to hand over your Qilin seal. This is a huge loss." Before the first Qilin fell, he swore with all his cultivation to the heavenly Tao that when Qilin appears there will surely be auspicious signs, which is why the Qilin clan received the grace of the heavenly Tao and regained vitality. And so what? Vitality is just vitality. Currently, the main character of the wilderness is our Wu clan, with perhaps one additional monster clan. Yes, but... The rolling waves tilted their head to glance at Si Buxiang, and then leaned close to Hou-yi's ear, secretly transmitting great, which the Qilin clan was able to swear to the heavenly Tao back, then bringing down grace. Perhaps in the future they... Boom. Suddenly, a mysterious thunder descended from the sky, striking the rolling waves and cutting off their words. At the same time, the originally black and white chubby bear instantly turned completely black, fur standing on end, smoke billowing from its mouth, and then the entire bear suddenly fell backward, crashing to the ground, causing the ground beneath to tremble violently a few times, and then its chubby face and bare legs twitched. Seeing this scene, Si Buxiang suddenly shouted and quickly retreated. As for Hou-yi, he looked at the figure lying on the ground, its fur standing on end, its chubby face and bare legs twitching uncontrollably. The entire Wu was momentarily stunned, wondering how it had been struck by lightning out of the blue, and that lightning was indeed the nine heavens' mystic thunder right. At that moment, coming to his senses, he quickly stepped forward, extending his hands to touch GunGun, yet he was afraid that doing so would worsen its injuries. Helplessly he asked, "GunGun, are you all right?" GunGun did not respond, continuing to twitch. After twitching for a whole time, it finally quieted down, lying there motionless. "GunGun, brother, let's go back to Buzhou Mountain quickly." GunGun exhaled all the white smoke from its mouth, looking at Hou-yi weakly, and saying, then it struggled to lift its bare paw. "All right, let's go back." Hou-yi hurriedly grasped GunGun's bare paw, anxiously asking, "How are you?" "Still alive," GunGun replied softly. "Brother Great Wu, promise me don't ask me any more questions. Let's leave it at that. I still want to survive until the end of the immeasurable tribulation. I don't want to perish just like this," GunGun said pitifully to Hou-yi. "But, well okay, then I won't ask anymore. Let's go back, come on, get up." As he spoke, Hou-yi used his powers to heal GunGun a bit, then helped it up from the ground. The two, one Wu and one bear, were about to leave with Si Buxiang when suddenly a voice called out, "Dear deities, please wait." A voice suddenly rang out, followed by a flash of golden light as a cold and beautiful female immortal appeared before them. "State your name." Hou-yi, one hand supporting GunGun and the other clenched into a fist, shouted at the female immortal, "I am Jin Ling, under the command of the Supreme Heavenly Lord, and I request the Great Bear Deity to come with me for a moment." Jin Ling politely bowed to Hou-yi and GunGun. Upon hearing this, GunGun's face immediately turned more bitter as it said, "What? Him in this state, and you still want me to meet him? This? Deity, please." Jin Ling said, lowering her head. "GunGun, can you still go? If not, I will take you back to Buzhou Mountain directly." Hou-yi asked GunGun, ignoring Jin Ling. "Si final go? Great Wu, please accompany me." GunGun wanted to say something, but finally sighed and said with a look of despair, "But are your injuries all right?" "Lead the way," Hou-yi said to Jin Ling. "Yes, dear deities, please." Jin Ling gestured for them to go ahead, then led them towards the Shanqing Palace. Si Buxiang hesitated for a moment, but followed behind. At this moment, within the Shanqing Palace, Tong Tian was in a good mood, thinking to himself, "Humph, you foolish bear, you must be suffering now, ha ha ha." He then became somewhat puzzled, wondering what the big foolish bear had done to provoke the heavenly tribulation. Calculating with his fingers, he found that he couldn't figure it out. "Strange," Tong Tian murmured. At this moment, several immortals entered together, approached the jade steps, and bowed to Tong Tian, respectfully saying, "Disciple pays respects to the master." Tong Tian lowered his hand, suppressing his curiosity, nodded at his beloved disciples, and said to them, "In a moment, a foolish bear will arrive here. When it does, I want you to spar with it, defeat it, and demonstrate your power, making it understand that as my disciples, this is an opportunity it cannot hope to attain. Do you understand?" "Yes, disciples understand," the Shanqing disciples replied. The leader, a slightly chubby Taoist, did not agree immediately. After hesitating, he asked Tong Tian, Master is the foolish bear you mentioned, the ancestor bear, visiting Kunlun today to pay respects to the second master. That's it. What? This? Suddenly the previously eager disciples turned pale, looking at each other with countless words stuck in their throats. What's wrong with you? Are you scared? Do you wish to embarrass me? Seeing the sudden change in the disciples' expressions with two even showing fear, Tong Tian's face darkened, and he spoke in a booming voice. Disciples dare not. The disciples all bowed and said, If it's good if you dare not. The leader Taoist duo Bao did not bow. He was not afraid, but felt a bit worried, addressing Tong Tian. Master, your command, we shall certainly carry out with all our might. But the ancestor bear is the first iron-eating beast in the world, a primordial being with vast powers. Just relying on us few disciples, we might not be able to defeat it. Yes, Master, it's not that we are shirking. When I first met you, I once encountered that great deity in the East Sea. The aura on him was exceptionally strong, clearly ranking high among the Deluo. We are merely Tai golden immortals. How can we contend with it? Hearing Duo Bao speak first, Zhao Gongming hesitated for a moment and also said to Tong Tian, elder brother. Upon hearing this, Yun Shao called out to him with concern. Do you think I don't understand this little matter? On the main seat, Tong Tian said impatiently. Then what does the master mean? Duo Bao, disciple is here. You are my eldest disciple. Today I bestow upon you the top grade innate spirit treasure, the Qingguang sword, and the Jin Xia crown as protective treasures. As he spoke, Tong Tian waved his hand, and immediately 2 rays of divine light flew out, landing before Duo Bao. Disciple thanks the master. Upon seeing the Qingguang sword and Jin Xia crown before him, Duo Bao was overjoyed and quickly knelt to thank Tong Tian. Zhao Gongming, disciple is here. Seeing Duo Bao receive a treasure, Zhao Gongming knew he would also receive a treasure, feeling overjoyed, and quickly knelt down, bowing to Tong Tian. I bestow upon you the binding dragon rope and 24 sea calming pearls as protective treasures. Thank you, master. Zhao Gongming said happily. Yun Shao, I bestow upon you the Hunyuan golden Daodu as a protective treasure. Chong Er Dingguang Xian, I bestow upon you the soul-leaving nail as a protective treasure. Shiji, I bestow upon you the 8 trigrams flowing cloud scarf as a protective treasure. Tong Tian waved his hand, bestowing treasure after treasure, which greatly boosted the confidence of the disciples. Thus, even facing the ancestor bear, they felt there was nothing to fear. Meanwhile, on the way to the Shangqing Palace, GunGun said weakly, I can't take it anymore, I need to replenish my strength. Then it took out 3 9,000-year Ren water peaches from its small world, and with a smack, stuffed them all into its mouth, chewing vigorously. Amidst the splattering peach juice, GunGun felt as if it had come back to life. Brother GunGun, how are you feeling? After GunGun finished eating the 3 peaches, He saw it closing its eyes and rubbing its belly and asked, I feel much better, but I still hurt a lot. Saying this, GunGun opened its eyes, scratched its stiff fur, and muttered, indeed, the secrets of heaven must not be disclosed, but it's better for me to sleep. Working is simply not suited for me. Hoi, my master is waiting for you inside. Great, which ancestor bear, please come in. Unbeknownst to them, the group had already arrived at the entrance of the Shangqing Palace. The Golden Spirit Saint Mother stopped and turned to Hoi and GunGun, bowing respectfully. As for the 4 non-existents, I'm sorry, I am a direct disciple of Shangqing, while you are merely a Mount of Yuqing, so you understand. Thank you, fairy. Hoi felt a bit angry that he had to be called because GunGun was injured, so he ignored the Golden Spirit Saint Mother. GunGun tugged at his clothing and smiled at the Golden Spirit Saint Mother, then a flash of black and white light shimmered over it, its fur became smooth, and the grime on its body disappeared. You are too polite, please come in. The Golden Spirit Saint Mother gestured for them to enter. All right. GunGun nodded and prepared to go in with Hoi. You all go in, and I will wait here, said the 4 non-existents. Hearing this, GunGun turned back and glanced at him, saying, Okay, then it's hard work for you to wait here for a while, brother 4 non-existents. Rest assured, when we return to Buzhou Mountain, I will immediately go to the Ancestor Witch to retrieve the Qilin seal for you. The 4 non-existents replied somewhat awkwardly. Then GunGun turned back and entered the Shangqing Palace with Hoi and the Golden Spirit Saint Mother. At this moment, in front of the jade steps inside the palace, the faces of Duo Bao and the other disciples were filled with joy. Each of them received magical treasures bestowed by Tong Tian, especially Zhao Gongming, who was the happiest, having received 24 Dinghai pearls. Back when they were in the Eastern Sea, the master used them to defeat those 2 golden flood dragons. Such a precious treasure, and the master actually bestowed it upon him. This is truly a deep grace from his teacher. Zhao Gongming was determined that when the master let them fight against the ancestor bear later, he would definitely display his might and defeat the ancestor bear with the Dinghai pearls, thus adding glory to his master. Big brother, you must not be overconfident. The iron-eating beast clan could dominate a region on the earth. The strength of the ancestor bear should not be underestimated. You said back when we saw it in the Eastern Sea we all sensed its strong aura. Therefore, even if we have the magical treasures bestowed by the master, we should still be cautious. Noticing the excited smile on Zhao Gongming's face, Yunxiao gradually restrained her joy and quietly reminded him. Hearing this, Zhao Gongming turned his head to look at Yunxiao, calming down a bit and thinking, what my sister said makes sense. However, feeling the vast power contained within the 24 Dinghai pearls in my embrace, Zhao Gongming's original caution was quickly overtaken by confidence. After thinking for a moment, he said to Yunxiao, sister, we should be cautious, but we shouldn't belittle ourselves. We are the disciples of future saints, and moreover, with the precious treasures in hand, we should indeed have a certain level of confidence. But, boom. Yunxiao wanted to say something else, when suddenly the palace doors opened and 3 figures walked in. Seeing this, Yunxiao had no choice but to halt what she wanted to say and turned her gaze with her fellow disciples to the newcomers. Master, the guests have arrived, said the Golden Spirit Saint Mother as she approached the jade steps and bowed to Tong Tian, who was seated in the main position. You may take your place. Tong Tian said indifferently. Yes, replied the Golden Spirit Saint Mother as she returned to her seat. After she left, Ho-E and GunGun took a couple of steps forward and bowed to Tong Tian, saying, Ho-E GunGun from the Witch Clan pays respects to the Celestial Master. Rise. Thank you, Celestial Master. After the witch and bear stood up, Tong Tian ignored Ho-E and turned his gaze directly to GunGun, his expression cold as he said, that bear we meet again. Greetings, Celestial Master. GunGun smiled awkwardly and looked down. I am not well. Without further ado, you said you were unwilling to take me as your master, right? Come, my disciples are here. Let's see what qualifications you have to refuse me. Saying this before GunGun could respond, Tong Tian directly named the disciples sitting on the cushions beside him: Duobao Golden Spirit, Zhao Gongming Yunxiao, and Changer Dingguang. You can skip this, you 5 come out. Yes, master. Duobao and the other immortals replied loudly, then stood up from the cushions and walked towards GunGun. Only Shiji, who remained seated, looked a bit embarrassed. However, her cultivation was indeed much lower than that of these inner disciples. That bear, don't say I'm bullying you. You are a great Luo Golden Immortal, and judging by your aura, you are at the mid-stage and nearing a bottleneck, ready to step into the late stage of Great Luo at any moment. Meanwhile, my several disciples are all Tai Golden Immortals. 5 of them working together against you should not be taking advantage of you, right? Tong Tian asked GunGun. Well, GunGun lifted its head, glanced at these fellows, lingered a moment longer on Duobao, then turned to Tong Tian and said with fear on its face, Celestial Master, the little bear truly does not refuse to take you as a master, it's just that. Then kneel and bow your head. I will accept you as my disciple right now. GunGun, Celestial Master, I would like to learn the skills of your esteemed disciples. At this moment, Ho-E stepped forward and said to Tong Tian. Hearing this, Duobao and the other immortals took a step back, their faces twitching violently. Damn, Aquasa Saint. Shut up, go aside. Tongshin's face darkened as he scolded Ho-E. As he spoke, he swung the primordial whisk in his hand, instantly sending Ho-E staggering back several feet, binding him tightly. This. Ho-E was stunned. Great Witch, don't use so much strength. GunGun's words had barely left its mouth when Ho-E, who had just struggled a bit, let out a cry because he was bound even tighter. Seeing this, GunGun became anxious and quickly bowed to Tong Tian, saying, Please have mercy, Celestial Master. I am not a deity that seeks to bully others. I did not call you here to make it hard for you. I just want to tell you that refusing to take me as your master is a loss for you, foolish bear. Tong Tian snorted, raising his chin. GunGun does not place much importance on dignity, to be honest. After all, can dignity be eaten like spiritual fruits or drunk like beast milk? No. However, with Dong Huang Tai in front and Shangqing Tong Tian behind, how come you males all want to ride on my back? Don't you know that makes me feel very uncomfortable? I, the great GunGun, am born extraordinary. Even if I were to be a mount, it should be for a peerless fairy, not for you rough old men. Thinking of this, GunGun's chubby face twitched for a moment. After hesitating, he raised his head and scanned the other immortals, a flash of black and white light in his eyes revealing their backgrounds. Treasure-seeking mouse, golden light, clear breeze, white clouds, rebellious bunny. Aside from the treasure-seeking mouse being a latest-stage Tai golden immortal, the others are only mid-stage Tai, and that rebellious bunny just entered mid-stage not long ago, its realm still unstable. GunGun understood and turned to Tong Tian, whispering, Since the Celestial Venerable has ordered, this little bear will have to obey. If this little bear miraculously wins, I don't want any spiritual treasures. I only ask the Celestial Venerable to let me return safely with the great archer Ho-E. You foolish bear, do you think I am some kind of immortal? If you win, would I still be so humiliated as to harm you? Rest assured, if you win, not only will this magical treasure belong to you, but I will also personally help you and that ugly creature at the entrance return safely to Buzhou Mountain. How does that sound? Hearing GunGun's request, Tong Tian glared with bulging eyes. Oh no, he had no beard, just glaring, saying, "GunGun, don't hold back, take them out right from the start." At this moment, not listening to GunGun, Hou-yi tried to struggle again, but found the whisk tightening even more. With no choice, he gave up and shouted loudly at GunGun. "Farragant, do you think my disciple is so easy to deal with?" Upon hearing Hou-yi's words, Tong Tian looked at him with a cold snort, and then ordered his disciples, "Come you few, teach this foolish bear a lesson." "Yes, master." Duo Bao and the other immortals bowed to Tong Tian in unison and stepped forward surrounding GunGun. Under the celestial venerable of Shangqing, Duo Bao requests the great bear deity for guidance. Duo Bao placed the golden cloud crown on his head, then, with a flash of green light in his hand, he conjured a celestial sword, bowing to GunGun. Under the celestial venerable of Shangqing, Zhao Gongming request your guidance, great deity. As he spoke, Zhao Gongming shot out 24 beams of light, revealing the Dinghai Pearl. Yun Xiao requests the guidance of the great deity. As he spoke, the Hunyuan Golden Dipper appeared. Jin Ling requests the guidance of the great deity. As he spoke, the Four Symbols Tower and the Dragon and Tiger Jade Rui appeared. Chang Er Dingguang Immortal requests the guidance of the great deity. As he spoke, a celestial sword and a soul-severing nail appeared. GunGun Hou-yi seeing this scene, not just GunGun, even Hou-yi was dumbfounded. Did they prepare all this just to call us over? GunGun stood up, turned around in place, and suddenly felt a bit dazed. He then asked Tong Tian, Celestial Venerable, "Are we fighting in a duel of magic or magical treasures?" "Both." Tong Tian replied with a hint of a smile. "Oh." GunGun's mouth dropped open. "GunGun, don't be afraid, these are not formidable treasures. Use your Annihilation Black Lotus to deal with them." Hou-yi quickly calmed down and shouted at GunGun. As soon as this was said, the great hall fell silent. Then, "What? Annihilation Black Lotus?" All the disciples of Shang-Qing gasped in unison, and those immortals surrounding GunGun quickly retreated. "Damn, the 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus, is that real?" GunGun's entire face turned dark, his paws clenched, and his bare body trembled with anger as he turned to shout at Hou-yi, who had been pushed back by Tong Tian. "Great Archer, please stop spreading rumors. I don't have the Annihilation Black Lotus." "Who did you hear that from? You said it." "About 10,000 years ago, I was sent by the Ancestral Witch to find you in the Iron-Eating Forest. I found you swimming in the bear pool, singing with great excitement, 'Lotus, Lotus, I want to dominate,' and occasionally black light would emerge from your side. Isn't that the Annihilation Black Lotus? What other lotus that emits black light could make you so excited and want to dominate?" Hou-yi said. GunGun's expression was exceptionally wonderful at this moment, nearly rushing over to beat Hou-yi. "How dare you peek at me while I bathe and overhear my words? GunGun, don't be afraid. I've inquired about it. The Annihilation Black Lotus is invulnerable to all methods and cannot be broken. With this treasure in hand, you have already stood on the undefeated ground of the innate." Hou-yi said to GunGun with a serious expression. "Can I say that the black light at that time was emitted by me?" GunGun gritted his teeth angrily and said to Hou-yi, "Oh, what do you mean? Just like that?" As he spoke, black light flashed from GunGun's body. "Oh, that lotus. I was lucky to obtain a few innate snow lotus flowers. Eating them can enhance my magical power, so I was very happy at that time." As he spoke, GunGun conjured a snow lotus flower, explaining to Hou-yi, "Oh, that Annihilation Black Lotus." Hou-yi's expression gradually turned strange. "I told you back in the EC that I don't have the Annihilation Black Lotus. Why don't you believe me?" GunGun stuffed the snow lotus flower into his mouth, then covered his head, almost on the verge of collapse, saying, "GunGun, you really don't have it?" Hou-yi still asked with some disbelief. "I really don't have it." GunGun lowered his paw and said seriously, "Then this duel of treasures." Cough, cough. From the main seat, Tong Tian listened to the dialogue between the witch and the bear side in relief, coughed, and interrupted them, saying lightly, "All right, let this farce come to an end. The Annihilation Black Lotus is one of the 12-grade lotus platforms. It is simply ridiculous to think one could obtain it without reaching the Quasi-Saint level." Upon hearing Tong Tian's words, Duo Bao and the other disciples also sighed in relief. "So it was fake, giving us quite a scare. That bear, come, stop wasting time and start sparring with my disciples. If you have any magical treasures, feel free to use them. You really don't have the Annihilation Black Lotus." As he was halfway through his speech, Tong Tian suddenly asked GunGun very seriously, "I really don't have it." GunGun lowered his head, speaking pitifully. Hearing this answer, Tong Tian nodded, a hint of a smile flashing across his face as he leaned back in his seat, and said, "Then let's begin. Duo Bao, Jin Ling, Zhao Gongming, Yun Xiao, Chang Er, don't let your master down." "Yes, master." The 5 immortals responded in unison, then stepped forward a few more paces, surrounding GunGun once again, saying, "Great deity, please guide us." "All right, several friends, my body is weak and cannot withstand much punishment, so please be merciful later." GunGun nodded helplessly, looking small and helpless. Then, whoosh, a red light flashed in his hand, and a small flag appeared in his paw. The flag then grew larger, becoming a 2 to 3 meter high banner with wisps of South Ming leaf fire rising from its top. It depicted the majestic banner of the bird king rising amidst flames. This is the vermilion bird flag. On the main seat, Tong Tian leaned back, his eyes widened suddenly, and the corners of his mouth twitched violently. Regarding the Zhuke banner in the hands of GunGun, Dong Huang Tai, he knows Ao, you knows Kuan Peng knows, but Tong Tian truly does not know. Previously, he had also tried to deduce what treasures this big fat bear held, but aside from a mid-grade acquired spirit treasure, the swallowing heaven bottle, he could not deduce anything else. He thought perhaps this bear truly only had that one spirit treasure, making it a relatively poor bear. There was another reason for daring to attack those 2 golden dragon serpents, but now Zhuke banner. This is against the rules. Thinking this, Tong Tian quickly sat up straight and calculated again. This time he successfully deduced that the big fat bear possessed the Zhuke banner. But why hadn't he calculated that before? Could it be that it obtained this top-grade spirit treasure only after my last calculation? Tong Tian thought dazedly. On the other side, Duo Bao and the other disciples did not recognize the Zhuke banner, but they could identify the South Ming Li Hua at the top of the banner. Immediately they frowned, but now they had no choice but to press on. My apologies, great deity. Duo Bao immediately said to GunGun, then tightened his grip on the Qingguang's sword and flew towards it. Seeing this, GunGun immediately waved the Zhuke banner. Boom! The Li Hua erupted and Duo Bao was instantly sent flying. Senior brother. Sister brothers, let's go together. Zhao Gongming first called out to Duo Bao, then shouted as he swung his hands. 24 Dinghai pearls charged fiercely towards GunGun, their multicolored brilliance dazzling, causing GunGun's eyes to sting, forcing it to shut them. Brother GunGun, be careful. Ho-E hurriedly shouted to GunGun. Shut up. Tong Tian yelled at Ho-E, immediately rendering Ho-E's mouth unable to move, leaving him anxiously fidgeting. The power of the Dinghai Pearl was something he had seen before when he was in the East Sea. Previously, he said it was not a remarkable treasure, but compared to the Annihilation Black Lotus, the Zhuke banner, although also a top-grade innate spirit treasure, was indeed inferior to the Annihilation Black Lotus. In the encirclement, GunGun's eyes were forced shut, but it did not panic. Its 2 fluffy ears twitched, hearing the sound of something slicing through the air. It then leaped up, the entire bear bouncing into the air, swiftly waving the Zhuke banner. Bang! 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 The Zhuke banner continuously collided with the Dinghai pearls, flying in from all directions, knocking them away time and time again. Although the power of the vast sea was formidable, the Zhuke banner was a companion spirit treasure of the Yuan Feng. It was still a bit lacking to shake it. Whooshed! Suddenly, just as GunGun was blocking the Dinghai pearls, another distinct sound rang out. Hearing this, GunGun clenched its left hand into a fist, a burst of black and white divine light emanating from its fist as it struck towards the direction of the sound. Boom! Ah! In an instant, the soul-piercing nail was rebounded back, striking the Longyear divine light rabbit, which let out a sorrowful cry and collapsed onto the ground, its face turning purple. Useless. On the main seat, Tong Tian saw this scene and slammed his thigh, cursing under his breath. Ouched! At this moment, GunGun was struck by the 4 symbols pagoda of the Golden Spirit, Holy Mother, staggering in the air. It quickly turned around, raised its bare paw, and stepped forward. Bang! The 4 symbols pagoda was kicked away, and then GunGun opened its eyes wide, the black light flashing in its eyes, forcibly blocking the illumination of the multicolored brilliance. It stared at Yun Xiao in front of it, opened its mouth, and shouted at her, ha! Boom! A powerful sound wave erupted from GunGun's massive mouth, sending Yun Xiao flying. Sister. Oh! Zhao Gongming shouted to Yun Xiao, then his expression changed urgently. He opened his right hand, and the binding dragon rope appeared, then forcefully pulled it towards GunGun. Moi! Shifting its gaze, GunGun saw the binding dragon rope speeding towards it. The Zhuke banner in its hand unfurled, and in an instant the South Ming Li Hua surged greatly, and it swung the banner forcefully. Bang! The binding dragon rope was knocked away. My treasure! Zhao Gongming exclaimed. Sighed. On the main seat, Tong Tian slammed his thigh again. Meanwhile, Duo Bao stood up from the ground, glancing at the current battlefield with a furrowed brow. He then looked up at GunGun, who was once again battling fiercely with the Golden Spirit Holy Mother in midair, almost on the verge of knocking her to the ground. After hesitating for a moment, he put away the Qingguang's sword and began to cast spells. Bang! The moment he began casting spells, GunGun charged into the shoulder of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, knocking her away. Then it pointed its bare paw at her, saying, "Be still." Buzz! Instantly the Golden Spirit Holy Mother froze in place, no longer descending to the ground, her eyes becoming motionless, and her aura completely vanished. She was not dead, but was in a state of absolute silence. This is bad. Seeing this, Tong Tian, who had unknowingly been frowning, kept slapping his thigh, feeling anxious in his heart. Great deity, look at the treasure. Suddenly Duobeo's voice rang out. Hearing this, GunGun turned its head to look, its bare eyes narrowing as it saw an impressive sight, countless fiery dragons charging towards it. Go! The next second, Zhao Gongming, having retrieved the binding dragon rope, exerted all his strength, directing the 24 Dinghai pearls to crash into GunGun again. Receive. Yun Shao climbed up from the ground, forming hand seals, aiming the mouth of the Hunyuan Golden Dipper at GunGun, unleashing divine light, followed by an irresistible pulling force acting upon it. GunGun thought, these guys are clearly so weak, why are they so troublesome? Are they trying to exhaust the bear? GunGun's bare body swayed in the air, appearing on the verge of being drawn into the Hunyuan Golden Dipper. Seeing this, Yun Shao felt a surge of joy, but suddenly she noticed the helpless expression on the big fat bear's face, causing her heart to panic. Could it be that? Senior brother, be careful. Boom. GunGun took a deep breath, puffed out its cheeks, its bare muscles bulging, and finally unleashed the true power of the Zhuke banner. The banner's surface shimmered with red light, and it swung it forcefully around, instantly cutting off the terrifying pulling force from the Hunyuan Golden Dipper. Then the 3,000 fiery dragons turned against him and attacked, leaving him in a state of utter bewilderment. Then the center of the great hall was completely engulfed in flames. Within the flames, a small world formed, sucking in all the immortals, followed by a series of earth-shattering explosions. Shortly after, the world shattered, and all 24 Dinghai pearls were sent flying. Meanwhile, outside over the head of the Shangqing Palace, the heavens manifested a change, and a gigantic phoenix apparition spread its wings, letting out a cry towards the sky. A few breaths later, inside the Shangqing Palace, the light faded. Bang! GunGun fell from midair, and as its feet touched the ground, the great hall shook slightly. Glancing around at Duobao and the other immortals sprawled haphazardly on the ground, GunGun nodded, then put away the Zhuke banner. Upon seeing Tong Tian's unsightly expression on the main seat, the whole bear panicked, then exclaimed, ouch. Holding its stomach, bending over, it cried out, so painful. I was hit by the Dinghai pearls several times just now. I feel like I'm about to die. Heavenly Sovereign, your disciple is truly capable, able to battle against the great Luo. Please let me see the Earth Soil ancestor before I die. Is that all right? I beg you. As it spoke, GunGun looked up at Tong Tian with a very pitiful expression. Seeing this scene and hearing the words of the big fat bear, Tong Tian closed his eyes, falling silent for a long time. After a while, he opened his eyes and slowly exhaled, sighing, fine, senior brother is right. You, this foolish, this slick bear, truly has no connection with me as master and disciple. Buzz, as he finished speaking, Tong Tian waved his hand, and the Hunyuan flute automatically flew back, taking GunGun Ho-E and the 4 Buxiang at the entrance away. He'll give you this too. In the future, don't appear before me without reason. Tong Tian continued, throwing the purification drum he held into the void, making it disappear. Atop the Buzhou mountain, suddenly a fissure appeared in space, and 3 figures tumbled out from within. Oh! Rolling screamed, loudly flailing in the air. Brother Rolling, we are back at Buzhou mountain. Hunting the Sun, who was free-falling alongside Rolling, saw the majestic divine mountain below and excitedly shouted at it, suddenly realizing that he could speak. I know, Rolling shouted, covering his chubby face, and then bang! An innate, indestructible spiritual light suddenly appeared, crashing into his round belly, resembling a double-sided cylindrical drum. This is for you as well. Don't appear before me unnecessarily in the future, a voice echoed. As he reached out to take the magical treasure and hung it on himself, Rolling chuckled, then looked around and shouted, all right, take care, Celestial Lord. Oomph. The Celestial Lord snorted, and then sat silently in the Shangqing Palace, watching the disciples below, including Duobao, who lay unconscious on the ground with a very displeased expression. This is my disciple. 5 of them couldn't even defeat a Deluo. The training tasks must be intensified. Brother Rolling, stop playing. Let's go report to the Ancestor Witch. Hunting the Sun glanced at the pure drum hanging in front of Rolling's belly, saw it still shouting loudly, and with a hint of helplessness in his eyes shouted at it. Oh, fine. Hearing Hunting the Sun's discouraging words, Rolling's laughter stopped. He pouted and said, then, with a flash of divine light, they safely landed at the residence of the Houtu tribe. We've returned home, and everything is taken care of. Finally, I can have a good sleep again. Rolling stretched lazily, happily exclaiming, hey, you still haven't given me the Qilin seal you promised. Hearing Rolling say he wanted to sleep, the 4 no-names immediately became anxious and called out to him. Upon hearing this, Rolling paused, realizing that there was still this matter left unresolved. Feeling a bit troubled, he scratched his head and turned to the 4 no-names, saying, all right, you wait here for a moment. I will go retrieve the Qilin seal for you now. The 4 no-names nodded, their eyes filled with fear as they cautiously looked around. This was Buzhou Mountain, the stronghold of the witch tribe, and they were unsure if this was akin to sending a sheep into a tiger's den. Brother Rolling, wait. Seeing Rolling turn to find Houtu, Hunting the Sun suddenly called out to him. What is it, Great Witch? Rolling, standing on his 2 bare paws, suddenly stopped, turning back to ask Hunting the Sun. Brother Rolling, although the Qilin seal is not comparable to the world-destroying Black Lotus, it is still an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. Are you really going to? Hunting the Sun frowned, feeling that this deal was not worth it. Great Witch, I am an honest bear. I promised to give the Qilin seal to Brother for no names, so I must keep my word. It's just an exceptional spiritual treasure, and gaining the allegiance of the Qilin clan is not a loss. With a swing of his bare arm, Rolling said cheerfully. Hearing the chubby bear say this, the four no-names admitted he was somewhat moved. Back then, when he went to the iron-eating forest to demand the Qilin seal, he ended up getting beaten. Perhaps it was because of his bad attitude at the time, and in any case, he surely had his faults. But, Great Witch, you promised not to ask me again. Don't think that just because I seem fine now, I'm actually still recovering from my injuries caused by lightning. Do you know that? As he spoke, a look of pity appeared on Rolling's face. Seeing this, Hunting the Sun became a bit flustered, stepped forward, and raised his hand to ask, your injuries were cured by eating 3 peach of immortality, right? 3 peaches of immortality can't offset the damage from the 9 heavens thunder. If I weren't a Deluo golden immortal with a solid foundation, that lightning strike could have directly removed my 3 flowers atop my head. In short, Great Witch, I beg you, let me off. Letting me off is also letting yourself off. As he spoke, Rolling turned and was about to take a step forward. Why say that it's letting yourself off? Regarding the matter of the Qilin seal, since Rolling had said so, Hunting the Sun had to stop asking. However, he was a bit confused by the last sentence and asked, because if I were struck by lightning and died, I would definitely take you along with me. Rolling said unhappily, then with a thud his bare paw landed on the ground, and with a flash of black and white light, the whole bear disappeared. Meanwhile, Hunting the Sun's face twitched slightly. Why does it sound like Brother Rolling is blaming me for being struck by lightning? What did I do wrong? Before the Panga Hall, a flash of divine light appeared, and a plump figure in black and white appeared here. Ancestor Witch, I'm back. Rolling raised both his bare paws, calling out to the inside through his paws. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, Huta's figure appeared. Rolling, did you encounter any dangers on this trip? Huta stepped forward a few paces, squatted down, placed her hand on Rolling's head, and gently rubbed it while asking. No, well, yes. Rolling nodded. What danger? Huta frowned, and her aura suddenly became sharp. I was struck by lightning, it's all Hunting the Sun's fault. Houtu, but forget it. Considering he has to bear the cost of my spirit fruits for the next 1,000 years, I'll temporarily forgive him. If he asks too many questions, next time I'll punch him into the blood sea for a bath. As Rolling clenched his bare fist while saying this. You sighed. However, Houtu looked at Rolling up and down, and upon seeing the pure drum hanging in front of his belly, her pupils shrank, and a glint flashed in her eyes. She continued, it should be fine, right? It's fine. The 9,000-year Ren water peaches are indeed great. I ate 3 and my injuries are almost healed, and my magical power is restored. Rolling looked down at himself, only able to see his belly and not his feet. Did the Ren water peaches come from AOU? How does the Ancestor Witch know? Rolling raised his head to ask. Hunting the Sun said so. That big mouth was spreading rumors in front of Shangqing that I had the world-destroying Black Lotus. If I had that treasure, I would have dominated long ago. Moreover, he didn't think about which of those possessing the 12-grade Lotus platform was not one of the top powers in the world. I had to Luo-Sai, forget it. If I call him that idiot, I will become an idiot myself. Rolling said with a face full of helplessness, then opened his bare paw and said to Houtu, Ancestor Witch, I've completed the task. Please give me back the Qilin seal. How have you completed it? I sense a Qilin aura appeared in Buzhou Mountain. It must be for no names. Are you planning to? Houtu frowned as she spoke. Ancestor Witch, trust me, I really won't suffer any loss. No matter how good the Qilin seal is, it's only an innate spiritual treasure. But what I plan to do is worth far more than a spiritual treasure. Seeing that Houtu was about to question him like Hunting the Sun, had Rolling hurriedly interrupted her, his chubby face filled with a mix of pity and sincerity. Seeing this scene, Houtu closed her mouth, her brows furrowed, and after a long silence, she sighed, opened her hand, and a golden light flashed as the Qilin seal appeared. She said, forget it, this was originally your magic treasure. You just need to know for yourself. I know very well. Rolling smiled, nodding repeatedly, then reached out to take the Qilin seal. By the way, Rolling, what's that drum on you? When Rolling received the Qilin seal, Houtu suddenly asked him curiously. Oh, this is the pure drum that Celestial Lord Shangqing gave me, an upper grade, innate spiritual treasure. This question was not a big deal, and Rolling answered casually. Oh, upon hearing this answer, Houtu nodded, thinking to herself, it really is that fat guy. The Qilin seal has been retrieved. GunGun immediately bid farewell to Houtu, and in a flash of black and white light, he vanished from his spot to seek out the iron-eating beast. He felt drowsy and knew he had to resolve this matter quickly before he could rest properly, or else the incessant yawning would be unbearable. After GunGun left, Houtu stood up and softly said, it seems without a doubt that it is GunGun. I can hardly accept that a shaman of our witch clan would be an iron-eating beast. A detached voice resonated from behind Houtu, and then Dijiang strode out from the Panga Hall. Houtu turned around and looked at Dijiang saying, "But brother, isn't the demon clan's demon master also the prince of the Feng clan? Compared to that, isn't it not so bad for a shaman to be GunGun?" "That's true, but still that bear has been with us for over 100,000 years, unlike Dijuan and Tai, who forced Kunping to join the heavenly court, only to soon reappoint him as a demon master. It doesn't sit right with me." As he spoke, Dijiang snorted coldly, and then instructed Houtu, "During this period urge that bear to step up its efforts and contribute to our witch clan's script as soon as possible. Tell it that all the merits it gains will belong to it, including those that fall upon our witch clan. No witch will compete with it." Houtu nodded and replied, "Understood, brother." Meanwhile, at the residence of the Houtu tribe, a flash of black and white light appeared, and GunGun returned. "So did you bring it back?" Seeing this, Sabu Xiang immediately rushed over and asked eagerly. "Yes, here you go," GunGun said, lifting his bare paw as a seal emerged, radiating a golden divine light heavy with pressure. "The Qilin seal, my father's companion spiritual treasure, I finally see you again." Looking at the Qilin seal in GunGun's hand, Sabu Xiang's eyes instantly welled up with tears as he cried out. Then a flash of yellow light enveloped him, transforming him into a somewhat ugly youth who reached out to take the Qilin seal. "Wait." GunGun closed his bare paw and looked at Sabu Xiang saying, "What do you want to back out?" "I never go back on my word. Even if I regret it, I will not retract it. So why won't you give me the Qilin seal now? You promised to lead the Qilin clan to submit to the Witch clan and connect our fates with the Witch clan. Only then will I give you the Qilin seal," GunGun reminded. Upon hearing this, Sabu Xiang took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, wiped away his tears, raised his head, and shouted, "Heavenly Tao above, I Sabu Xiang swear in the name of the Qilin Emperor's legitimate son that my Qilin clan shall henceforth submit to the Witch clan and connect our fates with the Witch clan, sharing honor and disgrace. If I violate this oath, may my clan face heavenly retribution." Boom. Suddenly the sky erupted, dark clouds rolled in, and a strange phenomenon occurred. The heavenly oath was established, and from then on the fate of the Qilin clan was intertwined with that of the Witch clan, inseparable. Looking up at the sky, a hint of joy flashed across GunGun's face. Although the fate of the Qilin clan was already connected with that of the Iron-Eating Beast clan within the Yuqing Palace, and the fate of the Iron-Eating Beast clan was connected with the Witch clan at that time, Sabu Xiang had not yet submitted to the Witch clan, nor had he actively allowed the Qilin's fate to intertwine with the Witch clan. Therefore, the connection was not very strong. However, now it has become so intertwined. Moreover, with my 12-grade pure world White Lotus suppressing the fate of the Iron-Eating Beast clan, it can indirectly stabilize the connection. Thus, after the great calamity of the witches and demons, even if the Witch clan and the Iron-Eating Beast clan are burdened with karma with the merits of the underworld and the central land Qilin, it is unlikely to end too tragically. No, the fate of the Witch clan will not be too tragic. The original fate of the Iron-Eating Beast clan is firmly suppressed by the pure world White Lotus. Moreover, since they are not the main characters of the battle, even if they are somewhat affected and experience some fluctuations, they should still be able to contain it. Alright, can you give it to me now? At this moment, Sabu Xiang lowered his head and said to GunGun, "Oh sure, here you go," GunGun said with a smile, then opened his bare paw. Sabu Xiang immediately snatched the Qilin seal, holding it tightly. He then looked at GunGun with confusion and asked, "The Qilin seal is a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Are you really willing to part with it?" "Of course I am willing," GunGun nodded. "Is it just to connect the fate of our Qilin clan with the Witch clan?" "No, it is also to connect with our Iron-Eating Beast clan," GunGun corrected him. "I don't understand why you are doing this," Sabu Xiang said. Although he was somewhat dull, he was not foolish to the extreme. He genuinely did not understand what benefits GunGun would gain from this. The fate of the Qilin clan is not significantly stronger than that of the Iron-Eating Beast clan, and it cannot be compared with the Witch clan. Perhaps for a future, GunGun pondered for a moment and said, then a radiant smile appeared on his chubby face. "Future? Yes." Not saying more, otherwise he would be struck by lightning again. "Sabu Xiang, from now on we are one family of immortals. The Heavenly Sovereign said to let you stay here a bit longer. I will call the Witch clan over to entertain you, to arrange your accommodations, and let them show you the beauty of Buzhou Mountain. This place is the pillar of heaven, full of spirit and elegance, not at all inferior to Kunlun." Huh. As he spoke, GunGun could not help, but yawned, then wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth with his bare paw, and turned his gaze to Hou-Yi, who was silent beside him. Great Witch asked the witches to come and entertain Sabu Xiang. GunGun called out to Hou-Yi. "Sigh." Hou-Yi sighed and reluctantly replied, "All right." Then he clapped his hands, and soon 2 witches came over, taking Sabu Xiang to arrange his accommodation. Their attitude was quite decent. After all, the Witch clan had many subordinate races, and often high-ranking members of other races would come to Buzhou Mountain for visits and stay for a while. After Sabu Xiang left Ho, he walked towards GunGun and said, "Brother GunGun, I want to question you about the deal you made with Sabu Xiang regarding the Chilan seal, but I thought about it just now, and something seems off. You said the black light I saw earlier came from you, but why would you emit light while swimming? Also, don't you usually emit both black and white divine lights together? You really do not have the world-destroying Black Lotus. GunGun, why are you silent? Great Witch, come here. Do you want to see the world-destroying Black Lotus? I have it here." GunGun took a deep breath, raised his bare paw, and gestured for Ho-E to come closer. "What, you really have it? Then why did you deny it several times before?" Ho-E exclaimed in surprise, then bent down to bring his head closer to GunGun, and suddenly bang. A massive bare paw slammed into his face, followed by GunGun executing a splendid spin kick. In an instant, caught off guard, Ho-E was sent flying, transforming into a meteor and disappearing into the horizon. "The world-destroying Black Lotus, I've already said I don't have it, and you still ask." Looking in the direction where Ho-E disappeared, GunGun snorted and then took out a treasure map from his personal world. He opened it and muttered, "There's nothing here. How could one go to such a place?" Sighed. He then put away the treasure map, closed his eyes, and fell backward. Bang! Instantly the ground trembled violently as Lord Ancestor Bear began to sleep. Unknowingly, half a year passed. GunGun was still here, sound asleep. Occasionally it would turn over, scratch its backside, and sleep so deeply. During this time, many shamans wanted to move it to the Bear Hall, after all the war pet of the illustrious Earth Mother ancestor, which was a Deluo golden immortal. It was rather unbecoming for it to be lying on the ground like this. Those unaware might think that our witch clan was mistreating it. However, this bear was a bit heavy, and not just any shaman could lift it. Strangely enough, when it was being carried outside, this fat bear weighed at most 10,000 gene, but when it was asleep, well, it felt like it weighed either 800,000 gene or 1,000,000 gene. In any case, it could not be lifted. As the ordinary shamans were unable to lift it, the great shamans stepped in. There were many great shamans in the witch clan, but apart from a few such as Ho-E and Xing Tian, who were Quasi saints, the rest were all Deluo golden immortals. However, they had strong physical bodies and immense strength, so lifting GunGun wouldn't be difficult. After all, if one couldn't do it, two could. If two couldn't, three could. There would always be a way to lift it. But no matter how the ordinary shamans tried to lift it, they could not disturb GunGun's sleep. However, the great shamans were different. Moving about, they occasionally grabbed its four bare paws in an attempt to lift it, and some even held its head, causing it to raise and lower its head uncomfortably. This disturbed its sleep greatly, and thus a thread of Tao rhythm emanated from the frowning GunGun, enveloping the entire area within a 9-foot radius. Instantly, the great shamans within this range collapsed, falling asleep alongside GunGun, creating a rather warm scene. Witnessing this, the other shamans who were farther away were all terrified and hurried to report to the ancestor witch. Ultimately, Houtu spoke, allowing them to sleep. They were all Deluo golden immortals. It did not matter where they slept as long as the guests visiting from Buzhou Mountain were not disturbed. Thus, undisturbed, the exhausted Kunlun group, along with GunGun, who had also been struck by lightning, happily continued their slumber. As it turned, its bare paw accidentally kicked a great shaman a few times. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Court, in front of the South Heaven Gate, Emperor Dijun personally led the myriad clans to line up and welcome the arrival of the Demon Master. The radiant divine light illuminated the vast sky, and countless birds formed a bridge to the north underworld with their bodies, creating an incredibly grand scene. Before long, a black light flashed across the underworld sea. A young man in a black long robe with a sullen expression appeared. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stepped onto the divine bridge, walking towards the heavenly court. With each step, he teleported 3,000 miles. Seeing this, Aou standing a bit behind Tai, he snorted softly and then turned to leave. Tai hurriedly turned to call out to Aou. Hearing his voice, Aou paused and softly said, "Your Majesty, I suddenly feel unwell. Perhaps I am still recovering from my injuries sustained in Penglai. I need to go heal and will not welcome the Demon Master. Please explain to the Demon Master on my behalf later. I take my leave." After saying that, Aou flicked his sleeve and strode away. Tai watched Aou's receding figure. This time he did not call him back, only displaying a complex expression, muttering a phrase. Still so young, too naive. They do not know that those in higher positions should keep their emotions hidden. Tai, this child needs further guidance. Dijun gazed ahead at the approaching Kun Peng, not turning back to look at Aou, and casually said to Tai, "Elder brother Aou and Kun Peng are mortal enemies. He is merely momentarily unable to think clearly. It is not intentional disrespect. Please forgive him." Tai turned and said to Dijun somewhat awkwardly, "I am not blaming him. I already know the child's identity." The last half of the sentence Dijun communicated to Tai using a secret sound transmission, then shot him a glance. "Elder brother Tai," he suddenly panicked. "If this is your doing. I have said why the ancestor dragon dislikes him so much. Is it really just because of fate?" "It's nothing. Just remember you are the emperor of the demon clan. You need to keep a check on such matters in the future. With that, Jun cut off the secret sound transmission, turned his head, and continued to gaze at Peng. Yes, I remember. Tai, he said, his expression somewhat awkward. Meanwhile, by the river of heaven. Your Highness. Mengzhong bowed to Ao Yue, who had arrived here. Mengzhong, what are you doing here? Did you not return to the East Sea? Ao Yue stopped and asked Mengzhong. Your Highness, I know you are in a bad mood today, so I specially waited for you here, Mengzhong replied. Hearing this, Ao Yue paused his gesture of brushing his sleeves and looked at Mengzhong in surprise. Uncle. Yes. Why did Uncle summon me back? I do not know, but... At this point, Mengzhong's expression changed as if he were reluctant to say this. But what? Speak. Your Highness, the Great Elder's health is not good. The injuries from the three-clan battle have been acting up frequently recently, and he may not last long. Mengzhong spoke in a low voice, lowering his head even more. And upon hearing this, Ao Yue was completely stunned, his eyes uncontrollably reddened. Seconds later, he bit his lip hard, and with a flash of purple light, he transformed into a massive divine dragon 100,000 feet long, hastily flying towards the East Heaven Gate, shouting, "Let's go back to the Dragon Clan." Yes. With that, Mengzhong transformed into a blue dragon, closely following behind. Just as Ao Yue and Mengzhong were leaving the Heavenly Court together at the bottom of the East Sea, within the Ancestral Dragon Hall relocated to a small world. On a dragon chair beside the main seat, an elder with red skin, a pair of dragon horns on his forehead, and a feeble aura looked down at the countless dragon clan kneeling below and asked, "Has Yue not returned yet?" Replying to the great elder, Mengzhong has already gone to the Heavenly Court. The Highness will return soon. South Sea Dragon King Ao Kong answered with a sad expression. I am about to be unable to hold on. The Candle Dragon is the senior elder of the ancient dragon clan and the brother of the Ancestral Dragon. In the past, the Ancestral Dragon repeatedly suppressed Ao Yue and was even unwilling to designate him as the Crown Prince. It was the Candle Dragon who allied with many elders to mediate and protect Ao Yue, allowing him to smoothly ascend to the throne of the Crown Prince. Therefore, Ao Yue holds deep feelings for him. Upon hearing Mengzhong say that he is close to his end, he hurried back at the fastest speed. Roar. As the roar echoed, suddenly a dragon's chant sounded. A divine dragon several million zhang long passed through the barrier and flew into the small world, arriving before the Jade Stairs. In an instant, a flash of purple light transformed into a young dragon clan member dressed in white celestial attire. Uncle. Ao Yue had just landed and immediately looked up at the elder on the Jade Stairs, his eyes filled with worry. Roar. The next moment, a green dragon flew in, and Mengzhong also appeared in the form of the innate Tao body. He bowed respectfully to the elder seated above and said, Elder, I have brought the prince back. Good. The candle dragon nodded, then raised his hand towards Ao Yue, speaking in a hoarse voice. Child, come here, so your uncle can have a good look at you. Yes, uncle. Hearing this, Ao Yue quickly stepped onto the Jade Stairs, ran to the candle dragon's side, and grasped his hand worriedly, saying, Uncle Mengzhong said your injury. After 100 years your father Yuan Feng, and even the beginning Qilin, have all perished. If I can hold on this long, I consider it a gain. The candle dragon said with difficulty, smiling. Uncle. Upon hearing this, and witnessing the weakened state of the candle dragon, Ao Yue finally couldn't hold back his tears. Seeing Ao Yue in tears, the candle dragon's spirit momentarily became hazy, and a dignified face surfaced in his mind, thinking, Indeed, this child does not resemble my eldest brother, but he is strikingly similar to his mother in temperament. Thinking of this, he chuckled softly, then raised his other hand to wipe away Ao Yue's tears, comforting him. Do not cry. You are the crown prince, and crown princes must not weep. Even if all dragons were to cry, you alone must not shed tears. Child Mengzhong. Before Ao Yue could finish his words, the candle dragon continued, addressing Mengzhong below. I am here. Bring forth the Songlong whip. Yes. Mengzhong replied respectfully, then turned to leave. Soon he returned holding a long box crafted from 9 curved sandalwood, stepping up the Jade Stairs to stand beside the candle dragon and Ao Yue. Child, this is the spiritual treasure left behind by your father. After your father perished, I have been safeguarding it. Now my body can no longer protect it, so today I will pass it on to you. I hope you can use this treasure to protect our dragon clan's peace in the future. Saying this, the candle dragon coughed lightly, then flicked his finger. Instantly the box opened, revealing a golden gleaming divine whip that came into Ao Yue's view. Songlong whip, Ao Yue murmured as he looked at it. Your uncle has something important for you to remember, the candle dragon said to Ao Yue. Yes, uncle, I will remember. Ao Yue regained his composure and quickly turned his gaze back to the candle dragon, bowing respectfully. In the future, no matter what happens, you are always a member of the dragon clan, the true son of the ancestral dragon. You bear the future of the entire dragon clan upon your shoulders, and you must remember this. The candle dragon earnestly instructed Aou. Yes, I will never forget, child, Aou replied without hesitation. Looking deeply at Aou before him, the candle dragon then closed his eyes, a look of contentment appearing on his face as he murmured, "Then I can rest easy. Uncle, it's fine. Child Kunping has created the demon script, bringing forth immeasurable merit. The Phoenix clan now has a foundation for revival. You must strive to find opportunities for our dragon clan." The candle dragon, with his eyes closed, spoke softly. "Yes. All right, you all may leave. Yuer and Mengzhong stay." "Yes, we take our leave." The countless dragons kneeling below the jade stairs replied in unison, then bowed and slowly exited the great hall. Many dragons couldn't help but secretly wipe their tears, knowing that a significant event was about to unfold for the dragon clan. "Uncle." After the other clan members left, Aou asked the candle dragon, knowing he must have more to instruct him. "Child, opportunities must be sought, and your uncle will now give you a clue." The candle dragon suddenly opened his eyes and said seriously to Aou, "Clue." Aou was somewhat taken aback. "During this time my injuries have recurred, and I know my end is near. However, I do not know why a certain image keeps surfacing in my primordial spirit." "What image?" Aou asked. "The sky collapses, the earth shatters, and blood flows like rivers in the wilderness." "What? Moi." Upon hearing this, both Aou and Mengzhong were taken aback. Ignoring their astonishment, the candle dragon seemed somewhat absent-minded, continuing, "In this disaster that envelopes the entire wilderness, 5 figures wielding 5 spiritual treasures appeared to save the world from ruin." "Uncle, what are you saying?" Hearing the candle dragon's words, Aou found it too unbelievable. "The sky collapses. With the pillar of heaven, how is that possible?" "I also don't know what I am saying, but the image that appears in my primordial spirit is exactly like that. I couldn't see the appearance of those 5 mighty ones clearly, but I distinctly saw the spiritual treasures they held." Saying this, the candle dragon turned his gaze to the Songlong whip in the box held by Mengzhong and said, "Songlong whip, Zhuke flag, Xuanwu seal, Baihu order, and the Qilin seal. Then great merit will descend from the heavens, and peace will return to the wilderness." Aou's expression suddenly became somewhat complex as he thought, "Aren't these 5 spiritual treasures?" "That's right, they are the companion spiritual treasures of the leaders of the strongest races in the wilderness. I have already calculated the whereabouts of the Xuanwu seal and Baihu order. They are located in the western star tiger forest of the northern Nether Sea. However, I have yet to determine the whereabouts of the Zhuke flag and Qilin seal. Where this matter falls to you. You must gather the remaining 4 treasures. I have a premonition that this is our dragon clan's opportunity." As he spoke, the candle dragon's voice grew fainter until his eyes closed again, leaning back against the dragon throne motionless. It was not death, but a deep slumber. However, as he said earlier, it would only last for 100 years. "Your Highness, although the elder's vision seems absurd, it might not be untrue." Seeing that the candle dragon had fallen asleep, Mengzhong dared not disturb him and turned to Aou, speaking softly. "I understand, I know." Aou frowned, nodded, then turned and raised his hand to take the Songlong whip, the companion spiritual treasure of the ancestral dragon, from the box held by Mengzhong. Next, he gazed in the direction of the Buzhou mountain and murmured, "Zhuke flag." What did they say was the reason for seeing GunGun? Houtu lowered her arm and asked Xingtian. "They said that Aou invited it to a banquet in the East Sea and even brought an invitation, but they refused to give it to me, saying it must be handed directly to Brother GunGun." Xingtian replied, "A banquet?" Houtu turned her gaze towards the East Sea, her eyes seemingly piercing through space, witnessing the scene of dark clouds and thunder over the sea. She murmured, "How could they invite GunGun for such a thing? When did it have such a friendship with the dragon clan? It must have ulterior motives. What the ancestor witch said is true. Should I drive those dragons away?" Xingtian asked. "No, let me have a few words with GunGun first before deciding. Just let them wait there for now." Houtu pondered for a moment before speaking. "Yes, then I take my leave." Houtu nodded. Upon receiving a response, Xingtian's figure faded and then vanished. After Xingtian left, Houtu looked up again towards the heavenly court and murmured, "The Yao Master has been in the heavens for 100 years. It is time for my witch clan shamans to appear, isn't it?" Then she stepped towards the wooden house. Inside the wooden house, Ho-E and the Jade Rabbit were strenuously pulling at GunGun, trying to drag it down from the cauldron. Annoyed by the tugging, GunGun simply bumped its belly against the clean drum in front of it. Boom! Instantly the sound of the drum echoed, causing the small immortals like the Jade Rabbit to be knocked back. Even Ho-E was forced to take 2 steps back. "I'm stingy. It's just a little milk, you won't even let me finish it." GunGun turned around and yelled at them, and after speaking it jumped down from the cauldron on its own. Bang! The earth trembled violently. "Great witch, you this guy without any witch-like qualities, just wait. When you meet change the girl you truly like, I will definitely come and take her away and make you single for a lifetime." GunGun ran in front of Ho-E, raised its head, and pointed at him with its bare paw while shouting. After that it opened its other bare paw, a golden light flashed, and a golden carrot appeared which it casually threw to the jade rabbit. This is a brilliant golden carrot. Here you go, so you won't have to complain to the ancestor witch about me bullying you, humph, GunGun said to the jade rabbit. Brilliant golden carrot. Upon hearing GunGun's words, and looking at the golden carrot that was thrown over, the jade rabbit was momentarily stunned, and then suddenly the whole rabbit became excited, hurriedly reaching out to take it, and then found that it was indeed a brilliant golden carrot. Back then she was just a low-level, soft-boned rabbit spirit, and it was because of a fortunate encounter that she consumed a brilliant golden carrot which allowed her to break through to the immortal realm. How generous could this iron-eating beast be? GunGun, how could I possibly meet any girl I like? At this moment, Ho-E's helpless voice reached the jade rabbit's ears. She looked up and saw him crouching down, placing his hand on the shoulder of the iron-eating beast, comforting it. I'm not unwilling to give you beast milk, but that milk was prepared with great effort by the jade rabbit and the others for themselves. If it were my own, you could drink as much as you want. As for the girl I like, didn't I already promise you before? If she truly exists and you like her, then I will let her go to you, alright? Don't be angry. As he spoke, Ho-E gently rubbed GunGun's belly. I, GunGun, the great god-born extraordinary, have roamed the wilderness for so many years, yet now I can't even snatch a single drop of milk from a soft-boned rabbit. GunGun forcefully swatted away Ho-E's dirty hands that were playing around on its belly, feeling disgruntled. No, it's not like that, it's just that the jade rabbit is rather special. She is the one the ancestor which specifically instructed me to take good care of. Ho-E hurriedly explained. The ancestor which specifically instructed me. How could a great bear like me be treated worse than a rabbit? Where's the justice in that? GunGun hugged its two bare paws, feeling aggrieved. Then suddenly, boom. A loud explosion rang out in the sky. Great witch. GunGun's bare body trembled, and it quickly hugged Ho-E, looking up at the roof of the small wooden house in fear. Damn it, is it going to be struck by lightning too? That's too much. GunGun, it's fine, it's fine. This should be thunder caused by someone casting a spell. Ho-E patted GunGun's back. Casting a spell? Right, this level of thunder could not possibly be from the heavenly thunder. GunGun nodded, and then released its hold on Ho-E. GunGun. At that moment a clear and cold voice suddenly sounded. GunGun and Ho-E looked towards the door and found that it was Houtu. Ancestor witch. Great ancestor witch. Ho-E stood up and greeted Houtu together with GunGun. We pay our respects to ancestor witch Houtu. Seeing that Houtu had arrived, the small immortals like the jade rabbit immediately became extremely nervous, kneeling down and lowering their heads, not daring to look at her. Everyone rise. You may go down first, Houtu said to the small immortals like the jade rabbit. Yes, we take our leave, small immortals. The jade rabbit and the moon season fairy responded respectfully, then stood up, bent their waists, and quickly ran out. After they left, Houtu turned her attention back to GunGun and said somewhat helplessly, who said that your treatment was going to be surpassed by the jade rabbit. Don't you know in your heart if it will surpass or not? I can't count, GunGun pouted. Houtu cough, ancestor witch, just now GunGun and the jade rabbit were only playing, they didn't bully her. GunGun even gave the jade rabbit a brilliant carrot. I saw that. I know GunGun's temperament better than you do. Houtu glanced at Ho-E and said somewhat displeased. Yes, I spoke too much. Seeing that Ho-E admitted his fault, Houtu didn't say anything more. She stepped forward, crouched down in front of GunGun, placed her hand on its head, gently rubbing it, and then conjured a spirit fruit, handing it to GunGun, saying, You've slept for 100 years, GunGun. How was your nap? Spirit fruit. Immediately seizing the spirit fruit, GunGun opened its mouth and began munching happily, nodding in response. Good, very good. That's good to hear. Houtu chuckled lightly, then seemingly casually mentioned, earlier this morning there was a significant change in the celestial phenomena above the East Sea. It seems that the Zhulong has fallen, and you sent a messenger to invite you to a banquet to send off Zhulong. Would you like to go? A banquet. I'm willing to go, GunGun started to say, but suddenly stopped midway, blinking its eyes, putting aside the half-eaten spirit fruit, and looking up at Houtu, asking, Ancestor, which did you just say that you invited me to send off Zhulong? That's right. Isn't that the elder of the dragon clan, the brother of the ancestor dragon? It is him. I don't want to go, GunGun replied, continuing to eat the spirit fruit. Why not? I don't want to go, that kind of banquet isn't auspicious. GunGun responded. Is there such a saying? Houtu said lightly, then began to listen earnestly to GunGun's thoughts, wanting to discern something meaningful. Who would have thought that what entered her ears was, of course there is. Zhulong has the karma of the dragon Han, great calamity. If I, a great Luo golden immortal with profound fortune, were to go, what if I got affected? This spirit fruit is quite good, I should stock up on more next time. Houtu, just this, is that really the only reason you don't want to go? Don't you have any deeper reasons? What did they say was the reason for seeing GunGun? Houtu lowered her arm and asked Xingtian. They said that you invited it to a banquet in the East Sea and even brought an invitation, but they refused to give it to me, saying it must be handed directly to Brother GunGun. Xingtian replied, "A banquet?" Houtu turned her gaze towards the East Sea, her eyes seemingly piercing through space, witnessing the scene of dark clouds and thunder over the sea. She murmured, "How could they invite GunGun for such a thing? When did it have such a friendship with the dragon clan? It must have ulterior motives. What the ancestor witch said is true. Should I drive those dragons away?" Xingtian asked. "No, let me have a few words with GunGun first before deciding. Just let them wait there for now." Houtu pondered for a moment before speaking. "Yes, then I take my leave." Houtu nodded. Upon receiving a response, Xingtian's figure faded and then vanished. After Xingtian left, Houtu looked up again towards the heavenly court and murmured, "The Yao Master has been in the heavens for 100 years. It is time for my witch clan shamans to appear, isn't it?" Then she stepped towards the wooden house. Inside the wooden house, Hou-Yi and the Jade Rabbit were strenuously pulling at GunGun, trying to drag it down from the cauldron. Annoyed by the tugging, GunGun simply bumped its belly against the clean drum in front of it. Boom! Instantly the sound of the drum echoed, causing the small immortals like the Jade Rabbit to be knocked back. Even Hou-Yi was forced to take 2 steps back. "I'm stingy. It's just a little milk, you won't even let me finish it." GunGun turned around and yelled at them, and after speaking it jumped down from the cauldron on its own. Bang! The earth trembled violently. "Great witch, you this guy without any witch-like qualities, just wait. When you meet change the girl you truly like, I will definitely come and take her away and make you single for a lifetime." GunGun ran in front of Hou-Yi, raised its head and pointed at him with its bare paw while shouting. After that it opened its other bare paw, a golden light flashed, and a golden carrot appeared which it casually threw to the Jade Rabbit. "This is a brilliant golden carrot. Here you go, so you won't have to complain to the ancestor witch about me bullying you, humph," GunGun said to the Jade Rabbit. Brilliant golden carrot. Upon hearing GunGun's words and looking at the golden carrot that was thrown over, the Jade Rabbit was momentarily stunned, and then suddenly the whole rabbit became excited, hurriedly reaching out to take it, and then found that it was indeed a brilliant golden carrot. Back then she was just a low-level soft-boned rabbit spirit, and it was because of a fortunate encounter that she consumed a brilliant golden carrot which allowed her to break through to the immortal realm. How generous could this iron-eating beast be? "GunGun, how could I possibly meet any girl I like?" At this moment, Hou-Yi's helpless voice reached the Jade Rabbit's ears. She looked up and saw him crouching down, placing his hand on the shoulder of the iron-eating beast, comforting it. "I'm not unwilling to give you beast milk, but that milk was prepared with great effort by the Jade Rabbit and the others for themselves. If it were my own, you could drink as much as you want. As for the girl I like, didn't I already promise you before? If she truly exists and you like her, then I will let her go to you, alright? Don't be angry." As he spoke, Hou-Yi gently rubbed GunGun's belly. "I, GunGun, the great god-born extraordinary, have roamed the wilderness for so many years, yet now I can't even snatch a single drop of milk from a soft-boned rabbit." GunGun forcefully swatted away Hou-Yi's dirty hands that were playing around on its belly, feeling disgruntled. "No, it's not like that. It's just that the Jade Rabbit is rather special. She is the one the ancestor which specifically instructed me to take good care of." Hou-Yi hurriedly explained. "The ancestor which specifically instructed me? How could a great bear like me be treated worse than a rabbit? Where's the justice in that?" GunGun hugged its 2 bare paws, feeling aggrieved. Then suddenly, boom! A loud explosion rang out in the sky. "Great witch!" GunGun's bare body trembled, and it quickly hugged Hou-Yi, looking up at the roof of the small wooden house in fear. "Damn it, is it going to be struck by lightning too? That's too much." "GunGun, it's fine. This should be thunder caused by someone casting a spell." Hou-Yi patted GunGun's back. "Casting a spell? Right, this level of thunder could not possibly be from the heavenly thunder." GunGun nodded, and then released its hold on Hou-Yi. "GunGun." At that moment a clear and cold voice suddenly sounded. GunGun and Hou-Yi looked towards the door and found that it was Houtu. "Ancestor witch. Great ancestor witch." Hou-Yi stood up and greeted Houtu together with GunGun. "We pay our respects to ancestor witch Houtu." Seeing that Houtu had arrived, the small immortals like the Jade Rabbit immediately became extremely nervous, kneeling down and lowering their heads, not daring to look at her. Everyone rise. You may go down first," Houtu said to the small immortals like the Jade Rabbit. "Yes, we take our leave, small immortals." The Jade Rabbit and the Moon Season Fairy responded respectfully, then stood up, bent their waists, and quickly ran out. After they left, Houtu turned her attention back to GunGun and said somewhat helplessly, "Who said that your treatment was going to be surpassed by the Jade Rabbit? Don't you know in your heart if it will surpass or not?" "I can't count," GunGun pouted. Houtu cough ancestor witch, just now GunGun and the Jade Rabbit were only playing, they didn't bully her. GunGun even gave the Jade Rabbit a brilliant carrot. "I saw that. I know GunGun's temperament better than you do." Houtu glanced at Hou-Yi and said somewhat displeased, "Yes, I spoke too much." Seeing that Hou-Yi admitted his fault, Houtu didn't say anything more. She stepped forward, crouched down in front of GunGun, placed her hand on its head, gently rubbing it, and then conjured a spirit fruit, handing it to GunGun, saying, "You've slept for 100 years, GunGun. How was your nap?" Spirit fruit. Immediately seizing the spirit fruit, GunGun opened its mouth and began munching happily, nodding in response. "Good, very good. That's good to hear." Houtu chuckled lightly, then seemingly casually mentioned, "Earlier this morning, there was a significant change in the celestial phenomena above the East Sea. It seems that the Zhulong has fallen, and you sent a messenger to invite you to a banquet to send off Zhulong. Would you like to go?" "A banquet? I'm willing to go," GunGun started to say, but suddenly stopped midway, blinking its eyes, putting aside the half-eaten spirit fruit, and looking up at Houtu, asking, "Ancestor, which did you just say that you invited me to send off Zhulong?" "That's right. Isn't that the elder of the dragon clan, the brother of the ancestor dragon?" "It is him. I don't want to go," GunGun replied, continuing to eat the spirit fruit. "Why not? I don't want to go. That kind of banquet isn't auspicious," GunGun responded. "Is there such a saying?" Houtu said lightly, then began to listen earnestly to GunGun's thoughts, wanting to discern something meaningful. Who would have thought that what entered her ears was, of course there is. "Zhulong has the karma of the dragon Han, great calamity. If I, a great Luo golden immortal with profound fortune, were to go, what if I got affected? This spirit fruit is quite good. I should stock up on more next time." "Houtu, just this, is that really the only reason you don't want to go? Don't you have any deeper reasons?" Hearing the rolling heartbeat, Houtu's eyelids twitched slightly. She initially thought that the reason for GunGun's reluctance to go was the danger in the East Sea, such as the traps set by you were waiting for him to walk into them, and once captured, he would be coerced or tempted to join the heavenly court. Houtu did not forget the 2 invitations from Dongwang Tai for GunGun to ascend as a demon god, the latter even offering the innate spiritual treasure, the Tsurong 2 instrument lamp, as bait. Especially since that foul bird even wanted to take him as a mount, not knowing that this foolish bear is exclusively mine. How infuriating. The demon clan possesses the demon summoning banner. Once captured, if forced to give up a hint of true spirit, one must ultimately submit. Even mighty beings like Kunping have no way to resist. However, this bear actually hesitated over such trivial matters. What a surprise for Wu. Contemplating this, Houtu furrowed her brows. After a moment's hesitation, she tried to say to him, "GunGun, the candle dragon, has already perished with his death. The karma he carried has naturally dissipated as well. Even if you go to send him off, it wouldn't affect you." "I'm still not going. I don't like attending such gatherings." Upon hearing Houtu's words, GunGun raised his eyes, thought for a moment, and shook his head. "What if there are delicious foods at the gathering? How could there be anything good at such a gathering? It's crowded, and all around are the sounds of weeping. Ancestor Wu, am not an ignorant bear." As he spoke, GunGun finished off the remaining spirit fruits in his hands, then patted his bare paw and looked at the night outside, saying, "However, they specifically came to invite me at night. If I don't show some acknowledgement, it might spread, and certain meddling immortals might say that I, Lord Bear, lack manners and show no respect to the dragon clan." "So what do you mean?" Houtu asked. GunGun lowered his head, pondered for a moment, then clenched his right paw into a fist and struck it against his left bare paw, saying, "Got it." "What?" Whoosh. Under the watchful eyes of Houtu and GunGun tapped a claw, and instantly a divine light flashed, revealing a flower wreath in front of them adorned with 2 white cloths on which was written in demon script, "In memory of the great elder of the dragon clan, may the candle dragon deity rest in peace." The ending part had a signature respectfully offered by the iron-eating beast GunGun. "Ancestor Wu, could you please deliver this wreath to the messenger sent by Yue, and just say that our clan is busy with matters and truly has no time to attend. However, my admiration for the candle dragon deity is as vast as the heavens can witness. I deeply mourn the sudden passing of the deity and wish the dragon clan peace." As he spoke, GunGun picked up the wreath and handed it to Houtu. Upon receiving the wreath, Houtu parted her lips, wanting to say something, but for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Looking down at the wreath, she couldn't help but feel that this bear was becoming increasingly adorable. Ugh, what adorability. It's just that there are more and more tricks. Sending this wreath and saying rest in peace. He's already dead, how can he still be immortal? GunGun, brother, this is demon script, right? When did you learn demon script? At that moment, He pointed at the words on the wreath curiously. "Oh, didn't you learn it, great witch?" GunGun turned back to ask Hoi, "What do I need that for? I'm not a demon. I'm not a demon either, I'm an innate spirit. And when Kunpeng created the demon script, those scripts flew up to the sky. Didn't you and I see it together?" "That's what GunGun said." "How you learned it back then?" Hoi asked, somewhat stunned. "Yeah, it wasn't difficult." GunGun, since it isn't difficult, then you should be able to create which script, right? Upon hearing GunGun and Hoi's conversation, Houtu suddenly tossed the wreath aside, grabbed his shoulder, turned him around, and said seriously, "Yes, GunGun, brother, you have slept for 100 years. Now that you are awake, it's time to start creating which script." Hoi responded, also speaking to GunGun. Didn't I already say that I need 500,000 years to think it over properly? Startled by this suddenly appearing requirement, GunGun raised his bare paw and opened it, saying dryly, Hou mentioned that 500,000 years is a long time, but even if I can endure it, my elder brother and the other witch clans cannot tolerate that the demon clan has demon masters, while our witch clan has not had a witch appear for 500,000 years. Houtu was in a dilemma. Then I can't help it, otherwise the 12 ancestral witches should put in some effort, meditate together, and see if we can create witch script. GunGun said carefully. Houtu replied, Fat Bear, you know this will get you into trouble, right? GunGun brother Look Kuanping created the demon script with a quasi-saint body, shocking the entire primordial world. If you can create witch script with a great Luo body, your fame will surpass his instantly. Moreover, you learn the demon script so quickly, creating witch script should also be easy. 50,000 years. I think 500 years will be enough for you. Hou squatted down like Houtu, resting his hand on GunGun's belly, rubbing it, and said to him. Smack. GunGun swatted away Hou's filthy hand, looking bewildered at him, asking 500 years. Great witch, are you trying to kill me? Learning and creating are completely different things, okay? Besides, what do I need fame for? I can't eat or drink, and so many beings are watching me. GunGun pouted as he spoke. What about merits? Houtu glanced at Hou, who was taking the chance to rub GunGun, with a hint of warning in her eyes, then turned to GunGun and asked. Of course I want merits, but creating a script is truly difficult. Ancestor Wu, look, even Dong Wang Tai hasn't created a script. Kuanping is best at communicating with all things. In this respect, I really can't compare to him. GunGun said helplessly, and after speaking his panda ears drooped down. Seeing this, Houtu patted his head and didn't want to press him further. But suddenly she thought of what Zhu Juyin said he saw about witches, and her eyes lit up. GunGun, would dancing give you some inspiration? Houtu asked GunGun. Dancing? GunGun blinked. When did he develop this hobby? How come he didn't know? Yes, dancing in front of your precious cauldron while tapping the drum you have on you. Will that inspire you? As she spoke, Houtu pointed to the clean drum hanging on GunGun. No, ancestor, what you're talking about is performing a ritual. What, performing a ritual? Forget it, as long as it's dancing. Let's go, GunGun, let's dance. My clan's young men will watch you dance, come on. Not waiting for GunGun to finish, Houtu stood up, walked behind him, and pushed him hard. No, ancestor Wu, am a modest bear, well, I really can't dance in public. You can do it, I believe in you. Hou, you will be responsible for delivering the wreath to the Dragon Clan's messenger. You should know what to say, right? Yes, ancestor Wu. Hou replied with a smile, and quickly went to pick up the wreath. GunGun brother, dancing, how interesting. Quickly finish delivering it, then come back to watch. Thinking this, a flash of divine light passed, and Hou disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, on the other side, in front of a thatched cottage at the entrance of Buzhou Mountain. Boom. The thunder was shattered, and a figure staggered back a few steps. Cough, cough. Bien coughed several times, then raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at a female immortal in front of him, saying, The great witch of the 9 phoenixes possesses profound magical powers, and little dragon is willing to bow down in admiration. Humph. Hearing this, the stunningly beautiful Jufeng, who had a pair of wings behind her, snorted coldly, lowered her raised arm, and said to Bien indifferently, I thought the son of the ancestral dragon was formidable, but it seems he is nothing special. Little dragon is merely the 7th son born of my father's concubine. Today I was defeated by the great witch, and I can only blame myself for not continuing my cultivation in the past, and for not daring to tarnish my father's reputation. If the great witch truly wishes to witness the abilities of the son of the ancestral dragon, you may challenge my elder brother in the East Sea. Bien replied, neither humbly nor arrogantly. Enough. Just as Jufeng was about to engage in battle again, Hou's voice rang out, followed by a flash of divine light, as he appeared clad in animal skins and carrying a bow and arrows on his back. Hou, this demonic dragon has spoken disrespectfully. What do you have to say? Let me deal with him first. Jufeng looked at Hou and said, He is already injured. There is no need to continue the fight. Hou frowned and said, But there is an issue within the iron-eating beast clan. Brother Gun has no time to attend the banquet in the East Sea. This is a morning gift sent to you by them for your dragon clan. Without waiting for Jufeng to finish, Hou shouted at Bien, then tossed the garland in his hand to him. An issue? Receiving the garland and glancing at it, Bien was taken aback by this morning gift. However, it was not important, so he did not dwell on it. He raised his head and asked Hou, Then, when will ancestral bear be free? My elder brother still wishes to invite him to the East Sea for a discussion. Hearing the term discussion, Hou's lips twitched as he thought to himself, with Brother Gun's personality, would he go to discuss with other immortals? Impossible. If it were about eating, he might agree. Immediately shaking his head, he replied to Bien, I don't know either. You should leave. Do not come back to Buzhou Mountain in the future. The prince of the Dragon Clan is a guardian of the Demon Clan, so our witch clan does not welcome the Dragon Clan. Bien lowered his head, his expression somewhat grim, not because of Hou's words, but because he could not see Gun and the task given to him by Ao. you could not be completed. Not leaving immediately, he hesitated for a moment, then took out a jade talisman from his bosom and tossed it to Hou-yi, saying, "This is a letter from my elder brother to Ancestral Bear. Please pass it on for me, Great Witch." Opening his hand to catch the jade talisman, Hou-yi took a glance and noticed that a restriction had been placed on it. Unless forcibly broken, only designated individuals could read its contents. He lightly huffed and said, "All right, I will pass it on. Please go. Farewell." Seeing that the witch clan had repeatedly issued orders for him to leave, Bien could not stay any longer. He put away the garlands, saluted Hou-yi and Jiufeng, then transformed into a beast resembling a tiger and soared into the sky, flying towards the East Sea with several accompanying guards. Calling himself Little Dragon, but no matter how you look at it, he is clearly a tiger. Watching Bien depart, Jiufeng crossed her arms and snorted coldly. Bien is the offspring of the ancestral dragon and the princess of the tiger clan, so his appearance naturally differs from that of a true dragon. Hou-yi said calmly, then lowered his head to look at the jade talisman in his hand and said to Jiufeng, "I still need to see Ancestral Witch and Brother Gun. I shall take my leave." Having said that, his figure faded and he directly vanished from the spot, putting on airs acting as if he were very busy when in reality the one who is the busiest among the witches is me. Jiufeng said unhappily, then immediately sat down, continuing to guard the entrance of Buzhou Mountain. Outside Buzhou Mountain, Bien and the other dragon immortals flew swiftly towards the East Sea. Buzz, suddenly a beam of divine light appeared before them, revealing a figure within the radiance. Aou. At once the dragons came to a halt. "Elder brother, greetings, your highness." Bien and his guards all bowed to the divine light. How did the matter go? Still presiding over the funeral of the candle dragon in the East Sea, Aou, who had taken some time to contact Bien through magic, asked him. In response, "Elder brother, I did not see Ancestral Bear. In fact, the witch clan did not allow me to enter Buzhou Mountain, only permitting me to wait for news in the thatched cottage at the entrance." Bien replied respectfully. Hearing this, Aou frowned, and after a moment of silence he asked, "What about the letter?" "Since I could not hand it directly to Ancestral Bear, I took the liberty of giving it to Great Witch Hou-yi instead. I hope elder brother will not punish me for this," Bien said, lowering his head even further. "Hou-yi's way is acceptable, but the content of the letter will likely still be known to the witch clan. It seems I can only wait until uncle's funeral is over to personally visit Brother Gun," Aou said. "Bien, this matter is not your fault. You should hurry back to the East Sea with me to bid farewell to uncle." With that, the divine light along with Aou's figure vanished. "Yes, elder brother," Bien responded, and then set off again with his guards heading towards the East Sea. On the other side, in the heavenly court within the Lingxiao treasure hall. "Your Majesty, the candle dragon is dead. This is the perfect opportunity for our demon clan to completely subdue the dragon clan and seize control of the foresees. I request permission to personally lead 30,000 heavenly soldiers to attack the dragon clan." Stepping forward from the ranks of ministers, Kunpeng bowed to the Emperor Jun seated on the main seat. "What? Attack the dragon clan?" As soon as Kunpeng spoke, the ministers in the hall began to whisper among themselves, for the crown prince of the dragon clan is Aou, who is a guardian of the Eastern Emperor Tai. Now the demon master is talking about attacking the dragon clan. What is his intention? Demon master, the dragon clan is also a part of our demon clan. It is inappropriate to speak of an attack. Emperor Jun frowned and asked Kunpeng below, "Your Majesty, please distinguish between the guardian Aou and the dragon clan. Although Aou has entered our heavenly court and holds a high position as a guardian, the dragon clan has never submitted to our heavenly court, nor has Aou ever expressed a desire to incorporate the dragon clan into the demon clan. The realm of the foresees is vast with countless paradises and blessed lands within. How can we allow beings that are not from our demon clan to control them? For the long-term interests of our demon clan, I urge your Majesty to order an attack on the dragon clan." Kunpeng shouted loudly, then bent down, not raising his head for a long time, as if he would not stand up unless Emperor Jun agreed. This, Emperor Jun felt somewhat troubled, but was indeed tempted. After all, what Kunpeng said was true. Aou is Aou, and the dragon clan is the dragon clan. The dragon clan has not yet submitted to the heavenly court, and the realm of the foresees is indeed vast, containing numerous paradises and blessed lands such as Penglai, which lies within the East Sea. Presumptuous. Just as Emperor Jun was hesitating, a sudden loud shout rang out, followed by a beam of golden light shooting into the hall, landing beside him and transforming into a majestic and domineering sovereign. "Greetings, Eastern Emperor." Instantly, the ministers at the foot of the jade steps all bowed and greeted the newcomer. "The dragon clan is the clan of my guardian, who dares to speak of an attack. Kunpeng, do not think that because you bear the title of demon master, I would not dare to kill you." Tai stepped forward, looking down at the ministers below, and shouted sharply at Kunpeng. As he spoke, he opened his hand, and a black light flashed, summoning the demon-subduing banner. "Moi." At the moment Tai arrived, he raised his head, and seeing the demon-subduing banner, Kunping's pupils instantly constricted. The next second Tai was about to shake the demon-subduing banner. Tai, stop. At that moment Dijuan suddenly called out to him. Hearing Daijin's words, Tai frowned, hesitated for a moment, but still intended to continue shaking the banner. However, bang. Dijuan suddenly disappeared from the main seat, and appeared beside his right hand, seizing his wrist, and shouting at him, "Don't forget your identity. Do you still see the demon clan in your eyes? Give me the demon summoning banner." Dijuan said seriously to Tai, "Elder brother, give it to me, or are you going to fight me?" Dijuan frowned. Hearing this, Tai took a deep breath and in the end slowly released the demon summoning banner, slightly lowering his head and saying, "I dare not, little brother." "Oomph." Dijuan snorted, then took the demon summoning banner and put it away. He then turned to look at the Kunping and the various clan ministers below the Jade Steps, saying with authority, "The suggestion of the demon master I will consider. However, this matter must take into account the feelings of Protector Iwa. Therefore, I will wait for Protector to return and discuss it before giving a response. Everyone, you may leave the court." After saying this, Dijuan flicked his sleeves and turned his back to them. "Yes, we take our leave." The demon saints and many demon gods in the hall bowed to Dijuan and then successively exited the Lingxiao Palace. As for Kunping, although he already knew that with Dijuan present he would not let Tai really kill him, he still couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Dijuan take back the demon summoning banner from Tai. At the same time, he understood that it was impossible to make Dijuan decisively resolve to attack the Dragon Clan all at once, but it could only be done slowly. He then lowered his head and also said yes before turning to leave. Once all the clan ministers had left, only himself, Tai, and a few trusted minor celestial officials remained in the hall. Dijuan immediately turned around and glared at Tai, shouting angrily, "You fool! What were you doing just now, taking out the demon summoning banner in front of Kunping? Do you know what he would think? You are forcing him to rebel, do you understand?" "I don't know what he thinks, so I only know that if elder brother hadn't stopped me, he would be dead by now," Tai said, lowering his head, his tone indifferent. "You?" Dijuan, enraged, raised his hand as if to slap Tai, but after raising it, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and lowered his arm again, saying, "Kunping is the demon master, a teacher to the demons. Moreover, he is a quasi saint who has slain 2 corpses. He is the top deity of my heavenly court. In the future, during the battle against the Witch Clan, he will be of great use. Why do you want to kill him? Just because he suggested attacking the Dragon Clan? Elder brother Kunping and Aoyue are sworn enemies. My heavenly court cannot accommodate both of them at the same time," Tai replied, lifting his head to address Dijuan. "If in the end you are still doing this for Aoyue?" Dijuan snorted, his hands clasped behind his back, dissatisfied. "In the past, I tolerated your conferring him as protector. When you wanted him to lead the 6 celestial guards, I acquiesced. After understanding his true relationship with you, I began to understand your intentions. Therefore, I have been more tolerant of Aoyue. The rewards I gave her were not less. I even allowed her free access to the Golden Crow treasury. As for the magical treasures of the heavenly court, aside from the demon summoning banner, the chaos clock, and the river map and Luo book, she can take whatever she wants. I consider myself to have been exceptionally generous to her. How is this not enough? Yet now you still want to harm a major general for her. Tai, have you gone mad? Elder brother, I know you have great ambitions and wish to make the demon clan stronger. However, accommodating 2 quasi saints with a blood feud will inevitably lead to infighting. This will cause trouble one day. Right now, the fate of the Phoenix clan is already connected with my demon clan. Kunping's role has already diminished. This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Once he is gone, I guarantee that Aoyue will definitely lead the Dragon Clan to join the Heavenly Court, and my Heavenly Court can still gather the foresees." Tai advised Dijuan. "You are truly insane. A dignified quasi saint can be killed just like that." Dijuan shook his head in anger. "And what if there is infighting? The demon clan was built by us brothers to govern all clans, among which there are countless races harboring mutual grievances and killing each other. It is impossible to resolve all their enmities. As emperors, we only need to control the scale properly. As long as it does not affect the overall situation, let them fight among themselves." As he spoke, Dijuan forcefully flicked his sleeves. "But elder brother, ever since Kunping ascended to the heavens, Aoyue returned to the East Sea. During this century, I have summoned him back several times, and he has not responded to my orders. If this continues, I fear that one day he will truly break away from the heavenly court. If he dares to betray the heavenly court, I will destroy the Dragon Clan." "Elder brother, enough. It's just that he hasn't returned for a century. What's the big deal? Besides, Zhu Long has raised him. It is normal for him to return to the East Sea to accompany Zhu Long in his final days. There's no need to think too much about it. Since you are so worried that he will leave, why not go to the East Sea personally to see him? By the way, convey to him my hope that he can connect the fate of the Dragon Clan with the Demon Clan, allowing the Dragon Clan to merge into the Demon Clan. At that time, aside from a few important caves that need to be garrisoned by the Heavenly Court, the others can be governed by the Dragon Clan autonomously. Even the powerful of the Dragon Clan can ascend to the heavens to hold important positions. In short, I will not treat the Dragon Clan unfairly. So be it, I will still control the demon summoning banner in the future. You go see him, and after finishing this matter return to the Dongwang Palace to reflect properly. Humph. After saying this, Dijuan snorted and turned to disappear. Elder brother, Tai called out to Dijuan, but Dijuan did not linger and returned to Yaodi. Sighed. Seeing this, Tai sighed. He truly wanted to kill Kunpeng just now. He knew that from the moment Kunpeng was revered as the demon master, Ayue had a thorn in her heart. Today, Kunpeng publicly suggested that the demon clan attack the Dragon Clan, clearly still remembering the enmity between the Phoenix Clan and the Dragon Clan. If they were both Tai Golden Immortals, or even Deluo Golden Immortals, it would be fine, but they were both Quasi Saints who had slain 2 corpses. This would inevitably lead to trouble one day. Cutting off the problem is better than letting it fester. Dealing with Kunpeng early on would cause the demon clan to lose a powerful being, but in the long run it might not be a bad thing. However, Elder Brother was unwilling. In fact, if it came down to it, although his cultivation was the same as Daijin's, his combat power was still somewhat higher. However, could he go against his brother? No, he could not. Thus, turning to look outside the Lingxiao Palace, gazing through the void at Kunpeng, who was chatting with Bays and other demon saints, Tai furrowed his brows tightly. After a long time, he sighed in his heart. Forget it, I hope nothing will happen in these 100,000 years. After the battle between the witches and the demons, I will deal with you. Oomph. With that, Tai also snorted, and then used the Jinwu transforming rainbow technique, turning into a beam of light that shot out from the hall heading towards the East Sea. On the other side, in the Houtu tribe of Mount Buzhou, the bear GunGun stood with a blank expression on an open ground, feeling a sense of despair. Houtu said to GunGun, "GunGun, it's time, let's begin." Then she sat down cross-legged beside him. GunGun said, "Don't be so shy, it's alright, just jump. Didn't you dance splendidly back on Xiaoyu Mountain when dealing with those grievances and monster souls? I heard from Hui that you encountered the army of Bays on your way to Penglai, and you danced back, then even capturing the monster god Bifong. So you have nothing to be shy about now, here, take this." Seeing GunGun standing there motionless, Houtu continued, and with a flick of her arm, she tossed a ginseng fruit to him. With a slap, GunGun raised his paw to catch the ginseng fruit, glanced at it, and thought, did I just steal this from Jinyu? So many ginseng fruits. GunGun, come on, dance for us. Houtu said again. Yes, dance. GunGun, brother, dance for us. Hurry up and dance. Seeing that the ancestral shaman had taken the lead, all the shamans sitting on the ground waved their arms and shouted loudly. This scene frightened GunGun. Are they forcing a bear to perform? I am a national treasure and you all are pushing me to dance in public. This is mistreatment of a national treasure. Don't you know there will be retribution for this? GunGun, brother, here's another one for you, come on, dance. I've been so bored lately and really want to see you dance, don't let your brother down. At this moment, a great shaman opened his hands, revealing a purple spiritual fruit, which he tossed to GunGun, calling out to him. Catching the fruit, GunGun looked at it and recognized it as a purple leaf orchid fruit, a high-grade, post-heaven spiritual fruit. Although it was far inferior to the ginseng fruit, it was still a rare spiritual fruit. Yes, I also have a spiritual fruit here, a post-heaven little peach, a trophy I got from my last trip to Penglai. GunGun, brother, take it and dance. I also have a golden flame fruit that can increase 3,000 years of magical power. GunGun, brother, take it. I have a jar of beast milk which was seized during the campaign against the tiger tribe. GunGun, brother, here you go, hurry up and dance. The gathered shamans shouted at GunGun, tossing one item after another to him. Before he knew it, GunGun's arms were filled with spiritual fruits, and there were many jars of beast milk and fruit wine at his feet, along with some divine weapons. GunGun, can you dance now? Look at everyone, they are all waiting for you. Houtu asked with a smile. GunGun opened his mouth, wanting to refuse, but feeling the spiritual fruits in his arms and glancing at the jars and weapons at his feet, he found it hard to utter the words of rejection. But what is this? Are you trying to tempt me to perform? What do you think I am, a bear? I am an ancestral bear, a steel-eating beast, not one of those worthless bears. I have my dignity. Suddenly a divine light flashed and Hui appeared next to Houtu, first bowing respectfully to her, then looking at GunGun with a smile. GunGun, brother, it seems I'm not late. Here, take this, dance well, and I'll dance with you later. After saying this, a divine light flickered in Hui's hand, revealing a jar filled with the milk of a great Luo-level cloud-hunting leopard, the same type of milk that the jade rabbit uses for tea. He then tossed the jar to GunGun, which landed steadily beside his paw alongside the other jars and divine weapons. Looking down at the jar, GunGun sniffed the fragrance of milk wafting from within, swallowed hard, and then raised his head to look at Hui, wanting to explain that he was not the type to perform for others. However, he found Hui already seated looking at him with expectant eyes along with the other shamans. At once GunGun found himself unable to say anything. GunGun, hurry up. Just like when you dance before, it's no big deal. Seeing GunGun still hesitating, Houtu spoke to him. That's right, GunGun brother, relax, it's nothing serious, just for everyone to have a good time together. Exactly, it's just for fun. The other shamans nodded and laughed. Hearing these words, and looking again at the spiritual fruits in his arms, GunGun hesitated for a long time, then sighed, muttering, "Fine, it's all your fault for being too enthusiastic. It's not that I am lowering myself to perform, I just can't resist your enthusiasm." Thinking this, GunGun stored the spiritual fruits into his personal space along with the items next to his paws, arranging them neatly by quality with a spell. Then he stood up, scanned the surrounding shamans, and helplessly said, "All right, I'll dance. All right, hurry and dance." As soon as GunGun said this, the surrounding shamans cheered and laughed, clapping their hands. They were unaware of the scene Candle Joanne had seen before. They just felt that life was too dull, and watching GunGun dance would indeed bring joy. Houtu, sitting with several great shamans, nodded at his response, a smile appearing on her face. Suddenly recalling something, she reminded GunGun, "GunGun, don't forget to bring out your precious cauldron and dance in front of it. You must also beat the drum while dancing, understand?" Upon hearing this, GunGun's chubby face twitched slightly, feeling that Houtu was asking him to perform a divine dance. However, controlling the spirit-cleansing cauldron from the spell's actions did resemble performing a divine dance, especially since Houtu had also asked him to beat the drum. GunGun suddenly thought of something, and the whole bear froze for a moment, then awkwardly began to feel that Houtu was making too many demands. First she wanted him to create characters, then to dance, and now she was piling on so many requests. If it weren't for the rewards, oh no, for your enthusiasm, I wouldn't agree to this, humph. GunGun grumbled in his heart, then said, "All right," and took out his spirit-cleansing cauldron from his personal space, placing it down with a loud thud. "Since I'm going to dance anyway, I might as well deal with those monster souls and grievances in the cauldron. Now that I have the cleansing drum from Tongtian, I don't have to sneakily pull out the pure world white lotus to purify the grievances anymore," GunGun thought in his heart. Then, under the gaze of Houtu and many surrounding shamans, he stepped back a few paces, faced the spirit-cleansing cauldron, took a deep breath, and began to dance, leaping and frolicking. On the other side, at Mount Bujo in the Houtu tribe, GunGun stood expressionless in an open space, feeling a sense of despair. Houtu said to GunGun, "It's time, let's begin." Then she sat down cross-legged beside him. GunGun said, "Don't be so shy, it's fine, just jump. Didn't you dance so well when you dealt with those grievances and demon souls at Little U Mountain? I heard Ho-E mention that you encountered the great army of Baizé on your way to Penglai, and you danced then too, even capturing the Baifeng demon god. So there's no need to be shy now, here, take this." Seeing GunGun standing still, Houtu continued, and with a swift motion, she tossed a ginseng fruit to him. With a slap, GunGun raised his paw to catch the ginseng fruit, glanced at it, and thought, "Did I just steal this from Xinyuanzi? So many ginseng fruits. GunGun, come on, dance for us." Houtu urged again. "Yeah, dance for us. GunGun brother, show us your dance. Hurry up and dance." Seeing the ancestor which take the lead, the gathered shamans surrounded GunGun, all sitting on the ground, waving their arms and shouting excitedly. This scene frightened GunGun. Were they herding a bear onto the stage? "Hey, I'm a national treasure. Forcing me to dance in public is abuse. You know there will be consequences for this, right? GunGun brother, hey, race another one for you. I've been so bored lately and really want to see you dance. Don't let your brother down." At this moment, a great shaman opened his hands, revealing a purple spiritual fruit, which he tossed to GunGun while calling out to him. Reaching out to catch the fruit, GunGun looked at it and recognized it as a purple leaf orchid fruit, a high-grade postnatal spiritual fruit. Though it was not as good as the ginseng fruit, it was still a rare find. "Right, I have a spiritual fruit too, a postnatal little peach, a trophy I obtained during my last trip to Penglai. GunGun brother, take it now, dance for us. I also have a golden flame fruit that can increase your mana by 3,000 years. GunGun brother, take it. I have a jar of beast milk from when we quelled the tiger clan. GunGun brother, here, come on and dance." A multitude of great shamans shouted at GunGun, tossing him item after item. Before he knew it, GunGun's arms were filled with spiritual fruits, and by his feet lay many jars filled with beast milk and fruit wine along with some divine weapons. "GunGun, is it time to dance now? Look at everyone, they are all waiting for you," Houtu asked with a smile. "Aye." GunGun opened his mouth to refuse, but feeling the spiritual fruits in his arms and looking down at the jars and weapons at his feet, he found himself unable to voice his denial. "But what was this? Tempting me to perform. What do you guys take me for? You should know I am an ancestral bear, a steel-eating beast, not some pathetic bear. I have my dignity." Whoosh. At that moment, a divine light flashed, and Ho-E appeared beside Houtu. He first bowed to her, then looked at GunGun and smiled. "GunGun brother, it seems I'm not too late. Here's another one for you. Dance well, and I'll join you later." Saying this, Ho-E conjured a jar containing the milk of a great Luo-level hunting cloud leopard, which the jade rabbit used as an ingredient for tea. However, hers was from a celestial-level hunting cloud leopard. Immediately Ho-E tossed the jar to GunGun, which landed steadily next to his paw alongside the other jars and divine weapons. Looking down at the jar, GunGun sniffed and caught a whiff of the milk's aroma. He swallowed, and then raised his head to look at Ho-E, wanting to tell him he was not the type to perform for others. To his surprise, Ho-E had already sat down looking at him with the same eager expression as the other shamans. Suddenly GunGun found himself speechless. With so many things GunGun, hurry up. Just like when you danced before it's no big deal. Houtu spoke to him as she noticed his hesitation. Yes, GunGun brother, relax. It's just for fun to make everyone happy. Ho-E laughed in agreement. Exactly, it's all about having fun. The other shamans nodded and smiled. Hearing their words and glancing at the spiritual fruits in his arms, GunGun hesitated for a long while. Finally, he sighed and muttered to himself, fine, it's all your fault for being so enthusiastic. It's not that I'm lowering myself to perform, I just can't resist your enthusiasm. Thinking this, GunGun stored the spiritual fruits in his small world along with the items by his paws. He arranged them quickly by quality and then stood up looking around at the shamans with resignation. All right, I will dance. Good. Hurry up and dance. As soon as GunGun said this, the surrounding shamans erupted in applause and laughter. They had no idea of the scene Jijiu-in had witnessed. They simply thought that life was too dull and watching GunGun dance would be quite a joy. Houtu, sitting with several great shamans, nodded at his response, a smile creeping onto her face. Suddenly recalling something, she reminded GunGun, don't forget to take out your treasured cauldron and dance in front of it. You must beat the drum while dancing, understand? Hearing this, GunGun's chubby face twitched slightly. He felt as though Houtu was asking him to perform a shamanistic dance. But how could GunGun, the great god, be? While manipulating the spirit purification cauldron through his dance did resemble a shamanistic performance, especially since Houtu was asking him to beat the drum. Suddenly GunGun thought of something and froze for a moment. Then, feeling a bit awkward, he thought, this Houtu first asked me to create characters and now wants me to dance. Why all these requirements? If it weren't for your enthusiasm, I wouldn't agree to this, humph. GunGun grumbled inwardly, but then said oh, and took out his spirit purification cauldron from his small world, placing it on the ground with a bang. Since I have to dance anyway, I might as well deal with the demon souls and grievances in the cauldron. Now that I have the pure drum from Tongtian, I won't have to sneak out the pure world White Lotus to purify the grievances. GunGun thought to himself. Then, under the watchful gaze of Houtu and many surrounding shamans, he stepped back a few paces, faced the spirit purification cauldron, took a deep breath, and began to dance joyfully. The dance of spirit communication, this was the technique that GunGun obtained along with the spirit washing cauldron from the system back in the day, and it is also one of the two methods to control the cauldron, the other being incantations. With a loud boom, as GunGun hopped in front of the cauldron, the lid suddenly flew open with a rumble, and a pitch-black beam of light shot out from within, piercing the heavens. Then GunGun began muttering something occasionally, slapping his paw, jumping back and forth, and even spinning around using the incantation to urge the spirit-washing cauldron to display its divine might, causing the remaining demon souls inside to disperse their memories and powers. Among the shamans, Houtu, who was seated in the center, looked at this scene without surprise, only furrowing her brow, feeling somewhat puzzled. Just now a voice from GunGun had reached her ears, but it was so faint that she could only vaguely hear the words, just right, White Lotus, leaving her confused about its meaning. Just right, does GunGun also want to dance? White Lotus, what White Lotus? Houtu thought to herself, puzzled. Suddenly the sound of drums began to echo, and Houtu paused her thoughts, redirecting her attention to GunGun. She saw the chubby bear raise its paw and start drumming on the cleansing drum hanging from its body, sending waves of purifying energy. Instantly, a desperate scream erupted from within the cauldron, followed by an angry shout from inside. You despicable and shameless bear, let me out. I, the deity, will tear you apart. Hearing this cry, GunGun paused its drumming, furrowed its brow, and then recalled that it was the despicable Bai Feng who had accused it of ambushing him. Let you out. I've already opened the lid. If you have the ability, come out on your own. GunGun snorted and then resumed hopping and chanting the incantation while continuously drumming on its bellish cleansing drum to purify the resentment within the cauldron. Damn it. You wait for me. Even if I lose my powers, as long as my essence remains, one day, I will come back for you. Bai Feng's primordial spirit shouted in anger, and then his memories were washed away, his powers dispersed, and his primordial spirit began to disintegrate. Scare me. If you want to find me, come find me. I'm not afraid of you. You couldn't defeat me in this life. Do you think you can be stronger than me in your next life? GunGun scoffed. That voice just now was Bai Feng's, right? Houtu tilted her head and asked Ho-E. Yes, Ancestor Witch, Ho-E replied respectfully. He and GunGun really have a fate together, she added. Looking at GunGun dancing in front of the spirit-washing cauldron, Houtu chuckled lightly. What does the Ancestor Witch mean by this? Back in the day during the initial battle between shamans and demons, you were ordered to subjugate the Black Water Shin Snake clan and did not participate. I, along with San Gusi Galugu and Jioga, fought valiantly against Tai Yi. On the battlefield, GunGun had been fighting bravely, but suddenly Tai Yi used the Chaos Bell. Upon hearing the bell, GunGun was frightened and ran away from the battlefield. In the chaos, it inadvertently knocked Bai Feng, who was in a fierce battle with Ji Hua and Zheng Hui flying. Then Xing Tian took the opportunity to attack Bai Feng, severely injuring him. If not for Bai Ze's intervention, Bai Feng would have perished in that battle. Do you understand? Houtu spoke to Hui. I see no wonder Bai Feng was furious when he saw GunGun brother accusing him of ambushing him while GunGun brother was oblivious. It turned out to be like this. As she spoke, a smirk appeared on Hui's lips. In the chaos, knocking a demon god flying without even realizing it. This was something only this chubby bear could accomplish. Hui GunGun does not enjoy exterminating primordial spirits. After a while, it will definitely release Bai Feng's 3 souls and 7 spirits from the cauldron to allow him to be reincarnated. At that time, you should secretly follow him and eliminate him completely. Houtu continued to instruct Hui. Yes, Ancestor Witch, Hui replied, bowing his head. Then, like the other shamans, he resumed enjoying GunGun's dance. Although this dance of spirit communication is a ceremonial dance, ignoring its special power, the movements are quite to the taste of their shaman clan. Not to mention the way GunGun brother opens his arms and hops around is quite adorable. Haha. Watching Hui couldn't help but laugh. GunGun brother, you dance while I'll join you. At that moment, a rough shout suddenly rang out. It was Ganju, the great shaman, sitting to the left of Hui. He stood up happily and walked towards GunGun, and upon reaching its side, he began to jump along, letting out bursts of hearty laughter. Many shamans were infected by his laughter. Indeed, with the night sky overhead and the bonfire lit, dancing together was not a bad thing. Then another great shaman stood up. Count me in. Seeing GunGun brother dancing alone makes me a little anxious. GunGun brother, I'll learn this dance from you. You don't mind, right? The great shaman Min Xian laughed as he walked towards GunGun, then stopped behind it and began to mimic its movements, swaying and hopping. I'll join too. Me too. Haha, how fun. Life is long and the years are desolate. This is indeed a way to relieve boredom. Instantly, more and more shamans stood up, pairing up to dance the dance of spirit communication in front of the spirit washing cauldron with GunGun. Seeing this scene, Hui was somewhat stunned, then turned to Houtu and said, Ancestor Witch, if you want to go, then go. As long as everyone is happy, that is what matters, Houtu said lightly. Yes, thank you, Ancestor Witch, Hui replied with a smile, and then stood up to walk over, squeezing to GunGun's side and jumping along with it. GunGun brother, why did the cauldron light up after you danced? Is there some secret to it? After dancing for a while, Hui asked GunGun while still jumping. Hearing this question, GunGun paused its chanting for a moment and replied, this is not an ordinary dance, it is the dance of spirit communication. For beings with low powers, dancing is of no use, but for beings at the celestial immortal level, if they apply their powers while dancing, it can communicate with the spirit washing cauldron, leveraging its strength to guide the souls of the deceased. Guide. It means to capture them, then wash. Oh no, this requires an incantation. In any case, it is about processing them. GunGun explained. Can it also work for primordial spirits with low strength? It has nothing to do with the primordial spirit. As long as the power is sufficient, it's fine. The incantation is what has requirements for the primordial spirit, GunGun casually said, and then resumed reciting the incantation. During the battle against Bai Ze, many Tai Yi and even some Deluo demon souls were captured, and it would take some time to process them cleanly. Oh, I see. A low hum resonated as the spirit-washing cauldron began to stir, its black divine light shooting up into the sky, shining even more brilliantly against the bright moonlight. It seemed to leap and dance, suddenly turning to look at Hui and the several great shamans behind him, the corners of its mouth twitching as it said, "What are you all doing?" Hui chuckled and replied, "Just give it a try, have some fun. Just don't disrupt the cauldron's seal. We can't let the creatures inside escape." Feeling a bit uneasy, the spirit-washing cauldron pressed its 2 bare paws together and chanted a spell reinforcing the seal. This way, unless a corresponding spell was used, no trapped souls could escape, no matter what. Wait, didn't the cauldron's lid already fly off? Why aren't the souls inside escaping on their own? Oh, the lid flying off only means the spirit-washing cauldron can be used, which is a prerequisite for its operation. There are still other seals at the mouth of the cauldron that prevent the souls and resentful spirits inside from coming out. Originally, the spirit summoning dance could release them, but since I reinforced the seal with a spell, you see, without the spell they absolutely cannot get out now. With that, the spirit-washing cauldron opened its arms and began to leap and dance again, occasionally patting the purification drum in front of its belly to cleanse the resentful energy. Meanwhile, Hui, who was nearby, began to change expression as he danced. At first he seemed a bit dazed, then surprised, and finally an expression of disbelief spread across his face. The several great shamans behind him also exhibited similar reactions. Turning back to look at them, he could see the shock in their eyes. Then Hou turned back to gaze at the spirit-washing cauldron, hesitated for a moment, and with a thought he attempted to capture some souls. Suddenly the cauldron trembled slightly, and an eerie, unpredictable divine power spread out. Then the souls within 100,000 miles of the Buzhou mountain began to uncontrollably fly toward this place, as if drawn by an irresistible force. The great shaman noticed this and instantly widened his eyes, turning to glare at Hou. "You bastard, you actually want to increase my workload? You can really capture souls. Brother GunGun, why didn't you teach us this dance sooner?" Before GunGun could finish speaking, Hou, feeling that he had indeed captured quite a few lost souls, quickly turned to him with excitement. Hearing this, GunGun's voice suddenly choked, its plump face twitching. It could only think that it hadn't anticipated this, and also was it really appropriate to say so? Seeing that GunGun didn't respond, the excited Hou couldn't wait any longer. He quickly turned to the shamans behind him and shouted, "Brothers, learn this dance well from Brother GunGun. When we dance, use your powers to communicate with the cauldron and harness its strength to capture the souls." "What? Is this for real, eh?" Many of the smaller shamans behind, who were not as close to GunGun, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise upon hearing this. They immediately used their powers and started trying it out. The spirit summoning dance required at least celestial cultivation to communicate with the spirit washing cauldron. However, all the shamans present had a minimum of golden immortal cultivation, so GunGun immediately felt a series of powerful energies connecting to its cauldron, wildly drawing in souls within the range of its own power. What the hell is going on? GunGun was completely stunned. You shamans don't have a nascent soul. In the end, it will still rely on me to erase their memories, dissipate their powers, decompose their nascent souls, and send them to reincarnate. Now that you're all working so hard to capture souls, you're just adding to my burden. I refuse, I do not agree. Quickly, GunGun began to chant a spell to sever the connection between them and the spirit-washing cauldron. What's going on? The connection was suddenly cut off, and Hou was stunned. He then helplessly said to GunGun, "Brother GunGun, don't be so stingy. We're not trying to steal your cauldron. We're just having some fun. Right now is not the time for play. If this dance is executed well, it could be a significant means for us to deal with the demon race in the future. Please let us continue to borrow its power, okay? No way you'll exhaust me like this." GunGun cried out. "How could that be?" Hou asked. "The spirit summoning dance without the incantation can only bind souls. The subsequent steps require a powerful nascent soul to complete, which is exactly me. You all are here capturing souls, but afterward you leave everything to me. This is bound to wear me out." Saying this, GunGun bounced over to Hou and raised a paw, giving him a kick. Hou did not mind the kick, he just frowned, feeling a bit troubled. If what GunGun said was true, then this dance, while effective against the demon race, would indeed be quite limited. GunGun. At this moment, Houtu walked over from the side and asked, "How many souls can your cauldron hold?" Hearing this question, GunGun paused, turned to look at Houtu, and moved its mouth without immediately answering. "How many can it hold?" "Probably between a few 100,000 to a million. The strength of different beings' nascent souls and the space they occupy vary, so how would I know the exact number? A few 100,000 to a million." Stopping in front of GunGun upon hearing this information, Houtu's eyelashes twitched slightly. He then looked down at the bear before him and said, "If the capacity is large enough, you can initially store them in the cauldron and deal with them slowly when you have the time." "Lord Ancestor, I'm usually busy sleeping and can hardly find the time." GunGun raised its head and said with difficulty, "Huh." Hearing this, Houtu closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then opened them again and said calmly, "Then you should pass the incantation to your kin. The Iron-Eating Beast clan should have quite a few golden immortals and even some Tai golden immortals. Let them help you with the processing. How about that? I can agree to that." What else could GunGun say? This dance is called the spirit summoning dance, right? If the cauldron is not in front of the dancer while dancing, can it still connect with it? Seeing that GunGun had no objections, Houtu continued to ask, "That depends on how far away it is and the dancer's own power. Generally speaking, as long as you reach the golden immortal level, you don't need to worry about the distance. Of course, it must also be with the consent of the one holding the incantation, otherwise the connection can be cut off at any time." GunGun answered, "I see, very good, excellent," Houtu said softly after pondering for a while. Then, after a long silence, he suddenly commanded GunGun, "From today onward, you are responsible for teaching this spirit summoning dance to all the boys in my clan, no, all the shamans." Off. Hearing this, GunGun's mouth dropped open in shock. Soon the news that the war pet of Houtu ancestor, which would teach the Wu clansmen the spiritual dance, spread throughout the entire Buzhou mountain. Subsequently, the Wu people who received the news hurried to the Houtu tribe's base to participate in the learning. Regarding Houtu's requirement to not only finish dancing, but also to continue dancing and become a dance master, GunGun felt an instinctual rejection. However, looking at Houtu and the many powerful witches surrounding him, he suddenly felt a bit timid. Oh no, it was from the heart. Damn, indeed, a bear mixed in with a group of muscle-bound Wu clansmen feels quite uncomfortable at times. To have me teach a dance, if this gets out, how will the beings of the primordial world view me, the great GunGun? Oh, so you are this kind of bear that likes to dance. The first iron-eating beast in the world, shouldn't you be fierce? How can you be so cute and dance? Iron-eating beast. Haha, even their ancestor bear is a dancing bear. What kind of deterrent power can such a race have? Thinking of this, GunGun trembled his bare body and shook his head furiously. However, as a small Deluo golden immortal, how could he resist Houtu and the many powerful witches? After a round of rolling and rejecting, there was no way out. In the end, holding a pile of spirit fruits, he was lifted up by Houtu, and he could only nod reluctantly, agreeing to this humiliating affair. What was soon after the dance class began under the bright moonlight. In front of the Pango Hall, the 12 ancestor witches gathered together, looking at the distant scene of hundreds of thousands of Wu clansmen hopping after a bear, their expressions very complex. In fact, the number of Wu clansmen is not limited to hundreds of thousands, but their influence is widespread, and currently only these are stationed at Buzhou Mountain. Cough, little sister, the spiritual dance you mentioned is indeed valuable, but I really cannot accept this kind of scene. Finally, GunGun coughed, breaking the silence, and spoke to Houtu. That's right, we hope your war pet can create Wu script and teach our clansmen writing, not to teach us dancing. What is this creating Wu dance? Zhurong responded, then covered his face with his hand, unable to bear to look. How can you say that? I find this dance quite interesting, and that bear raised by the little sister hopping around is truly adorable. I really want to rub its belly and head. Xianming said with a smile. We Wu clan do not need interesting and cute, we only need majesty. Zhangliang retorted. Enough. At this moment, Di Jiang spoke up, and immediately the other ancestor witches shut their mouths, waiting for the elder to speak. Whether it's dance or Wu script, in any case, we welcome anything that benefits our Wu clan. This spiritual dance can restrain demon souls. That cauldron I just checked is the top-grade innate spirit treasure, the spirit washing cauldron. Its power is extraordinary. Combined with the ritual dance of this spirit treasure, even if it cannot deal with Di Jun and Tai Yi, at least it can have an effect on those Deluo demon gods. Why shouldn't our Wu clan learn such a dance? Saying this, Di Jiang said to Houtu, little sister, well done. Thank you, elder brother. Houtu bowed her head to Di Jiang, then raised her head and suggested, elder brother, before this dance, apart from GunGun, no living being in the primordial world understands it. It is also the first master of the spirit washing cauldron. I believe we can now declare to the heavenly Tao. Let that bear of yours declare it itself. Our Wu clan does not converse with the heavens. Di Jiang thought for a moment and said to Houtu, this is... Houtu replied. Then she parted her lips slightly and transmitted her voice to GunGun. In the open space, GunGun, who was teaching hundreds of thousands of Wu clansmen the spiritual dance, had a blank expression. The bear seemed to be in despair. It decided that after finishing the dance, it would return to the iron-eating forest for 100,000 years to calm down. It absolutely would not admit that it wanted to go back, because it was too embarrassed to face others. GunGun, that spiritual dance is unique to you. Today, as you pass it to the Wu clan, you can declare to the heavenly Tao, from now on it is the dance of the Wu clan, and you will become a shaman. Suddenly, Houtu's voice reached GunGun's ears. Hearing this, GunGun's dancing paused for a moment, and his chubby face twitched violently. A shaman born from dance. This is to write me, the great GunGun, into the history of the primordial world. To let future gods and demons know that I, the great GunGun, am a bear that teaches witches to dance. I absolutely will not. GunGun merits. Just as GunGun was about to refuse, suddenly another voice from Houtu came over. Heaven will bestow a great responsibility on this bear. It must first suffer its heart and labor its muscles. I, the great GunGun, am fortunate today to become a shaman and to embody the virtue of education. How honorable. What is mere face? I am not that kind of superficial bear. GunGun took a deep breath, puffed up his chubby face, and thought to himself. Then, wiping his face, he raised both bare paws and began to dance again. Following that, he channeled his magical power and shouted to the sky, heavenly Tao above, I, GunGun, now pass the innate spiritual dance to the Wu clan. From now on, Wu clansmen can use this dance to bind spirits, summon souls for sacrifices. Wu dance appear. As the words fell, a white divine light shot out from GunGun's body, soaring into the sky, transforming into various dance movements, presenting itself to the beings of the primordial world. Then boom! The sky shook violently, clouds rolled, and a huge golden cloud of merit appeared, descending toward Buzhou Mountain. It worked, really. In front of the Pangu Hall, seeing this scene, GunGun's eyes widened, excited, yet somewhat bewildered. Demon script Wu dance is also fine. If our Wu clan shamans appeared because of the creation of writing, then wouldn't we be behind the demon clan? Dance and writing are different. If it's late, it's late. It doesn't matter. Zhu Jiuyin said. Hearing this, the ancestor witches thought for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. Even Gong Zhurong and Xiangliang did the same. On the other side, looking up at the huge golden cloud of merit descending toward him, Gong's eyes widened, unable to resist swallowing. He didn't expect that the ritual dance accompanying the spirit-washing cauldron could indeed attract merit. However, no matter, he immediately pushed off with both feet, and the bear shot toward the cloud, grabbing and clawing, shouting loudly, "Mine." The next moment, Gong collided with the golden cloud of merit, and instantly boundless merit flowed into his body. Seeing this scene, Di Jiang clenched his fists and brought them to his mouth, coughed lightly, then said loudly, "Ancestor Bear Gong today passes to our Wu clan the spiritual dance, and shall be the first teacher of our Wu clan's education. Clansmen, join me in honoring the shaman." Yes, the hundreds of thousands of Wu clansmen, equally shocked by this sudden downpour of boundless merit in Buzhou Mountain, snapped back to attention upon hearing Di Jiang's words, and together they bowed to the sky, where Gong was loudly shouting, "We honor the shaman." Hearing the grand shouts coming from below and feeling the surge of merit within him increase by nearly 40%, his face twitched involuntarily. If possible, he still preferred the title of Great God. The term wizard really made him envision a bizarre image of himself dressed in a wizard's robe, wearing a hat and holding a staff. Taking a deep breath and shaking his head, he tried hard not to dwell on those thoughts. Then he raised his two bare paws and retracted the magical power circulating around him. With the merit he had accumulated, if he devoted it all to cultivation, he could easily break through the great Luo barrier, vanquish the benevolent corpses, and achieve the status of a quasi saint. However, he was unwilling. Compared to strength, he valued the merit itself even more. With merit, no matter what happened in the future, he would have a way out. Having only strength without merit was exemplified by the three clan leaders. After resting in the air for a while and regulating his breathing, he then descended from the sky, flying back into Buzhou Mountain. After today's events, he understood that he had made a name for himself in the primordial era. In the future, he would probably not be able to meet anyone for at least 100,000 years. The dancing bear, alas. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, within the Yao Master Palace, Kunping stared expressionlessly in the direction of Buzhou Mountain, feeling insulted. That fat bear actually became a wizard. The witch and demon clans were equally renowned, currently the strongest forces in the primordial era. One controlled the heavens while the other governed the earth, thus the statuses of wizards and witches were naturally equal. But that bear, did it truly deserve to stand on equal footing with me? Kunping truly did not know what to say. After a long while, he took a sip of celestial wine and sighed, saying, "You are all ridiculing me." In the heavenly court, at the Yao Pool, Emperor Jun, holding his newly born son Bo Zhua, gazed toward Buzhou Mountain with a furrowed brow. He was indifferent to the external forms of dance or writing. What mattered to him was the effect. The spirit-linking dance could bind spirits and contract souls, which posed a constraint on their demon clan. Originally, the witch clan was physically robust, while the demon clan possessed primordial spirits, each excelling in their own right. Now the witch clan could use this dance to counter primordial spirits. Although the specific effects were yet to be seen, it was certainly not a good thing. Thinking deeply, Emperor Jun pondered for a long time before shifting his gaze toward the Yellow River, murmuring, "It seems I should pay a visit to my friend Fuxi." Meanwhile, on Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones were discussing the Tao together. Suddenly, the commotion from Buzhou Mountain startled them. Looking in that direction, Tongtian spoke awkwardly, "That bear really is fortunate. This is not luck, it is simply that it possesses profound blessings, and there is a predetermined fate guiding it to bring forth the witch dance," Yuan Shi remarked, glancing at Tongtian across from him. "Isn't that still luck? That bear, aside from possessing a precious treasure and being quite slick, is utterly useless," Tongtian retorted. "Even if it is useless, it is still better than your recently acquired disciples. Just look at them. Aside from Duobao Jinling, Zhao Gongming, and the Sanchao sisters who have decent talent, what are the rest of your disciples? If this continues, Kunlun Mountain will be thrown into chaos." As he spoke, a look of dissatisfaction appeared on Yuan Shi's face. "You and I have a master-disciple bond," Tongtian emphasized. "Yes, every being that comes to seek a master shares a bond with you." Yuan Shi, "You. All right, stop arguing. I have a headache." Laozi gently tapped the low table, saying helplessly. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi and Tongtian immediately fell silent. However, Tongtian still glared at Yuan Shi with dissatisfaction, while Yuan Shi, having retracted his earlier displeasure, wore a calm expression, seemingly disinterested in further debating with his foolish younger brother. In any case, he thought as long as he did not find an opportunity, he would definitely clean up all those trash. A bunch of miscellaneous things, how could they deserve to be under my three pure ones? Ridiculous. By the Yellow River failed again. Nuwa, after yet another failed attempt at enlightenment, tossed the whip in her hand aside and sighed. Don't be discouraged to take your time. The Tao ancestor said you will definitely become a saint in the future. Fushi approached her with a smile, speaking gently to Nuwa. Brother, please stop comforting me. Look, Kuenping created the demon script, and that fat bear produced a witch dance. But for me, trying to create a species that can fulfill my Tao is so difficult. As she spoke, Nuwa shook her head, feeling a sense of failure. Originally, she hoped to prove her Tao and become a saint before the battle between the witch and demon clans to prevent their conflict and maintain peace in the primordial era. But it seems she had been too naive. You are pursuing the path to sainthood, which is naturally much more challenging than theirs. How can you compare? Regardless, I truly have no clues at all right now. As she spoke, Nuwa opened her hand, and the gourd whip automatically flew back, then she stowed it away. Since there are no clues, why not come with me for a walk? Perhaps we might gain some insights. Where does my brother want to go? Nuwa asked. How about the heavenly court? Not going. Penglai. Not going. Kunlun. Not going. Hee, how about Buzhou Mountain? It's been a while since you've seen Houtu and Chuanyuan, right? Seeing his suggestions continually dismissed by Nuwa, Fushi shook his head helplessly and smiled lightly at her. Buzhou Mountain would be great, it's just in time to see that wizard. Speaking of which, since I parted ways with Houtu all those years ago, I haven't seen it again. I wonder if it is still as fat. While saying this, recalling that plump black and white figure, Nuwa couldn't help but chuckle softly. Perhaps it has grown even fatter. Let's go, sister. Hee, as she said this, Fushi flicked his sleeves, stowing away his Fushi chin, and then strode away. Yes, brother. Nuwa nodded in response to Fux's back, and then quickened her pace to follow. On Buzhou Mountain, unaware that a distinguished guest was about to arrive after rolling down from the sky, he directly plopped down on the ground and looked at the hundreds of thousands of witches before him, saying this spirit-linking dance consists of these movements. The rest I projected using magical power into the sky, which can last for a day. You all can go see it for yourselves. Yes, wizard. The numerous witch clan youths responded respectfully to him. Seeing this scene, his mouth twitched slightly, and then he nodded, saying good. Ahem. As soon as he said this, a cough sounded from behind him. He quickly turned around and discovered Houtu had come up behind him without him noticing. Great ancestor witch, he called out to Houtu. What is it, Rolling Bear? You seem to be in a bad mood. Aren't you satisfied with gaining so much merit? Houtu crouched down, placing a hand on his shoulder as she asked him. No, I have a lot of merit, and I am very satisfied. It's just that there really is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Rolling Bear felt dejected. What do you mean? Houtu asked, puzzled. It means that I am too embarrassed to show my face for at least 100,000 years. I, great God, Rolling Bear, the first iron-eating beast in the world, powerful and formidable, now my name as a dancer resonates throughout the primordial era. How will all the beings of the 10,000 clans view me? Although I have gained so much merit, it has tarnished my reputation. I previously said I didn't care about fame, but how could I truly not care? Alas, Rolling Bear thought in frustration, and then spoke to Houtu. What I mean is, Rolling Bear, I truly didn't expect you to be such a bear. Not waiting for Rolling Bear to finish his sentence, Houtu suddenly gently rubbed his head and spoke to him with a somewhat complicated tone. Rolling Bear, what kind of bear am I? Just as I was about to explain to Houtu what there's no free lunch in this world meant, I suddenly heard her words, and the bear named GunGun was left bewildered, unable to comprehend what kind of bear I was. Master Ancestor, what do you mean by that? GunGun asked Houtu, dazed. It means nothing, just that, GunGun. I see that your expression seems a bit shy because you conveyed a dance to the Wu clan instead of words, right? Houtu said softly. No, what's wrong with dance? The tuition for dance classes is much higher than that for cultural classes, so what is there for me to be shy about? Master Ancestor, you must be mistaken. After a moment of silence, GunGun said with great seriousness, dance class tuition. Suddenly hearing these two strange terms, Houtu's face showed a look of confusion. Oh, it refers to compensation, the cause and effect that needs to be repaid. The karma owed for learning dance is much more than that for learning words, so naturally dance is considered more advanced. There's nothing for me to be shy about. With that, GunGun pushed away. Houtu's hand resting on its head, stood up from the ground, brushed off the dust from its butt, and turned to run away. Master Ancestor, I have already completed the tasks you assigned. The truce between the Wu and Yao clans has lasted for 1,000,000 years, so please grant me a leave of absence for 100,000 years. During this time, please don't let me do any work. Thank you. May the good Wu enjoy peace for a lifetime. As GunGun ran off in a puff of smoke, it shouted, and soon vanished from sight. Haha, truly a nimble fat bear. Just a leave of absence for 100,000 years, let's allow you to rest for 100,000 years then. Upon hearing this, Houtu couldn't help but chuckle softly, and said then she also stood up, though still feeling somewhat puzzled. Compensation, the cause and effect to be repaid, this I can understand. However, the karma owed for learning dance being greater than that for learning words, what does this mean? The merits that GunGun just received are not superior to those of Kuenping, right? Houtu frowned, unable to comprehend, but it wasn't a big issue that required deep exploration. Currently, with GunGun's help, the Wu clan had subdued the Qilin clan and had now gained shamans, nearly catching up with the Yao clan in areas where they lagged behind. Next, they just needed to train well and prepare for battle. With that thought, Houtu lifted her head and gazed at the various dance movements formed by white divine light in the sky, hesitating for a moment before she too began to learn. Meanwhile, on the other side, GunGun dashed back to its bear den, then with a loud bang, shut the door of the hall, leaning against it, covering its face, trembling all over. What dance class and cultural class? This GunGun deity is truly embarrassed. Sighing, GunGun lifted its paw and stomped hard on the ground, causing the great hall to suddenly shake. Noticing this, GunGun abruptly stopped its stomping, then looked up at the beams of the great hall, the whole bear, showing a helpless expression. Even stomping wasn't comfortable. This GunGun deity has indeed been having a tough time lately. Sigh. Letting out another sigh, GunGun vanished from its spot and instantly appeared on a large bed in the corner of the palace, lying on it. Then it took out a folding fan and cast a small spell on it so that it would float in midair, automatically fanning itself. After that, it closed its eyes and began to sleep. If I can't show my face to the world, then I might as well sleep. It'll sleep for 100,000 years, humph. GunGun thought to itself. Then who? Soon the sound of snoring began to echo. At the same time, a series of system notifications sounded in its mind, but due to having been blocked long ago, it was only the special ones like notifications of discounts on goods that could affect it. Time passed quickly, and 3 days later, 2 esteemed guests arrived at Buzhou Mountain for a visit. Xianyuan and Houtu, the 2 ancestors, personally greeted them at the mountain gate. Daoist Fushi, Daoist Nuwa, it has been a long time since we last met. Xianyuan and Houtu bowed to the 2 great beings before them. We have taken the liberty to visit. Please do not blame us. Fushi and Nuwa returned the gesture to the 2 ancestors. You are too kind, please. Xianyuan chuckled softly, then gestured for the 2 great beings to enter. Fushi nodded, then led Nuwa inward as they engaged in casual conversation along the way. Sisters, now the Dao ancestor has issued an order for the Wu clan to govern the land, and the Wu and Yao clans must not engage in war for 1,000,000 years. During this 1,000,000 years, what are your plans? Nuwa asked Xianyuan and Houtu. Upon hearing this question, Xianyuan frowned. What plans? Besides actively training the young ones, what else could there be? As for Houtu, hearing this familiar question, a chubby face unconsciously flashed in her mind. Then she smiled at Nuwa and said, we plan to recuperate and accumulate virtues, doing well in governing the land, so that countless beings on earth can enjoy the blessings we provide. Oh. Upon hearing Houtu's words, Nuwa looked at her, a glint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Is the Wu clan truly planning to do this? If so, it would be a blessing for the beings of the land. Fushi smiled at Houtu. What you say is true. Xianyuan glanced at Nuwa and Fushi, then looked at Houtu, swallowing the words he wanted to say. I wonder how the Wu clan plans to do this for the next 1,000,000 years, and yet I had no knowledge of it. By the way, Sister Houtu, why haven't I seen that fat bear? Wasn't it always by your side? Nuwa smiled and continued to ask Houtu. GunGun has been in seclusion recently due to comprehending the dance of spirit communication, expending a great deal of effort, and now its primordial spirit has been damaged. It is currently in closed-door training. Houtu said with her eyes wide open. I see that fat bear is indeed worthy of the title of Ancestor Bear. Although its cultivation is considerably inferior to Kunpeng, it has managed to become a shaman without falling behind, teaching the Wu clan the Wu dance, which is quite remarkable. GunGun was just lucky and does not deserve the praise of senior sister. Please, 2 Taoists. All right. Nuwa and Fushi nodded, then turned together, passing through the second barrier with Houtu and entering the center of Buzhou Mountain. Meanwhile, in the East Sea, after hosting the funeral of Zhu Long and sending away Tai Yi, who came to mourn, Aou's expression immediately turned grim. What? The Dragon Clan is to merge with the Yao clan and submit to the Heavenly Court. Humphi can join the Heavenly Court for the sake of repaying kindness, but the Dragon Clan cannot. This is the lifelong effort of my father and uncle. Thinking this, Aou walked back and forth in the ancestral dragon hall for a few steps, then opened its hands and 3 beams of divine light flashed, transforming into a whip, a seal, and a token, altogether 3 spiritual treasures. Looking at them and recalling Zhu Long's words of advice from years ago, Aou instructed the nearby Bien, go to the treasury and select some top-tier spirit fruits. I want to personally visit GunGun to pay my respects. Yes, big brother. Bien lowered his head to respond, then was about to leave, but just as he turned around, he came back to remind Aou, big brother, the Ancestor Bear should be in Buzhou Mountain now, right? I know, but my current identity is not suitable for going to Buzhou Mountain. I will go directly to the Iron-Eating Forest and ask the Iron-Eating Beast clan to send someone to Buzhou Mountain to deliver the message. Go on, and by the way, bring some dragon milk with you. Off. Upon hearing this, Bien was stunned. Dragon milk. There isn't any in the treasury, it needs to be freshly squeezed. Although the Dragon Clan had gradually declined since the great calamity of the Dragon Era, they remained a top-tier power in the primordial world, wealthy and influential. Soon Bien returned before Ao Yue holding a fruit basket and respectfully said, "Elder brother, I have chosen the best spiritual fruits from the treasury, and I have also prepared a few jars of dragon milk, but what?" Ao Yue asked, still looking at the 3 spiritual treasures in his hands. However, there are no newly born Deluo Golden Immortals or Tai E Golden Immortals in the clan, so all the dragon milk comes from clan members at the Golden Immortal level. As he spoke, Bien lowered his head and presented the fruit basket to Ao Yue. Upon hearing this, Ao Yue said nothing. He put away the spiritual treasures, turned around, and took the fruit basket. Looking inside, he found that it indeed contained the finest spiritual fruits from the Dragon Palace, along with a few jars that had been magically shrunk. Good, well done. With that, a flash of purple light appeared in Ao Yue's hand as he stored the fruit basket away. "Thank you for your praise, elder brother. You were injured at Buzhou Mountain earlier. How is your injury now?" "It hasn't healed yet, but I believe it will be fine in another 1,000 years. "Thank you for your concern, elder brother," Bien replied with his head lowered. "The great witch Jiufeng, I have heard she is arrogant and disregards any being outside the ancestral witches due to her powerful magic. Many celestial gods in the heavenly court show fear at the mention of her name. Just as I thought, if I encounter her again, I will make her pay for this." Ao Yue said coldly, then he patted Bien on the shoulder and said, "You've worked hard during this time. Go rest now. If you need any spiritual herbs, just take them from the treasury. It's important to recover from your injuries as soon as possible." "Yes, thank you, elder brother," Bien gratefully said, then bowed to Ao Yue and slowly retreated. After Bien left, Ao Yue closed his eyes, recalling the instructions that Zhu Long had given him before his passing. Then he murmured, "The Dragon Clan's opportunity now only hinges on the Vermilion Bird flag and the Qilin seal." Buzhou Mountain in the Bear Palace. It has been detected that the host has become a wizard, has not gone out, and has not accepted worship from all sides, sleeping soundly for 3 whole days, greatly demonstrating the characteristics of a slacker. Slack points 1,000. Currently on sale, the Qianquan Bowl available for just 1 million slack points. Qianquan Bowl, a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure radiating light across the 9 heavens, limitless in space, capable of enveloping and sealing endless space. It requires no incantation and is extremely difficult to break with external force. Note the incantation can be modified. GunGun was still sleeping soundly when suddenly a sound that was not blocked entered its divine consciousness. Hearing the sound, it snored for several seconds before abruptly stopping, then its eyelashes fluttered. With a sudden leap, it sat up abruptly, exclaiming with excitement, "Top-grade, innate spiritual treasure." Bang! As soon as it spoke, the bed beneath it, unable to withstand such vigorous movement, suddenly collapsed, and GunGun fell to the ground as well. However, it paid no attention to this. Its focus was entirely captivated by the previous sound from the system. Using its paw to wipe its face and make itself a bit more alert, GunGun hurriedly communicated with the system, saying, "I want to buy it." Ding received. Deducting 1 million slack points from the host now has 976,230 slack points remaining. As the system's voice echoed, GunGun felt a flash of black and white light above its personal realm. Subsequently, a golden bowl descended, landing in the treasure mountain with a soft metallic clink. Whoosh! Immediately, GunGun, sitting amidst the collapsed bed frame, opened its right hand and took it out. The golden bowl appeared right before it. Qianquan Bowl, that name sounds a bit familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before. Looking at the shimmering golden bowl in its hand, GunGun scratched its head and murmured, "Wizard, the ancestral witch of Houtu requests your presence." At this moment, a very respectful voice suddenly came from outside the hall, belonging to a minor witch from the witch clan. GunGun ignored it and continued to examine the spiritual treasure in its hand. A top-grade innate spiritual treasure, Qianquan Bowl. This item is not the one that the future Queen Mother of the Yaoqi will use to shield Mount Hua. Wizard, we have guests. The great deities Fuxi and Nuwa have come to Buzhou Mountain to pay their respects, specifically requesting to see you. You should come out. The ancestral witch of Houtu said that the great deity Nuwa will be a future saint and is very sensitive, so it's best not to offend her over trivial matters. Seeing that GunGun did not respond, the minor witch outside continued to bow and say, "The great deity Nuwa." Upon hearing this, GunGun's complex expression suddenly froze, and frowning, it thought for a moment, then stored the Qianquan Bowl away and raised its paw, summoning the folding fan that was still fanning it from midair. "Okay, I'm coming out now," GunGun shouted to the outside, unable to resist yawning afterward. Then it climbed up from the broken bed, patted the dust off its linen shorts, and walked towards the door, opening the hall's entrance. "Greetings, wizard." Upon seeing GunGun emerge, the minor witch greeted it. "No need for such formality, just call me great deity as before. The term wizard feels a bit awkward to me." GunGun raised the fan in its hand, gently lifting the minor witch, who had bowed to it, and spoke to him with a hint of exasperation. "This is not appropriate. The ancestral witch has spoken. Wizard, you shouldn't make it difficult." "Okay, I understand. Let's go." Not wanting to listen to the miner, which finished his lengthy explanation, GunGun directly stepped past him. Oh, okay, I'll lead the way for you. The miner, which hurriedly turned around to follow. Sister Houtu, the bear you raised, is really greedy. It even dared to not spare the spiritual soil of Penglai stubbornly, creating a small Penglai. Here, haha, 4 quasi-saint powers were gathered around a small square table. Nuwa looked at the spiritual plants around, and the spiritual soil beneath her, smiling at Houtu. Sister, you jest. It was also Donghua's permission that made GunGun dare to do this. Houtu smiled and responded. Is that so? I see that even if Donghua did not agree, since it went to Penglai, it would not return empty-handed. Don't think I don't understand that, bear. Back then it was the notorious milk thief who caused a ruckus at the Taitsong Prairie. To avoid exposing its identity, it didn't use any spells other than transformation. As a result, it was chased by the ox ancestor all the way. After escaping to the east, it suddenly vanished without a trace. Later, on the way back, the ox ancestor returned empty-handed, only to have it suddenly leap out, insisting that the ox ancestor scared away its prey, and without a second thought it beat the ox ancestor up. Sister, do you think the bear you raised is very bad? As she spoke, Nuwa looked at Houtu with a smile, waiting for her response. Ahem. Upon hearing this, Houtu couldn't help but cough a few times, turning her head to the side, her smile suddenly faltering. The thief that Nuwa spoke of indeed turned out to be her own GunGun. If one were to criticize him, Houtu would not agree. In this primordial realm, it has always been a matter of mutual slaughter among the tribes. You eat me, I eat you. As a metal-eating beast, GunGun has no qualms about not just drinking milk, but even eating beef. The bull ancestor, after being beaten by GunGun, could only blame his own inability compared to the bear. However, as a fellow ancestor, why were you so useless as to lack even the ability to fight back? But regarding GunGun's underhanded approach to stealing milk rather than boldly claiming it, Houtu had always found it perplexing. She could not understand why he treated spirit fruits with such straightforwardness, but resorted to stealth here. It was later that she realized the bear was shy, not wanting all beings in the primordial realm to know of its fondness for milk, thus employing transformation techniques to conceal its true appearance. Moreover, after stealing the milk, when facing the bull ancestor who foolishly chased him all the way to the east, GunGun merely gave him a beating to settle the matter and did not kill him to eat him. From this perspective, Houtu felt that her GunGun was a bit too lenient. However, while this may be the reasoning, it cannot be stated so bluntly. After all, a distinguished ancestor bear stealing milk is certainly more likely to become a topic of conversation among the immortals during their leisure time. What's wrong, sister? Do you also think that the bear you raised is quite bad? If so, why not let me take him for a while? Just for 100,000 years, I promise to return to you a benevolent and kind bear. Seeing Houtu turn away from her, Nuwa smiled and continued to speak to her. Nuwa, I don't like what you said. GunGun is our witch tribe's bear. As long as we are brave and strong, that's enough. Benevolence and kindness are things that only the weak beings pursue. We do not need them. At this moment, Xianming spoke to Nuwa. Hearing this, Houtu felt something was off, but did not refute, as this was indeed the ideology of the witch tribe. Nuwa frowned, wanting to have a good talk with Xianming, saying that this is wrong. Suddenly sensing something, she turned around and looked through the space to see a large fat bear, black and white, walking towards her with a little witch. Houtu, Xianming, and Fushi all noticed it and immediately smiled. Then Houtu said, GunGun, come here. Buzz, as the words fell, GunGun's figure vanished from the spot, and the next second, with a bang, it fell beside Houtu, causing the earth to shake violently. The little witch, upon seeing this, hurriedly bowed towards the orchard and then slowly retreated. Great ancestor, which next time you summon me, could you let me appear directly on the ground instead of midair? The feeling of crashing down is really unpleasant. After arriving here, GunGun complained to Houtu. All right, I'll definitely pay attention next time. Houtu chuckled lightly and then looked at Fushi and Nuwa, who were sitting on either side of her, and said to GunGun, GunGun, hurry up and get up to greet the two great deities. Oh. Hearing this, GunGun quickly stood up from the ground and bowed respectfully to Fushi and Nuwa, saying, Greetings to great deity Fushi, greetings to great deity Nuwa. Fushi smiled and nodded. You fat bear, it's been 10,000 years since we last met. How did you get even fatter? Nuwa asked GunGun with a smile, then reached out to rub its belly, and continued, You have indeed gained a lot of weight, even more than I expected. GunGun, what's wrong with being fat? Did I eat your spirit fruit? Haha. Hearing GunGun's thoughts, Houtu couldn't help but laugh, then reached out to swat Nuwa's hand away, saying to her, Stop rubbing. GunGun is a great Luo golden immortal, and it has dignity. GunGun nodded repeatedly. Dignity. It. Nuwa seriously examined GunGun, and then casually said, I couldn't tell it had such a thing. Alright, Nuwa, stop bullying our GunGun. GunGun is now a witch, and didn't you say that even if it was in seclusion you wanted to call it over to see it and discuss the Tao? Now that it has come, you can discuss it with it. Xianming said to Nuwa. Seclusion. Hearing Xuanming's words, GunGun looked at her, scratching its head. When did it enter seclusion? No, it had never been in seclusion. You all just spoil it like this, it will definitely become worse the more you pamper it. Nuwa said to Xianming, displeased. Hearing this, GunGun's mouth twitched. Do you have the right to say that? Or have I gone bad? The spirit orbs you raised and its reincarnated Neza are the truly bad ones, okay? Moi. Suddenly hearing GunGun's thoughts, Houtu secretly glanced at it, pondering, spirit orb Neza. From GunGun's meaning, is this Nuwa's future battle pet? How is it really bad? Indeed, Nuwa likes to boast and claims she can help me train GunGun, but in reality, she doesn't have the ability. She can't even train her own battle pet well. If GunGun says it's bad, then it must be truly bad. Nuwa, oh Nuwa, you are really a failed educator. Thinking this, Houtu shook her head, and her mood suddenly became much more pleasant. On the other side, Nuwa chatted with Xianming for a bit, then looked at GunGun and said, Alright, I'll be straightforward. Fat Bear, I want to talk to you about your understanding of the witch dance, and see if I can gain some insights to clarify my own path of creation. Whooshed. Saying this, Nuwa waved her sleeve and cast a divine light towards GunGun. Instantly, GunGun felt much more invigorated. Is this the power of creation? I apologize for disturbing your seclusion. This is a compensation for you. Houtu mentioned that you suffered damage to your primordial spirit for understanding the witch dance. Are you recovered now? Nuwa smiled and asked GunGun. GunGun glanced at Houtu, seeing her show a beautiful smile towards him, and immediately understood her meaning. Then he nodded repeatedly at Nuwa, saying, I'm recovered, I'm recovered. Thank you, great deity. That's good. You can sit down now, let's discuss the Tao together. Saying this, Nuwa snapped her fingers, and a mat appeared at GunGun's feet. This little bear should still stand. When I say sit, you sit. Nuwa said. GunGun looked at Houtu. Very satisfied with GunGun's attitude, Houtu nodded and softly said, sit down. Okay, thank you, great deity, thank you, great ancestor witch. GunGun replied, then sat cross-legged. If unable to do so, it simply sat down directly. I'll first give you a lecture. After you finish listening, we can discuss the witch dance. After GunGun sat down, Nuwa said to it, and then directly began to lecture. After a stick of incense, Xianming and Houtu, who could not understand, could no longer sit still and went together to the orchard to pick spirit fruits. Meanwhile, GunGun felt a bit dizzy. After 2 more hours, Nuwa stopped lecturing and asked GunGun, how about it? Have you gained anything? GunGun lowered its head and did not respond. Fat Bear. Off. GunGun suddenly raised its head, drooling as it spoke. Then it vigorously shook its head and looked at Nuwa, whose face suddenly turned a bit cold. Its heart tightened, and then it hurriedly recalled what she had just said to it. After rolling its eyes, it took out a bamboo shoot of bitter bamboo from its little world and said to Nuwa, I was just thinking, since you great deity are here and the laws of creation are so powerful, could you help me keep it alive? Nuwa, is this your gain? Hearing the words of GunGun, Nuwa truly did not know what to say. Moreover, the bear had just been asleep, right? It must have been asleep. If a golden immortal and a supreme golden immortal could fall asleep while listening to their teachings due to the profound content, one could barely accept that. But you, a great Luo golden immortal, also snoozed. This is simply outrageous. Seeing the cold expression on Nuwa's face remain unchanged, GunGun's skin twitched, and he swallowed hard. Then he tucked away the bamboo shoot and stood up, suddenly bowing deeply to her. Then with utmost respect he exclaimed, Nuwa's great path of creation is indeed the path of future saints, combining compassion, creation, and evolution into one. Such a sacred path of the deity, a little bear like me who is somewhat mischievous truly cannot grasp much of its precious essence. I am not good with words, and after much thought the only term that comes to mind to praise the deity is great. For such a great deity, I believe only the title goddess can match your greatness. I GunGun pay my respects to Goddess Nuwa. Saying this, GunGun lifted his head, bowed once more to Nuwa, and then lay down motionless. Nuwa sitting in front of him and Fushi sitting opposite Nuwa both observed this scene and could not help but have their mouths slightly agape, lost in a daze. The next moment Nuwa regained her senses, her cold demeanor replaced with an annoyed expression, saying to GunGun, Fat Bear, your acting is a bit exaggerated. No, it's not exaggerated. Little Bear is praising the great and compassionate Goddess Nuwa, GunGun replied with a cute and weak voice. Nuwa, with you acting like this, how can I bear to punish you? Ha ha, interesting, truly interesting. At this moment Fushi, having also regained his senses, laughed heartily and said to GunGun, I finally understand why Houtu and Xianyuan are so fond of you. Not to mention your appearance, just this mouth of yours, it must be rare for any female deity not to like you. This mouth of mine, apart from eating, only speaks the truth. What I just said was completely from the bottom of my heart, GunGun said earnestly, raising his head to Fushi. Can you imagine a giant panda showing a serious expression? Ha ha! Suddenly Fushi laughed even more joyfully, pointing at GunGun and saying, Good, good, very good. I thought you were quite interesting back in the day, and seeing you today you've become even more interesting. Saying this, Fushi opened his hand and a large fruit resembling a pumpkin appeared which he casually tossed to GunGun, saying, "Here, consider it a reward for making my little sister happy." GunGun quickly opened his two bare paws to catch the pumpkin, and upon smelling the spiritual energy emanating from it, he could not help but swallow hard. A primordial spirit fruit, oh no, a primordial fruit. It must be primordial, but this primordial feeling seems a bit different. However, never mind, it's a good thing. Immediately GunGun respectfully said to Fushi, "Thank you, great Fushi." Fushi nodded with a smile. "Big brother, where did I seem happy?" Nuwa said somewhat displeasedly to Fushi. "You are my sister. How could I not know if you are happy or not? Don't act so profound in front of your brother." Hearing this, the corners of Nuwa's mouth moved imperceptibly, then she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and changed the subject, looking at GunGun and saying, "Forget it, I won't hold the previous matter against you. Now tell me how you came to comprehend the witch dance." "Oh, okay, thank you, goddess." GunGun quickly nodded in response. Hearing the title goddess again, Nuwa expressed her disdain. "Don't say that casually, I am not a goddess." "Then I won't call you that." GunGun tried saying. "Do you dare?" GunGun, "Huh? Alright, you don't have to mind her, just sit down and tell me how you realized the witch dance." Fushi shook his head and smiled, then instructed GunGun yes. GunGun nodded, then crawled up from the ground, sat back on the mat, thought for a moment, took out his spirit washing cauldron, and said to Nuwa, "Goddess, the witch dance is said to be comprehended by me, but in reality, it does not belong to me." "Then whose does it belong to? If it were not yours, how could you receive the merits granted by the heavenly Tao?" Nuwa asked. The witch dance was originally inscribed within the spirit washing cauldron, and the spirit washing cauldron is a primordial spiritual treasure, so the witch dance should belong to the primordial. As for the merits granted to Little Bear by the heavenly Tao, it should be that the primordial was unable to grant merits, which is why it turned to me. GunGun said somewhat shyly. Primordial? Yes, Little Bear believes that things in this world should still be primordial. As the saying goes, the great Tao is natural, and the witch dance is the same. It would be better to directly quote an existing primordial dance than for Little Bear to painstakingly create a postnatal dance. This way it also showcases the natural laws of heaven and earth. GunGun said, nodding. "I think you are just too lazy to create it yourself, which is why you resort to this shortcut." Nuwa said to GunGun with a hint of annoyance. "Yes, there is a bit of that element too," GunGun said, lowering his head shyly. "Humph, I am not like you. Primordial ready-made. My path of creation now only has the last beings of the proof of the Tao left. How can beings created by me in the postnatal era be related to the primordial? Should I use the Qiankuan cauldron to revert them one by one from postnatal to primordial?" Just as she was about to say something to GunGun, suddenly the Hongmeng purple chi in Nuwa's divine sense trembled slightly, as if she had gained some insight. Although it was still not clear, a flash of understanding indeed passed by. Primordial. Nuwa immediately closed her mouth, furrowed her brows, lowered her head, and began to ponder. Seeing this, Fux's pupils contracted, and he hurriedly stood up, grabbing GunGun. The two vanished simultaneously as he understood that his sister had found inspiration and was about to comprehend the Tao, and they must not disturb her at this moment. As they disappeared from the original spot in the next second, they instantly flashed to where Houtu and Xianyuan were picking spiritual fruits. Hearing what Nuwa had just said, GunGun's entire bear suddenly enlightened to a matter. Looking down at the pumpkin in his hands, his face twitched slightly. He wondered why this primordial pumpkin felt a bit off. It had a primordial aura, but it made the bear feel a little strange. It turned out this pumpkin was created by Nuwa using the Qiankuan cauldron to revert the postnatal to primordial. This is still acceptable. Immediately GunGun opened his mouth and began to gnaw on this pumpkin. Meanwhile, seeing Fushi suddenly bring GunGun over here looking a bit anxious while Nuwa was absent, Houtu and Xianyuan were a bit surprised and asked him, "Fushi, what happened?" Nuwa, after hearing this child's understanding about the witch dance, gained some insight and is now further comprehending the Tao. "We must not disturb her," Fushi said seriously. Then he turned to GunGun and said, "This child indeed has deep fortunes." Suddenly the sound of munching echoed. Looking at GunGun, who was biting into the pumpkin in front of him, Fux's voice immediately choked. After a long time he chuckled and sighed. "All beings say the primordial is perilous and the great Tao is competitive. However, I see it, he is enjoying life quite well." Hearing Fux's words and knowing that Nuwa had gained insight because of GunGun getting closer to becoming a saint, Xianyuan and Houtu exchanged glances and frowned. If possible, they still did not wish for the primordial to have a second saint. "Esteemed ancestors, my sister is currently comprehending the Tao, and it is not appropriate to disturb her. We might need to linger around Buzhou Mountain for a while longer, so I hope for your understanding." After expressing his sentiments, Fushi turned to Xianming and Houtu, bowing respectfully. Upon hearing this, Xianming and Houtu reined in the unusual expressions on their faces and returned Fux's bow. Houtu spoke, saying, "Friend, you flatter me. It is crucial for senior sister Nuwa to comprehend the Tao, and we can wait as long as needed." "In that case, I thank you kindly," Fushi replied. "No need for such courtesy. As she spoke, Houtu turned her gaze towards the rolling creature, raising an eyebrow and asking, "Rolling, you have contributed to senior sister Nuwa's comprehension. Is there any reward you desire?" "A reward?" Upon hearing this, Rawling's ears perked up, and after swallowing the pumpkin flesh in its mouth, it hurriedly replied, "Esteemed ancestor, I wish to eat Huangjongli." Houtu said, "You are quite bold in asking." Houtu's hand subtly tightened as she smiled at Rolling. "All right, you are a great contributor, so I shall grant any wish you have today. Coincidentally, I also have news about Huangjongli, so let us go retrieve it." With a hum, Houtu waved her arm, and together with Rolling they vanished. Knowing what Houtu was up to, Xianming exchanged an awkward smile with Fushi. Fushi, of course, was no fool. He understood that while the witch clan treated him and Nuwa with respect, they ultimately did not wish for Nuwa to succeed in her comprehension and become a sage. However, out of respect, they could not openly express this sentiment. Thus he nodded to Xianming and gazed into the distance, contemplating. "This time I have indeed benefited from that bear, but it has also brought trouble upon itself. I will repay it later." Subsequently, Fushi shook his head, remaining here to protect Nuwa. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Houtu tribe. Bang! A figure black and white suddenly descended from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a large pit. As the dust settled, it revealed Rawling's upper body buried in the earth with only its chubby legs flailing above. Houtu appeared beside Rolling, coldly huffing, "You are quite capable, aren't you? You can even assist Nuwa in comprehending the Dao. Esteemed ancestor, this is a misunderstanding." Rawling's voice came from the dirt, sounding very aggrieved. "A misunderstanding? Did Fushi not just speak the truth? Did Nuwa not gain insight because of you? I called you over to truly discuss the Dao with her, not to have you seduced by a mere pumpkin." At this point, Houtu grasped Rawling's ankle and pulled it out of the ground, holding it upside down in the air, continuing, "Do you understand? If Nuwa becomes a sage, it would be tremendously disadvantageous for our witch clan. If she intervenes in the war of witches and demons, even the 12 heavenly generals formation may not stand against her." Rolling spat out a mouthful of mud and sighed in relief. "My. Oh no, esteemed ancestor, there is no need to worry. Becoming a sage is not so easy. It is impossible for my few words to suddenly make Nuwa the sage. Moreover, the Tao of heaven, sages must follow heavenly will. If our witch clan is to rise, even if Nuwa becomes a sage, she will not stop it and cannot stop it. In any case, a sage is the greatest threat to our witch clan. In the past, there was only one sage, the Tao ancestor, which already left us in a constrained position. If another sage emerges, it would not bode well for our witch clan. But esteemed ancestor, the emergence of a sage is destined by heaven. It cannot be prevented, and if Nuwa truly becomes a sage, because of us, she would owe us a karmic debt. Even if sages do not engage with karma, since you and she are friends, she will surely remember our good deeds in private, won't she? Who is a friend to her? That is merely superficial politeness." Houtu exclaimed. "Ah." Rawling's mouth fell agape. "Rolling, let me ask you a question." "You may ask. If Nuwa becomes a sage and then wishes to take you away from me, would you follow her?" Upon finishing this question, Houtu narrowed her eyes intently, observing Rawling's expression. Unexpectedly, Rolling first froze, then decisively shook its head, speaking earnestly, "No, I am loyal to you, esteemed ancestor. I would be foolish to follow her. The Ling Zhu was brought forth by her enlightenment and granted life. It's not as if I can simply abandon it. In the future, I will become the king of hell, then find a way to ascend to the position of the Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor. Isn't that much more appealing?" Hearing the name of the Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor and the underworld, what exactly are those? "No, I cannot ask directly. What if I do? Then the matter of hearing its thoughts would be exposed. If it decides to stop thinking altogether in the future, what should I do?" That is a possibility. This fat bear has never been inclined to think. Several times when I was beside it, I heard nothing at all. If this gets exposed, then I truly will hear nothing from it in the future. As for asking it, who knows if what it says is true or false. This fat bear is the best at deceiving witches. With this thought in mind, Houtu's eyes shifted slightly. A few seconds later, she gently placed Rolling down, then squatted to pat off the dust from its body, tossing away the few bites of the dirty pumpkin. A new innate spirit fruit appeared in her hand, which she handed over, then rubbed its head, smiling. "Well said, it is worth my care for you." Rolling responded, "You just shoved me into the dirt." Upon hearing this inner voice, Houtu coughed lightly, then stepped closer to Rolling, embracing it like in the past with Hui, and said, "Rolling, I was just overly excited earlier, which is why I was a bit harsh on you. Please do not take it to heart, alright? Also, I was thinking, since you accidentally assisted Nuwa in comprehending the Tao, perhaps you also have sufficient opportunities to assist me in comprehending the Tao. What do you think I should do to attain the Tao of reincarnation?" Hearing this, Rawling's pupils constricted, its entire bare body instantly stiffening. Noticing Rawling's change, Houtu hurriedly asked it, "What is the matter, Rolling? Esteemed ancestor, how did you know you wanted to attain the Tao of reincarnation?" Rolling turned its head towards her, its neck stiff. Last time when you subdued those demon souls at Xiaoyu Mountain and then sent their 3 souls and 7 spirits to the Rugu Rabbit clan to assist them in reincarnation, I saw everything and gained insight from it. Houtu replied. Upon hearing this answer, Rawling's expression suddenly grew complex. Was it because of itself? Rolling. The round, chubby face twitched violently, and then it bit hard into the spiritual fruit that Houtu had just given. After hesitating for a moment, it opened its other paw and a flash of golden light emerged from its palm, revealing a coin with a pair of wings. What is this GunGun? Houtu blinked her eyes and asked it upon seeing the coin. This is the falling treasure coin, one of my prize collectibles. How many prize collectibles do you actually have? Houtu asked. Ancestor Wu, I truly do not believe you can comprehend the Tao, but if you insist on asking me about my thoughts on the reincarnation Tao, I believe it should be related to this magical artifact. Not knowing what Houtu was thinking, GunGun continued, this magical artifact. Houtu was momentarily stunned. Yes. GunGun nodded seriously and said to Houtu, the so-called reincarnation in my view is a transformation, a conversion from one thing to another and then back again. After an unknown duration, they eventually revert to their original form. Indeed, I think so too. GunGun, you possess great insight. Houtu said, her eyes lighting up in recognition upon hearing GunGun's words. And my magical artifact is precisely one that can facilitate transformation, GunGun said, seeing that Houtu was intrigued. What is its use? Houtu asked. It sacrifices its own fortune to drop the enemy's magical artifact. What kind of transformation is that? It can transform fortune into a magical artifact, and then we can use the artifact to perform various meaningful deeds to replenish our own fortune. Doesn't that count as reincarnation? GunGun retorted. This? Houtu wanted to refute, but after a moment's thought, she realized she couldn't argue against it. However, why did she feel that something was amiss? So Ancestor Wu, if you really want to comprehend the Tao, I will reluctantly lend you the falling treasure coin. Please study it carefully. Perhaps one day you might truly achieve enlightenment. Upon hearing this and seeing the serious expression on the chubby bear's face, Houtu hesitated for a moment, then smiled and nodded, saying, All right, thank you, GunGun. As she spoke, Houtu took the falling treasure coin from GunGun. Although she couldn't use the artifact herself, she could still study it and gain insights. Moreover, since the witch clan has many subordinate races and her divine spirit was incomplete, many other beings possessed complete divine spirits. Suddenly recalling something, she cautioned GunGun. Also, this time it was my oversight in calling you here. From now on, you must not see Nuwa again. She has become a saint, and it won't benefit us. Oh, GunGun replied, lowering its head. All right, let's go back, Houtu said with satisfaction, then put away the falling treasure coin. No, Ancestor Wu, weren't you supposed to grant me a break of 100,000 years? I haven't returned to the iron-eating forest for a long time and want to go back and take a look, so I will take my leave now. Saying this, GunGun quickly turned around and ran off, then pushed off the ground with its feet, transforming into a beam of light as it sped away from Buzhou Mountain. Previously, it felt ashamed to meet anyone, but now it realized that Houtu understood the great Tao of reincarnation because of its own influence. If it stayed by her side any longer, what if one day she suddenly comprehended something absurd from her daily activities and transformed into reincarnation? Then wouldn't it be? So let's go hurry back to the iron-eating forest. GunGun, don't forget to come back early. Wanting to call GunGun back, but thinking that she also needed time to study the falling treasure coin carefully, and GunGun hadn't returned home for a long time, Houtu then changed her words to ask it to return early. Hearing Houtu's voice from behind, GunGun replied loudly, I will. Then it flew far away, disappearing from Houtu's sight. Sighed. Seeing this, Houtu sighed and turned to look in the direction of the orchard, her expression slightly solemn. She took out the falling treasure coin and thought, well, I'll consider this a mistake on my part and your good fortune. However, I will be sure to achieve enlightenment before you. I don't believe that without a complete divine spirit and the primordial purple energy, I can't attain the great Tao. Humph. With that thought, Houtu snorted lightly, then in the next moment she appeared inside the Panga Hall. On the other side, GunGun transformed into light and sped toward the iron-eating forest, pondering. Looking at Nuwa's momentum, she will probably attain enlightenment and become a saint in less than a few thousand years. I wonder if I can gain some merit when she becomes a saint. As for Houtu, forget it, I will delay her as much as I can. Feeling a mix of wanting to become the emperor of the underworld, yet not wanting Houtu to transform into reincarnation, GunGun felt somewhat troubled as it bit into the spiritual fruit in its hand again, then quickly finished eating it and tossed the core aside, accelerating its flight. About a stick of incense later, a black and white divine light descended from the sky and then vanished, and GunGun appeared in front of the bear lair in the iron-eating forest. Indeed, there are 2 bear lairs. This is one, and there is another in Buzhou Mountain. I pay my respects to your majesty. The 2 rows of iron-eating beasts guarding the front of the hall saw GunGun appear and immediately perked up quickly, kneeling on one knee, bowing their heads in salute. "Get up," GunGun said, waving its large hand to open the hall doors, then walking inside with big strides. "Yes, your majesty." As GunGun entered the hall, the two rows of iron-eating beasts, upper immortals, simultaneously shouted and stood up from the ground. GunGun is the first iron-eating beast in the world, the ancestor bear. The other iron-eating beasts were all born after it, some like it nurtured by the heavens, but more were born from the combination of clan members. However, none are its offspring. In its words, it is still a child, less than 200,000 years old. After entering the bear lair, GunGun moved forward, passing through one barrier after another, finally entering a small world opened up here. In this small world, there was only one thing, a lotus flower pond. "Virum," GunGun raised its hand, and suddenly a point of white light flew out from its palm, landing on the lotus flower pond, transforming into a pure white lotus platform, which is currently its most powerful magical artifact, the 12-petal pure world white lotus. The fortune is still strong at present, slightly amplified due to its connection to the Qilin clan, but after the battle between the witches and the demons, the fortune will surely decline. At that time, you must help me maintain it. Don't let it diminish too much. Looking at the pure world white lotus before it, GunGun murmured. Then gazing at the numerous white lotuses in the lotus pond, noticing that some had already borne lotus seeds, GunGun raised his paw and took out two of them. With a roar, he swallowed them down and instantly felt a warm sensation in his stomach, bringing him great comfort. At the same time, a surge of pure divine power flowed into his body, which if refined would undoubtedly enhance his cultivation and greatly benefit his physique. Indeed, these lotuses are the pure world white lotuses cultivated by GunGun, and the seeds they produce are highly nourishing. In the battle between the witches and the demons a million years later, the significant events of this million years would likely only be the return of the 6 saints and the reincarnation of Houtu, right? No, there is also the massacre of the human race by the witches and demons. Sighing inwardly, GunGun promptly sat down, lost in thought, as he gazed at the pure world white lotus before him. He was not a bear who enjoyed pondering deeply, as many matters were futile to think about and only served to exhaust his mind. It was better to sleep. Yet throughout the long life of a bear, there would be moments when thoughts of the future events would arise, unsettling his heart, and at such times only the lotus platform before him could provide him with a semblance of comfort. With his powers, he could not alter the great tides of the world, but at least with the 12-grade pure world white lotus, he might protect the gods and humans he wished to safeguard. Sighing, a voice echoed in the small world after a long while. Half a month later, a divine dragon stretching millions of zhang flew in from the east, landing outside the iron-eating forest, transforming into a young man clad in white celestial robes with a pair of dragon horns on his forehead. "May I ask which dragon friend has arrived?" A group of iron-eating beasts guarding the entrance of the iron-eating forest tightened their grips on their spears upon seeing Aoyue, with the leader bowing and inquiring. "Tai, golden immortal." Looking at the iron-eating beast before him, Aoyue was slightly taken aback. For him, the distinction between a Tai golden immortal and a golden immortal or Xian immortal was negligible, as they could be dealt with in a single move. However, in the entire primordial era, a Tai golden immortal was indeed formidable. To have one stationed at the entrance of the iron-eating forest meant that the strength of that clan was beyond his expectations. No wonder the Houtu tribe had often brought the iron-eating beast clan along during their conquests against the myriad races. Thinking this, Aoyue replied to the iron-eating beast before him, "I am Aoyue of the Dragon Clan, here to visit my friend GunGun. Please convey my message." Indeed, there was no need to specially summon GunGun from the Buzhou mountain. Aoyue already knew that GunGun had returned to the iron-eating forest, the direct descendant of the ancestor dragon. Upon hearing Aoyue's introduction, the iron-eating beast was immediately taken aback. Then it respectfully addressed Aoyue, saying, "Please wait here, esteemed deity, while I inform His Majesty, and then I will invite you in." Aoyue nodded, accepting the arrangement. Seeing this, the iron-eating beast quickly instructed its subordinates to guard this spot. Even if they couldn't hold it, they had to maintain appearances. It then hurriedly flew into the forest, landing in front of the sleeping bear hall. "Report to your majesty, there is a dragon from the Dragon Clan who claims to be the direct descendant of the ancestor dragon Aoyue, seeking a visit. He is currently outside the forest and asks whether we should allow him in or activate the barriers to keep him out." The iron-eating beast bowed and inquired within the hall. Inside the hall, on a giant soft bed, GunGun was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a pair of panda ears twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes, rubbed his drowsy eyes, and murmured, "Why is he here? Isn't he enjoying himself in the heavenly court?" Upon noticing the lack of a response from within the hall, the captain of the iron-eating beast continued to ask. "Let him in." GunGun communicated with the outside, then sat up from the bed, stretching lazily and yawning. "Yes, your majesty." The captain of the iron-eating beast respectfully replied, then hurriedly flew back outside the forest to invite Aoyue in. A tea time later within the main hall of the Sleeping Bear Hall, GunGun and Aoyue sat facing each other across a low table. GunGun covered his mouth with his paw, yawning several times before asking Aoyue, "What's the matter that you're looking for me? Last time I invited you to a banquet in the East Sea, you were unable to attend, but still sent a floral wreath, for which I am very grateful. Today I have come to discuss another matter with you." Aoyue politely addressed GunGun, then waved his sleeve, and a fruit basket appeared on the low table, immediately filling the air with a fragrant aroma from spirit fruits and beast milk. GunGun's nose twitched, and he lunged forward to stick his head into the fruit basket. "A small token of my appreciation, not a formal gift. You are too polite, brother. Just tell me what you need," GunGun said cheerfully, then sat back down, cradling the fruit basket in his arms, though he did not immediately take out a fruit to eat. Seeing this, Aoyue realized that this bear was not easily fooled. He was cautious, and would decide whether to eat the offerings only after hearing what Aoyue had to say. Thus Aoyue pondered for a moment before saying to GunGun, "I remember that the Zhuke flag of Yuan Feng is in your possession. I currently have a matter that requires the use of the Zhuke flag. May I borrow it? Rest assured, I will only borrow it, and will definitely return it once the matter is concluded." Upon hearing Aoyue's request, GunGun smile suddenly froze, and after a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly returned the fruit basket to the low table and asked, "Brother, could you tell me what you need the Zhuke flag for? A few elders in my clan were injured in the underworld sea, and I wish to borrow the Zhuke flag to disperse the extreme, cold air." Aoyue awkwardly replied to GunGun, "Oh, in that case, there's no need to borrow it. Just bring your injured elders here, and I will help heal them," GunGun said readily, then reached for the fruit basket again. "I wouldn't want to trouble you, dear friend. If you could just lend me the Zhuke flag, I will handle the rest myself. Moreover, I know the Zhuke flag is very precious, so I am willing to offer the Dragon God battle spear granted to me by the Eastern Emperor as collateral. Would that be acceptable?" Aoyue quickly said, then spread his hands, and a beam of divine light flashed, revealing a battle spear in his grasp, which he placed on the low table, eagerly watching GunGun, waiting for his response. "GunGun, are you sure you're not threatening me? If you feel that this is still insufficient, Aoyue, feel free to make any demands. As long as I can fulfill them, I will not refuse." Seeing GunGun's chubby face twitching, Aoyue was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized that his action of presenting a weapon was somewhat inappropriate, so he hurriedly added. Upon hearing this, GunGun sighed in relief. "So it's not a threat. That's good." Then looking at Aoyue, who gazed at him with earnest expectation, GunGun thought that Aoyue was quite decent. Last time he had gifted him so many Ninetha-year-old Rin water peaches. Though it was to repay a kindness, it still benefited him. Given this, he said, "All right, take back your Dragon God battle spear. I don't need your weapon. Oh, just bring one of the 3 spiritual treasures that Songlong Whip Xuan Wu seal, or the White Tiger token as collateral, and I will lend you the Zhuke flag," GunGun declared generously with a wave of his hand, smiling at Aoyue. But why does he suddenly look a bit off? GunGun blinked, feeling a bit confused. Aoyue's expression was indeed somewhat off, and his mood was as if he had stepped on something unpleasant. He had to use one of the spiritual treasures from the Azure Dragon Whip, the Black Tortoise Seal, or the White Tiger Order as collateral. What was I even here for? Wait, that's not right. In a terrible mood, Aoyue suddenly noticed something. He furrowed his brow and looked at the rolling figure before him, pondering, "There are countless primordial spiritual treasures, but why does my friend here specifically want these 3 as collateral? Could it be?" As he thought this, Aoyue's pupils constricted, and a shocking, or rather surprising, guess flashed in his mind. "Brother, what's wrong? My request isn't unreasonable, is it?" At this moment, Rolling asked Aoyue, his bear-like head filled with confusion and gradually tinged with a hint of vigilance. It was reasonable to seek the vermilion bird flag for the injured elder of the dragon clan, but why not simply bring the dragon over and let me help with the healing? Moreover, his suddenly complicated expression. The vermilion bird flag, one of the 5 divine artifacts Meng Zhong, was the future sacred beast of the Azure Dragon. Could it be that he had already sensed his future mission? No way. Friend Rolling, your request is reasonable, but could we perhaps exchange it for another spiritual treasure as collateral? I still have my uncle's dragon tooth sword in my possession. I am willing to use it along with a high-quality, innate spiritual treasure as collateral. Aoyue promised that once the matter was settled, he would return the vermilion bird flag with both hands. Hearing Rolling's question, Aoyue decided to test this bear and asked him. Upon hearing this, Rolling took a deep breath and smiled at Aoyue, saying, "No need for that. I just thought about it. The extreme cold energy in my body doesn't necessarily have to be treated with the vermilion bird flag. I have a few pure yang golden pills here which I obtained on Penglai Immortal Island. I will give them to you, brother, so you can take these pills back to save the elder of your clan." Hearing Rolling's words, Aoyue's expression changed again, becoming extremely serious. Seeing Aoyue's face change, Rolling's large fat face also shifted, his bare paw quietly clenching, ready to strike first. However, Aoyue showed no signs of making a move. In response, Rolling didn't dare to act recklessly. After all, this guy was a quasi saint. If a fight broke out, winning or losing aside, would he have to risk losing his home? Thus silence ensued, with the bear and the dragon staring at each other, neither speaking, maintaining silence for a full cup of tea's time. Finally, both immortals spoke at the same time, saying Chilan seal. Both Rolling and Aoyue simultaneously stopped what they were about to say, both letting out a nasal sound, then fell silent again. After a moment, they asked one another in unison, The bear and the dragon lowered their heads, each furrowing their brows. Not long after, they raised their heads simultaneously and asked, how many spiritual treasures do you have? Once again, the same question arose, and both parties confirmed that this dragon bear truly knew. Aoyue closed his eyes, shook his head, and took a deep breath, feeling a bit surprised, realizing that the previous plan was no longer feasible. Who would have thought that this fat bear also knew about the 5 spiritual treasures? However, it seemed that the dream his uncle had was likely true. Brother, how did you come to know about this? At this moment, Rolling also took a deep breath, then personally poured Aoyue a cup of immortal tea and asked. Reaching out to take the tea offered by Rolling, Aoyue hesitated for a moment. Considering that this bear knew about the 5 spiritual treasures, it was pointless to hide such a trivial matter from him. After taking a sip of the tea, he replied, my uncle summoned me back to the clan before he fell, telling me that he dreamed of the heavens collapsing and the earth cracking, of primordial blood flowing like rivers. At that time, 5 great beings holding those 5 spiritual treasures would emerge to save the world. The Candle Dragon, great deity. Hearing Aoyue's answer, Rolling nodded. Although he didn't understand why the Candle Dragon could see the scenes after the calamity of the witches and the yokai, logically, since the great calamity had begun, the heavenly secrets should be in disarray. However, thinking of the Candle Dragon's cultivation and that the scene did not reveal the outcome of the witch and yokai clans, he chose not to think too much about it. The current issue was that Aoyue wanted the vermilion bird flag. The remaining sleepiness had completely vanished at this point. Rolling poured himself a cup of immortal tea, drank it in one gulp, and then asked Aoyue, how many of the 5 spiritual treasures have you gathered? Azure Dragon Whip, Black Tortoise Seal, White Tiger Order. Aoyue raised his head to glance at Rolling, responding honestly. Rolling, so all the treasures that I couldn't find after searching for so many years are in your hands. Friend, how many have you gathered? Aoyue asked Rolling. The vermilion bird flag and the Chilan seal. Aoyue, so all the treasures that my uncle couldn't find after searching for so many years are in your hands. However, a century ago, I made a deal with Si Buxiang, allowing him to lead the Chilan clan to submit to the Witch clan. In return, I gave him back the Chilan seal. What? Aoyue, who had only been slightly shocked until now, suddenly stood up from his cushion and excitedly asked Rolling, why did you do that? I have my reasons. Without waiting for Aoyue to finish, Rolling spoke to him. After thinking for a moment, he opened his bare paw, took out the vermilion bird flag, and looked at it, saying, the 5 great beings holding spiritual treasures to save the world, I certainly won't be one of them. It's not a loss to exchange them for something else. Are you suggesting that you're willing to trade with me? Rolling continued, no, I'm not interested in any of the collateral you mentioned. Moreover, once the matter you spoke of is settled, I don't believe the vermilion bird flag will return to my hands. However, I do think we can cooperate. Are you interested? Having said this, Rolling put away the vermilion bird flag, raised his head, and looked at Aoyue with sparkling eyes. Cooperate? Yes, cooperate. Since you know that these 5 spiritual treasures are related to salvation, and since you want to gather them all, it must be for the merit after saving the world, right? Indeed, aren't you, friend? Aoyue, of course I am. Therefore, I believe we have a basis for cooperation. Although the Chilan seal isn't currently in my hands, the Chilan clan has already submitted to the Witch clan. If I need it, can I just take it back from Si Buxiang at any time? Thus you can consider that I still possess 2 spiritual treasures. Aoyue responded, I have 3. Yes. Together we have all 5 spiritual treasures. Once we succeed in saving the world, the heavenly merit will be boundless, and we can split it 70-30. 70-30. Aoyue, if that doesn't work, then let's do 50-50 to be fair. I won't take advantage of you. Seeing Aoyue's lips twitch, Rolling put on a helpless expression and said, this is fair. Aoyue nodded deeply, then looked seriously at the fat bear before him, saying, friend, you have saved me. The 60% of the salvation merit related to the spiritual treasures will be enough for my dragon clan to rise. Plus, with the decree from the Dao ancestor, the witches and yokai are not to wage war within 100,000 years. Therefore, cooperation seems feasible. However, I still want to ask you one thing. Can I truly trust you? Absolutely. Brother, did you just say you want the merit to help your dragon clan rise? To be honest, I hold on to the vermilion bird flag not only for my own sake, but also so that my Iron Eater clan can bask in the merit and grow stronger. We are truly on the same wavelength. If it weren't for the fact that I have submitted to the Witch clan and you to the Yokai clan, I would have wanted to become sworn brothers with you. Rolling spoke to Aoyue with utmost sincerity. As he spoke, his bare arms shook vigorously, letting out a sigh, as if regretting that they couldn't pledge brotherhood. After hearing Rawling's words and seeing his sincere demeanor, Alua used his divine sense to probe and found that the fat bear's divine sense showed no signs of deception. In other words, what he said was heartfelt. After all, it was impossible for any being to deceive themselves, right? Immediately, Alua slowly nodded and softly replied, "Good, I've made my decision. I know you can't fully trust me, but to show my sincerity in wanting to cooperate with you and to ensure that we won't betray each other in the future, how about we connect the fortunes of our two clans right now?" Seeing Alua nodding, Rawling quickly seized the moment, grabbing Iwayu's wrist excitedly and asking what? Connect fortunes? Suddenly grasped by Rawling, Alua felt somewhat awkward due to the bear's fluffiness. After hearing Rawling's proposal, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Yes, my Iron Eater clan is different from the Dragon clan. Oh, we are not bound by the karma of the Dragonhan Great Calamity. Our fortunes are strong. I am now willing to connect my clan's fortunes with yours, showing my sincerity, right?" Rawling nodded seriously as if he were making a huge sacrifice and that the Dragon clan was gaining an enormous advantage. "Let me think about it." Alua frowned, feeling conflicted. "What's there to consider? Look, with the same merit, if we split it 40-60, both clans will benefit and there's no downside, right?" Rawling asked Alua. Alua nodded, remaining silent. "However, you are the Eastern Emperor's protector, and I am a battle pet of the Ancestor Witch. Due to our identities, even if I saved you, you can't fully trust that I will cooperate with you. You might worry that I won't hand over the spiritual treasures, or that I will devise various schemes to steal the treasures from you, right?" Alua suddenly jolted, looking at Rawling in disbelief. Rawling replied casually, "I didn't use any mind-reading techniques on you, nor do I have the ability to eavesdrop on what Aquasasane is thinking. I can tell what you're worried about just by looking at your face." Reading faces. "Yes. Is there really such a technique?" "Yes, one that I created myself." "This isn't important. Just continue listening to what I have to say. You can't fully trust me, and if I say I completely trust you, you certainly wouldn't believe that either. Since that's the case, connecting the fortunes of our two clans is our best choice. Think about it. If the Dragon clan falls into misfortune in the future, my Iron Eater clan will definitely not escape it. Likewise, if my clan faces difficulties, yours will surely be affected. Since that's the case, I will certainly not harm you, and you will not harm me, right?" Rawling continued, speaking to Alua. After seriously considering it, Alua couldn't help but nod. "Good, now there's one problem. If you don't harm me, and I don't harm you, we cooperate normally. When the time comes for salvation, and those 5 great beings appear, we will hand over the spiritual treasures to them. At that time, will our two clans gain great benefits or suffer great losses?" "Naturally, it will be a great benefit," Alua replied. "Both will benefit. Of course, both will benefit." "Good," Rawling exclaimed. "Since that's the case, why don't we connect our fortunes? People say to share blessings and face difficulties together. We are in a situation with no difficulties, only blessings. We have decided to enjoy the blessings together, and now it's just a matter of trust. Connecting our fortunes allows us to trust each other. Why not do it?" As he spoke, Rawling opened another bear paw and grasped his other wrist earnestly, saying, "Trust me, I am a bear with both sincerity and wisdom. This will be greatly beneficial for both of us. As for the competition for the position of the Heavenly Lord between the witches and the yokai, once we obtain the merit from salvation, we will defeat them all, and then we shall be the protagonists of the primordial world, ruling land, sea, and air." Alua couldn't help but cough, suddenly finding it both amusing and absurd. This fat bear was sincere and wise. Whether he was truly sincere was debatable, but wisdom. He seemed a bit foolish to even mention defeating the witch and yokai clans. Nonetheless, this silly fellow's words should be quite trustworthy. Moreover, he wasn't wrong if they decided to cooperate. Connecting the fortunes of their two clans seemed to yield nothing but benefits. Thinking of this, Alua bit his lip, feeling a sudden shift within. The boundless merit of salvation. How much would that be? If only there were no primordial purple energy, otherwise I think we could both directly become saints. The Dragon clan has fallen and my Iron Eater clan has never risen. We really can't wait any longer. Rise, rise. At the last word, Rawling raised his head and said to Alua, as if chanting, "Boundless merit, becoming saints, falling, rising." Hearing these words, Alua's heart, which had been wavering, once again softened. He closed his eyes, remained silent for a long time, then suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Rawling with determination, saying, "Good, if you are willing to connect our fortunes, then I, Alua, will also not lack in courage. Let's connect the fortunes of our two clans for the future." "Good." Having successfully convinced, or rather fooled another, Rawling exclaimed joyfully, then quickly released Iwayu's wrist and raised his paw to give him a heavy slap on the back. The bear and the dragon stared at each other, then simultaneously activated their powers, announcing to the primordial world, "Heavenly Tao above, I, Alua, Rawling, now connect the fortunes of the Dragon clan, Iron Eater clan. Please grant this Heavenly Tao." Suddenly a humming sound echoed in the sky, and subsequently Rawling and Alua felt that the fortunes of their two clans began to intertwine. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, and at Bujo Mountain, Tai and Houtu, who sensed something upon hearing the shout, Both darkened their expressions and cursed, "Ah, you rolling, you rascal."